Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
This is where I believe, solution going forward. Like I always say that, look, the eastern part of Nigeria, just imagine, you turn that eastern part of Nigeria to Dubai, and a lot of money were coming in. And you use some of this money, the taxes that you take, and you give it to federal government that, look, federal government, this is $5 billion, we want out. Or this is $10 billion, we want out. You understand? They will reason with you. You understand? Because when it comes to economy, you're doing best. So, look, I've said this several times. If you turn the eastern part of Nigeria, turn into mini Dubai, a lot of people will flock there and they'll be doing a lot of business there, and that's what the Jews did. And that's why now on the internet, you see advertisement on Tel Aviv, you can come around, you can enjoy yourself.
And tonight,
this is where I believe,
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had, you see, this is exhausting. Our people, my God, this is exhausting.
So
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you were talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
are so dishonest.
You see videos,
you know what?
Sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
Let me see.
I am tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
People are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether is it.
What are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down, please.
Something is broken in our people.
Oh, Father.
Something is broken.
Calm down.
We had long conversation. That's made this.
They asked a question. I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances.
Unbelievable.
See,
Forget it.
listen, for
Where
that.
is you?
Let
Where
me
is
tell
you,
you.
please?
Let me.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Davido. Please do not.
Okay, let me
You can
respond
speak
to
for
him
anybody,
one
but do
second
not
there.
defend a character like Davido. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
To just make few words. We're in your state to oversight some of our projects in the state, and we viewed as a committee that it would be nice to pay a courtesy call to you on no other matter, because we cannot come to your state without telling you we're in your state. It will be out of place and it will be out of history. We know that politics are taking its shape. We commend you for what you are doing for your people of your state, and will continue to ask you to focus on the job. Leadership is a very big burden. It's not a sweet potato. It's not anywhere where you can see rice and beans. And in the street of Rivers, everybody is saying that the governor and the former governor are quarreling. These things happen sometimes. But I would like to plead with you, and plead also with the former governor, that you people should take the interest of your people utmost in your heart. We will also going to, personally, I'm going to plead with Mr. President again to see how he can intervene and bring everlasting peace. I know here looks peaceful, but people going on street every day, like some of my colleagues when they were coming, a lot of people trying to demonstrate here and there, and the politicians should not take democratic process for granted. We should not derail democracy. We should support democracy, because democracy needs to be supported. If we don't support democracy, democracy will collapse. So we need to support democracy. Your Excellency, even from the street, few people have said, you have asked your own people. We are also watching the Commissioner of Police last night on the television, where he said that you ask your people not to do anything, not to demonstrate, because we want to plead with you to continue to be holding your people, because if your people demonstrate like the other people, we have state of anarchy, and it's not good to have anarchy. I want to plead with you to abide by the rules of the land.
I have 10 seconds to quickly ask and get your answer. Name one thing Mr. President has done to show that he's also making sacrifices.
It unified the exchange rates and lost a lot of value to it. Took a dagger to his own.
Is that a personal sacrifice for him? All right. You know what? We'll continue this conversation another day. Okay. Dr. Ryan Doughty, thank you so much for your time with us. We'll love to have you again.
Section 2C of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, as amended, empowers you to appoint the permanent secretaries in the civil service of Anambra State.
In your busy schedule, sir, you still found time to engage all the people you considered for this appointment. You graciously appointed 18 new permanent secretaries to join others who were already in the service to pilot the affairs of the MBAs in the state.
Mr. Governor, may I humbly request your permission to swear in the newly appointed permanent secretaries on your behalf.
Permission granted.
I do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance. I will not discriminate on the basis of religion, tribe, sex, cult, or status of practice, or practice any form of partiality, in the performance of my duties. So help me God. Thank you, Mr.
You deserve it here in Anambra and in this solution team. If you deserve it, if you merit it, you will get it. I'm told that this is the first time we're going through this kind of competitive process. We selected you, and I chose to appoint you without regard and paid no attention whatsoever to your religion, your tribe, your sex, your cult, or status, or any partiality. And thus I want you to go home, and that is why in the set of you, out of the 18 of you, you have Acho from Abia, you have Bayo from Oshun, and then you have the rest of you from Anambra. You've come from various backgrounds, and I want to believe that that way you're going to give adequate service to Anambra. But certainly, by way of learning, experience, and the job, there's no question that you are very well deserved. And to that extent, again, I say congratulations.
My name is Adebayo Ojeyika. Today is an auspicious day. I've been inaugurated, sworn in as a permanent secretary in Anambra State. And this is a thing of joy to me and my wife. This is my wife, Ayobami Ojeyika. So we are from the West, I'm from Osun State. Because as I was told, and I've seen it, it was based on merits, fairness. So I feel justified to be here today and to accept this position today. So to God be the glory. I want to thank the governor, Professor Chioma. The solution. The solution governor. I want to thank his team, solution team, and the good people of Anambra State.
Mr. Acho, I'm from Muturu, Abia State. I serve in Anambra State. I see Anambra State as and I'm very happy the way they welcomed me, and they done this. Today marks the climax of the whole thing. I was called up, appointed permanent secretary in Anambra State. I see it as a great honor. Anambra State and the governor, Prof. I'm so proud and happy for him. And I say, God will continue to bless him. From now onwards, I'm out for the good of Anambra State.
People are feeling the price of things are going up. So we cannot be every there and there. People are demonstrating in the street of Nigeria or in Port Harcourt or elsewhere. I will also find time to go and speak to former Governor Wike, like I will speak to President Tinubu. So please, Your Excellency, you also give me 2 minutes after this to also speak to you, so that peace should be ultimate in your mind. I want to thank you, because you look a very peaceful man. Your face show a peaceful man. You are laughing, show a peaceful man. I want you to continue in that manner of peace. There's nothing like peace. There's nothing like peace. Let people who are eating with this problem stop eating with it. Let them face you and you face leadership. Because when every other thing fails, trouble will come in. So let us not have problem. This is a very beautiful state. I'm impressed that I can come from Aba now. I came from Aba. I came from my village in Iwere to Aba. And the usual go slow you used to see tidying up everywhere from Obe into Port Harcourt. It's no longer there. So I want to admire Your Excellency and also admire your Deputy Governor and the commissioners and the advisors for a good job you are doing. But it is good to have peace. All of us here, we are all friends, we are all brothers, we are all safekeepers, and we'll be tomorrow keepers. So it will be good. People who are asking you to fight and asking the other former governor to fight are not doing good to both of you. I think peace shall reign. Thank you very much for having us, Your Excellency.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't have. As a matter, I don't like going into this issue of peace problem, but because the chairman of this committee has mentioned it, I would like to say a few things so that the record will be straight and correct. Whatever situation we find ourselves today in the state, you all know the cause of it. Where on earth can tenure of a local government chairman be elongated? You were a former governor. Was it tried in your time? Even those of you that are senators here, even in your own state, is it that the constitution that governs Nigeria is different from the one that operates in River State? Those are the questions, very pertinent questions we should ask. Why should it be that when it comes to the case of River State, the law is always silent? Is just that there is somebody bigger than Nigeria? That is the question I want you to go with. As a matter of fact, let me tell you, I know everything that is happening. Yesterday, while they are aware that you were here, there was an attempt to create heavy problem. In fact, there was a plan to dynamite the presidential hotel because you two were there. But this God that we serve, the idea was when you are hearing state of emergency, is so that by the time they finish, but when people are sitting tomorrow, they will say somebody from this state who called you people to tell you not to come will now raise issue of state of emergency. After all, the distinguished colleagues, when people went to River State, you saw what happened. But you see, when you are with God, even your own child, when you are planning evil, will go and tell somebody, look, God, look, that man, because that man is clean, this is what my father is planning. That is what is keeping us in this state. I tell you, we know everything that is happening. And you know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. We should be bold enough to look at the face of people and tell them the truth. I'm not fighting anybody. If I'm fighting, people will know that I'm fighting. My pattern will change. What we're doing is to defend ourselves. So far, it's defending ourselves. We can't just fold our hands. It's only a tree that will be standing and somebody will come out to chop him off. No, it doesn't happen as a human being. Once you know that danger is coming, you shift. So what we're doing is just to protect ourselves. So please, distinguished senator, I'm not fighting anybody. Somebody thinks, or some people feel they own life. I don't own life. The person who owns life is God. What we're doing here is to serve the people of River State because God has given us this opportunity. It doesn't matter the channel the opportunity came from, but the most important thing is God. And nobody takes the place of God in anything. I can also say it here that in this Federal Republic of Nigeria, I don't think there is any governor that can take 10% of what I've tolerated in this state. Nobody. I'm the only governor that local government chairman will come and abuse. I'm the only governor. Let me not use unguarded words here. If not, you see, you know it. You see it in the social media. I take them in. What is the reason? Because I know that my people are not looking at, people at the end of the day will not look at the fight. What they're going to look at, what they do achieve. And I know that all those things are distraction. So I need to focus on the ball. Make sure that no matter how tight, no matter how difficult, no matter how challenging the situation is, I must deliver to the people of River State.
He hits himself. See, Jesus. You know, see thief when they not like their body be. When they chop the food.
You want to find out where we explain themselves. See that with the belly black.
So when this one, I'm
okay, I'm kind of the colors. This one cover your face. This one put nose mask. This one a woman now.
Apparently, Davido's his best friend. I'm not talking about best man, but his main person yesterday is not even of the same origin as him.
Cubana chief priest.
Cubana chief priest. He was with him all the time, directing this and directing that, giving him the drink to drink and so on and so forth. This is how people live. Don't spend your time. Don't fall victim of what some of these Jagbajantis politicians they sell to you. Igbo people don't like Yoruba people. Yoruba people. Look at the mix of culture yesterday. It was a sight to behold. It was a sight to behold. But if you listen to these people, if you listen to these politicians, you will have yourself to blame.
Listening keenly to the people of Kenya who have said loudly that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill.
I have 10 seconds to quickly ask and get your answer. Name one thing Mr. President has done to show that he is also making sacrifices.
It unified the exchange rates and lost a lot of value to it. Took a dagger to his own.
Is that a personal sacrifice for him? All right. You know what? We'll continue this conversation.
He lost one too.
Okay. Dr. Ryan Doty, thank you so much for your time with us. We'll love to have you again.
I've seen people coming here and saying, oh, sasa juamtaki hizi taxes, mnadhani pesa ya infrastructure itatoka wapi? Akwala mjini tuko deep in debt that we must pay. Kosa. Listen, this is wajinga. We understand the debt crisis and we understand the importance of taxes. Now, I will not claim that I know the ins and outs of coming up with a finance bill for an entire country, but I do know a little about budgeting. Ukibudget kuna kitu inaitwa essential expenses and non-essential expenses. Let me give you an example. If in a month or let's say a year, things are hard or I'd like to channel my income elsewhere, let's say debt. The first place I will look at is my non-essential expenses. If maybe I'd spend 5K on entertainment, I'll reduce it to 1K or scrap it off entirely. That is what we should be doing during a debt crisis, no? Now, what annoys me is that instead of focusing on essential things like Linda Mama, we have 800 million going to confidential use. For context, that is over 66 million monthly. That tumeambiwa is none of our business how it is used. So before giving us an oppressive bill, let us ask, have we really looked at the budget and the expenditure and completely failed to see the areas we can get money from? Have we failed to see the people who are getting huge salaries for absolutely no reason? Kuna 600 million ya kurenovate nyumba. Yani, nyumba ilishajengwa na 400 million. So, ni kupaka rangi, kununua like fixtures mpya, kununua viti mpya. Wow. Your 800 million, 600 million, 18 billion ya travel, 250 million ya medals, are they essential? Can we take that money, even a fraction of it, and put it in areas that benefit the people of the country without actually putting a strain on the people who are actually struggling? Na mbele mkishindwa, tumeza group work. So tunaweza kuja pamoja tuwasaidie. So no, we are not satisfied with those little clauses that you have removed. We are rejecting the entire bill. Are we together? Thank you.
If anyone was wondering, that was Ghanaians exporting yam that Nigerians don't do anymore. So thank you for joining me, man of prestige, Mazi Prince, California. Thank you for joining me today. And all viewers, thank you for joining us. Dr. Damage is not here today. He seems to be, away, and he's going to be around soon. So make no mistake, he will be returning. And also, I'm sorry, this KJ is not here today. I know a lot of people saw him like it was like a big hit last week. Don't worry, he will return. But today you are stuck with me. But that said, there's quite a lot of news to cover today. I'm sure a lot of people have seen what happened in America, because that one is a big one. I want to share some video regarding that because it was quite an eventful week with that debate. The Democratic Party, they're in panic mode right now. So all the Democratic they're in panic mode right now. Trump has been facing lawyers, answering questions from parole officers. You know how he has to be very precise with those answers? He's been preparing all this while Biden was just going around making speeches. And when he found Trump on the stage, he didn't know what to say to him. He was completely flattened, and that would be an interesting conversation to have. That said, and we know about, I don't know whether anybody here heard about the fire at Dangote refinery. And a lot of people have, Dangote himself has come out and said some people are trying to stop him from being able to service the Nigerian market. That some of the IOCs, as they call them, these are local companies in Nigeria that sell crude oil that he wants to buy from them, that they are not supplying him crude oil so that he can use it to manufacture petrol that he can supply to Nigeria and the rest of the world, and that they are also charging him above the market rate. That sometimes he pays as much as $6 extra for something that they don't have to ship overseas anymore. It's right next door to them. These are Nigerian-based oil companies selling to a Nigerian-based oil refinery 6% higher cost. $6, not 6%, $6 higher per barrel than they charge other people. So that is the situation Dangote is facing. They are trying to kill that one too. The same thing is happening to Yema in the area. This is something that Nigerians have to pay attention to, because these institutions, they may not be government institutions, But that's how a capitalist system work. We have to focus on these institutions so they don't fail. If Dangote refinery fails, I can assure you the Nigerian refinery is not going to see light of day at all. They will destroy that one too. The only reason why Dangote is coming out to cry publicly is because he is a private businessman that doesn't want to lose money. If it was the Nigerian government, they will keep quiet. They will allow it die. That's why 3 refineries died. Nobody complained about how it was dying. But that said, I just thought that you should highlight those points. Welcome, Righteous Man. Thank you for joining us. You know, for somebody that is in Nigeria, I really appreciate the effort you put in to show up here. Righteous Man, thank you for joining us. And so I'll cover. That's one man. Let's hear more from the panel. Can you not stop? You see all these enemies of progress. What is all this? You're not harassing me already. I'm a different person. I'm not Rudolph, Dr. Rudolph. I'm not KJ. You know, all of them are what do you call it? Journalists. These are journalists. I'm not a trained journalist. And I'm an opinionated person. So don't expect me to be like this thing. So I'm just introducing the topics. And let me see if I can play a video of, some of the events of this week. Right here I'm just going to start with this Biden one. And I hope it doesn't go too long because sometimes they can flag it. Let's do that now. All right.
In Atlanta, 2 presidents met on the debate stage at a moment of crossroads for our country. Both former President Trump and President Joe Biden presenting 2 very different visions for the future of our country. Let's get right to the biggest moments tonight. And we've got to start right here. Some voters have expressed concern about President Biden's age and his ability to keep focus. Tonight, at times, the president seemed to lose his train of thought, including in his answer early in the debate to a question about the economy.
We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Look how Trump is looking at him, man. Trump is wicked.
But that was not always the tenor of the debate. There were also moments of high energy exchanges like this one, where Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden clashed over one of the biggest issues of this election, the future of abortion access after the Supreme Court's 2022 decision overturning Roe v. Wade.
He can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
You're lying. That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period, period, period.
That is what we are dealing with now. And I hope, all our American people, I hope if you are a Biden supporter, I commiserate with you. Condolences condolences on your loss, because this is man of prestige. Thank you for joining us. You are the first here, and Mazi Prince and Righteous Man of prestige. Please go ahead. What do you think about? Let's start with this foreign one, then we go local.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Righteous Man, nice to have you. Mazi, my brother, in California with me. Nice to have you. So I'm going to start with the debate. I'm a progressive, so I'm not going to, for a disclaimer, I'm a progressive. And I'm a Democrat. I do vote Democrat most of the time, but in my local government, I vote, what I consider to be a better performer, because my mayor, well, he's a Democrat, but we have several, even my local government. Let me start from my local government, two of them, my own particular local government, two of them are Democrats. Are Republicans. So I vote what I consider to be best, but I'm a Democrat and I will die as a Democrat. So let's go to the debate. Okay, I will just call it how I see it. Trump won the debate because there's a poll that came out after the debate. They gave Trump 63%, Biden 33% or so. Who didn't watch the debate? Biden doesn't really supposed to get any point because he gave very uneven performance. He was rattled, he was, the way he was speaking, it seemed like something was wrong with him. He couldn't articulate his word properly. Or they're making an excuse. I will use the word they're making an excuse because I have no fact to verify it, that he has a code before this. There could be some validity to that. And they don't want to postpone, the wedding, because if we postpone the wedding, it will look like he was kicking out. So having said that, people need to pay attention to the substance, because what matter, there's a group of people, because during the debate, they go to group of people in a neutral side, invite everybody, So about 4 or 5 of neutral side, people that have been interviewed after the debate. And it goes like this. About 81% of the people say it didn't make any difference. The debate didn't make any difference to them. 4% of the people said they may change their mind. 5% said they change their mind. But they didn't say which way they're going to vote for, who they think is going to vote for. So having said that, let's be factual. Forget about all those rumor or whatever propaganda going on. That's part of politics. Biden was weak and everything, he didn't look presidential, So, but having said that, like I said, Biden.
What do you think?
Hold on. It's my turn.
What do you think should happen? Okay.
Biden gave an uneven performance, but Biden won. Trump did. He gave an uneven performance. Trump and Biden won on substance. Let's be real, okay? Because if you look at what happened, there has been a lot of fact check. Trump gave about 30, false, misleading information. 30 of them. For one, he said the Democrats, are taking babies. Democratic state are taking babies and executing them. That's one. I'm not going to go in detail all the whole false information he was giving. So it was a lot. It was fact checked by different media, even false news and everything. Everybody knows that he gets some false information. So it's a lot of them. You can make up what you want from it. It doesn't really matter. There's going to be another debate, So there's this clamor going on among the Democrats, even though the debate. People are calling, maybe we need to remove him. We need to move him. It's not. You can't remove him. If we have somebody I think has popularity or whatever, my governor here, could have been a better option.
Yeah, but man of prestige, if you have been,
we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me. You can't hear me.
I can't hear you, Naja.
Is that so? Okay, let me check.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? No, I think it's you are delayed. Your audio is delayed. That's why. Mazi Prince, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, your audio is delayed. That's why. So I don't know whether you can gather what I'm questioning, what I'm asking. That given the way he performed yesterday, don't you think the best thing for him to do is to step down for Kamala Harris to ascend to becoming president? Because one, she's a woman, and secondly, she's a minority, and at least she can be able to counter when Trump is lying. Because Biden is not sharp enough to counter it. You said it yourself. Trump told 30 lies and he got away with it. He's an ex-convict and he got away with it. So don't you think he should just step down while the time they still have 4 months to the election and 6 months to leave office, for at least give a woman a chance to become a president in Nigeria, in the US, and maybe it will galvanize the female vote. even if they don't like Kamala Harris that much, but it will galvanize them. At the same time, she will be able to hold Trump accountable with his lies, because she was a prosecutor, wasn't she? So she's an expert at catching lies. So don't you think that is the best route for the Democratic Party at this stage? Because if he goes to the next election, they remove him from stage with a stretcher. Is that what you want? Trump is going to kill him. I'm telling you, Trump is going to kill him at this rate.
Okay, let me finish my point. Like I said, he gave a lot of false information. For one, he said that Biden referred to the black people as predators. That is a complete lie. Another false information that he gave that was quite misleading. During his time, there was no terror attack in anywhere in the world. I mean, this man, this man ruled for 4 years, and he came here and be giving all those false information. Like I said, 30 false information is documented. I'm not making it up. It's a fact check that's well documented. But going by your question, you asked me whether why can't he replace him with Kamala Harris? Okay, Kamala Harris is an able vice president in my own opinion, but she's not popular, regardless of her gender. Being a woman, people like a woman would have preferred a woman president. But this country is not ready for a woman president. Mark it. As much as advanced as they claim to be, more than the European countries, which has a lot of president. No, this country is not ready for. He has already been baptized, during his time. So he has no. I don't know. I can't say he has no credibility. Somehow, when it comes to So going about who's going to replace him, it's not easy like that. Remember, there's people among the Democrats that has to vote for them to remove him. It's not even we ordinary people. And most of them are still backing him up. And Biden is a very stubborn. The only way they can replace him is for him to step down. But Biden is not going to step down. He even came out yesterday and doubled down that he's not stepping down. That he's he's very capable of doing it. But having said that, this is just one debate. I mean, election is not won on debate. I mean, there have been so many numerous Obama, the so-called Obama, which people consider to be an orator. I mean, he fell woefully when he debated Romney the first debate. Everybody saw it.
Yeah, but not this level.
The poll did not reflect that, even after the debate.
This one is on a different level, man of prestige. Right
no. It's you people. It's people with a brain dead. When it comes to politics, you're not savvy American politics. If you follow American politics, debate does not dictate who is going to win the election. So I'm not just being biased because I'm a Democrat, okay? But if you ask me who's going to win the election just by watching what's going on, not necessarily the poll, I don't follow the poll that much. Biden has an age. I mean, Trump has an age right now. I think if election is held today, Trump is going to win. The way I see it. I mean, it's just my own personal opinion, Mazi Prince. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's just a personal opinion. Of course, I'm not going to vote for him. I mean, the man is insane. So that's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean because I think he's going to win. I just have to call it what my mind is telling me. Until the election is held. Remember, all this poll is just a prediction. It's not a fact that back up what's going to happen. So he has his own problem. People are thinking that this felon is not going to affect him because it doesn't really matter who is in charge. America has a structure. People with brain behind it.
You are trying to console yourself.
What is the age gap? Biden is 81 and Trump is 78. It's only 3 years, but this guy happens to be more energetic or whatever, maybe some health. Biden is a little bit fragile. It's only 3 years different. So don't make it about age. You may say Biden is fragile. Yes, he is. So even I thought he died, he took office and died. I'm not wishing him that.
Man of prestige.
The country will be functioning. Cameron Harris.
Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you, man of prestige. So some other person can speak. Yeah, I know. It must be a painful time for you. I understand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry what you had to witness. It must have been heartbreaking. There's a feedback coming through.
No, it's not a painful time. Yeah, it's not a painful time. But I will still live my life. Who I am, whomever wins.
I know. Sorry about sorry. I'm sorry, Madam President. Let's hear from another Prince, Mazi Prince.
Don't be telling me sorry. You need to take that off your head. Don't tell me sorry anymore.
It's all right. All will be fine.
Yeah.
Mazi, please go ahead.
Yeah, forefathers, I'm so surprised that first and foremost, you do not know American history. And thank God that I have been in America right from the time of Clinton. When Clinton was going for the second term, the same thing happened to him. At some point, they almost challenged him in the convention. But what happened? He won. Okay, who is talking? Okay. And then you go to George Bush and Kerry. Kerry beat George Bush hands down in the first debate. But when it comes to the second debate, they came up with the boat thing. And that frustrated Kerry. You go to Obama. When Obama was going for the second term, he was squared with Mitt Romney. And what happened? Mitt Romney beat him black and blue on the first debate. And then when he came back in the second debate, he beat Mitt Romney nonsensically. Apart from that, let's go to statistics. Usually, the population of people who normally watch American presidential debates is 180, about 182. The debate the other day, the population that watched it was just 51 million. You see that? So that means 2/3 did not even watch it. Okay? That apart, I'm not making excuses for Biden or whatever it is. I've asked several people. Even if you know, there's a guy called Joe Scarborough. Joe Scarborough is a Republican. And he said it clearly. That despite everything, all Trump stood there to say was all lies. And that is why he's an ally of a cat. Okay? To the extent, if it's somebody who is reasonable, when he was asked about sleeping with a porn star, all he could have said is that he apologized. After all, he's been convicted for it. But he still, on national TV, lied about it. Talked about how he's supporting abortion. Meanwhile, he's not. Okay? So in everything we can go all this Joe Biden is not going anywhere. And guess what? In as much as I'm not pleading with anyone, everyone who gotta make our choices, he will still win. So there is no shaking. I'm not shaking one bit.
Thank you. I'm really happy to hear that. You know, they talk about 4 stages of bereavement. You know, first is denial, but it's all right. Maybe this is just a fade. It's not happening. We'll see how this is going to shake out. But you see, all the other examples you gave before, none of them, after that debate, they are saying, drop the candidate. So this is different. Righteous man, what do you think about the debate? Welcome.
Sorry. Democrat, sorry. I laugh. Sorry. When I go carry white Buhari, go put there. Moving robot. Sorry. Democrat, sorry. It is better you guys face the reality.
Mr. Righteous Man, remember today, not today's date, because after election, I will say, come and celebrate with me. Okay? That's all. Yeah, no
Hold
problem.
on, no problem. But sorry. Democrats, sorry. It was a total embarrassment. In fact, I have to go and get fuel and kept in my house in case NEPA misbehaved.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying sorry to you because you failed. So I have to get fuel in order to watch that debate. In Nigeria time, it was 2 a.m. To know how I valued that debate. And the unfortunate thing is that the Democrat White Buhari was sleeping on duty post. When he was expected to make speeches, the man was sleeping. The White Buhari was sleeping and dozing off. I mean, it was an embarrassing. It was not only embarrassment to the Democrats, it was an embarrassment to the whole nation of America. How can you have such man as your commander-in-chief? A man standing up and sleeping when the whole world attention was focused on America. A night that is supposed to show that age does not matter. He was chiseling out.
Righteous Man, we don't grow strong people, we grow strong system. So get it? We don't grow strong people.
But you're interjecting me. When you were talking, I didn't interject you.
No problem. Apologies for that.
You see, forgive them. It's all right. You know, they are going through stuff right now. You have to, Righteous Man try to be generous. You see?
Yeah, to the extent that the Democrats immediately asked him, they gave him 1 week to step down. 1 week to step down. And you guys say, hey, Republican Donald Trump, that he was lying. You mentioned he lied that he didn't sleep with. What is the evidence that he slept with a porn star? In fact, even if he slept with a porn star, what is wrong with it?
Tell him, Tunaja, tell him not to come here and spread misinformation. There's nothing like 1 week.
Which one is misinformation? Which one is misinformation? You said that he told lies. Hold on. You said he told lies 30 times. You said he told lies 30 times. You could only mention one. The one White Buhari told. Your White Buhari also told lies, and you didn't mention it. If the Democrats could immediately ask for the White Buhari to step down, I mean, you have lost this election. The election is won already by Trump. And there is nothing that... Listen. Your White Buhari may not even feature in the second debate because the White Buhari is gone. He's gone. The stamina is not there. The energy is not there. The cohesion is not there. He is not coordinated. He was sleeping while he was addressing the whole world. The point that they expected from him, he was messing it up all to the extent that even his opponent Trump was confused. Trump said, I couldn't understand what this man was saying. Everybody, it was an embarrassment. What are you talking about?
Oh my God.
How can you bring somebody that is already mentally weak? Mentally weak. He can't add things together. He's mentally weak.
Addressing America. It's not your nonsense. He's addressing America. He's not addressing you.
Forget whether it's America or not America. It means that the third world is even better than you guys. If you cannot present somebody who is mentally alert, somebody who was debating and he was sleeping, he was freezing. Oh, come on, what are you guys talking about? If it's in Nigeria now, you begin to abuse our country.
Thank you.
If this thing happened in Nigeria now, you will say Nigeria is gone. And you are telling me it's America. America is made of human beings.
Righteous Man, thank you.
Let's
take it easy, And let's make this. We are not laughing at him because he's elderly. I think the issue is that he's not all there and he's going for a debate. I don't think that's the right thing to do. Mr. Rich,
let's be mature about it.
Forefathers, can I
don't
comment,
need to do all
please?
this, man.
No, are you a Democrat? Oh God, you see, he's probably a Democrat. That's
no,
why
let's reach. It's Rich. It's not my.
Okay,
Rich, please forefathers. Good morning.
Welcome, Rich. Thank you for joining us. So what do you think now?
Forefathers, good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning, everyone.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Rich, go straight to the point now. Go straight to the point.
Good morning. I can't hear you guys. So, as someone who voted for Biden the last election, I live in Texas. It's an embarrassment. And the Democrats are in total denial of what's going on. When you watch that election debate 2 nights ago, there is no way you can tell me, as someone who voted for that man the last election, that he can govern America in the next 4 years. Let's face it. I've told people as far back as 6 months ago that Trump is going to win the next election. Believe it or not. Now let's look at some critical facts. And I was telling someone yesterday, 2 years ago, Trump politically was the number one public enemy in this country after the January 6th riot at the Capitol. And if Trump can go from being a political public enemy to be leading Joe Biden in every single polls today, that means Biden did a very terrible job. And in the areas he failed, number one is the border. I live in a border state, just like you guys in California. And you can't tell me that immigration has not been an issue in this country. I came to this country legally, right? And I expect everybody that is coming here to go to the line. You can't, I have someone that works with Homeland Security, and it has been confirmed. Nigeria is one of those countries that this government has blackmailed. They have put a hold to our embassies from issuing the kind of visas they're supposed to be issuing. But you open the border for people to be coming here just like that. I'm a US citizen that have been here for 21 years. My dad has gone to the US embassy twice now, and he was denied, even after giving him everything that was required. But you open the border. So those are one of the issues, right? Look at the issue of Gaza, the war in Afghanistan. Let me leave that. Now, let me make this point very quickly. When you look at the swing states, Joe Biden won the last time, states like Georgia, states like Arizona, there is no way Biden is going to win Georgia today. There is no way Biden is going to win Arizona. And there is certainly no way Biden can win Michigan. And if Biden cannot win these 3 states, please explain to me how Biden can win the next election. Look at, you are talking of Kamala Harris. Why have they sidelined Kamala Harris for the last 3 years? They've done that on purpose because they know that if they leave her to be the traditional vice president, she's going to outsmart and outshadow Biden in every area because of his age. And that's why they have sidelined her. So the fact is the fact, and the fact is this. When you man of prestige, I sympathize with you. You said Biden and Trump, they are 3 years apart. That's true. But when you look at that debate night, you can't tell me that Trump is not stronger physically than Biden. You can't tell me that Trump is not more alive than Biden. So the truth is this. The Democrats rigged the process. They refused primaries. They look at someone like Kennedy Jr., which they sidelined. Look at the guy from Minnesota, which they crushed. Look at other guys that wanted to run, but they refused. But they propped up Biden because of the establishment. And what do you have now? You have a complete disaster in the hand. As fast as last evening,
Rich,
the
what do
New
you
York
think?
editorial board came out and said
what do you
Biden should
think
drop.
they should do?
Why do you think they did that? If Biden was so strong the way you guys are portraying it. So let's face it, if the Democrat wants Trump to come back to the White House, please, I'm begging you, keep Biden. That's a gift to Democrat. And my last point is, the implication of that is this. Republicans are going to clear the House. Republicans are going to clear the Senate. Damn ballots are going to be gone for Democrats. So let's face it, Biden should drop out. Is a national disgrace, just as Righteous Man has said. I mean, if you look at what the international press were saying yesterday, places in Britain, France, even in Nigeria, I was watching this Arise TV. Look at the way they were mocking this guy. You can't tell me that America cannot produce a better candidate than what we have today. So thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this.
Thank you. You know, I couldn't even stop you because you can't hear me anyway. So I would have had to let you finish what you're saying. Chim, you are next, isn't it? Thank you for joining us. So what do you make of this debate? What do you think the Democrats should do?
Forefathers, thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me very well.
Loud and clear.
I cannot advise the Democrats. How can I advise them? They should self-destruct. I'll be very pleased if they self-destruct. But you know, one thing, let me say this upfront. Number one is I don't think Trump might win. This man might still win the election. So and the only way for Republicans to win is to not get carried away. Don't go thinking because you're dealing with a senile old man that his family members don't want to admit he's senile. That's ultimately that we have reasonable people in America that are going to. We have very silly people as voters everywhere in the world. Very stupid people, I must say. People who, you know, cannot look beyond ration and just vote based on this. I know Trump has bad behaviors. I'm not here to come and back Trump. He has his terrible behaviors. But you see, the thing Trump, for one, is he's taking care of himself health-wise. Beyond just having money, he's taking care of it. Trump doesn't smoke, doesn't drink. Maybe it's the humanizing thing that is his biggest moral issues. But Trump he has taken care of himself. And he was sharp and articulate. On the issue of who is lying, it depends on who is defining what lie means. Do you understand? You know, it's easy to be a CNN apologist and say, hey, Trump is lying, he's lying, he's lying. And then when Biden lies, you say, no, you close your eyes about it. You know, this is the same Biden that said that his son did not commit any offense, which we know is a lie. His DOJ was defending the boy. This is the same Biden that went to Ukraine, is on TV, is on air saying if the Ukrainians don't fire a certain prosecutor, he would withhold some $8 billion in aid they were supposed to provide to Ukraine then, which led to Trump trying to find out, and then it was at the first impeachment that they did for him. Remember, if anybody who is honest and is following American election or American politics, that was what led to they said Trump was trying to, elections were not even near. This was like 2 years away. They said Trump was trying to, please stop shaking your hand, let me do what I'm saying. They said Trump was trying to go after his perceived opponent, even though primaries had not been run then to determine who will be the Democratic candidate. So the point is this, for anybody, you see, listen, support your candidate. Just say, I don't care whether this man is dying. Just like the people who in Nigeria said they don't care if Tinubu falls off the cliff, that you are going to stay with Tinubu. You see, I respect the Abados. They were obviously clear. They said Tiwantiwa. Those who are not Tiwantiwa said whatever it was the motivation behind for them, that it was on their mandate they stand. They were clear. What I hate is this Western Nigerian Democrats who are clearly doing the same thing that the Agbados are doing in Nigeria, and they're trying to be scientific. How can you be scientific with what kind of behavior you're putting up? Just listen, tell me, I want to vote Biden because I don't like Trump. Maybe Trump is a racist, so I will stay with what I know. I'm okay with that. But to come here and be flipping lies. A man stayed on air and he froze. And you're here coming to flip it. I mean, if those Abado people see you, they will laugh at you. They will laugh at you. Will be. I don't get it. You're not better than them in any case. So personally, I'm not under any illusion that Trump has won any election. Elections are in November. These are Democrats. They are very, very good at flipping election. At least in the modern times, they are very good at it. And majority of voters globally, I keep saying this, people don't listen to me when I say it. Most voters in the world today are liberal. I can tell you that 65 to 70% of people who vote in the world, whether it is in Canada, UK, anywhere, are liberal-minded people. We have young people who are very liberal-minded in voting. So that's why if you check the world, most of the world has liberal leaders. And if people are not paying attention, have liberal-minded leaders. It's only in places like the UK, for whatever reason, because of Brexit. And so we'll see by July 1st what those in the UK will do. That's where you still see some measure of people being sensibly conservative, a little bit. But you see, we have abortionists, we have climate change apologists, we have these children with the transgender thing all over the world, and they're all liberal-minded. So they defend liberal issues. So any liberal candidate that comes up, even if the person is falling off the cliff, they will vote for the person. And that's why I keep saying that people don't seem to understand some of us when we're saying looking at issues. Ordinarily, I don't care who's going to be president. I don't care. As long as at the end of the day, I can afford 3 square meals, pay my bills and everything, I'm okay. But my concern is that some of these people come and start pushing certain diabolic issues. I call them diabolic. It depends on what you perceive as diabolic. But to me, they're diabolic. So I dread those people. So that's my concern. And let me just say this, forefathers, because I'm going to work now. Gavin Newsom, whom they are all propping, that guy is a dangerous demon. See, people don't even understand. Even the Republicans should be careful in wishing that Joe Biden be replaced. Gavin Newsom destroyed that place called California. Destroyed it. You understand? You need to go and see the encampment. People defecating all over the streets in San Francisco and all the major places that guy destroyed it. But you see, sometimes people will not understand it. I keep telling people, be careful what you wish for. If that guy becomes the nominee of the Democratic Party and he wins, he will be worse than what Biden has been. Biden is even a conservative candidate. So I think the Republicans should not go and be celebrating yet. It's not over because anything can happen. But that's my view. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, there's a sound coming through. It's Man of Prestige.
Can we rebut?
Okay.
Can I say something? Because Tim called us a liar. What lie did I lie, Tim? Tell me the lie.
Sorry about that. I know I will try to start controlling the time. He didn't say you lied. He didn't say you lied. I don't think he said you lied.
I didn't say you lie. I say you people are in denial.
No.
You are not dreaming.
You use the word lie.
Can you in what context? Can you remind me in what context?
You want to play back? Call us a liar. Me and Mazi Prince.
No, I don't think he will do that. That's not Chim's style. Chim doesn't like
Man of Prestige. I know what he's saying. I said that they said Trump lied, and I said to them, it depends on how you define what is a lie. That Trump lied, but when your own candidate lies, you keep quiet about and say he didn't lie. That's what I said. I didn't say you are lying.
Chim, just a quick rebuttal. First and foremost, you're my brother, you're my friend. I love you. Okay, I'm a Democrat and I owe nobody no apologies. First and foremost, when you say those whatever you call it, diabolic, whatever it is, do you know with facts that more Republicans are even gay LGBTQ, whatever it is.
That's a lie. Please stop saying what you don't know.
I'm telling you.
Calling him a liar.
I'm telling you. You know, you call me a liar.
Stop saying what you don't know. I said that's a lie. Stop saying what you don't know. I didn't call you a liar. That's a lie.
Chin. Don't worry.
Look, let the next person go on there, please. Everyone has run the show. Let the next person go on.
Please, we are waiting for Canada. We're waiting for Canada. Trudeau has been there for a very long time. You guys don't have any other person.
Thank you.
Oh, but you didn't hear me. Let me just tell you this. Did you hear me when I said that the world has more liberal voters? I said the world has more liberal voters.
Don't reply. Let's go to AY. AY.
Okay. All right. See you guys.
Thank you for joining us, Chim. So I think it was damaging argument. Biden, this in the Trump made. You see, I'm like Biden too. So everybody, we are not holding to. See, the best argument Trump made against Biden was about what happened in Afghanistan, for me anyway, and how he turned the states into borders. That is it. Because it's like Americans care about immigration so strongly that he just tore the Democrats to pieces with that. He said Biden didn't sack one person. 19 Americans died. People died with the exit in Afghanistan. And Biden didn't respond to that at all. That is a serious allegation there that Biden hasn't fired one military man. Of all the nonsense that has happened in American security so far, he hasn't fired one person. And at the same time, the border, he's completely wrecked that one. I don't see how he's going to win it if Trump carries on with that argument. I think Biden is done. AY, what do you think?
Yeah, good afternoon from here, everyone. Interesting day. So, for me, I actually feel sorry for Americans. I feel sorry for Americans, and I feel more sorry for the people supporting both Biden and Trump at this point. The hypocrisy, the inconsistencies of our argument is out of this world. The same people, the same Nigerians that tell you Buhari was too old to be president, they are the people defending these two old men. The same people that said Tinubu is too old to be president, they are the people defending these two old men. Apart from that, you could argue America have a system that is working. It doesn't really mean the age doesn't really matter, but it matters really. That is the display you see from President Biden. It was just an abysmal display. To be honest, Biden, he needs to go take care of his grandchildren. Trump, on his own part, Trump is delusional. Trump is not fit, even if he's 25-year-old. As far as I'm concerned, he's not fit to be American president. Trump is delusional. The lies, the inconsistencies, the madness is just too much. But here we are. We are defending, I don't want to call them IDIOT, but whatever it is, the people we are defending is actually sad. But on the election proper, sentiment apart, I feel except the establishment really wants Biden as next president, I think that's when Biden is going to win as president. Because what I'm seeing this election, a lot of Americans are going to stay away from discussing with people. When a lot of Americans stay away, Trump supporters will vote Trump in. Trump supporters are not going to stay away. Trump supporters, they are like Buhari supporters in the north that are 10 million. They are like Buhari supporters. So Trump supporters are not going to stay away from the election. But Biden, there is that tendency for people. People are very dissatisfied with the war in Ukraine, the war in Gaza. That is a struggle for Biden already. A lot of people are going to stay away from the election. Then that might give Biden the opportunity. But whoever is the president, to be honest, I don't see any difference at this point between Biden and Trump. It's just sad. I mean, America, a country of 360 million, thereabout, is these two people you can bring to represent you. It go with the saying, forefather, what I usually tell you, I know you will laugh. Politicians are the same. You guys will never understand it. Until you get to that point where you're picky. When you tell people, oh, politicians are the same, they tell you, oh, my favorite is not like that. Bro, politicians are politicians. They have white skin, they have black skin, they are tall, they are short. It doesn't matter. They are the same. So the only difference you could say in terms of Africa, America, they have a system. They're thinking about the next century. They're thinking about the next 10, 20, 50 years. In Africa, we don't have leaders. We just have politicians that just think about the next election, how to loot and rig the next election. They don't care. They are even thinking, oh, I'm not going to be here in 50 years' time. Why should I worry about people that will be here? This is just the difference. But I tell you, it is just sad. I'm not in support of any of them. Whoever wins, may God help the person. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Wole, please go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry for the delay.
No. Thank you. I greet everyone. And without spinning or repeating what everybody has said, I think you really, really hit it on the head. I don't want us to be here and be talking about American, UK, or the Western world. They know how to, go to Africa, take from Africa to better their own economy. They know how to enslave people who, they can go to Nigeria and spoil the land and get the oil out of it just to make their own citizen better. Who are we? What are we doing? So either way, either Biden or Trump wins, their economy, their system is already established. We also what happened during the when they invaded the Senate in America and all those stuff. If I don't even want to go about it. I think you've said it all without even saying that. One thing I want us to do, and please, I know many people are older than me here, and when I look at my country, honestly, sometimes I don't want to come here and be ranting, but I thought maybe if this is my own way to let one or two people change their mind about how the country, we managed to flee the country, but directly, indirectly, we are still affected. So I want us to be able to say things that will, enhance people change of mentality. I mean, many people who have fled the country, they think, I don't have anything to do with Nigeria again. But for how long we're going to continue? I know many people will read, many people learn from different ways. And I'm not trying to advertise or anything, but I watched a movie yesterday and I asked myself, why young people don't come to this platform? Why we've never gone up to 1,000 or 2,000 viewers all at once? And I'll tell you the reason why. Young people would rather watch their entertainment, listen to music, watch when Davido is married to Chioma and all those kind of things. When it comes to politics, do we make it interesting to them? Do we really open their eyes and open their ears to see that, look, yeah, we might have been out of the system, enjoying electricity, enjoy water, enjoy good roads. What about our family members who are back there? Now, if anybody is interested, please watch this movie that came out of Netflix. Was it yesterday or something? Called Supercell. And I look at it. I mean, forefather, you showed this Yoruba man that was contesting for MP in Peckham. This is where this guy grew up. He's full of gangsters. And when you look at it, it's black kids that you would think your parents came to this country to better your life. Now you are just a gangster. They stab themselves. They do a lot of things. Real life is not a movie. Now, my question is, why would a black child that's supposed to be better is now being did? But when you look at that movie, you will now see that, the oppressor, the slave master, they will just look for someone like AY who compromise, give him a lot of money, go and, kill your people, bring them, do all sort of things. That is the underlying problem there. And it's still going on until maybe one person with sense will now see that, you know what, we've been going through all these. What can we do? And even when when that kind of person try to tell people, it's just like Obi saying, no, we need to stop all this corruption and blah, blah, blah. Do people listen? Now Tinubu has brought shege. Are we not all eating it? So that is the problem. Even when the righteous person come, you will be surprised that many people will not even listen. They would rather go with their oppressors. And it makes me question, is a black man cursed? Look at what happened in Kenya. Why would I be defending? Yeah, I'm here in the Western world, but what lesson have I learned from it? Am I going to continue to enslave my people? Yeah, we are all older here. None of us is probably 30 or maybe few of us. But what can we do to make sure the young generation we are bringing, they are very savvy, they're good in technology. But are we making this interesting to them? Or they just look at us as, oh, these are the people who spoil the country. They still don't learn. They will be there arguing with each other. They will be talking all sorts of things that doesn't even bring any solution. Please, guys, whenever we are here, let us try to see how we can make the platform be an educational, informative way without arguing with each other, without, if I want to talk, I really want to think about it before I'll come here. And I won't disturb anybody when they are talking. But please, let's make these, the Dr. Damages has made the platform for us. Let's see what we can bring out of it. Don't let us argue. If I don't have anything to say, I would rather listen to people and I will make an informed decision based on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wole. Thank you for the submission. And I'm sure some people will be going to church tomorrow and be very thankful. And I'm sure KJ is one of them. you must be happy, KJ, this week. So, what do you think about the debate?
Thank you, Father, for bringing me on. Thank you for every one member of the panel, the man of prestige, my friend Prince, the righteous man, my dear AY, who is on the opposite side, Wale himself, and the NDBC. Tell the truth, I'm just a political analyst. I mean, I have no dog in the fight. So saying I'll go to church to go and pray and thank God is an overkill. Now, having said that, I don't know why anybody who is an observer of politics in America will be surprised at what happened yesterday, the day before yesterday happened. I mean, that would be too much now. We have seen these things over time coming. We have those of us who watch politics and have seen this coming a long time. But the lies of the left keeps postponing the doomsday. Unfortunately, the doomsday had to come on Thursday. And it's going to come again if it's not changed. But I think that there's a lot of fireworks, and they're probably going to change the candidacy of Mr. Biden. Now, having said that, I want to go ahead and say certain things. People come up with all these things that, it's only one side that lies, that's the reason why I don't, sometimes listen to this thing. They only say one side lie. Now, for those of you who are followers of news, go type in Piers Morgan. You can listen to Piers Morgan's analysis. You can go to Redacted and listen to the analysis. You can go to, what did that guy, Bill, and listen to the analysis. There are many other people who are popular and who control a lot of crowd. Listen to the analysis. And why I say Piers Morgan is at least he's a British guy. So he'll be fair to all. He will try to be fair to all because every journalist has his own bias. Now, having said that, both candidates lied. Please, get it very straight. Both of them lied. Trump made some mistakes in his quoting figures. Biden made some mistakes in his quoting figures. There's no one lie is more greater than the other lie. A lie is a lie. Biden said that his uncle was plane was shot down in one part of Africa and was eaten by cannibals. That means he's telling you that you people are carnivorous. You eat people. This never happened. It never occurred anywhere. Okay, and there are several other things he has said. Okay, he keeps saying that his son died in Iraq. His son never died. His son died of cancer in the hospital. He didn't die of whatever he quotes. Okay? And some of the things they have taken and could be quoting are things they have written themselves. And now they keep quoting John Bolton. John Bolton was not happy with Trump because he wanted to go to war and Trump said no war. And so he leaves and says that Trump said that all veterans are what do you call them? Anyway, I've forgotten the right word he used. Okay, which Trump never said. And they keep quoting that one man against 19 other people who were in that room who said Trump never said that. That is how the left works. Okay? And they keep doing that and over and over. And you know something that lies, that will happen with lies. When you keep saying it over and over, somehow it starts sounding like a truth. So what am I trying to say in essence? I'm trying to say that the debate didn't surprise me. I'm only surprised that, if I was Biden's son, I would just have advised him to go for this term and sign off. You need more to do with your life than just being an American president. So how did the night go? The night didn't surprise me. How were the points? Obviously, it was a bloodbath, as one of those international analysts called it. It was a bloodbath because the other guy wasn't even aware of where he was. Did any of you see the video after the debate finished? His wife had to lead him out. Did you see the follow-up? The wife had to organize a 4-year-old birthday party for him to tell him that, even though you seem to have come last, just what you do for a 4 years old, but you were the best. You answered all the questions. The other person was only lying. Come on, guys. This is the president of the most powerful country now in the world. You are making him look like a kindergarten who ran a 100-meter dash and didn't succeed. And so you are calling him back to tell him, you know what? Don't worry, other people pass you, but now you win. Come on, guys. And then we're still debating about it. No, it's nothing to debate about. We just go and say, you know what? And then some people keep pushing the notion that Gavin Newsom is going to be better. Hey, my brother. Except, of course, you don't want to tell yourself the truth about California. If you want to, this is the biggest economy in America and indeed the world. And look at what is happening in California. Except you don't want to be truthful to yourself. But you see, I'm not that kind of person. Like I said, I may have my...
What is happening in my state that I don't know?
I didn't interrupt.
Well, I know now. You call my state. That's why I'm interrupting you.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. All I'm saying is this, okay? The horse or the horse has already left the stable, okay? It's going to be difficult to defeat Donald Trump because the man is sharp. He is able to deliver. You see, you just saw a very presidential part of Trump. If he came out like who he used to be, I'm sure that it will even be worse but he was very civil, and I think that part of him is really seen. But he was very civil. There's a lot of places where he would have taken out the guy totally, but he left him so that the debate can go on. And so
for me, from my point of view, I don't think Gavin Newsom will win because I think it will split the party.
Oh no.
Why not go with Kamala Harris that is already the vice president that is part of the ticket? Why would you bring somebody else in? And that for me, that will split the party, and a lot of women voters will be put off by it. And others people mentioning Gavin Newsom, they just want somebody that looks like a white man.
Do not understand politics. Think that Gavin Newsom will make a difference because he's a fine guy. He's tall. He's fine. He's he's any ladies okay. And he's able to, his swag he has a lot of swag. I mean, you cannot be governor over, Hollywood and not have swag. Okay, the guy has swag. All right, but the swag will not work for certain individuals, and those are voting class. All right, there was if you go to Piers Morgan, because Piers Morgan have analyzed this debate for 2 days now. The very first one and then the second one, which was yesterday. There was a young guy who was talking about Donald Trump. And one of the panelists asked him, how old are you? Because the guy looks like 13 or 16. I mean, it can't be more than 16. But he was very affluent. He was very fluent in what he's discussing. But we all know that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Supporting Biden to say Biden is, they always say it's Trump that is lying. Nobody says Biden is also lying. They all are having different, because listen, even for us who are at the age, at our prime, we still make mistakes with figures, okay? We still make mistakes with numbers. So how then do you expect that somebody who is over 70 will not make mistake with figures and numbers? But let's be fair. The thing is, who is likely able to lead America? What I will ask those Americans who are rooting for Biden, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. But
very well.
That's for you. Majority,
Most
almost
of the world is on fire because of that guy. I don't know. They call him Genocide Joe or something like that. And then he's causing a lot of the war in Ukraine. So most of the world is suffering because of that. But
before I came on this, there's a guy I follow on X. The guy was analyzing what he bought last year. I mean, in 2022, okay, for $144 for all his groceries for that month, and he tried to buy it now. It's costing him $444, and he was shouting. Now that is exactly because this question was asked to him, and he went to do his calculation. Gentlemen, it's not a question of talking. It's a question of what do we feel. The gas stations have the price that I know that was on the gas, the pumps were $2 and was $1.82 and then $2.35. It never got to be $5. It never got to be $4. The guy is shouting, yes, yes, yes. How much does he buy gas in California? It's almost $7. Okay? But they are shouting, yes, yes, yes. The truth of the matter remains, okay? We are not concerned about what or who is speaking the best English or who is acting more presidential. What we're concerned about, how does the economy affect our families? We will not be bothered if Tinubu got into office and he was able to galvanize the whole system and people are eating 3 square meals. I'm sure that Nigerians will not bother whether he is there or not there. But the reason why we are bothered is because now he is there and nobody is able to feed. People are not able to buy food. People are suffering. And then, I don't know if you have it here, and then Nyesing Wike can go and say, Nigerians are suffering, so what? Or Nigerians are suffering. Who doesn't know that Nigerians are suffering? What kind of a leader are you talking about? What is that kind of set of leadership is that? So these are things that I think should play more to us than trying to see whether it's politically correct or not. Look, when Trump was in power, there was no war anywhere. And he made that clear. And then when Biden...
Your audio is frozen. Yeah, please, Mazi, go ahead. When he gets back, I can carry on.
And KJ keeps lying. Okay, it was one thing that was there that the the Ukrainians were only giving javelins, and they've already started digging tunnels because the Russians were getting ready to attack them. And what did Trump give them? Only javelins. And talking about Afghanistan deal was struck by Trump. Okay, when Biden got in, he had no option than to just do what he had to do to get them out of there because it was becoming dangerous. With the deal that Trump struck with the Taliban.
Yeah, but you have to do it in such a way that you have to do it in such a way that 19 soldiers died. People were falling down from aircraft and stuff like that. Billions of dollars of ammunition in that country.
Father, there was no better way that they could have done it. It was, he needed them out of that place. Yeah. Okay, and then when you talk about Israel,
you said there was no better way. They left Iraq. They didn't leave Iraq like that.
Can I finish, please, before
Okay,
fine. And then when you talk about Israel, Israel is Netanyahu. Netanyahu is closer to Trump than Biden. So whatever Netanyahu is doing is just to sabotage whatever it is, because he knows that in American politics, that the Jewish they play a bigger role. So sometimes we must speak with facts and leave things the way it is.
And you see, American politics is very interesting. There was this video that was shared by, if I'm not mistaken, Candice Owen.
Tunaja.
Yes.
Tunaja.
Yes. You are delayed. Your audio is delayed. I don't know whether they can go out and come back in because it's delayed. I can't hear you in real time.
If you think that Biden is committing genocide or whatever, wait till Trump come in. He's going to give him a free will to go and loot the Palestinians. Remember how close Trump and Netanyahu are. You know, he made Israel, he made Jerusalem as the capital, which the world never really, abide by. Everybody condemn it. And you know how Trump is. The guy is very radical. So, but anyway, like I said, we can come here and debate about American politics until the 5th of November. We see who's going to win. But it doesn't really matter who's going to win. In as far as my sentiment lie with the Democrat, that doesn't mean Trump win. Anything is going to change. I mean, he may be. I mean, America may be in a different space because of the way he behaves, his character. He has the worst character I've ever seen any human being in the world.
See, my calculation is that
America will still be the same. The economy will still be the same. He will still be a big man like he is today. It doesn't matter who's in charge. That's what people don't misunderstand. And we let our emotion run out of.
No. This is not emotion. This is not emotion. I think my calculation is that Trump is better for Africa than Biden. I don't even care about whether it's better for America in terms of American politics in America itself. But I know he's better for Africa, one way or the other. The reason why I say that is because, one, he doesn't care about Africa. So he's just going to ignore us and allow us to do our own thing. Trump, while Biden cares, he actually gets in there and messes with our systems. They try to force us to accept LGBTQ rules. They try to force us to accept some exports. They put pressure on our leaders not to carry out death penalties and all those things that are damaging our societies. They are the ones that instigate it from inside. And then when they say, okay, we need ammunition to protect ourselves, they don't want to help us. They don't want to help us. Trump doesn't care. If you have the money, he's going to probably want to sell. He wants to do business. He doesn't care too much about the politics of strategic controlling people. And Biden wants to control Africa. And this is why I think, from the point of view of American politics, I prefer Trump. Trump doesn't pretend. If he doesn't like you, he will say you are rubbish. And maybe that's what we need. We need somebody to tell us the truth to our face. Because these people like Biden, they will lie to you. They'll pretend as if they care. They will kill your country from inside out. So look at in the 1990s when, what's his name? Bill Clinton was in office. Was it not hell in Nigeria? It was hell in Nigeria during that period. There was Rwanda genocide. That was the same time it happened. These Democrats are an evil set of people. They pretend as if they care, but they stab you in the back. I'm not saying we should love Trump.
Can I help you? Can I help you, sir? Now, those of us who are Africans who keep thinking that the Democrats are looking out for the interests of Africa, I just want to remind you, okay? There was once a country called Libya. Libya was doing very well. Propaganda was carried out that Libya is this, is that, is this, is that. Gaddafi had plans to do this and to do that and to do this. Eventually, Libya was invaded. When Libya was invaded, it is not crime, right? Those of you who are now saying what's happening in Israel and this thing. When Libya was invaded, I didn't see any Africans shouting and saying, "Oh, Libya has been invaded." Though, as a matter of fact, I still have it from good offices that they go ahead to even do that was from a Nigerian president at that time who accepted that invasion should go ahead. Today, is Libya better off than when Gaddafi was in power? You answer that question yourself. If you think that these people are actually concerned about the black person, okay. Now the question is simple. It's simple. Nobody can debate. You see, whether I have no dog in the fight, like I earlier said. Okay, if Biden comes tomorrow, it's not going to change my life. If Trump wins, not going. If Gavin Newsom comes, it's not going. We are looking at it from the concept of what will be better for the black person. That's simple. What will help the black Americans move forward? So far, Trump put on the table what he has done for the American blacks. And people like Dr. Carlson have said that. People like Trump, the guy in the Senate have said that. I mean, the House of Rep have said that. These are contributions that are well able documented. The question is, and I keep saying that, you see, are we hoping that the world will go to the side we need, or we hope that somebody will manipulate all of us and bring us to a place where we will not even be able to make a simple contribution. You see, let's face the fact. What are we facing in this century? We are facing a group of people who have given themselves new world agenda and who have decided they're going to implement it, whether you and I like it or not. They've already taken the first step. Didn't you all got the jobs? Didn't you accept it, whether you liked it or not? Did you have any opinion against it? And if your opinion was there, was it accepted? See, let's face this thing. So at each point in time in history, when things are going south, somebody needs to arise, and that person will always arise against the establishment, and the establishment will always fight that person. Take example of Obi. Obi rules. It's not as if Obi is the best person, because, like I say, without any contradiction, if Akinwumi Adesina was in the race, I would campaign for him free of charge. Okay, because I know he has something to deliver. So also Obi has something to deliver, even though I'm not supporting him. Okay, I'm not saying that I'm supporting any person, but I'm not supporting him. But he has something to deliver, and so the establishment went out to make sure that it's not there. In fact, he didn't come second; he came third, distant third, as the Nigerian media would like to quote. So, what are we saying? We are simply saying that, look, we are getting to a point where it's going to be between the good and the evil. And I'm not saying that Trump is necessarily good. Okay, I'm not saying that the man is a second to the Pope. I'm not saying he's a pastor or extraordinary. I'm simply saying that he also has something to bring to the table and will probably be better for all of us. That's my argument, sir.
Thank you. You see, let me just share some facts about the Democrats. First World War, Democrats was in office when it started. Second World War, Democrats was in office when it started. Vietnam War, Democrats was in office when it started. Please hold on. Vietnam War, the Democrats was in office when it started. Let me just give you that, because people like to think that Democrats are benign. I'm trying to share. People like to think that the Democrats are benign.
You can discuss let him lay it out. Please go ahead, Commander. Lay out your decision.
First World War, Democrats were in office.
Okay, I see.
Democrats, they are the ones that opened my eyes. I used to support Trump, I supported Biden. But when I saw what he did when he was in office, he did nothing for us. It was black people that made him get into office. When he almost lost to Bernie Sanders, it's black people that saved his presidency, that's his candidacy, and he became president. What did he do for us? Zero. Nothing. If anything, he was strengthening Africa and causing a lot of problems in Africa. Africa is having a lot of problems right now. Because of that, man, don't get me started. Then, when I looked into the records, First World War, Democrats was in office. Second World War, Democrats was in office. Vietnam War, Democrats were in office. Korean War, Democrat was in office. And if you look at the president that even went to China to negotiate deal with China, he was a Republican. We think that, see, the thing about Republicans is that they can defend their country, but they are not like warmongers all over. Look at Trump that went into office. He didn't start a war. But this man has started, he's overseeing 2 major wars in the world right now. And looking to start one, maybe with China again. And we keep saying, no, they are pretend to be, they are like, they don't like war. They are the civilized people. No, they are not. Democrats are diabolical. And what I've seen they've done to our communities in America, they are so evil. They bring abortion. Look at our men in America right now.
Talk about retard that word. Retard that word. Can you retard that word?
They are evil, man.
I feel provoked by you using that word.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, but can you retract it, please?
I was on your side
can you
4 years ago.
No, retract it.
I was on your side 4 years ago. I'm telling you what I've seen from these people. What I've seen from these people is not good.
And now you want to generalize.
Okay, generalization.
Trump is a demon. Trump is a demon that grabbed women by the laps.
Yes.
You see that.
That's how bad Democrats are, that are willing to accept Trump. That's how bad they are. Look at what they're doing to our own country. Look at what they're doing to our own country. That's the one I'm even more concerned about. This guy is all over the place, all over Africa. Even in the Ghanaians, he's suffocating them. Trump doesn't care. Trump doesn't care about Africa. He will leave us to be doing our own thing. I'm sorry, man. I just have to highlight all this. People just think that Democrats are all nice, but they are the kind of people that will lure you to sleep and go and stab you in the back. They will not let you see the truth. And that's the thing about Africa right now. Nobody's telling us the truth Because these Democrats, they are the kind of people, they would make you think that they're your friends, but they are sucking you dry. They are just the worst kind. I've seen it. When you discover how they do it, you will be really scared. You remember, Democrats are the real racists in America. They are the ones that were against removing slavery and all the rest. Now they just turn their face around. Man, just look at what they are doing to our people. Then you know how bad they are. From abortion to all kinds of things that they are doing to our communities. There are men now in America, even African American men, they are portraying them they are looking like feminized women now. Our men are wearing earrings. They are coming out dressing like drag queens and all that. Come on. These people have completely infiltrated our communities and destroyed everything that we are. I don't trust them for one single bit. But that's my own thing anyway. Paul, please go ahead. Sorry for my rant.
Father, give me a minute. Okay, Father, please stick with British politics. You are so brain dead about American politics. You just come here to nonsense that you are not even aware. You are so ignorant about what's happening here. And let's run our country. Let's go to whoever you want to vote. You need to concern about what's happening in British.
You should stop messing with Africa then. You should stop messing with Africa.
And concern about African policy. You can't
even tell me
what platform, how has Republican benefited or Democrat benefited African countries. Give me the difference. Because you're a Google man. You tend to go to Google every minute. Give me the economical benefit that that Republican has given to that's given to Africa, and give me the different Democrat. There's no difference.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Republicans love
any
us.
African countries.
No, I'm not saying Republicans love Africans, but Republicans don't care. No.
Some nonsense. Very emotional about what you don't know.
Man of prestige. Man of prestige.
You don't need to stick to Nigeria. It doesn't benefit you. It doesn't give you the disadvantage, whatever happening in America. I mean, KJ may say something because he lives here, I'm poor. There's nothing wrong. Let's make it very conversational. I don't have an issue, I don't have a dog in any of them. Like I said, my life is the only thing I benefited. Hold on. The only thing I benefited from Trump during his time, because I have business, that's it. But ordinary people with income, their tax went up. But business people, the hierarchy, that's what, the tax bracket, business, people with money went from 31, 35 or whatever to 24%. It's the rich that benefited them. This is why the Wall Street people are supporting him, because they want that era of Trump. And the tax that he implemented to expire at the beginning of next year. So you don't just come here and spoon nonsense. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm glad whoever coming. I'm glad whoever come into position. It's not going to change my life.
But how about your own people? How about Nigeria? How about Nigeria in your equation?
Look at the economic data.
How about Nigeria in your equation?
It's undoubtable that we have better because you can promote all the social.
I wonder who was in office when Abiola died.
Doesn't matter.
Was it Condoleezza Rice?
I'm trying to let you have your senses, okay?
No, see, the only accusation he made there is that I think that Republicans care about Africa. Republicans don't care about Africa, but Democrats do, and the kind of care they care about Africa is to make sure we don't get out of where we are right now. That is my problem. You don't see how they behave. When they get into office, our African leaders start fearing for them. They keep threatening our leaders all the time. Republicans do it, but they don't care about Africa so much. They care about their own people. They don't care too much about us.
Those ones leading you in UK, are they not Republicans? Those ones leading you in UK that is suppressing Nigeria till today, are they not Republicans?
No. See, I agree with you on that.
Let's speak the truth sometimes, please.
See, in the UK, funny enough, in the UK is the conservatives.
Can we move on to Nigerian politics, please? I don't know why you dwell so much hour. It's almost
okay. We are going to go to Nigerian politics, but let the other two talk. We are going to go to Nigerian politics. See, in the UK, the conservative parties, they are more diabolical towards Africa. One of them was even talking about they wanted to invade Africa. The Labour Party here don't care. They don't care about this in Africa. In America, the Republicans don't care about Africa, but the Democrats do. They interfere in African life constantly. So you have to recognize them. They are slightly different. I used to think that, Democrats I'm on the side of Democrats. In the UK, I'm on the side of Labour. but you have to look at them on what they are doing to your continent. That's the one you should support. Paul, thank you for joining us. I just had to highlight some of this stuff that is happening. It's not about, I don't hate Biden in terms of as a person or as an old man. It's just that they are losing. They are losing woefully. And so I don't know what you think about the debate.
I used all my life, as I'm talking to you, I have my voter's card. I'm an independent, but I used to support Democrats. And I've said it on this platform. The last time that I said it, Man of Prestige said, Paul, don't do that. Man of Prestige was disappointed when I said I'm not voting for Joe Biden. But I'm equally not voting for Trump anyway. I'm voting for Kanye West, But yeah, I know, my brother, you will laugh. I'm voting for Kanye West. Truth be told, all our life, we grew up understand that Democrats is the nice one when it comes to international relationship. They've been nice and everything. But my dad of blessed memory said something. He said, you live, you learn. I think I've learned better now. The Democrat that we said they did well in terms of helping and everything. No, these are the people who give aids. You understand? AIDS has never favored the whole 54 countries in Africa. You understand? So if Republicans abandon us to our own fate, I think it's better than the person who give us aid and just perpetually keep us the way we are. Don't try to do anything that will favor us, give us aid, and use that same aid to control some of our leaders and everything. Africans should wake up. We don't need all those nonsense that we keep going there to take. So Africa should wake up. But for further, you highlight some of the barbaric things that Democrats have done. During Bill Clinton time, Bill Clinton also introduced AGOA. AGOA was a very big thing. It favored Africa. That's a Democrat type. Democrat was in power. Clinton is in Democrat. And AGOA really favored Africa. But what do we do with that policy? It is left for us because Clinton discovered that China is springing up and everything. So Clinton introduced this AGOA, the African-American trade deals and everything. Countries like Egypt, Ethiopia, some of these countries, they take advantage of it. They do a lot of productions and everything, and they are making money off it. But so some of us, the blame will still go back to us more as Africa. But in terms of Democrat and Republican, the two people, they are just the same of the same. Their ideology never favored any other people, never favor. But I still support Republican a little bit more than Democrat in the sense that Republican don't interfere. They abandon you, they leave you to your own fate. But Democrat interfere, and when they interfere, they come from a very negative place. Look, let me deviate a little bit. I've been watching this Kenya thing for a very long time now. I've not seen anybody make mention about that. For further, go do your research.
Oh no, we're going to cover the Kenyan one too.
Okay. Yeah. So I just want to touch it a little bit. Do you know on that day when they are passing the bill, there are 12 American congressmen in the parliament on that day.
Wow.
Which means they send delegates. They are there on that day. They also run to underground on that day.
And on this AGOA thing you said, on this AGOA thing, I will play a video of Kagame talking about it. These people, man, you guys are going to just please go ahead.
What I'm talking is that there is 12 congressmen while they were passing that bill that caused this riot in Kenya. You understand? And meanwhile, Ruto was so gullible, spend all type of money, you understand, go to White House, didn't know that when they close the door, it is all threats that they give to him, all manner of threats. And they even send people physically to come and see where they want to pass the 2024 finance bill and everything. This is Democrats. You understand, and everything. So these people, they never mean well for us, but I won't blame them. You understand? Because we've have plenty of history to learn from that we shouldn't make this type of mistake that we're making. If there's any man I will give great accolades, I'll give it to Putin, that America was even giving Russia money. Putin closed his door. He was building Russia. He was making all type of business with America, with Canada, with the whole of Europe. Before they know what's up, Russia has bounced back and everything. Now, Europe can't even go back. They need Russia to survive with gas, with so many things, with grain, with so many things. So these are the things. So this international community never favors us. That's what I would say. But Biden lost that debate completely, and Biden is not getting my vote.
So even the one thing you said, democracy, let me show you what somebody said about it.
Of AGOA, not any longer, was beneficiary of AGOA, not any longer. We were struck off the list of the beneficiaries. You know the reasons? Simply because we wanted to promote, develop textiles industries here to make our own garments. And by doing that and encouraging the industries to develop, we said we do not want to have second-hand clothes being dumped here in thousands of tons. Just for saying that, and later on trying to implement that, you know, they forced it upon us. They say, you must accept these second-hand clothes. And we told them no. So they say, okay, we will strike you off AGOA, which they did. We've never been returned on the list, but we never accepted second-hand clothes.
And let me tell you, if anyone's been to these second-hand markets, you'll understand why Africa has become a dumping ground for second-hand clothing, for, I don't even want to call them second-hand cars because they're not even worth being second-hand. And that.
You see what I mean? Yeah. That these people, they give you with one hand, but they do you damage.
Can I comment a bit on that, Agua? You see, what he said is exactly the same thing that was also happening in Nigeria. The regulations are so much that the ordinary person who it was meant for couldn't even be able to do the export. Now, the people who accepted the agenda that which it was to introduce other, because you see, these things are done in such a way that they tell you something on top of it, and then behind it are bringing something under. So because Nigeria under Jonathan did not accept that order, in fact, before he got even Jonathan, the government in power didn't accept the other agenda that was being introduced with it. It became difficult for Nigeria to do that. Okay, it became difficult for Jonathan to remain in power because he also didn't accept that agenda. So basically what Africa have seen over time is that we are told one thing to the public. Under it, the government and those who are in power are pressed for another thing. And when I saw the red carpet, the way Ruto was treated in America, I just wept because I know that, you know, it's all over. And that is always the issue. Remember, you all remember, the guy who was Obama's strategist was in Lagos for more than 2 weeks, strategizing against Jonathan because Jonathan refused to accept that agenda. What are we saying? Do they mean well for us? If they mean well for us, has any African country ever gone to England to say, you must accept this or we will not do business with you? No. Has any African leader ever gone to any part of the world to say, this is what we Africans are saying. If you don't do this, our products no longer go to you? No. But we always agree to play the second fiddle. And that is where they've had the opportunity to keep dumping things at us. I think it's time for Africa. And look, let me even tell you something. You know, it's so difficult to you to fly from one African country to the other, or to even make a phone call. You know, if you are in Cameroon and you're going to call Nigeria, you know, your call will be routed first to France before calling back to Nigeria. That is how bad it is. And we have sat on this and we are looking at it, and the years are running out. And those elements in our society who can stand up and say this is wrong, they are not allowed to come to place of prominence. Consequently, their ideas die off with them, and we continue in the same vicious circle. It is time for Africans, and that's the reason why I came, because ordinarily I wouldn't come into this discussion because I know I don't want forefather to tag me as a Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter. So, but I came in because
you see, I got sad.
Yes, you always say that. I am the person who like politics. I studied politics and political moves, and I just try to,
So,
get.
let me ask, forefather. So it's only Democrat that use loan to enslave Africans. Is that the narrative I'm hearing right now?
No, I'm not saying that.
It's not.
I'm just saying that they are
Come
worse.
here and spoon
And they are
nonsense
more
that doesn't even make
diabolical
sense.
about it.
It doesn't.
I'm just saying they
You
are
listen
worse.
to yourself.
I'm not saying they are the only
Everything
ones.
is about Democrat is the one that is enslaving.
Man of prestige, no, not so. They are the one. Democrat is the one that extend their hands out. But there's always the caveat to everything that they extend their hands out.
I think you don't need to get some education. You don't need to get some education. You don't know what. I don't know. But anyway.
See, don't worry now. Your eye will shine soon. When you actually get. I was like you. I used to support Democrats, but when you start looking at what they are doing on the continent,
Democrat that colonized Europe, not America, not the West.
No, it's America now. We know that.
Only Democrat ideology that colonized Europe.
See, did you hear what Paul is saying? Paul is saying he's going to vote for the black candidate in America. That's how you do it. You vote for your own candidate. Don't give this. Both of them don't like us. Both of them don't care about us.
From me.
Why would you select somebody that doesn't care about you?
Because of the topic, I make mention of Democrat more in terms of relations. How these two parties, which one going to favor Africa? That is the topic. But if you want to talk about, say, these two people as a president for the United States of America, both of them don't deserve it. Trump also have his own baggage. You understand? Trump is also wrong in his own way, in his own right. I can make mention of so many things that make Trump don't deserve to be the next president of America. It is clear. Trump also have a lot. Not two ways about it. But so I'm not ruling that part. That I'm not saying because I said for the first part I'm not voting for Biden, which means I'm going to vote for Trump. No, Trump don't deserve it. All the nonsense and the shenanigans. Look, like they said, like Democrats keep playing this propaganda thing that Trump going to destroy democracy. Yes, it's true to some extent. You understand? Because Trump is bringing our African type of democracy to America. And good percentage of America that you and I live in, we know that very many Americans are so gullible. For example, let me give you one example. The Republican today, the evangelical today that Trump is preaching to, even when they know that Trump is not evangelical, they know Trump is not a Christian, and every other thing that they are pushing that is causing this war in Israel today. Let us tell ourselves the truth. These guys are Christian. Did they know that they are asking a Jewish people to kill another Christians? But because they are so ignorant, they didn't even know. They didn't even know that Bethlehem is in Palestine. They didn't even know that Palestine is not a place to go. That's why whenever you see any good Christians that travel to Israel, when they come back, good percentage of them will switch. They'll discover that, God damn it. So this is what these Jewish people is doing to their fellow Christians. They don't even know. So that is the place of ignorance that we're talking. You understand? And so when you see all those things, but the politics is always like that. So Trump is not the better candidate, but equally, Biden is not anywhere close to be a better candidate. I hope you know that Biden in himself took $11.5 billion from AIPAC. You understand? So the same AIPAC that is giving the so-called Republican money, Biden is also taking money from them. So let's not just deceive ourselves like these guys are so good. These guys are not good. What did Biden fight for you and I? He didn't fight for nothing.
Paul, did you see that video of Candace Owens sharing that every single member of Senate and Congress in America has an AIPAC member handling them? That they have their AIPAC person handling them. They tell them what to do, how to vote. Is this a democracy anymore? If this was Nigeria, they would say capture state.
That's why when an American tell you that we have the most worst corrupt politicians in the world, you will say it's a lie. You understand? Because they don't literally put their hand in the cookie jar. You understand? But they control them. They are just, look, let me tell you, our American politicians are just like that big TV. But that small remote that is very, very cheap, control the big TV. That's how they are. AIPAC is controlling every one of them.
But Paul, here is where I differ from you.
Sorry, KJ, because the
black just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. Then 1 minute. All right.
Now, the American politics still remains better because the money for development of the society is left with the society. You go get a group that's sponsoring you. Let the group give you all the money they want. That's your business. But for them, if money is appropriated for road, that road must come to pass. And if you don't bring that rule to pass and you have the money, you go to jail. It's as simple as that. I'm not saying it's a perfect society. No society can be perfect till Jesus Christ comes. Okay? But
No. When you say like that,
they try to use
I'm sorry. When you say like that, it's not too good. The way these politicians, these guys are going so greedy. What do I mean by that?
No, I'm saying that.
Let's not allow it go too long so that the other two can speak.
Hold on. How would America produce a pill for cancer?
No.
You understand? And that pill is costing $2,000 in America, produced in America. And that same pill is selling for $25 in England. It's selling for $19 in Canada and manufactured in America. You understand? Because of Medicare. Because this guy bribed. They control and every other thing. Do you know why? Because they buy the politician. The politician can't do anything. How will Americans who hire big van and travel to Canada to go get their insulin? And this thing is produced, made in America, and you go to Canada to go get it.
Imagine
no,
that.
Now they control our politicians.
Thank you. Yeah, the Blackstone, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You were uncharacteristic. I don't know how to put it. You were quite quiet today. I appreciate your joining us. And Ovie, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Ovie. The Blackstone. So, what do you think about this now? You know, Biden to go and win the election.
About what?
About the presidential debate now, and what do you think?
Anyway, the debate is not debate. It has nothing to do with me. What has to do with me is that the best candidate who will favor Africans will be the best candidate. You understand me? So, and America have a way of their elections. So I can even tell you that even who is going to win the election already has been written down. All these are just doing is just to tell the people that you can still go and vote. You understand me? Everybody has made up their mind who they want to vote for. So there's no how the debate is going to change anybody's mind because everybody has their own candidate. It's only very little that will be, and they can flip over to the other party or to the other. So say, okay, I won't vote for this person, I will vote for this person. So all this their debate, who won, who lose, so on and so forth. For me, it's just a show, right? It's just to say that we have candidates. Just listen to them. They'll be listening to them, and they're always on the campaign, on the going for place to campaign, to at least there will be interviews on TV and so on and so forth. So the debate has nothing to. For me, it's not important because everybody knows their policies, their programs they want to bring in, and so on and so forth. But the most important thing to me is America seems to be the world leader in everything, though they are losing out little by little. So who wins the election? What is so planned for America? Sorry, for Africa. What do they have in mind for Africa? Will you know that Africa has been at disadvantage stage to every Western world? They take us as let me use the word. Sorry to use the word. They still take us as their slaves because whatever they want, they come there and do what they want to do. If they can't get what they want, they create confusion, right? They create war just to get what they want. So how is this? So the most important is that how the person that's coming there. What is this whole agenda for Africa? How are you going to leave Africa alone?
Drop the link.
So how are you going to leave them alone for them to carry out their program themselves? You understand me? It's like you have a child, right, who cannot do very well, and you put that child into a therapy, and they are teaching him, so they're not putting what he's learning in from that therapy into work. You are still guiding him to try to help him in that therapy, right? The guy that child will not try to do anything for himself. That's what they are doing to Africa, right? They want to tell us everything. Like Paul just said, how can American legislators be in a different country
when they are debating their own issue, does American politicians go to American house or their parliament to go and join them in debate on and influence their decision?
12, not one.
Where
We'll
does
say
it happen?
12.
Where does it happen? This is where the influence of the person. In fact, let me be frank, the Democrats are fond of doing that thing. Father was saying the killing, the death of Abiola. But you forgot that Congress Rice and the American visitors that came that day that Abiola died. Why do we not see the tea and the remaining part of the tea that he drank? Where are they? But that cannot be done in America. So you go and visit an American influencer, a politician in a prison, and before you leave, as you are leaving, the person died in your presence, and whereby there's no other American person there inside that hall, inside that prison hall. Will you go free? So these are the things they are doing. KG have said there are many things how they influence our politics, how they influence our leaders. And those of these have been negative. The loan, the help and everything they give to us is all trying to buy us, make us a slave. They put conditions we don't have, we cannot meet.
Thank you. Well done.
What concerns me is that any person that is in that position, how is it going to play a part in the development of Africa?
Thank you. I agree with you on that one. And I think that's how we should be seeing it.
Obama was there and a black man was there, ruling America, but the only agenda he has for America was same-sex marriage. That's the only agenda he has for Africa. Can you tell me that thing that Obama did for Africa, even for his own country, Kenya?
Thank you.
So let's sometimes let's not be in America. You know, everywhere we are, it affects us as our country. And at least whatever happened in our countries in Africa affects us indirectly.
Thank you, the Blackstone.
Thank you.
Ovie, thank you for joining us. You see, what do you think about this issue of the debate and whether they should replace him or whether they should just get along? Who do you want to even win? Go ahead.
Oh, assalamu alaikum, ya Jama. I think you guys are missing a man of prestige point. Man of prestige is saying something very, very important, but maybe you guys are not getting it. What man of prestige is saying is that it's not about the candidate at this point. It's not about the candidate. It's about the party machinery, both sides. And it is like that because in America, they don't elect their presidents from the national level, now state by state. Yes, the
your audio has gone off, Ovie.
I guess he has a call. He has a phone call.
Yeah, we understand that it's a state thing.
Are you guys hearing me?
Okay,
so,
go ahead. Yeah,
can you guys hear me?
You are back. Yes.
So popularity doesn't necessarily win the votes because you have to win state by state. That's where those delegates come from. You need about 270 to win. So when you see from that angle, then you understand what man of prestige is saying, right? I mean, the idea is the idea. I'm happy that that man of prestige has finally come to understand what I've been telling you for the past 1 year. That there's no way Biden will make it to the finish line. I'm saying, but man of prestige will hard. Don't say that. It's a game. It has been on play. I'm surprised that people are. I mean, if you watch CNN, you see everything: the past, the present, and what is to come. From just here, all those CNN guys. Right? When you listen to David Assaroy, Mr. KJ, I think you are mischaracterizing David Assaroy, right? It's role play while he was in Nigeria in 2015. he has a political consultant. He actually has a firm that does that's one of the best in the system. So they work with Buhari political campaign. You understand? The room also has it that there's element of them with Tinubu's campaign. So now APC they were working for us at that time. So yes, I understand the ideology part that we are trying to do. I did that, but that guy now pure how do it's the master at how to win election and other kind of stuff. So if you listen to the guy yesterday and he's been saying, he said, "Come, there's no way this one will go." Then you listen to Van Jones, the same thing. You listen to Joy Ray, you understand? So these three names I mentioned, right? It represents the three power blocks, and pretty much in the Democratic Party machinery, if you see it. You see the guys who are going to play the role of persuasion, and at the same time trying to make Biden the best human being that ever lived, making sure all the policy, all the things that they went through the national exam successful under him, that the Chiefs Acts, all the goodies that actually that is unfolding right now. They will make sure say, okay, yes, tied into his name. Those same people will also go. The likes of Pelosi have to actually go and sit him down and say, "Come on, this is the game." But then within those three guys, you see the next people who are in search of the Messiah, who is going to save democracy, right? I mean, a lot of names are out there. Man of President, Governor is there, Gavin Newsom, the likes of Michelle Obama, and overhearing you know understand why Michelle Obama names keep coming up. Whether Democrats like it or not, as we speak, the Obamas are the most popular Democratic member today as we speak. And Michelle Obama is at top of that. She is the only person that...
You say you want to talk line. Now the network alarm.
You need somebody that is very popular. Michelle Obama is very, very popular.
Sorry. So she's the only one that can feel national anthem. But there are other names there too. The likes of Gina Raimondo, the former governor of Rhode Island.
It's not going there.
Yeah, but don't you think it's going to be a problem to pass up a vice president that is part of the ticket to give to some other person?
Thank you. That was the point you brought up against that. Yes. Good. That's a very good point. And it's a concern. There is no way you can pass her, especially the brother as a black female, the first black woman, the first whatever. But the only case you make against her, which you also have to compensate her to, whatever way or the other, if you send her to Supreme Court judge to be there for like, there's so many ways to compensate her. But the argument against that, she is not as popular as Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, Gina Rolando of the former governor of Rhode Island, even the current governor of Michigan, even the current governor of Illinois. These are all people who fit the bill of what's to come. So those are the places you can. Again, another thing that can still happen, they can still switch car, right? They might not even switch the Biden. They can still switch and be somebody believing that the man will go, he will join because it's close to where he's going, that where he's coming from. Where the man will pass to the other beyond, that person will come over. Or whatever, they let me win an election. All these are theories that are out there. I don't tell the man of President for over a year ago. This is going to play. But again, sorry. Even Donald Trump too. Even Donald Trump is not sure yet because the primaries as you know is not over until national convention. That of Republicans is taking place in Wisconsin. Now, why before you tell me so why they talk like that it's not over for Donald Trump yet. He still has 2 cases that is still awaiting to be passed on Supreme Court by Monday. They were expected to get to that before Friday, but they don't sit on it. But by Monday, there are 2 cases against it. If those 2 cases succeed, that would be a very nobody say it's capable of throwing him out, but it now depends on where the Democrat puts on the table. That might from now till August, where Democrats are holding their own convention in Chicago, there's so many things that can happen. It's not over here for any of the people until the convention on that day or on both these 2 parties. So and again, the conviction of Donald Trump is on the 12th.
I'm not a big fan of
nationals.
I'm not a big fan of Kamala Harris, but I think it
Ovie, on the soft one, Michelle Obama will compensate over Kamala Harris. Black people will not feel bad.
Yes, but a lot of people will feel the party.
She has said she's not interested in the presidency. She has said
yes, You're right. That's okay.
Oh, okay. Let me.
That don't mean anything. That don't mean anything.
Why I put up my hand because I
It
want
will
to
be very
respond.
rude. It will be very rude to go back and
want
lie. Personally, I think it will come across as just pursuing this
Yeah, this
to win. But she's young.
Forefather, can we move on,
She may
forefather?
not be
Can we
popular,
move
but
on?
she can stand her ground. You see, now they are trying to save your candidates. You are complaining too. You the one. Yeah, am I the one that got Biden to be sleeping on stage? I don't know why you are just coming after me. Like, can we move on? Can we move
no,
on?
that one is set up. Oh, that one set up. The whole show is to expose to make because America is all about story and it's all about money too. You have to make it very convincing. Say, okay, this is why. So that's what happened. All this is
But
that this
we already spent about 2.5 hours
all
on
this thing,
American politics.
hold on, all this thing that doing is displaying. They don't know him for like 2 years ago. More than not be today. You understand? But they are just looking at the right time. That's why I tell them, say, there is no way it go be the right guy. I don't. This is what is happening. I've been saying in the last year. You know, I just talk this thing. There is no way they know. Even that in there, that is union speech. That is union speech. If you don't use that all before, you understand what was happening at that union speech. When it just be shout anyhow.
I want to say this though, for those who say Trump lies a lot. Did you know during that debate why he said that the union?
Politician now, why you say politician they lie at all? That's their job. Campaigning rhetoric, campaigning poetry, and governing.
Okay, you
And
don't
normal
talk.
thing, all of them they lie.
Look, we talk now. We don't talk your own. Look, we talk. Now, why that debate was going on? The union that Biden said supported him 100%. They texted and said there's no way they will support him and they will never support him. They are out there. But you see, when they want to discuss, they will say Trump, like all politicians lie. And that is why the constitution does not even hold them. You know, the American constitution does not hold you because you're a liar. I mean, you're a politician lie. That's why when some people feel that.
You just come here. You just come here and lie. I'm going to call you out. That is a lie.
Allow me 1 minute to draw contrast between what is happening now and what is going to come in terms of the Nigerian politics. Can I draw that contrast? Just 1 minute, I'll draw that contrast.
Hasn't said anything for a long time.
Can we switch this to another topic? There are other topics, please.
I know.
Please.
Some people are enjoying this topic a lot.
It doesn't matter.
This is the biggest headline in the world today. Why? It's the biggest headline in the world.
Yeah, I think
Father, let me connect it to what we are going to experience.
What righteous man can say so. Righteous man has been very, very quiet in that corner for a long time.
I'm not going to say
It's the logo that is covering him, but it's all right. It's there.
No light, Seth. No light.
Yeah. Blackstone, good evening.
I greet you.
Mazi Prince, I never knew that you are the one. Good evening. Man of prestige and Ovie, KJ,
back from,
and Paul.
Travel.
Yeah. You see, why I like Trump, or while it seems as if I am on the side of the Republicans, just a simple fact. It is better you tell me that my mouth is smelling so that I will go and look for a paste to use to clean up my mouth. And then my mouth will ooze out good air like other people's own. Trump has his own faults, but Trump is very blunt. He will tell you, Africa, go and set your house in order. Don't expect another country to come and repair your home for you. Democrats, sorry, it's not personal, and I wouldn't want anybody to take it personal. We're discussing about democracy. After all, our first home is Africa. Wherever you are, even if you're a citizen there, it's not your first home. Your first home, where you have your generation, you can point and trace, is Africa, is back home here. So let nobody take it personal. Democrats are green snake in the green grass. Democrats are like, when I say Democrats, I'm not talking about those who are supporting them. I mean the engine room, those people who decide what happened in that party. They are like what we call ekwensu, wetisi werisi. They will give you what you want, and they collect your head from you. That's what the Democrats practice. If you look at the incidents that have happened in Africa, that have turned Africa upside down, 85% of it comes when a Democrat is in charge. Like Man of Prestige asked a question, he said, what is my stake? My stake is because America decide, the policy of America affects Nigeria, it affects Africa. In fact, it affects all the countries of the world. Apart from China and Russia that is coming up now to say no to America. Whatever America decides is what the rest of the world follows. So that is how it concerns me. And that is how the American politics also affect me. When Trump was there, I'm in Nigeria. When Trump was there, Trump was kind of trying to defend the religious faith in Nigeria. Because at that time, the government of Nigeria was not actually coming out to fight against the terrorists that were killing and burning churches, and in some areas mosques also. It was the Republican regime that called the Nigerian regime to order and said they are watching what was going on in Nigeria. Look at what is happening now. Since Democrats took over the reign of affairs in America, have you heard them make reference of the evil that is going on here? One of the things also that made me look at Democrats and I say, well, the engine room of Democrats are not people to go with. Look at how they sponsored the offspring of Jonathan. It was the Democrats, when Obama was president, that the wife of Obama carried the placard, bring back our guests. As if Jonathan was responsible for what happened that time. And at the end of the day, when they succeeded in removing Jonathan, even Jonathan testified of it in his books. Not only in his books, in one of the interviews, he said Obama helped to ousted him from his position as president of Nigeria. That in fact, Obama sent delegates, American delegates, to meet the northern governors. They were holding meeting in Nigeria with the northern governors. They never came to the south. And that meeting was how Jonathan will not be returned back, because he rejected the issue of whatever they are celebrating as homosexuals or whatever. Because Jonathan rejected it, it became a crime. When the Democrats were in charge through Obama, what were they selling to Africa? What they were selling to Africa is what our tradition and our culture reject. That was what Obama was bringing to Africa. Look at KJ made reference of Libya. Let me tell you that I was privileged to be in Libya for 6 months when Gaddafi was alive. Before I went there for business when Gaddafi was alive, and I returned back to Nigeria. Do you know that the man that I stayed in his house for 3 weeks, do you know that man, the wife had a child at that time, and that child was being paid by the Libyan government? All the food that baby was eating was being supplied by the Libyan government. And they were not discriminating as long as you keep to the law of the land. And it was the Democrats that said that Gaddafi was not good to his people. They got that man eliminated. Where is Libya today? Can anybody point out what the Democratic, what the Democratic Party, what is good they have brought to Africa? When you talk of slavery, it was the Republican that fought against slavery. The First World War, the Second World War, it came when a Democrat was the president of America. So tell me that good thing that we look at today and say, okay, the Democrat, they should continue. So it's not as if Trump doesn't have fault. He has his fault, but he's a bold man that can tell you, look, He doesn't care. You can go to wherever you want to go, but he will tell you the truth. We need a government in America that will allow Africa to function and develop themselves. We need a president in America that will not infiltrate our political parties in Africa and decide who becomes a president. And that is why I am supporting Trump. Trump is not caring of Africa. So Africa should rise up and care for themselves. That is why I'm supporting the Republicans. That is just my case.
Thank you. Who is next? I think, do we want to go to another topic? Because I think we have, okay, Mazi, please, they say you need to be able to respond. So you can respond.
Quickly, Mr. Rettosman, like I said before, everybody is free to support who they want to support or whatever they want to. I'm in a blue state. I love the Democrat. I'm a Democrat. I will not apologize for anything. I love them. They are good to me. And then talking about, you see, every time we talk about our problems and we try to link it to somebody else. We are talking about Jonathan, and the next thing, we said Obama removed him. How did Obama remove him? Where was Jonathan when other people came to the White House to meet Obama? They came.
Why must they go meet Obama? Oh, excuse me, why must they go meet Obama?
Hold on 1 minute.
For political support.
Blackstone. I'm trying to figure out something. Okay. And the same Jonathan, who did he have in his cabinet? Who was his senior advisor? Davido Okupe. And what did Davido Okupe tell us today? That he has known Jagaban. Because it was through Jagaban and the people he knew in America that Brian was able to come. How are we not sure that Donnie was among the people that set up Jonathan? You see, when we talk about, it's just like in your house. I don't know who somebody's stuff is making a noise. I don't know. Somebody needs to turn off their mic and all that. When we talk about the rat in the bush doesn't know that there is fish in the house. It is that which is in the house that goes there to tell the one in the bush that there is fish in the house. Apart from that, you see, when we talk about people, sometimes some people say, Obama brought whatever, I don't want to call the name so that it won't bring up, whatever it is, them. Okay. For me, like I said, in as much as what those ones do, I've always told them, I work with some of them, and they know me, they don't touch me, as long as they keep it to themselves. That's their business. Why Obama started talking about it was that in Africa, they were making laws to buy people because of whatever it is that they do. That is not right. Okay, and the same people, the same Jonathan that we're talking, Jonathan was there when Geziani stole a lot of money. Jonathan was there. Most of the problem we have today is Jonathan. The same Jonathan and his wife brought Wike. Today, Wike is an emperor. So sometimes when we talk, please can we just speak with facts and let us read what it is. Support who you want to support, but don't blame others for your problem. That's all.
Thank you.
If Trump wins, that's his business. If Biden wins, it doesn't change everything. I will still be who I am. I will still feed what I am. That's it. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Two things. The idea that Republicans and Democrats are different in terms of how they see approach black. It's ridiculous. Slavery was an institution. Now everybody took part in. If you are not an insurance broker that is aiding the people, one way or the other, it was an institution, an industry that everybody partake on. So the idea, one party, they're all the same when it comes to those kind of policy. And again, the idea that again the Western people should leave us alone is also ridiculous. Now, jungle you day. Why they go leave you alone? Now you go stand your ground, cut a deal, or you know cut a deal. It's not now your war chest, now your power chest. Nobody go tell me I leave you alone. In a free war, anywhere they find survivor, you do. Just like you, anywhere you find survivor, you go. It now depends on where you go, who come meet you, how you negotiate. So you pay for it too. If you get the war chest, just like what Twin Nigeria is always alluding to. We don't get the war chest, so this man can come and do whatever they want. They can give us ridiculous this, and we don't want. And the fact that we also have their enablers, people who are no.
Yeah, nice one. He was beginning to make. Okay, the black stone, he can go ahead while he returns.
With all their evilness that is very open to the world. Sorry. Last thing. Then even Jim Crow was a tri-party agreement. The world tri-party, all of us will understand what that means. Since we don't use that now for Nigeria, was between the government, the labor union, and white working men. You know, between a white side and white working men. That was the agreement that brought that actually lost Jim Crow. So the idea is that the Democrats no. And we should also understand when it comes to policy, some foreign policy, all this immigration, there's nothing like Democrat or Republican. And again, to those where they fight for, when they take sides between Israel and Gaza, all you need to do, not listen to what Trump is saying, Obama Biden is saying. Look at the Congress. 100% unanimous. No matter what Biden talk, no matter Trump, no matter what anybody come and talk on TV, it doesn't matter. What is the heart of the nation saying, which is the National Assembly? 100%, no, they are everything that it has to do with Israel, 100%, if up to the world level. So the idea is that this I'm with this because no. My man already said something that we are calling what's this called now, Biden genocide joke. We should wait till Trump come. It's not even up to Trump, but even they've been listening to already. The world is changing and it's not going to change for nothing. And again, sorry, Chim, I'm going the way back now. Chim was talking about conservative, and they play the back for the rest of the world. Which I just put a statement that nobody challenge them. Why is he saying that? They look at the election that is taking place. Over 4.8 billion people went to the polls on Earth this year. 4.8 billion people voted this year from China, from India to South Africa. Look at the results. Look at what the nationals are doing in Europe. Why over 1 billion people voted. That's another thing we should study. There was no fight, no quarrel, no crime, nothing. The government of the day lost. So when you say now conservatives they plenty back for the world, what is happening in the world is not adding up to your to your claim. That's why I say why nobody challenge that. Even the state went in there, Alpha, the country went in there. What is the face of Trudeau? If to say Trudeau grandfather not be prime minister, he wouldn't have been there. Now let's talking about corruption and nepotism or whatever. That's the conversation already. That's why when what with that my Yoruba brother will come when they join us from his chemist lab. They open mouth, free election. Your own prime minister is dead because of his father was a member of the group. There's no democracy anywhere across. And America, we say, it's obvious now. It's all about the interest. Forget your vote on my vote. It's all about interest. So that's where the machinery lies. Who control those interests first? If we now want to make the next job president come work for now, make una go get better lobbyists. Now lobbyists they keep Israel going. Go sit down for Washington DC with your billions, with whatever you have. They go.
I think he's frozen again. He's probably going to be
completely right. Okay, he's just right.
Yeah, regarding the lobbyists. Yeah, the compete with the lobbyists.
Nobody work for now. Una go say taking out Gaddafi, yes, we not like Gaddafi. Now people now some interest in that country has a powerful link with the Western world that make them successful killing that guy. The same thing. So now we should focus on our leaders, our governors. What is the agreement between them and the oil companies? Because when Righteous Man was trying to, KJ was trying to make the difference between ideology of Republicans and the Democrats. Just look at where their interest lies. Democrats is all about Republican are oil, and then get oil. They are billionaires that donors. The most of them are oil, so they have interest in oil. They don't really care about pushing out that ideology. Now, the Democrats are getting stronger because what? Silicon Valley want to take over the world now. It's all about clan capitalists. They have more of them. So they can afford to push because it's about the next world. It's about what is before us. They can afford to attach their logic to it. Do you want the next technology? Yes, okay. This has to come with it. But it's a good thing now we have options. China and Russia are living up to expectation. The BRICS is taking shape. But where is our leader in the scheme of things? Where is our leader? Our leader. Which country that they make? So I'm sorry that I'm here on you, Blackstone, and everyone.
Yeah, the Blackstone. Please go ahead, the Blackstone.
I've lost my train of thought.
Okay,
that's fine.
Anyway, so it's my turn.
I wanted us to start coming back home. You know, man of Petit suggests that we should go back to
Let's go to Kenya. Let's go and learn. Let's go and learn from Kenya. Kenya are teaching us how to do something. Let's go to Kenya.
Yeah, Kenya, they had their protest and the government backtracked.
Are you closing down?
No, not yet. It's around 6 hours.
I usually get up at 12. That's why I'm just putting up stuff together.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm here. I'm with you.
So I wanted to go to this Dangote refinery issue because the IOCs, as they call them, local manufacturers of crude oil, they seem to want to do a kind of bad way for Dangote, the way the British and the foreigners are trying to do to Oyema in terms of the ability to fly from Nigeria to London and back. Because they are trying to charge him more than the price for crude oil that they charge foreigners. At the same time, sometimes, according to them, that's something they will just tell them that the crude oil is not available. So they can't buy oil that is manufactured within the country that they are in. So I don't know what is going on. And one of the days Dangote came and said this, almost the same day that the news was on this in the same day, and fire started at Dangote refinery. And if anybody knows anything about sabotage of a nation, I'm beginning to worry that our refineries are not going to come on stream, and Dangote refinery might be sabotaged. And if we are not careful as a country, if we don't pay attention to this, we'll be importing petrol for the next 20 years. We'll still be importing petrol, maybe forever. Even if we don't stop importing it soon, we'll probably import it forever. So I don't know what people think about it, because let me see if I can just share some information about this quickly. Yeah, in the meantime, let me do this. I need to do some paperwork. Like, share, and subscribe to this channel, because it allows a lot more people to see the video, and the more subscription we have, the more we can be able to support you and do more things to the channel. Also,
you could go and pay for YouTube.
Tinaja, did you hear the breaking news?
What is the breaking news?
Scores of people killed in wedding in Borno State.
Okay, security again. Yeah, I will check it out. It's a shame that we have to be hearing this constantly. Yeah, in terms of the people that I want to donate, please donate to Dr. Damages, because every little penny counts, even if it's $1, $2, $5, $10. Donate, because it helps the channel, it helps Dr. Damages to fund, pay staff. You'll be surprised how many people work for this channel. So let's not forget. I'm just saying we should not forget to help the channel. Yes.
I've never seen your donation though. Just give
all these enemies of progress. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. I think it's a fair point.
It's what you see. That's what we talk about now. Just
it's a fair point.
Super chat now. Give £100. Don't worry.
I think I thought about it the other day. I keep asking people to donate, but I've never really donated the channel. But I'm donating in the backstage. We have money.
We look for the front stage, not the front stage.
So yeah, okay. I take your point. I'll keep that this is under consideration. So, but Dr. Dami needs the support, and every little helps. And we know that a lot of people have been supporting that on the panel and on the chat. So I just thought I should do that. And also, do not forget, if you have not subscribed to True Niger, just search for True Niger channel and subscribe to it. If you've not had the time to do it, subscribe. But if you've subscribed before, do not subscribe again, because if you subscribe again, you're just going to unsubscribe, which means we are going to lose you. So that whenever we are on, you can see us, because sometimes we will be streaming on to Nigeria. We're not going to be on here. And some of the topics we discussed there, you can't see some of the things you say there on here. So like you can be able to say all kinds of different things that you cannot say here, because this is a more PG, children can listen to this channel, elderly people can listen to this channel, women, family people can put it on their TV and watch it. But some of the stuff we talk about on the 2 Niger and the other channels are a bit more robust, and sometimes words fly all over the place, so you don't want it. That's more X-rated, let's put it that way. And the discussion can be a bit more intellectual too. So that said, I just thought I should do that. Like, share, subscribe. Do not forget, like, share. Sharing is very important, because it spreads the message to other people. They will come here and subscribe. Because some of the conversations we are having on this channel is almost unique in the Nigerian space, where people show their face, they come in, they have honest conversations about issues, they get across, they do all kinds of things. So it's quite unique. So I'll encourage people to share it, because I think it enriches our experiences and information that we are gathering. It's one thing somebody talking from their picture profile. It's one thing to actually see them, the expressions on their face. You know how some people are really cross about Biden today and all the rest of it. You can see it. It's different from when somebody is behind the screen, hiding their face, and they are saying all kinds of different things. So support the channel, and that is going to do us a lot of good. So I will leave it at that. So let me just share this stuff quickly about Dangote Refinery. All right.
Reports of a fire outbreak in a section of the Dangote Refinery yesterday, but there's relief now. It was contained. But does it pose any risk to plans for PMS production in July?
No, not at all. I think it was a minor incident which was contained and easily managed, because in the refinery complex, there are all sorts of mitigants that are put in place. So it was immediately contained. It has limited impact, and production has actually commenced.
All right, so definitely we've seen a relief also on social media. We've seen people talking about let nothing happen to our refinery at this time, but going forward, we've seen issues around supply of crude, to the refineries. Talk to me about what you're seeing right now, in your view. Do we see crude supply, going into the second half of 2024?
Yes, there'll be increased crude supply. Basically, the crude oil market is a very efficient market. You have contracts into forwards, futures, and also long-term commodity contracts. But you must understand that you have multinational oil companies that produce here under the production sharing contracts and under the joint ventures. You have the NNPC portion of production. So basically, what people have misunderstood is that the oil companies are obligated, they have their long-term obligations because they paid their operators margin. They produce committed into long-term contracts, and therefore you can buy either directly from whoever they are selling to, or you can also buy from the NNPC. So I think all this talk about sabotage and all of that, I think it's misguided. The truth is that the oil companies have their contracts. The Dangote refinery is efficient and it's going to produce a lot of quality products. And over time, the Dangote refinery will be buying both domestically and internationally, while they'll be serving both the international and regional markets accordingly. So I wouldn't be disturbed about it. Or what the program is that the price of diesel has come down. The Dangote refinery is going to commence immediately, I think now, aviation fuel, and which is a big product. The dual purpose kerosene. They're also going to be producing the PMS down the road in July, August. So everything looks good. But the point is that it will be at international price. That's what it is. What the Dangote refinery is offering is quality, quantity, and certainty of product at all the time. So Nigeria, the days of oil, petrol scarcity are over, but there's still some work to be done in terms of looking for the efficient and equivalent price at which it will be sold, both domestically and across the whole of West Africa.
Right. All right, let's look at other issues right there in the FX market. The seculars are back again with CBN discontinuing the price verification system for importers. I remember this move was aimed at curbing malpractice.
So, and that he is going to the foreign exchange. That foreign exchange one, let's not even go there because that one will drive me crazy. And but the Dangote one now is one of the places that Nigerians are hoping that, you know what, this government are killing us, but Dangote refinery, if it comes on stream, we start selling petrol in Nigeria, making it in Nigeria, it will make things a bit easier. Our currency will get stronger. So what do you think about all this now? Because he's saying that there is no issue to nothing to worry about. But if Dangote is complaining, somebody from Dangote institution is complaining about this, what are the odds that there is nothing to it? At the same time, there is fire in the refinery. I'm looking for the video to show you the fire. Pardon?
The fire, they contain the fire, but the fire is not a problem. The first problem I want to blame, our government is just being wicked to the citizenry. The government is wicked because why we sell to the international companies that, and good percentage of them, they've already paid ahead and every other thing. We have 200,000 liters for local content on a daily basis. As we are talking today, the 3 refineries we have, you understand, it's not working. The Kaduna refineries, the Port Harcourt refineries, the Warri refineries is not working. So if our local content is there, if I want to juxtapose it in terms of aviation, if you don't have a national carrier, you understand, your indigenous carrier will become your national carrier. Like if you say national carrier today in the UK, it's Virgin Atlantic and the so-called BA. You understand? In America, you use the United and the Delta airline. You understand? So if we have Dangote that is domiciled in Nigeria, then Dangote is supposed to enjoy the privilege of first that 200,000 liters for local content. You understand? So how do you want to sell your local content to Dangote in international price that they sell in international market? It makes no sense. You can determine whatever you want to do with your product. You understand? So it's not like you are giving Dangote a fair share. And if you give Dangote a fair share, guess what? The Delta Airlines of this world, the British Airline of this world, they also get their fair share of the things that they produce in the America. Do you understand my point? So that on its own, government would have used that level to first of all subsidize so that Dangote can sell to the people very cheap. You understand? So if Dangote is buying beyond 200,000 liters, yes, they might buy of international price because Dangote is not structured to supply only the Nigerian market. Do you get my point? So other neighboring countries can also buy products from Dangote. So we cannot say we'll give Dangote a discounted price, but at least Dangote can get a discounted price of that 200,000 liters for the local content for today because our local refineries are not working. So let Dangote enjoy that privilege. That is one. Then two, the big man is in where good percentage of us are not really ready to do business, all the logistics things, how you structured yourself, what are the modalities Dangote put in place in terms of lifting this crude from either, say, Delta, Akwa Ibom, or maybe Rivers. You understand what the modalities? Did he put a better modality down to go through the route of going through the pipes? Are they lifting these things in terms of using vessels to lift these things? Because when you lift these things with vessels, and we don't really have those vessels, it's still going to cost you money to lift this thing all the way from, say, Warri to Lagos, which is not far. I traveled that route a lot when I was working in the maritime sector. You understand? It's not far, but it comes with a whole lot of insurance. We don't have
what are the odds
of those badges.
What are the odds? I don't know too much about refiners in terms of how often they have this type of accidents. What are the odds of just having an accident when they are complaining about stuff about?
You know the beauty of it. This accident even happened in Houston. It happened a lot. It's not a big deal. That's why you've already made provision for stuff like that. This thing's going to happen. You understand? For you to hear that there's a fire breakout in refinery. If they did not put things in place, of course, it's going to wipe up everywhere. You understand? There's proper things in place. But say it will not even happen at all. It's going to happen. You understand? But if you put the right things in place and everything, then you can contain it. And that's exactly what it did. So it's not so much of a problem. But you know, but for father, you know the politics of because of this fire happened. Let us use it so that people can use that modality to talk more and to bring that sympathy and everything. I think it's playing. So a little bit politics is adding up to it. But what I want our government to do, because things are tough in Nigeria today, give Dangote that privilege of, first of all, that 200,000 liter for the natural local content that we get, than for our government to be selling now what government is doing. Government is also selling their local content. They sell it to the multinationals. You understand? So as at this time now we have our own refinery, don't sell it, so that the Nigerian people can buy these things a bit cheaper. That's why you see these things is very cheap in Texas. It's not cheap in Arizona. Arizona border Texas. But when all the refineries is in Texas, it's cheap in Texas. Then let me make you laugh how funny it is. We that live in the West Coast, do you know that a man of prestige live in California? A bit very close to Texas. But in New York, gas is cheaper in New York, way cheaper than a man of prestige who live in California, me that live in Arizona. Do you know why? Because New York channel a pipe directly all the way from Houston to Jamaica in New York. You understand? So it makes it more cheaper. So they don't spend money like the way trade is moving these things from across state line, which had more cost in terms of insurance, transportation, and the likes. But in the New York, New Jersey, they link a pipe all the way from the West Coast to the East Coast.
Okay.
Go to New York, you go to Jersey, it's cheaper. So these are all the things that
can I ask a question? This one is more of a information-seeking question. Does anyone know the state of the Port Harcourt refinery, why it hasn't come on stream yet?
Of course, that politics has been there since Obasanjo time. None of us know. They just lie to us. They just lie to us. Every government have been lying to us.
I'm not sure you can say that. They said it's coming on stream in December. So
Obasanjo put $800,000 turnaround maintenance. It did not happen. It did not happen in Jonathan. It did not happen in Yaradua.
Hold on. One at a time, and let's allow one man.
One man. I know you and I will get this argument here and there, but I'm so sorry. Please, why I said that? Remember, Obasanjo put $800,000, which is a huge amount of money in his time. Turnaround maintenance. It didn't happen in Yaradua. It didn't happen in Jonathan. And it did not happen in Buhari. And the same rhetoric is what Tinubu is telling us. If it happened, it will be your joy and my joy. But for the fact that it has not happened, don't blame me for saying this.
Hold on one second, Paul. You may do that trajectory up to Buhari, but I think Buhari attempted to make things work. So I think he worked on that refinery. I think just shortly before he left office, they started flaring there, which is to tell you that things are being switched on. And what Mele Kyari told us is that there are about 3, because Nigerians are holding that space in abeyance. They are holding their breath on that space. So I think what Mele Kyari told us was that in the next 3 to 4 months, that should, I think he said they are actually 97% in. Don't quote me, because I'm just doing from memory from, as we continue to cycle.
Mele Kyari said the refineries is serviced, but because of they've not run the pipe for a very long time, they don't know whether the pipe has been breaking, whether the pipe has been compromised. It's just another politician talking.
No, so
for the fact that it didn't work, it didn't work.
No, Paul, you have to be a bit more optimistic about some of. Mele Kyari, for all of the things we say about him, is a very sharp oil operator. He knows what he's doing. So whether he's doing it for good or he's doing it for self-interest, ethnic parochialism, but that he doesn't know what he's doing, he knows what he's doing. and is well piped. There was one, is it real one something was the only other one that we had that was good in the oil field. Yes. So Mele Kyari knows that our oil space like the back of his hand. So if he tells us that it's 97% complete, and when they start pumping from Dangote, I think it's under even more pressure. But no, I'm not pessimistic like you.
One man. How many years has Bikara has been there? For how many years now has been the NNPC chairman?
I think he came in under Buhari, didn't he?
How many years now?
I'm not sure that he was the full term of Buhari, or maybe it's about 4 years thereabout, no more.
So for 4 years now, one refinery that say want to put in, want to service, put in order for 4 years. That's still hearing the same stories.
Yeah, but it was moribund for a long time. But it's a bit like a
moribund for a long time. But yes, that's all the refineries. You just to pull out the things that are not working, the parts that are not working, and replace it. Dangote built a single.
It's not like changing battery in a car. Oh, you look at the way you are saying it.
Wait, excuse me. Dangote, a single man, built a refinery in less than 3 years or 4 years. The largest one, what do you call it?
Do you know why?
Yes, in the world, right? That's a single man, but a country cannot even service. It's what you call a moribund refinery. Just one. How many liters of petrol does Port Harcourt refinery brings out? So let's be frank with ourselves.
Can I respond to that?
We even have 2 refineries in Port Harcourt, one in Kaduna, one in Warri.
I know. They're not talking down there. They're trying to bring up
Blackstone. Can I respond to what you said, and then I'll be quiet so that other people can speak as well. You saying Dangote built all these things within this period of 5-6 years, to the contrast of the Nigerian state. You have to understand that Dangote is under the pressure of profit and shareholders. So that's why they say government has no business in business. Government is never under the pressure of profit or shareholders. So they just do things in a lackadaisical, corruption-laden way. Dangote cannot infuse corruption into his own entity. So he's under pressure of his creditors, shareholders, and profit. So he has to do things the right way. But government is not under that pressure. So there's that. But I think
another part you must understand. Mele Kyari is the GMD in NNPC. The refineries is a parastatal, you understand, within the NNPC. Why is it that we can't talk to the managing director of these organizations and everything? The man who is not in charge is the one that is coming every other day to address us. Why do we just do things anyhow we like?
No, pause.
It's like talking to Chioma in FAN. You understand? It just don't make any sense. Call the managing director of FAN. What is going on with the airport? Why is the light going off and on and everything? Then talking to the group managing director that because the managing director is what I call the guy. He just sent email. He received email. Call the person in charge. Let us talk to him. I think
do you think NNPC should be sold off? Because there's an argument. That's the one single story that Atiku has, which I agree with, by the way, that NNPC should just be sold off completely, privatized.
I do agree too.
I do agree too. A lot of people don't, as though they think that never given us anything in all of the time we've had oil. So if they sell it on, it's a bit like the Dangote example. If they sell it on to private enterprise and they insist on royalties coming in, that's the government can never manage that space. I think we've all seen that.
Okay, sorry, let me ask one question. One man. How many of the Nigerian parasites that have been sold out today are still in existence? Or are still in production?
Well, the privatization of the communication space is a good example.
That was not sold out. Sorry, no. That was not sold out. That was foreign company coming to bring their money, bid that for it.
Yeah, it was liberalized.
That is the thing. It was liberalized. It was downsized. That's why MTN is better than Nitel today. Remember, Nitel still exists.
Well, Paul, wait. Nitel still exists. Which network do they have?
So Nitel is like the NNPC that were complaining. They are not doing nothing.
No, that was telling you.
The
No, what
Airtel, the
network?
Nine Mobile, and the likes,
Wait,
they are making
wait
profit,
first,
but
Paul.
Nitel is not making nothing.
Wait first. What is Nitel network in Nigeria? Have you heard any?
Because they are not doing anything. So in excess of it, Nitel regulates MTN, but MTN is bringing profit. Airtel is bringing profit. Nine Mobile is bringing profit. Nitel is not bringing anything.
Nitel is not a regulatory body. We have the NC.
Paul, you have mistakenly strolled into my political space. So my political space is that government, the only business of government is to be regulators. And that is the example you just cited.
I agree with you.
Government has no business in
one
anything.
Man, please, one man, can I ask you a question? One man, can I ask you a question?
Of course, my friend, carry on. But I'll only answer, then I'll leave in a minute. I only came in to say hello anyway, but I'll ask, I'll answer, then I'll free the space up.
Oh, okay, what is the difference between optimism and faith?
Optimism and what?
Faith.
What is the difference between optimism and faith?
Well, faith is a leap of surrender. Optimism is a leap of hope. So that's how I would say it. So you know, your question really is the glass half empty or is it half full?
Half full.
So is it positivism or negativism? There's a lot of negativity around the narratives of the Nigerian space. One, because we've been beaten down with disappointment for so long.
You know why I asked you that question? You know why I asked you? I think you were telling Paul that he should have a level of optimism that things are going to work out, irrespective of what had happened in the past. And then the Bible defines faith as substance of things, hope for, evidence of things not seen. So that I ask you, if you are telling us to be optimistic that the refineries are going to work this time, then are you in other words saying that we should have faith or we should exercise faith in line with the spiritual concept of Christianity, that even when it is not working, faith tells you to believe that it's going to work? That's why I asked you that question.
No, I'm saying go with what your eyes see. So your eyes see, because what they are now doing is they are giving us video reports. A lot of that under Fashola, by the way, but they give us video snapshots of progresses being made. So they give us video snapshots, and the latest, by my memory, maybe there's been a later one, the latest video snapshot that they gave us was something as flares coming out of a chimney, of a funnel, etc. And the other memory
how about that thing is from Saudi Arabia?
Well, yeah, that's your skepticism, isn't it? Because of the backdrop of where we were coming from.
Because I'm not
Righteous man, don't make me piss for body.
All right, gentlemen. Anyway, I only came in to say hello. Let me not hold up the space.
Yeah, sorry, before you he's gone again. Before he's
God, I am really enjoying one man today. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. I think with the election fever is gone away, so it's easier to talk.
This is what I want to say, right, about this issue.
Hold on, there's something I wanted to share first. Sorry. Mili Kyari was being accused of sabotaging the Nigerian refineries from coming on stream by some youth organization in Nigeria, in Abuja there. I think 400 and something different ethnic groups this organization represents. They signed this in saying that he is sabotaging it. Remember, this refinery is supposed to start working in December last year. We are heading to July. Nothing.
I thought December, they said March.
Yeah, they keep postponing it and postponing it. And this is the thing I was talking about. That there are people within the system causing it. And these youths now are coming out to complain. This is where smartness as a people come in. We need to be latching on to these people saying all this things. What proof have they got? Why do they believe the head of the refinery is trying to make sure our refinery don't come online? The NNPC is trying to stop it from happening. That should worry you. And many of these people are probably from the South, seeing what is happening there, saying that this man is trying to stop it from working because it will favor the cartels, the oil subsidy cartels, according to him, according to them. So they are demanding that he resigns. While other people, some people are trying to fight for him that he's.
So far, this thing is coming from two layer in the sense that the guys who work in the refineries make tons of money from these refineries. They steal these parts and they say, we got to order for the part immediately for the part to come within 24 and 48 hours. Otherwise, if we leave the pipe not running for some time, then it's going to cost us more to service and everything. And if this thing is not running, this is where these guys cut this pipe, channel this pipe to themselves and everything. So at every given time, the refineries, it's like bird. It's like the aircraft, it's like bird. They are not meant to stay on ground. They are meant to pick something on ground and move immediately. So that is one. Then from the guys who also lift up all these things too again, they are also lobbyists like the American politician who also don't want these things to work so that they can catch in, they can make a lot of money from it. So it comes in two ways. But my question is that, like I said again, why do we always talk to the managing director? Why don't we talk to the managing director of these refineries? Why are we talking to NNPC? NNPC just regulates. NNPC don't sell crude. NNPC don't generate one crude. NNPC don't do anything. NNPC is just the Oga. You understand? Let's talk to, there is a managing director in this refinery. Let us call them and ask them, what are you doing? For example, instead of you to be calling Custom Controller General while you're having problem in Tinkan Port, why don't you call the Controller General, you understand, the Assistant Controller General of Tinkan Port or Apapa Port or Warri Port or Calabar Port? You understand? So if crisis happen in your place, call that person in charge. Don't be calling the managing director. They just come there to come do damage control.
Yeah, a lot of
you
people
understand?
are,
So that if the man in charge in that place, if the man fucked up or the man can't do whatever he or she is meant to do, fire him. Why do we just like to call all these big guys?
It's not because people are not complaining. People are seeing this is happening on the ground. This is why we're in Abuja having this meeting. They are made up of 401 nationalities. Can you imagine that? They are seeing what is happening, that these people are sabotaging our refineries. And the people are not picking up on it because these people are, they are trying to call on the government.
You see all type of nonsense thing. While they are talking refineries, you see somebody will come up and say, it's time for us. They want to go set up Kaduna Petroleum Training Institute. Why we have the Petroleum Training Institute in Efru, Warri there? You understand? All this type of nonsense. And we have the institute. We can't even do all the fabrication and everything. By now, we're supposed to fabricate some of these parts that we needed to order and everything. You just ask yourself,
our nation is being sabotaged. Our nation is being sabotaged. This one is
go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry.
This one is done
Father, before I come out. To talk. You like talk.
Because you want to talk about Monday stuff. I'm not interested in Monday stuff.
No. Paul said something. Huh?
Professor is the moderator and the guest.
I know.
No, I'm not. Yeah, you're right.
Paul said something about California. You know, our gas is high. And the reason is not because of transportation. What happens is that we are being taxed extra. You know, they get extra taxes from the gas by the state.
I agree.
And then apart from that, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm surprised that in Nigeria they talk about 2 or 3 refineries. Hey, I don't see the refineries is not being owned by government. In a county, I can count about 6 refineries in Contra Costa County. They talk about San Francisco, talk about, you know, that's how refineries is everywhere. And one thing we don't do here is that, another thing that we don't do in California is that they ban fracking. Okay, we don't frack. That's why we don't, you know, we don't really explore oil here. We have oil in California, but it's just that the government don't want it because of, you know, we do have wildfires. All of a sudden,
the ozone layer.
Fire in the wilderness. I'm still wrapping my head to know how that fire comes, but you know, I don't know. I've been trying to know why. All of it. Seriously, hectares of land will be burnt and all that kind of a thing. But They know what it is. It's going on, so that's why they don't like the fracking and all that stuff. And they all also said that it's kind of like putting water in the soil and using it to force the oil to come out and all that. That is dangerous and all that stuff. Um, it's so sad that Nigeria depends on government for everything. By now they should have fired that GMD. They should have fired him, okay, and just allow the whatever it is, the oil sector to be, to be privatized, and whatever it is, sell it off. If you cannot manage it, sell it off to people. Let them manage it, because it's there, and people are still working in those refineries, are being paid. They collect salaries, just like every other person, another kind of a thing.
Not salary. People resign to retire again, collect pension. I
They
mean, I
collect
have not
pension.
worked for the past 20 years. And they will
And,
become pensioner.
and they pay them well, oh. They pay them well. They are eating
I
fat.
don't know. I know now.
Mazi Prince, in
Yeah.
Nigeria, there's mafia in everything. That is why you say that they cannot resign. That's why they cannot sack the people. You understand?
Right.
So I don't find any reason why a dead company still have workers. A dead factory still have workers. So I don't see any reason for it. Because these are all the
the
corruption
answer.
in Nigeria. These are all the mafias ruling Nigeria. So I want to try to fight against them. You are in trouble. You understand me? So I don't see any reason why these refineries are still there. For me, what I would have liked the government to do, let them fix the refineries. You understand me? Then let them privatize it. Let the citizen buy shares in it. You understand me? And then the government should not be having a major shareholder. They can also have share in it. You understand? So then the citizens now, the shareholders can now run the refineries. You understand me? Just like Dangote now. Nigeria has shares in it, about 20% shares. But Dangote still, another ones are still the major shareholders. So there could be a good management. You understand me? Because one thing I say about Nigeria, once you just buy this, when you just give out this indoor paracetamol and everything, at the end of the day, you need to see that they're not even performing as I expect. Look at the electric sector, power sector. I mean, look at what they are doing. When they wanted to capitalize it, to give it out, they say, they'll be the best. They'll be this, they'll be this. When they come, they are just after their money, not after the services or the performance of the companies. Just after their money. So that's why I said let government share out a part of it, and let the government may have about maybe 10% or 5%. Then the other ones will be so that people still can buy share in it, and they should not be like so that they can still have like an oversight over it and so on and so forth. Wow. That's my own recommendation anyway.
Yeah, the engines of sabotage
going on. Last year and last 2 years, University of Texas, Austin, Texas, beat Harvard University as one of the richest universities in the whole world. Not school fees. They have a lot of refineries, university. At a time, University of Texas, they were rumored that University of Texas have more gold deposits than Saudi Arabia. I can't get it why we can't just do things. Let the man who the cap fit, let the man wear it. You understand? This government is a particular refinery or a particular sector is having problem. You go call managing director. It just don't make any sense. Because by the time you ask this managing director questions, many of the questions he's going to pretend and say, I'm going to get back to you. All the man that they put in place to come defend himself. You understand? And call the man. And if it's not working, why don't you call the man and hear from the man and ask the man, what did he support you? When you support a managing director, then if you give this man money to, say, for example, to take care of Tinkan Port, then the man will feel that, no, let me go take care of Port Harcourt because I'm from River State. Let me go take care of Warri because I'm from Delta State. Meanwhile, Lagos needs money, or maybe Warri need the money because of you are from SY State. You want to transfer that fund to somewhere else. Why don't you call the person that you are having problem I think with that way, it makes more sense. You understand? We have a managing directors of these refineries. But every time you hear NNPC don't do nothing. You know, NNPC don't even generate one crude oil, one liter, one crude oil. NNPC don't generate. Then you will call NNPC, we'll be asking them about theft or no theft. You know, all these things just don't make any sense. This guy just entered there, just what I call food don't come chop. Don't make any sense.
I think I must say, I have to call these people, they are heroes for trying to do what they are doing, because they are making a statement here. They said something about, they talked about how all the companies are doing it. It says the indices point that a certain cabal in the NNPC has vowed never to allow local refinery of petroleum products in Nigeria, all in a bid to remain as the sole importers of commodity and exploit Nigerians. We declare today that enough is enough. Nigerians have suffered enough.
I'll be back. I'm enjoying this topic.
Thank you.
But I'll be back.
Thank you. Yeah. Then it went on to say, we declare today that enough is enough. Nigerians have suffered enough, whereas a few people are feeding fat. You see, now these are Nigerians on the ground coming out, calling out these things, because we like to say that they are not doing it, but they are doing this. It's just that their voices are not amplified enough. This is on Sahara Reporters. I'm not sure these people have showed up on Channels TV or TVC or even Arise. You don't see these people coming out to be covered. These are a group of 401 ethnic groups, representing 401 ethnic groups, accusing these organizations and individuals of sabotaging the Nigerian capacity to refine their own petrol. They went on to say that the Mele Kyari assured the Senate that they were going to start operations since March, in the next 2 weeks in March. And now that is 3 months now, and nothing has happened since then. If anything, Dangote is coming out, Dangote Refinery is coming out to accuse the IOCs of causing problems for them. These are internal machines in Nigeria. Fellow Nigerians who sabotaging the country within Nigeria itself. It's not the people doing it themselves. Fellow Nigerians are causing this problem. So we have to ask ourselves, whom are these people doing these things, and how can we highlight them further so that we can stop them? Because we keep saying that we want something done. When it's time for that stuff to be done, you see people just acting as if they can't see it. It's as if they have been programmed never to confront issues that actually lead to progress. Look at what the Kenyans were able to do just this week in their own country. But they are Nigerians doing good work. These people, I have to praise them, because you have to be brave inside Nigeria to go to Abuja, gather together, make such a speech about the oil cabals in Nigeria, how they are trying to sabotage even the 2 refineries that are supposed to have started working fully in Nigeria by now. 2 refineries that Nigeria should have functioning by now, and they are frustrating them. So, Kenny, thank you for joining us. What do you think about this matter?
Thank you for us. Good day, Mr. Prince. Good day, everyone. So the thing is, I actually called him because of Mr. Paul. I understand that Mr. Paul is from Niger Delta, the so-called Niger Delta, where higher percentage of this oil is coming from, right? See, we the people, the day we begin to tell ourselves the truth, the day we begin to love one another, that is the day we will begin to receive self-deliverance. See, if we continue to hate each other, what we are simply doing is we will continue to put ourselves down. You hold somebody down, you are holding yourself. Now, this is it. We have 2 major oil companies, what they call it, refineries, as you stated. I don't know where they are. Maybe they are still existing, maybe they are not. But I know for sure we have petrochemical in Element. I think there is one in Kaduna, when the oil is being gotten from the Niger Delta. So the fundamental problem, or the fundamental thing that we need to be focusing on, we are leaving it and we are discussing something else. How could you come to Niger Delta to get crude oil, refine it elsewhere, or maybe refine it in Niger Delta, destroy the soil, destroy their water. They don't have fish in their water. They don't have fertile land, everything destroyed. But the headquarters is located in Abuja. The headquarters, they pay taxes in Abuja. Now you have another one taken to Lagos State in the name of Dangote. Dangote will be paying taxes in Lagos State. When the real crude oil is taken from Niger Delta, the impact of that exploration, the Niger Delta people are the ones feeling it. They are the one paying for all these things. But the taxes are being gained in another state. How does that make sense? And somebody like Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for this. Let the owners of these resources take care of their resources. Some people hated him. God bless you with these resources. You should be able to take care of it, reap from it. It is yours. Maybe give to the federal government some token. Some people said no, and you're here fighting. Go to Niger Delta. The real people that own this oil are suffering. Just a select few of the, the cabals, those that the cabals are using, not that they're even part of the cabals. They're errand boys, like the Atake Toms and all those stupid, what they call it, the one that is fat. I don't know his name. The other one. They are the one being used. They are the one eating fat. The people are suffering. No fish, no fertile land, nothing. The people are suffering.
Well, how about the idea that Dangote refinery is not even allowed to function now? That what if Dangote refinery fails? But refinery fails,
watch out.
Not in trouble?
No, just forefathers, watch out the next news they're going to hear. That the federal government will be giving Dangote billions of dollars as a compensation. See, they are the ones, they are the scammers. They know the game that they are playing. What brought about the fire incident? Have they made any investigation to find out what brought about the fire incident? It is their game plan. Have you forgotten that these politicians, all of them invested in Dangote refinery? Have you forgotten how much of Nigerian resources or money that was given to Dangote? They just want another avenue to siphon money again. Just watch out. Very soon you will hear how much they are going to give to Dangote again.
How siphon it when we are talking about production of petrol? That Dangote is accusing the oil companies of not wanting to sell him crude oil so that he can supply Nigerian markets. So they would rather sell it to foreigners or charge him more.
Which oil companies are refusing to sell oil to Dangote?
Oil companies like Shell.
Who is the regulator of this oil company? Where is the federal government? Where is NNPC? This is the game that they are playing. Just like, see, let us tell the truth. We have oil companies in Texas. We have one in Hyven. I think it's ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil headquarters is in Texas. They pay taxes there. We have Chevron. It's in California. Some Romed in California. The headquarters is in California. Pardon me?
Salomon.
Yes. So we have EOG resources in Texas. The headquarters they are paying taxes where they are located.
But this is not about tax now. Okay, if you want, look at Oyema now complaining that the British are doing something to, or they are trying to frustrate his business. Are you going to say the federal government should not help him?
Okay, Oyema, in this case, right, is dealing with international bodies. So it is not up to the federal government.
Companies are international bodies too.
Hold on now. It is now left for the federal government to now fight for their own. That when you come to Nigeria, those oil companies that you are saying that they are from international body, that they are international bodies, where are they getting the crude oil from? Is it not Nigerian crude oil? So do they have more power than the federal government when it comes to the crude oil in Nigeria? Who gave them license? They can withdraw. If the federal government want, they can withdraw the license. They can cancel whatever agreement that they have with them and let them go. So I'm still saying that is a game being played with the federal government. They are aware of it. Dangote is in the system. See, it is we, the people, that they are deceiving, right? They are deceiving us. They know the game. Like I told you, just watch out and see. In a few days, you see how much money they want to give to Dangote. These people invested there, politicians.
what if they give him money, then the money he uses it to be able to supply petrol to Nigeria? Is that a bad thing? Are we not giving money to people for petrol right now?
No, I'm not against giving him money in order to provide petrol or fuel to Nigerians. But I'm against leaving your own refinery, your refinery that you have, instead of fixing it, instead of making the refinery, operational. You are now here. Do you know how many people that are employed by these refineries? So those people, are you telling us that they are going to lose their jobs? They will go unemployed? Or you are going to continue to pay them salary? You're going to continue to retain them, pay them salary when there is nothing being produced or generated from that refinery? Choose one. If you are going to make those refineries functional, fix them, let them function, let people work and earn money so that you, the government, can also generate taxes or revenue. But if you are keeping those refineries dormant, they are not operating, but you keep paying the so-called staff. Of what basis are you paying them? They are not working. The refinery is not working. So you are just simply wasting money, wasting resources. Choose one. Focus on that Dangote refinery, destroy the NNPC, close everything, let everybody go and find another job. Stop paying salaries. So you cannot be paying salaries for something that is not operating.
But do you see the other argument that if you break up the local refineries and allow only Dangote to operate, you have a free hand now for monopoly? But if you have the local refinery,
is the local refinery working?
Out. It's not working. That's the problem. Now that's what this organization is coming out to call them out, that they are sabotaging our refineries. And I think we should be supporting these people that are doing this on the ground, because it's really brave for them to come out and say all these oil companies and the minister, that's the person in charge of NNPC, is sabotaging the refineries from coming on stream. That is brave.
And the minister is working for the government, right? The federal government, right?
Yes.
So who am I to fight now when the federal government is deliberately destroying the country?
No, but they are saying that they are arguing that he should sack that minister so that they can get somebody that is not there to sabotage the refinery. Because that is showing that people are acting and trying to hold the government accountable.
Who is acting?
The people are acting and coming out to demand. Make the demand.
Properers, you and I sat here and we are talking. How is that going to change anything? See, I always am of the belief that if you want to change anything in that country, you don't be a gentleman. The people that you are dealing with are not gentlemen. They are rascals. So you have to inculcate some level of rascality in order to get what you want. You see what happened in Kenya? I was telling somebody the other day that I'm now in Kenya. They busted into laugh. So the thing is, you have to face these people in order to get what you are asking for. If you sit down on platforms like this, you talk from today to tomorrow, nothing is going to change. I heard someone is talking about revolution. You are just talking. They call them toothless bulldog. How about organize that revolution? Let's see it. Somebody like me, I'm going to support you to making sure that you achieve that revolution. Mobilize people to go on the street. I'm going to call him out. Showore. If Showore thinks that he's a freedom fighter, let him organize that real revolution that he has been talking on the lips without actually putting it into action. Let him organize it. We are going to support him and making sure that things are, brought to normal in that country. But nobody's going to do it.
I hear what you are saying, but
we don't have the guts.
I don't think that some people that have the guts, they represent 401 ethnic groups in Nigeria. So I'm sure almost everybody's encompassed. This is a big organization. Came out and said from their observation, from their analysis, that this minister or head of NNPC is sabotaging the ability of Nigeria to manufacture its own petroleum.
Thank you.
That the government have to sack him.
Okay. Has the government responded?
That is what we are not seeing.
See, the minister was appointed by somebody, and that somebody likes what the minister is doing. Actually, the minister is doing what he sends him to do. So he's doing the bits of whomever that appointed him. This same person that appointed the minister told you during his campaign that he's going to continue from where Buhari stopped. He actually told you that he's going to tax you until he's going to devise every means to make sure he taxes you to stupor. He turned around and say, for the military, they are useless. All he wants to give them is abodo and whatever, gari, and they will eat and behave like zombie. He said it. So he's actually doing what he promised you during the campaign. So do not expect anything good from this person. So whatever the minister is doing now, he's simply doing what his master sends him to do. Simple.
Okay.
Now, for you now that is eager for change, that wants change, you have to confront these people and bring about that change that you actually want. Not sitting on the platform and talking about revolution, going from one TV station to the other. Revolution now. My friend, put it into action. Stop disturbing us with revolution now.
I think
Kenyans did not disturb us with a revolution now. They went on the street and brought about change.
But you know that one that you saw on the street probably started on this thing. I can give you an example of what we are talking about here. This is how it starts. Let me show you.
I've seen people coming here and saying, oh, sasa jamtaki hizi taxes, mnadhani pesa ya infrastructure itatoka wapi? Akweli mjini tuko deep in debt that we must pay. Koso. Listen, sisi wajinga, we understand the debt crisis and we understand the importance of taxes. Now, I will not claim that I know the ins and outs of coming up with a finance bill for an entire country, but I do know a little about budgeting. Ukibudget kuna kitu inaitwa essential expenses and non-essential expenses. Let me give you an example. If in a month or let's say a year, things are hard or I'd like to channel my income elsewhere, let's say debt. The first place I will look at is my non-essential expenses. If maybe I'd spend 5K on entertainment, I'll reduce it to 1K or scrap it off entirely. That is what we should be doing during a debt crisis, no? Now, what annoys me is that instead of focusing on essential...
No. I don't want to waste your time with that. The idea is that that's how it starts.
Yeah, Fofaras, I agree with you. You showed us a video of an elegant, beautiful, and brainy girl. See, these people know that they need change. However, the country where you and I come from, they don't know about this. They might be beautiful, elegant. I don't know what is in that head, because the only thing I see on that head is TikTok. Okay,
you say that's all in our people's head?
I'm telling you, just watch it.
That's harsh. Come on.
Even the TikTok you see, the TikTok and the skits you see from Nigeria, they are about to start taxing them. Yeah, they said they
go on TikTok and check. There's one they score Nyashi, whether it's big or small. That's the only thing they know. See, these people, I don't know. I don't know if if they gave them injections somewhere along the line that the brain is not functioning well. See, I'm not insulting anybody, but in Nigeria, the psyche is messed up. The primary thing that the people should be fighting for is not what they actually fighting for. You see one person, if you ever see maybe just a lady like this come up on social media in Nigeria to criticize the government, the next thing is the same people, the same Nigerian citizens who will begin to attack her. Oh, Losho, oh this, oh she's that, oh she's fighting him because she's Fulani or because she's Igbo and the president is Yoruba. They will bring ethnicity and tribalism into the whole thing. Yeah. And at the end of the day, what happened? You see EFCC will gain leverage to come and arrest that person because maybe it's a group of people or ethnicity is against the person, and then boom, EFCC will arrest the person. And then you see somebody like a Cubana chief priest will come out and start talking rubbish. You see another idiot. See, there are plenty. See, our people, I don't know what is wrong with us. The fundamental thing that we should be talking about, we are leaving it to discuss some non-issues. And at the end of the day, if you see somebody that is serious, that wants change, come up to speak about that thing, the person is a tribalistic person. The person is this and that, and the EFCC will come after the person. And the people will not even revolt for EFCC coming after the person. Everybody will be quiet as if nothing is happening. There is this journalist that was arrested in Lagos by Fashola, right? Today, that guy, he's not even him. His brother was the journalist. They could not find his brother, and they arrested him for nothing. And this same guy, he's still in jail, and nobody is speaking about it. Not even the so-called revolutionary people. Nobody's even organizing the citizens to protest for the release of this guy. So how do you encourage others to criticize the government? How do you encourage others to build this kind of pressure that you are seeing that this girl is doing? Because this is how, like you started, this is how you started. They create that sense of inquisitive. They create that sense of I don't know what how to qualify that in people, awareness in people, and then people started galvanizing and forming up groups to protest. And at the end of the day, what do you see on the street? Did they not get what they wanted? They got it. So if you see somebody like that in Nigeria coming up to speak and the person got arrested, citizens, everybody will go on his way. The only time you see Nigerian citizens coming out and talk on social media is when there is one beautiful wedding or some business things that doesn't make sense. You see them everywhere talking about things that don't really make sense.
Think that Nigerians don't have the capacity to do what the Kenyans did. Maybe it's just not right. The time is not yet for them, because sometimes it might happen tomorrow. It might happen 1 week from now. It might happen.
It will never happen, for that. They've never even tried. They've never tried. You see how prepared the Kenyans were. They have whatever they will use to protect themselves against tear gas. They have whatever they will use to protect themselves against any form of brutality. I saw one video, one military guy was pursuing a group, like flogging them, and one other guy went behind him and hit him hard on the head. So this is the way you prepare yourself. Do me, I do you. God no go first. But last time in 2020, they tried, but I don't think that should be the way to go, because they know the history of Nigerian military. Nigerian military are like zombies. They don't have IQ. They don't have sense. Whatever the leaders told them to do is what they are going to do at the end of the day. Go out there, buy all of them. They will go down and buy them without thinking that these people that are actually protesting are protesting for them as well. But they will go against the people that are actually protesting for their own welfare, for their own good. See, in Nigeria,
you mean the people in Nigeria, when people are protesting, Nigerians turn on against them? I've never seen that.
The military, are they not part of Nigeria?
But the military are taking orders, you see. But it's not like ordinary people are turning against the protesters.
See, let's assume I'm in military and they get me gun and send me out to go and buy the people protesting. I will not buy them. I will not even do that. These people, unless I'm a zombie, I don't have my own thought process, or I don't have my own brain to think. This is when I will now obey the last order. Go and buy. You just go and buy. That's why I qualify them as zombies. You don't do things like that. The people you are buying are your people. They are actually fighting for your own welfare. You have children probably.
Yeah.
And they are fighting to protect the future of their children. So don't take last orders like that. I was telling somebody that.
With you.
I was saying it on this platform last time that
the solution then for you. What would you say is the way forward?
The way forward is for the people to revolt. No looking back. Like, revolt against these people. Make sure they put that country to stand still until things are changed. Until what they want is given to them. If
what
not,
would be the demand you will make? What would be the demand you would say they should make?
A lot. Where will I even start? A lot. Where will I even start? First and foremost, the demand that I will make is state police, number one. State police, number one. Then number two will be, we need to know how much you, as a senator, that is stated in the Constitution, how much that is stated in the Constitution that you, as a senator, House of Rep, governor, what they call it, president, vice president, all of them. How much is your salary? How much is your take home? How much are you earning according to the salary, according to the Constitution? Go back to that.
So you are going to demand state police. You are going to demand salary. They should reduce their salaries.
Yes.
What else would you demand?
Now, my final demand.
Oh,
regional system. Regional. Everybody don't go on your region.
Regional system is the one you are. Okay, that's quite a demand.
Regional system.
For me, first, number one is secure the country first. Second, without a doubt, our refineries have to come on stream. That's no excuses, and no excuses. They all have to come on stream. We are not going to leave the streets until our refineries come on stream. And thirdly, I would demand that electricity there has to be an emergency on electricity, has to be provided in the entire country. All capital cities should not have a blinker of power failure. Capital, all of them have to be fixed. And you have to enact an emergency measure to get that done. No matter what the cost is, they should do that. So you start with those three. Since you said three, it's only fair for me to put it three. I don't want to put so many.
I agree with some of what you said, but the thing is, these things that you just listed cannot really be achieved without regional system. And this is my reason for saying that.
Why are you going out to protest? You are protesting to make sure you achieve it. Regional system or no regional system, you want it done.
No. I'm going to protest against their salary to make their salary unattractive. So if you make it unattractive for them to converge in that Abuja and say those for hey and those for nay, all those nonsense, if you make it unattractive, now they will be frustrated. They will not be eager to go to Abuja anymore. They will be like, leadership in Nigeria is not profitable anymore. You now have that more leverage to now ask for regionality, because now they don't go to Abuja to enjoy billions of dollars anymore.
Okay, let's say they have regional system now. You still have powerhouses there. Why not just argue for direct democracy where the people decide the rules? And it means that they can decide how much they pay their work.
Now, for that, have you ever seen or heard of any country that survive with this kind of tribal diversity that as we have in Nigeria? Have you ever seen any country that ever survived with tribal?
My point is that it doesn't matter about tribal. I'm talking about actually giving the people the power now. So every single individual, every single tribe have the people themselves have the power.
Exactly.
So that matters nothing.
Exactly. With the system, with the kind of system that we have in Nigeria now, people can never have the power. The only time that people will have the power is when you go back to regional system. Then the central will be weak. This is when the power. This is when the power will come closer to the people.
Yeah, but how is it that making democracy direct have to be regional? It doesn't have to be. You are giving the people the power to control the country. They can choose whoever they want. They can write laws. They can move law. People can decide themselves.
Hold on.
Make it regional. You can make it by state.
How are they going to have such power when you and I know that during the election process, right? Some people will tell their people, do not vote for this candidate because he is not of our tribe. He is not of our religion. And they will believe them, right? Some people will now go as far as bringing back their festive period where masquerade would deter others from coming out to vote. Some people will even come up on national TV and threaten a group of people that if you come out and you don't vote for our person, we are going to deal with you. And nobody was held accountable. So how is power going to come to the people when you have such thing going on in such country?
Yeah, okay. So to stop that from happening, that is why we are protesting in the first place. So you can now choose that and say, okay, we don't want this thing where you have to be going to all these powerhouses, Aso Rock, chiefs, governors. We want the power ourselves. So that next time, if we want to decide what we want to do, people and the center don't have that much power anymore. So all these fight to elect somebody doesn't matter anymore.
There is an incurable disease in Nigeria that will not allow them to get this thing that you are saying. That incurable disease is tribalism. The people cannot come together and have a unifying voice as you are now proposing now. They cannot. The people are so damaged that it is very difficult for them to come together because of religion and tribalism. And the only way to at least come close to what you are asking for, right, is now, since we are that tribalism, let us go back and manage our tribal nonsense, right? At least when you have that monolith or whatever they call it, where, if, for example, in the north, not every northerner is an Hausa. That is understandable. But the common language spoken in the north is Hausa. Now, the north can stay on their own, do whatever they want to do, right? At least we have some states, a lot of states in the north that believe in Sharia law. They can adopt their Sharia law and practice it there without interference. That is no problem. If you come to the West, for example, most of the Western states now speaks Yoruba. I don't know, maybe the Yoruba will be different, but the common language there is Yoruba. They can go on their own, form their own region, and do their things. During their festive period, they can, during the election, they can fast forward their festive period and release their masquerade to come and fight their own people, right? To fight their own people against their own people. That is the problem. Then you have the East again, where we have our leaders, our so-called leaders, during election, they will form their own, what they call it, their own vigilante group to come and witch hunt their opponent. That is not a problem. So if you have such things in Nigeria, then the central will be so weak that it will not have influence on other regions, on individual regions. So the people can better manage themselves with their tribal nonsense there, right?
Well,
the only thing that you have to do is,
I think what you are saying is that reduce the size of the tribal groups to smaller tribal groups, which it means that there's still tribalism there, but it's just a smaller group of different tribes. But that it just means that that same small group of different tribes will still have that agitation to still get somewhere, because one group will still be dominating the other groups.
No. It's not that way, right? Like I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. In the West, let me use Yoruba land, for example. You and I know that the traditions, the cultures in Yoruba land is almost same. From individual states, they have almost the same tradition and cultures, right?
Yeah, because mostly of them are Yoruba.
No, in Yoruba, they have different dialects. In Yoruba land, they have different dialects. The way
I think, sorry. I think amongst all the groups in Nigeria, the Yorubas are, if you, for want of a better words, in terms of that, the way they cover the Southwest right now, the Southwest and the Southeast are one of the most homogeneous in terms of the groups in them. I don't think the North even has that. The North has so many tribes amongst them. No. But the Southeast and the Southwest, they are almost entirely Yoruba and almost entirely Igbo.
No, you are right. You are right. But when you come to that same North, right? Yes, they have diverse tribes there, different tribes. But the common language there that everybody understands is Hausa language, right? And if you go deep, you find out that their culture, their traditions, the traditions and cultures from these individual tribes, right, is somewhat similar. For example, a Tarok person from Lantan area, right?
Sorry, Kenny.
Yes.
I think I've been following the discussion. I think when you come to the north and south, and this is why I always tell people, when we start having discussions, it's important that we conceptualize things. Because when you say southwest, that's correct, like forefather said, it's a little bit homogeneous. If you say southeast, it's also correct, it's a little bit homogeneous. Once you get out of these two zones, you would not find a homogeneous zone. And you see, the mistake the two of you and forefather make is because when you say southwest, yes, you said southeast, yes, but you said the north. There's nothing, even in the geographical enclaves in Nigeria as it is today, there's nothing like the north. There's the northwest, there's the north central, there's the northeast. So if you want, that's why it's good to pin the discussions. If you are using the present geopolitical zones, then stick with it. If you want to use north and south, then stick with it also. But I think you guys should better use the geopolitical zones. It's easier. I'm following the discussion. Go ahead. I'm not putting any point. I'm just saying that I think I'm just trying to guide the direction of the discussion so that it will not be north now. Just use northeast, northwest, north central.
Yeah, Maska, you are right using the current geopolitical zone, but I'm deliberately avoiding using that current geopolitical zone because the current geopolitical zone to me does not make sense. It doesn't even exist, and this is the reason why I say that. There is nothing like North Central anywhere in the world. If you claim North Central, I can claim South Central. Somebody can claim East Central or West Central. So there's nothing like.
Kennedy, this is a first principle argument you are having. Wait. There's nothing. Actually, one can also do the argument that there's nothing like Nigeria.
Okay, yes, exactly.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
let's not. I
But this
don't
is
think
it.
we should go into that line of argument. Just carry
the
your
people,
point. Just
yeah,
carry your discussion.
yes. But the people from North, the people that are called North Central today are saying that they are not North Central, they are Middle Belt, right? Then again, there is nothing like South. To me, does not exist, doesn't make sense, right? Now, why I use that East, West, and maybe now I'm going to divide it into four. We have North East and North West, because the people from the Northeast are actually a little distinct than the people from the Northwest. They are not same. Most of the people from
The difference, actually, the real difference in Nigeria is in the Northeast. Because if you enter the Northeast, there is what you call Babur. There is what is the name of this Maiduguri people now? There is Shua inside. There is there are many tribes there, especially if you begin to go to places like Taraba.
Yeah, but let me know the one that I know, right? If you go to places like in the north, let's use north west, northeast. I don't think Taraba is in the northeast. Taraba is still part of the Middle Belt, right?
Taraba is northeast.
Is northeast? I don't know why they put it in the northeast. It should be not. It should be Middle Belt, but let's use it as northeast now. The people from Taraba, they have a distinct, like, different language than the people from Adamawa. However, in that northeast, you have more of Christians than Muslims that you even have when it comes to religion now. You have more of Christians than you have Muslims.
I think you're going to model level. You started well. No, hold on. Because if you use religion now, if you go to Southeast, there will be Muslims, there will be Christians.
Yes, I know. I say more of this than the other, right? Not that both of them exist, but one is more in number than the other, right? Now, if you go to Northwest, you have more of Niger republics, like people originally from Niger Republic, including Buhari's parents are from Niger Republic. So you have more of Niger Republicans encroaching into Nigeria and settling there and becoming Nigerians by, I don't want to use default, but they becoming Nigeria overnight without actually going through naturalization and becoming Nigerian citizens. So most of the Northwesterners are not actually Nigerians. They are from Niger. Now
that's not true. And so it's even not. No, it's true now, because I'm a Northwesterner and I'm more Nigerian than almost any Nigerian. One can check his genealogy.
Yeah, but the fact is they share similar culture, understanding, right? I think they can function well, by themselves, and then maybe whatever they are able to generate and give some token to the federal government that is now weak. This is how we will better manage ourselves.
But why would you want to go and join with the South? Why don't you just have where you call Southeast right now? That is
no. Okay. The fact is, the Southeast is Southeast. So whomever that thinks he's a South now, right? As it is now, when you have a real delineation of that map or whatever, the person that takes the South,
I think you are derailing. I was enjoying the discussion.
Hold on, now let me finish. We either be part of Southeast or Southwest.
You are struggling to agree that a place can be called in name, but it doesn't have to be a geographical polar coordinate system.
Just wait. Let's wait for him.
You can call a region a region.
That geopolitical map is where the fraud is the problem, and you guys are not seeing it.
Point of view, you don't understand. You see, the reason why you are arguing, the only reason why you are arguing this, because it favors you and your own ideology.
How?
Because you know that people of the Southeast, if they come together, they control the South and the other regions, it favors you.
For us, let's put it this way.
And the same way, hold on, let me finish the point. That is the same way. Let me scale it up now. That is the same way it favors the North to make sure that they too have access to the other parts. You want the Southeast to be cut off and include the South. Why don't you just want the South to go on their own?
For us, let's put it this way: balkanize Nigeria, with this current geopolitical whatever map or whatever they call it, right? Put it that way, and let's go regional. Let's see who is going to cry. But the truth is, in the South, we have part of Southeasterners currently in the so-called South. We want them to be part of us, that they want to be part of us. If you can give us our brothers, no problem. They are our brothers.
You see, okay,
because
so
currently, as it is now, they are being subjugated in the South. They are not let to breathe in the South. We want them to breathe.
Don't you understand that it's not in the interest of the South to join with the
So you still have our people in the South that will be that the Southerners want to live on.
You see, forefathers
to where you are.
Forefathers.
Right now. Yeah.
Okay, see, you see, this is the bane of Nigeria as a country and us as a people. You've spoken very well, but the very last bus stop where you're dropping, it's the same problem you've been accusing. You are saying people are tribalistic. And trust me, I put it to you. You've ended up just putting up a very tribal position, because what you are now simply saying... No, wait, hold on. Just the way I waited for you, and I loved the way you were building up, unfortunately, but I see where you've landed. So the point I'm making, as long as the argument is going to be based on my tribe, it's going to be a failed argument, because what you are now simply saying is that people in the South that are of Igbo extraction should be removed and be given to you. And I'm saying that, no, I see it's okay for you, which is the point forefather is making. If you push that argument, then it will still come back to where it is, because everybody now would go back into a tribal enclave and a tribal mentality. And it's not going to...
Masker, I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to hide or shy away from what I said. See, Nigeria has been built. Nigeria was built on a tribal sentiment.
No.
Right?
No.
Tribalism.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish now. You see, I would like it when you allow me to finish my nonsense too. Nigeria was built on a tribal nonsense. Right?
No, I'm saying no, that is not correct.
Okay, I will tell you why I say it's correct. And it has been like that.
Better.
Amadu Bello, you and I know that Amadu Bello came up on the national TV when he was interviewed. He said that they from the north will never allow an Igbo man to command any position in their state or in their region.
So can you just briefly hold there? No, so that the discussion can go on.
Hold on. If he even went ahead and said that even if they don't find anybody capable of managing that position in Nigeria, they would rather hire, other than Igbo person, they would rather hire an expatriate, a foreign expatriate, than to hire an Igbo man. Does that sound like...
No, I hear you. That is true. What that statement is true. So wait, Kenny.
Let me land. Okay. No, let me land. Since Agi Ironsi, I don't want to go there. Since Agi Ironsi was by, has any Igbo man ever emerged either as head of state or civilian president from that country? Hold on, no, I'm coming. What is it called? Last year, for example, P2B, an Igbo man, was contesting. What happened? The North told their people, do not vote for him because he's an Arni.
No, that's not true. That's not true. See, this thing you're saying.
And
look,
Imam, a Muslim clergy stated that he's an Arni.
A clergy can say what he wants to say.
Is that
just
right?
The way you are saying what you want to say.
Is that not? No, hold on now. Is that right for him to say that? In the Northern Forum, they stated that do not vote for people from that side because we have not forgotten.
Kenny,
No, can we have not forgotten what our people, their people did to us. They started it.
Who is that person that said that?
El-Rufai.
Well, who is El-Rufai, honestly speaking? This is a man that couldn't get his ministerial position.
He's part of the northern leaders.
No, that's not true. Because, see, no, you see, just hold on, Kenny, so that we can have a more progressive discussion. What I want to address for you is that, okay, if you push the same argument you're pushing, okay, you and El-Rufai, we will carry you and put you in the same basket.
How?
And the same, yes, the same Sadana you're talking about, we can carry all of you and put you in a tribal basket. Is that what you want?
Tell me,
yes,
justify
because you're saying that you're okay with pushing a tribal agenda. That's what you're saying.
No.
And I'm, wait. And I'm putting to you that it will not take any tribe anywhere if they say that their agenda is purely tribal. Because every other tribe will go back into enclave. And let me put it to you, what you miss, what you are when you're quoting Sardauna, some of the things that you miss, Sardauna did not say in the Hausa land, he said the North. And go back and read the history of Sardauna. People like Sunday Awoni, they are not Hausa people. Somebody like Kashim Ibrahim is not a Hausa person. The North was very good. No, you see, this is the problem with the tribal thinking.
No,
you think only of. I'm going to come back to this Igbo. I'm going to come. No, because the whole world is not only Igbo. I will not be restricted to just talk about only Igbo.
Master, it is not tribal when Igbos are being excluded, when Igbos are being subjugated. It is not tribal when Igbos are being marginalized.
No, it's true. I may agree with you that it's tribal. All I'm putting to you is that, wait now, Kenny, it's not me and you. I'm not the one who is pushing the tribal agenda here.
I'm only
trying.
I'm just justifying what is happening.
You are supporting it, and I'm trying to take you away from that position.
In order for a group of people to cease to be subjugated, in order for Igbo people to be free from the hate, in order for Igbo people to not have that feeling of being hated or marginalized. That is why I'm pushing this.
I understand that. So let me see. Can they just hold on? Okay, let's do like this. I'll talk for 2 minutes. You talk for 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Because we are just interjecting each other now. The point I'm making, Kenny, is very simple. If it is true that the Igbos are marginalized on a tribal basis, what I'm saying that the solution for the Igbos is not to think tribal. The solution is to show people how tribal thinking is bad, is myopic, and it's not progressive.
Exactly.
What I can put to you,
we've shown that.
You are just interjecting.
We've shown that in many ways. No, Master, let's have a conversation. We've shown that in many ways. When Alex Ekweme came out, did we Igbos vote for him? We did not. When Abiola came out, we the Igbos voted for Abiola. When Obasanjo came out, we the Igbos voted Obasanjo against our own. When Yaradua came out, we the Igbos voted for Yaradua against our own. How else do you want us to show that we are not tribal?
Look, okay, so that's precisely my point, Kenny, that you've tried it a couple of times, it didn't work.
Now, yes,
wait now,
trying, right? To the rest of our lives.
Now,
because we don't have sense.
For instance, okay, let's even rewind back a little bit. Why do you think me and you are having this discussion? Why do you think we're having this discussion?
Because we want Nigeria to function better.
No. Forget about the want. We are having this discussion because, for instance, in my mind, I don't want to believe that, to think that anything good for outside people is the only thing good. That's why I'm having this discussion with you. And I believe right at the depth of your mind, what you are doing now, you are simply reacting. And I'm advising you that to be a reactionary in terms of a socio-political issue is never positive, because once you do that, wait now, Kene, wait. I can let's maybe forefathers. Maybe we need to have a structure about this. My discussion with Kene.
Let me just
maybe I can talk for 3 minutes.
Yeah, let me just show this right now. So this is one of the things I was talking about, that some of the things we indulge in, and this is for Kenya especially. So it is we indulge in about racism or tribalism and all the rest. This is the UK now, that there's an election, 2024. Look at that, just Saturday, today. Racism in the UK, where they are bad-mouthing other groups that are not white like them, is a problem. But yet they are functional. This is the thing. Why do you think they are functional? You don't see them crying the way we keep going on, as if we are the only
UK is functional?
Oh, yes.
If you want to make an example of a functional country, don't use UK. UK is not functional.
With 7 parts of this is the power supply. Employment rate is very low. Salaries.
Masca,
they meet.
Masca, this is it, right?
Yes, Kene.
Yeah, Masca, this is it. We the Igbos, we've tried to show a good example to other Nigerians that we want unification, we want oneness, we want that through one Nigeria. But what we usually get at the end of the day is being pushed back, being rejected, being put in a state
you want an honest response, Kenny. You want me to be very honest with you?
Let me finish.
Okay, it's okay. Go ahead.
Now, you talk about how you don't want Hausas to be seen as the only nice. See, Hausas are the nicest people that I've seen. Hausas, very accommodating people that I've seen, and that their good mind or that their good accommodative nature has really, really paid them bad. Like they are paying for it today. Because some people that think that they are born to rule have invaded them, subjugated them, and took over their land. They even went as far as coming to Kwara State and took Kwara State from the Yoruba people. And today you have Emir of Fulani in Kwara State, right? So what we are saying is, if we want to be truly one like Nigerians, we should remove tribalism and function together as one.
But this is what you're pushing, Kenny, every time.
See,
and you can't say the same with the same mouth that is what you want to be removed.
On this platform, whenever we are talking about how to unify and push Nigeria forward, you see some crop of elements will come up and start bashing Igbos and putting Igbos in that rejected corner again. And this is when I will come up. It has been me coming up to say, no, you don't do that to my people. Right?
We didn't talk about Igbos. We're talking about refineries, and suddenly you managed to twist it back to regional stuff.
I didn't. Somebody picked that up.
Actually, Kenneth's point was very sweet when he started. This is my point. You started with saying that everybody should come out on the street.
Somebody picked that up and begin to expatiate that. But the truth is, if we truly want to be one Nigeria, let's remove tribalism and make that country function. But the problem is, you and I here, maybe we're educated, we understand that tribalism will not lead us anywhere. But when you go back to that country, typical Nigerians are filled with tribalism and religious
That's also
sentiment.
not true, Kenny. That is also not true. No.
It is true. For example,
it's not
why
true.
I say it is true? Do you know why I said it is true?
Do you know why I say it's not true?
Okay, let me tell you my reason, then you can tell me yes too.
Good. Let's have
in the southeast, right? In the southeast, whenever there is evil going on, we come up here, not only on this platform, we speak from every cylinder that this evil must be stopped. We call them out and name them one by one. But I've never seen any northern person, be it a leader or an individual, that come up and say, see, the way and manner that these Fulani terrorists are killing our people is unacceptable. The only people that I see speaking up are the victims themselves. And who are the victims? The Hausas, the non-Fulani ethnic groups in the north. They are the ones speaking up. But I've never seen any Fulani leader that come up and condemn that. People like Sheikh Gumi is always supporting them. He's actually a liaison officer between the terrorists and the government, right? They have never come up and condemned that evil. And that is why somebody like me see it as a tribal thing. We had an election where some people threatened a group of people that if they come out and vote for a candidate other than theirs, they will be asked to leave. Yes, people like Olamide, people like Alaba, people like the one in APC, that guy that speaks so well, I don't know his name. They come up and condemn that. They said, no, we don't accept that. But where the leaders, where are they standing? Who among them, the Yoruba leaders, I mean, both the governors and whatever, who among them came up and said, no, this thing is not acceptable? Who among them? So if I'm referring to this group, I'm referring to their
Okay,
leaders.
so Kenneth, you've given your reason, right? You've given your reason. Your point, the statement you made.
Let's structure it so that other people can be able to speak, and so that people are coming in. It's funny because I don't want to condemn people for coming in because they hear tribal talk, but when they hear that Dangote refinery and local refinery is not working, all of them stay behind. And
No, but unfortunately, forefathers, this is where we find ourselves, and we have to deal with it. I think we should accept it also that we as a people, generally, that is what itches our skin mostly. So all I'm trying to tell Kenny, and I'm going to be very brief because, like you said, there's a couple of other people here, respectable Nigerians, who are also, I'm very sure, passionate about the country. So I'll be short and brief. Kenny, I hear your pain. Okay, all I'm going to tell you is that history has shown that an eye for an eye has never been the solution. Never, ever will it be. Go and check the history in the world everywhere. You need to rise above the certain mediocrity so that you can actually move the whole people forward. What I tell people, and I will repeat, you see, the risk for me, the real issue for me, is not really even the issue between Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani. The bigger problem I always tell us is that as a people in the world, there's a way the world look at us, all black people, all of us. Let's deal with that problem first collectively. Because as it is today, the issues we are dealing with are 80% the production of that problem. Because even the conception of Nigeria itself, Nigeria was conceived by a set of people so that they can benefit for themselves, not we as black people. All this argument we're having, we're arguing about, and we found ourselves in a certain motto. That motto wants to take us to prison. We're arguing about what side of the aisle or you are sitting either on window seat or are sitting on aisle seat. Okay? What we really need to understand is let's stop the vehicle first. It's taking us to a bad place. Okay? Even if we divide this country into a million places, as long as we are not smart enough to understand that people are still teleguiding us, we will still have issues. Somalia is a country that has uniform set of language and religion. They are not yet at peace. South Sudan, they have fought the same argument we've been pushing here for Nigeria. They are today not in a good place. The same Sudan that they've left with other people, the truth is that the Western world has found a way of putting them to war with each other, despite the fact that South Sudan, as the fundamentally different part, has gone away. We need to wisen up, Kenny. I understand what you feel, but what you need to only look at so that you can understand what is going on is to look at the average Hausa man or the even average Fulani man. The average people you're talking about. How is their life today? Is it fundamentally different?
No, it is not.
I rest my case here. Thank you.
It is not. And that is why they must pick up again.
Other people now, come on. You know other people haven't spoken. Jagun, welcome. Thank you for joining us. This is not necessarily about tribe. The issue was about some youths in Nigeria going to Abuja to demand that the refinery head should, that's the NNPC head, should resign because he, from their own analysis, that they found that he is sabotaging the Nigerian refineries from being able to start production. And then they also touched on the issue that they also found that the Dangote refinery is also complaining that they cannot get crude oil from Nigeria. And this is some serious stuff. So I don't know. What do you think about it? You're muted.
Thank you. Good day, good afternoon, good evening,
How many
everyone.
minutes do we have to speak, forefather, so that we will not go back and
All
forth?
right. Okay,
Since
let's
we
do
have a
it
lot
for
of
4
people.
minutes. For 4 minutes. Yeah. There's a lot of
Forefathers,
people. Yes.
you just restricted
I'm
me
being
from
I'm being
responding.
disturbed though. This
Maska
is
addressed me, so let
There's
me
no need.
respond, please.
You've been
Let me
responding for a
respond,
long
then
time.
let me close it, then
You've
we'll
been
move to
responding
another
for
one.
a long time. Let them
No,
speak now. They've
just a
been here
minute
with
now.
you.
Just a
They've been
minute.
here speaking.
Yeah, let me close it up, then we
No, you
move to
don't need
another
to
topic.
close it out.
Do you
You had
understand?
your chance to speak. You can
No, he said so
anytime
many
comes
things
to you, you
that
speak.
he accused me of things that I need to clarify.
Don't
Please.
worry, you will clarify
No,
it. We are not
1
going
minute
anywhere.
now. I would have
Okay,
finished
I'll
this
give
thing
you
now.
1 minute. Let's give 1 minute.
Maska,
Give me 1 minute.
Maska, just like you, right?
1
Just
minute,
like you.
no.
Yes, just
Not
like you.
a second
I
more.
want that country to move forward. But we've tried everything possible. We as the citizens, we as the victims, we've tried everything to make the country move forward, but it's not moving. You know why? The cabals are holding grip of that country. The cabals comprises of both the Fulani, the Hausa, Yoruba, and the Igbo so-called leaders, right? Now we as the individual now trying to source for other means of survival. How are we going to make this happen for us as the youth or the citizens, right? And that is why we are calling for that regional system. Now we have evils, atrocities going on in that country, like terrorism, for example, and the leaders, the so-called leaders representing these tribes, are not calling them out, are not condemning them, are not fighting them, because what they are perpetrating is subjugation of other tribes. For example, the Fulanis are subjugating the non-Fulani speaking people in the north, whether you like it or not. I know this better than you do, right? So they are subjugating, and their leaders are backing them up, giving them all necessary resources to achieving that. And we are not condemning.
Thank you. Jago, please go ahead regarding the issue of this refinery.
Yes, no problem, because I really don't want to speak about tribe. I didn't see it written in the thing, and I haven't necessarily been following. I came on as there were only three of us, Kene and Masca were going to and fro, and I didn't really want to speak on that issue at all. The issue that you do raise, I have looked at it. There's been a lot of things that have taken place this week, it seems, as you have written in the title. The oil industry is by far the toughest industry in the world, I think. And the players, they know what they're doing, and they are very strategic people in the game of oil. For Nigeria to have oil, to have a world-class refinery, so as we have understood, and for there not to be a state kind of issue, a state understanding that Dangote would definitely get some oil, a lot of oil, from the Nigerian fields in order to refine the oil. There is also Gabon is next door, Ghana is there, Chad also has oil. There are so many countries around us that have oil. Even Angola, they're performing their quota very well over the last 4 or 5 years, even though they've had their own corruptive troubles. I find it really poor looking at Nigeria and not being able to understand that they don't even though they've got a refinery, something is afoot. I mean, the place was on fire the other day. I don't know if you saw that. And
we have a video of it.
Sabotage. It didn't look like anything accidental. It looked like somebody purposely went there and set a blaze. And I'm thinking, look at this Nigerian country of ours, man. If it's 2 steps back, 10 steps. It's 2 steps forward, 10 steps back. I don't know if we can continue in this way. I mean, there are people that probably know the issue better than me. Everyone's been busy this week. I haven't been really following hard. I've just glimpsed what's gone on the African continent directly. And for a country suffering the way it's suffering, it's only good for those people. Nigeria right now is only good for people outside of Nigeria. And if the diaspora want to pick up on that, I think we should look at the fact that right now it's actually a good time to go home, just based on the exchange rate. You know, there's a lot that you can begin to build, because the exchange rate will not stay as it is. Even though we have these pack of fools who are ruling us, the exchange rate is not going to stay as it is. It is going to climb back somehow at some point. If you begin to invest in Nigeria now, you're getting big bangs for your dollars or pounds. Getting a lot for your buck. I'll end it there and see what others have to say. Thank you very much.
Share these brave men that came out to do this. They came out to complain that these people are trying to stifle Nigeria's ability to refine its oil. And this head of NNPC came to the Senate and testified that the oil refinery in Port Harcourt will start operation in 2 weeks' time. That was in March, and nothing has happened till now. And hence, this is in June now. They are out here complaining that these people are not doing anything. And this organization that they represent, it represents 401 ethnic groups. That is a large group. In other words, almost everybody in Nigeria. And these people deserve their voice to be amplified, so that, because we have to assume it is true that they are sabotaging it until proven otherwise. Because our lives depend on it here. These people are killing us. They don't want the refineries to work. And Nigerians' lives keep getting harder because of the hardship. Insecurity rises also. Then where are we? We will never go home. Our country will never be anything. Our children don't have a future.
But forefathers,
we have to support these other people.
But forefathers,
who elected these people to represent anyone?
So forefathers, my
who are they
question.
representing?
Let me go to the next person, please. Otherwise, we're not going to finish today. I
Okay,
think.
all right.
Who was next? I speak the truth. Was it?
I
think it was Righteous Man, wasn't it? I think it was Righteous Man. I think it was Righteous Man.
No, it was right. It was Righteous Man.
Yeah. I saw Righteous Man. You can't miss Righteous Man when he's showing up. So Righteous Man, thank you for joining us. And this issue about these young people coming out, not young men, they are men actually, coming out to complain that is it not what we have been asking for, Nigerians to come out to complain? They are coming out to tell us that the refineries, these people are trying to kill our refineries. What do we do? Should we release a statement here backing them, or how do we link all these things up so that our refineries actually start working? Because I believe if all our refineries come on stream and Dangote refinery is working, half of Nigerian problem will reduce big time. So please go ahead.
Yeah, forefathers, you know that the Rudolph platform is not a pressure group. So there is no way we can release a general statement here as regard to what is going on. So, AY, good evening. Masca, Tone, and the rest, I greet all of you. And Kene, well done. Yeah, you see, the issue of Nigeria, if I tell you that I'm not tired, I'm deceiving you. I'm tired of the issue of Nigeria. Because when you try to solve one problem, another one will crop up. You see this issue of refinery. Dangote came out to shout that the mafia group that is controlling the downstream sector in Nigeria is more than the politician that controls who wins election. He cried out. So a man in that capacity, a man with that influence, if he can cry out, I mean, it means Nigeria they have destroyed this country. For him to cry out, it means he had done everything he needed to do, and nothing is coming out of it. And then he cried and said that he will be getting his crude oil from US. You can imagine that. If it's a country that is working, that will cause Nigerians to go on the streets to protest. But even this group of individuals that have come out now, after this show up they have done, you won't hear of them again. They will silence them. So we are in a country where some group of people have hijacked and captured the state, and they dictate and manage it the way they feel. And there is nothing anybody can do about it. That's just the dangerous thing there. Nothing anybody can do about it. Because what Maska and Ekene was trying to trash out, the truth is this. As we are divided people based on religion and tribe, as Tinubu is the president today, let's assume that the people from the East start campaigning now about this thing that is going on. They will say Igbos are against Tinubu. If the Northerners start now, they will say the Northerners is against Tinubu. We don't speak with one mind. There is no one umbrella that brings us together. And we need a leader that will fashion Nigeria and make us seem to be one so that we can pursue a national goal. Right now, we don't have any pursuit of national goal. It's like to your tent or is.
His audio is experiencing technical issues, and next is I think is AY, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken? I speak the truth.
I speak the truth too, except you want me to speak it.
Yeah, AY, my boy, you can go.
AY, yeah, please go ahead.
What did you say? What?
I say you my boy, you my man. You my man.
Okay, thank you, boss. Yeah, so again, I'm back again, man. So is the issue of the refinery. That was the reason why I'm here actually. I'm not interested in a Kenneth tribal war. So I'm gonna say this, right? When I listen to that,
you will not be happy with that now.
From Dangote and even the I think the managing director or whatever of Dangote refinery. I know we are in deeper trouble actually. If Dangote can cry, you need to think like this is somebody that can walk into Aso Rock and tell them he want to see the president. They will grant him access easily. What will not happen to a common man in Nigeria? That was just my thinking. I was telling my friend, I said, what about people, a few of us in abroad that are thinking, oh, we want to go invest in Nigeria? Where do you start from? Who are you going to talk to? We need to know the war we have in Nigeria. We have to actually come together for us to survive it. If you watch Igbo electricity, this is what is going on. The Kaaba, they are the problem we have in Nigeria. I know many years ago, Dangote wanted to buy Port Harcourt refinery. They refused to sell it for him. I think it's the same set of people that are thinking, oh, he's going to take over the oil and gas industry. If Dangote can take over all the industry, let it be. I don't care. As long as it's providing job for Nigerians, the people that are working for Dangote, they are from everywhere, every part of the country. I'm not saying he's a perfect guy. Any Nigeria that can help in creating jobs for Nigeria, people like Dangote, people like Alain Oyema, the government need to protect them at all costs. I'm not saying they should do Nigeria evil by monopolizing the system. I'm not in support of that. Give them support. Give them all kind of support. We cannot have refinery in Nigeria even if it doesn't belong to the government. We are still struggling because if Dangote refinery start producing, it will benefit Nigeria indirectly. We're not going to buy pop price of petrol is going to reduce, just like the diesel. It was able to crash the diesel price. You know, we're going to benefit. One thing I keep saying, Nigeria no matter where we are from, our tribe, or religion, whatever, we need to learn to come together. We need to understand, if we don't come together, we all gotta pay for it. We are gonna pay for it. I want a system where let anybody that want to do something open up the system. The president needs to come in. He needs to do whatever he needs to do to make sure that the refinery get the supply, make sure that refinery is functional. Just tell them to pay their share of the taxes, pay their share up to the people. That's all I'm gonna say. We not giving him that monopoly to cripple the system, to do whatever he like with the system, but he's a Nigeria that needs to be protected. Needs to be protected. Just like the last time we were discussing when Allen Oyema plane was stopped in Saudi Arabia, some people were talking. I'm like, listen, federal government don't have option. You got to protect this guy. You got to protect him at all costs, because I think Air Peace is about the only airline that is really doing a lot in Nigeria right now. Yeah. Even what he personally, what he has done for Nigeria, we can't even pay him as individual. So we need to protect all these people, to be honest. I mean, I'm not saying they are perfect human beings, they have their issues, but charity begins at home. We have to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. My eye is beginning to open. You know, some things I didn't know before. I'm beginning to understand that all these institutions, they are part of a capitalist system. They are natural part of it. They are not just companies anymore. They are part of the state.
Yep.
If you don't support it, your state, your country will fail.
Yes.
That is what happens. This is a link to the state.
Forefather, can I finish up my thoughts?
Yeah, please.
AY, you made a very good statement, submission, but okay, you corrected yourself later on. Supporting Dangote is good, but him taking over the national or multinational companies we have here in order to create employment is not good, because you know, I've told you I'm into a real estate industry in Nigeria. I build. Now listen. It was when Dangote monopolized the production of cement that many of us began to struggle for survival in this industry. Then, when Ibeto cement was on course, and Bua was on course, and Elephant cement was on course, we were buying cement 800 naira, 700 naira. Immediately he came up, he jacked it, you know. So there shouldn't be any room given to an individual above other people in the same country. No, Dangote is actually giving a privilege which has not been given to other Nigerians who wants to invest, and that is where I differ from you from your submission. But you made an excellent submission. Now remember that Dangote is part of the economic management team of the present administration. Are you aware? He was part of those that the president inaugurated as his economic team that is going to fine-tune how the Nigerian economy is going to be like. Okay? So if he cried out and said that the mafia in the oil industry is stronger than the political mafia that decide who becomes president or governor, then there is a big problem. And that big problem, it will only take a mafian president that will not fear the mafians to destroy the syndicate they have built. So that, look, if I talk now, they will say I'm complaining. Things are not working well here. Things are absolutely not working well. It is a bitter truth that when it is said, people will begin to read other meanings, but I don't give a damn. I live here. The 100% pain of what is happening in this country, I face it on daily basis. Just likewise, your brothers and sisters who reside here, if you are going to be honest, you will discover that the stories they have been telling you shows that things are not working out well here. And we need a collective idea, a responsible idea from responsible leadership to turn around Nigeria. If we liberate ourselves from the dominance of the Western world, Let the Western world not be the people that will decide who becomes our leader. I'm telling you, Africa will develop, because that is the fundamental problem we are facing today. The Western world are the ones who decide who rules us. And as they decide who rules us, they give these people their agenda to implement. And then the common masses becomes the ones that will suffer for it. So that's what I have to say now.
Thank you. I think I Speak the Truth is next. I Speak the Truth. Thank you for joining us today. So what do you think about these refinery issues that we are having now? Because I thought that by now, Nigeria, 2 refineries should be fully functional in Nigeria by now, last year. That's what I thought. But here we go. Please go ahead.
To be honest, I haven't followed the whole thing about people going to the National Assembly, so I'm not going to speak on something I have no idea about. I'm not in the business of just yapping, so I'll let everybody else talk, and when there's something else we can talk about that I decide I have an input, then I'll come on.
All right. Thank you very much. Olumide, thank you for joining us. As this righteous man said, if Dangote is crying and complaining, you know that things have gotten really bad when Dangote is complaining about not getting what he wants. So, Olumide, please go ahead.
So yeah, I want to say that sometimes I can be very, very critical, especially when I hear some other people weighing on an issue, and I see that the way they weigh in is not something that they've not weighed in objectively, is what I meant to say. So for people who are giving excuses for Dangote, it's unfathomable what happens in that society, and AY is giving excuses for Dangote. And then Righteous Man is afraid of being critical because he doesn't want to be labeled as being tribalistic. It's just unfortunate. And then you, forefathers, you sit there, you pretend like this guy is doing you a favor, when practically the vote of the nation was open for this guy to start up a refinery. And what excuse is he giving? The nation's resources was open for this guy. Government money invested in that guy's business, personal business, and you are giving excuses for him. He has failed.
I think the objective was supposed to be that Nigeria provide crude oil for him to be able to process and supply the local market.
So if I don't freaking care, he has failed.
So you prefer Nigerians to be buying petrol from overseas?
I don't say, I've told you that when things are not done properly, are done in a shady way, people will look for excuses to cop out or buy out. So I'm not going to give any excuse for him.
I'm not sure the point you're making. Are you saying Dangote refinery should not? I don't know what point he's making. Tone, please go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Greetings, everybody, again. Now and again, this is the problem we have in Nigeria. Yesterday, during the broadcast, Paul, you were here. I said something. I said, this is tribal. Because Dangote is successful, I know that. You guys keep bashing just because the guy is from the north. What is wrong with us? And while we talk, you say, yeah, he's Muslim. Somebody here will come out and say, see, this is the problem. This is the problem. How can we move forward?
Can I quickly round up? One moment. Sorry, Tone. So, like I said, if we look at the antecedents, the way that oil refinery was started, you understand? So for me, any excuse whatsoever by Dangote is not welcome. Nigerian money is invested in that thing. They've got to make it work.
So how would you say that he should make it work when he's telling you that the people that are supposed to be giving crude oil are not giving it to him? They are selling it to him at sometimes $6 extra.
Forefathers, if that business has failed, he should go and file for bankruptcy. I don't freaking care. You understand?
You don't care. You don't
So
care if Nigeria keeps buying petrol from overseas.
Then the second.
No, Lumi, they don't go forward yet. You don't
Fafana,
care.
let me quickly say something. Let me give out this information. For the last 2 decades. Hold on, Lumi.
AY, stop. It's not your turn. AY, stop. It's not your
There has
turn.
not
Stop.
been any new refinery built in the whole of Africa. The whole of Africa, not Nigeria. So you need to think about that.
How long? AY, what did he say?
For the last 2 decades, there has not been any new refinery built in the whole of Africa. Think about that first.
And so what? So does it mean it can't be done? Does it mean it can't be done?
So okay, now one has been done. Are you saying that that it's okay Dangote refinery should fail because the local refinery, the local crude oil companies are not supplying Dangote at the right international rate? They are supplying. They want to supply him sometimes at $6 ahead of the international rate.
So
why are they penalizing because he's a local refinery?
So fathers, please, I'm tired of you coming here to defend failure.
I'm not defending him. I'm defending Nigerians.
Is it not deregulated? Is the oil industry not deregulated? So what are you defending?
I don't know. It's deregulated, but it's supposed to be international, the same price for everybody, not to be targeting the local one. Don't you understand what we are saying?
Okay, fine. Protect him all you want. The other thing is that this same APC has been in government. It's not a change in government. It's the same APC. If Silva was Minister of State for the oil resources or whatever they call their ministry there, he told us that they were the refineries were going to start working under their tenure before they left. They invested so much billions of dollars in revamping the other refineries across the nations not working. And have we called him to ask him why they're not working despite those billions of dollars invested? And now we've invested so much in Dangote. But more importantly, I want to weigh in on what Maska and Ekene were talking earlier. See, Ekene, I want you to I see a point with Maska in the sense that, believe me, I'm talking from somebody who...
We are not doing tribal stuff.
No, I'm not. Just listen. I'm just trying to kind of...
Did you just see this? Did you just see this thing?
I'm just trying to kind of settle...
you read this statement. Let's not do that.
See this point in the fact that I'm coming from a Yoruba nation perspective. You understand? And I understand. I see Maska's point when he says that, if the election was allowed to go the way it was supposed to go, you understand? A lot of Northerners voted for Obi. You understand? So these people that manipulate the system are the ones that are allowing us to conflict with one another. You understand? Nigerians, I would say overall, are not tribalistic. You understand? But a few people who voices should not count. It's just like in the US, you will see a white racist, but when there's an election, they are never a majority. You understand? They are never a majority, but because they prevented the majority from having their way and say, you understand? That is why it is easy for us to say, oh, they are being, but large majority of Northerners are not like that. Not with what Buhari put them through for 8 years. You understand? I just want you to see, I see it in Maska's, I kind of tend to agree with Maska in that light. You understand? So in 2027, that is where we shouldn't drop the ball. We shouldn't allow the ball drop and take our eyes off the ball. In 2027, are they going to repeat the same? You understand? For me, all this issue of NNPC is all nonsense. And in the first place, the government weren't supposed to be there. They're not a legitimate government. I don't expect them to solve any issue. It's all just going to get worse and worse. You understand? In 2027,
thank you, Olumide. Your time is up, Olumide. I don't want to ring the bell. Thank you. So we don't go into another one. Because you're going to your election. I know you're passionate about it. Someday, when coming towards the election, you will have a field day with that one. Tone, thank you for joining us. You were already contributing. Please go ahead.
All I'm saying, in other words, is we cannot move ahead with all these tribal sentiments. Even if tomorrow, by hook or crook, Peter Obi should get there, or any good politician, there's still going to be this slant of ethnicity. And if we continue with this ethnicity, it's not just going to work. It's not going to work. Yesterday, I was looking at some archive video on Nigeria and all that, on Aburi. And one thing I could deduce from there was that why Gowon was advised to pull the plug was because that the Igbos, that they were going to benefit the more from and then render Nigeria a confederate state. And he went back, and then the war happened. This is the same thing. See what happened in the 60s is the same narrative that is just playing out in a different way. Why can we not learn from what happened? Obviously, we've not learned. Someone will look at Maska here and all that. Just because he's from the north, you profile him and start insulting the man that he's educated because he's from a certain part of the country or he's successful. No, Ekene, I know you've lived in the north. You probably even understand the northerners more than I do, even though I was there for about 3 years studying to be a military officer and all that. But I tell you, and I will say this with a pure heart, the northerners, we have good people, we have bad people, just as we have good people and bad people everywhere in Nigeria. So it's not about the Igbos or the
hold it.
part of the people.
Hold it.
Wait now.
No. Don't say you have to withdraw that. I don't hate the northerners. I've made.
No, I did not say you hate the northerners. I did not say that.
He didn't say you hated the North. He never said that.
Let me to clarify this.
He never said it. What can you argue the wrong accusation? He never said it. He never said it.
I never said that.
If he said that, even I will say no. That's not true. That's not what
I never said that, Ekene. Why would I say that? I never said that. All I'm trying to say is that let us start dealing with the challenges we have. We have a big challenge in Nigeria, holistically, individually. That's all I'm just saying. That's where I stand. Jago said something earlier. The exchange rate now, we're not taking advantage of it. It's time we start looking inwards to go back, to see what we can do back home with the few of us that are outside the country. But we are here bashing each other. He's from the north. He's not a Muslim. He's not a Muslim. He's not a Muslim. He's a Christian. He's from the south. He's not going to sort us out. Or we divide. I tell you, let me just say something. Forefathers have said this thing here. Listen, that Biafra or Duduwa state that we are clamoring for, by the time, even if we do get it, the same problem is going to exist, because you're not going to have aliens in Biafra or people from Jupiter or Mars in Oduduwa Republic. You're still going to have the same criminals. There are Yoruba criminals, there are Igbo criminals, there are Edo criminals. Where you're still going to have the same people. So the same problem is still going to exist. Until we cut out all this thing that does not make sense about all this tribal stuff and all that, we're not going to move forward. It's just as simple as that. And start dealing with the real issues. Dangote, whether he's from the north, whether he's from the south, whether he's from the middle and all that, he had an opportunity. He got in there and all that. Let us support him. If he works, it's for the good of Nigeria. Let us support him. If it was an Igbo man that had that refinery, I'm sure I know my people, I know Igbo people. None of them will complain, no. None of them will complain. This little fire that happened, they will say they are trying to undo the Igbo man. That is the position we found ourselves. Let us say the truth. Let us say the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and that's a
solid submission. So you are coming from a different angle.
It's only Paul that's in front of you now. It's only Paul. you'll be speaking after Paul.
Okay.
My forefathers, what happened to me? Is it not like
I
that?
was here with you now. Master, I was here with you.
Did I just lie to Kene
No,
now?
Kene,
I went
me
out
and you,
and
we
came
never
back. I
spoke.
was
Me
here with
and
you.
you spoke today. Me and you, I never saw you today even self.
Me, I see you before.
Now you see me. Me, I don't see you.
I don't see you.
But it's okay. Paul is a respected elder in the house, so I would defer to him. Not that he's older than me. I believe I'm older than Paul, but elder is elder. Speak, Paul.
But is it that it's only
see Paul
mostly
only lose my train of don't let me lose my train of thought.
Okay,
let me say something to Masker. So there is this old man that was passing around the neighborhood and stole fowl and stole this fowl, put it in his bag. So when the man put it in his bag, the small children saw the old man that stole fowl and put it in his bag. They run and call their mother, mommy, that Baba don't steal fowl. That Baba don't steal fowl. So when the women they come, they say, Baba, the man said, no, there's no fowl. They said, no. Will the children say you have fowl? Okay, let us look your bag. The man said, if you have old man in your family, go call the old man to come and look my bag. Luckily for the women, they were lucky. They have old men in their family. So they called the old man to come and look this old man's bag. And then the other old man said, take old man, I look the bag. If I would, if you like disgrace old man. So the man take old man, I look him, say no fowl inside the bag. Because the other man is not ready to disgrace old man. So Master, go ahead.
All right. You see how old people walk. Thank you. Forefathers.
Are you saying Kenya is not old?
Can I go ahead now, forefathers? Old people have spoken.
Yeah, you can go ahead. To be fair, Kene wanted to reply to you before, but
yes,
the way the
please.
now.
I cannot see. Look, sincerely speaking,
it's a different topic now.
No, I'm not. Yeah,
African culture.
And I will put.
I'll put
Kene. Let old man. Old man talk.
This Masker, the last time he spoke, and Kene wanted to reply back. Since then, he's never been able to speak again.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so what do you want me to do now?
Okay, Masker, as an old man, an old man, speak. I will speak after you. As an old man, speak.
You know why?
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Thank you. It's not easy. Easy. When you reach my age, you will see what I'm saying.
That's a good one.
Okay, so I would want to stick to just the Dangote refinery. I may not like the business model of Dangote because whatever businesses he do mostly is monopolistic in nature. There is no argument about that. And from an economics perspective, Western economists will tell you that monopoly is never good for the economy. But having said that, what I can tell you also is, like AY said, if no refinery has been built for the last 20 years in the whole of Africa, I will not want to worry myself whether this refinery today is a monopoly or not. All I would want us, and I will repeat, as Black people, let's have a refinery working. After the refinery is working, then whatever we want to do, if we want to nationalize it, it's a different matter. But let it work. For too long, we miss the bigger picture. I keep repeating, for me, the big picture is that the world looks at us as a certain type of people. Who here has read the book we were... Okay, Jagun, you've read that book now. This Tropical Dependency.
Well, Jagun is not there. I don't think he's here.
Jagun is hanging. Okay. But there's a book that was recommended on this platform. I read the book. The fact of the matter is that it was there written by white people in black and white that we are going to be a market. They will take our resources, they will manufacture it, and we will also be a market for these finished products that they will use our resources. The book is there. It's white people that wrote it. No less than the woman of Lord Lugard. They wrote this thing. I'm sure she wrote it because at that time she does not believe black people would come up one day and read book like that. She wrote it in black and white.
Master, she literally said this. How many, even before 1960?
In 1905. She said in 1905, not too long ago.
You see the awareness that they have.
It wasn't 1905. Oh.
It's 1905, Jagun.
Really?
Master.
Okay, sorry.
Master, can I just say that I think what she said is irrelevant. What have we done to prevent that actualization? Have we contributed to that?
So this is that exactly Olumide. So what I'm saying now, where we are at, we've done a refinery that will take our raw material and produce it. I don't want to give a hoot who is the person putting it together. Now, even if the whole of profit will go to him, I don't have a problem. Like I said, I don't support monopoly, but it is a monopolistic institution as it is today. But the truth is that you must take your step, one step at a time, which is also the same thing I'm saying, that even if I don't like Kenny, I don't like Igbo people. The truth today is that everybody in Nigeria will not get what you want until we get good people in governance. So I will say, this is what I want. Kenny will say, this is what you want. And these are reasonable people then that can listen to us and say, okay, sit down and discuss among yourselves. When you decide, we'll do what you people decide, but not today. If we keep saying that we want everything to be resolved at the same time, it's not going to happen. That is what I would say. I mean, and I'm sure because we are tribalistic people, people will say, oh, I look like Dangote. Dangote has never given me kobo in his life. And I believe it may likely end up like that. And I'm not looking for kobo from Dangote. I've lived my life till this point without him. I believe I'll finish it successfully if Dangote doesn't even know me or I don't know him. So this issue of whether we come from the same place or not is irrelevant. I'm just making the point in response to the people who would accuse my position for the fact that they think I look like Dangote.
I'm
trying
to check now that you mentioned it. I'm beginning to watch you closely.
Thank you,
it's
Master.
all right. Yeah, Kede.
So let me clarify this once again for people that are having a kind of a wrong perception of me. Whenever I'm calling about tribalism, I don't speak to the people, the victims. Open your ears and listen very well. This is exactly what I said. The victims are the ones that I'm speaking for. The leaders, but the perpetrators of this tribalism are the leaders. And I made mention of northern leaders and made mention of western leaders. I equally included our southeast leaders of not being men enough to confront the problem the way it should be, right? So the tribalistic people, I even mentioned Ahmadu Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto then, what he said. I quoted what he stated. But so please, I am an Igbo man, full-fledged Igbo man, front and back, unadulterated, right? I'm also an Hausa man. I have indigenous certificate of Plateau State. So I share two indigens or whatever you call it. I don't know how to put that, right? In Plateau State, I'm an indigene. You can't take that from me. I have my certificate, right? Now, this is it. We're talking about Dangote refinery. We had MTA.
But sorry, forefathers. Sorry, Kenneth. Is it that we jump Paul or Paul, you allowed us to jump you?
Thank you, my fellow old man.
I don't even know what you're trying to do.
Because Kenneth was here earlier, that's why.
So we have MTN, South Africa came to Nigeria. The necessary licensor, the necessary documentation or whatever agreement, bilateral agreement they had with the federal government was given to them, and they were able to, operate their business. We have Mike Adenuga of Globalcom. He got his license and everything. He was able to run his business without federal government's funding to any of these companies, right? Now we have Onyema of Airpeace. He came up and he was running his business peacefully until the witch hunt from UK and whatever. This is when he now started when he started calling federal government to come and assist him, not financially, but to break all those constraints that were put against his business. Now we have Dangote, like Masca said it, who has been enjoying monopoly in that country. Dangote was running his cement business, and we know how other competitors were. The license just for Dangote to operate, the likes of Ibeto, the likes of the Nkalagu cement was like killed completely just for Dangote to operate as a sole producer or manufacturer of cement in that country. That is not enough for Dangote. We had our Warri refinery and Kaduna refinery that only needed $1.5 million to be rehabilitated. Federal government this Warri and Kaduna refinery aside, and then funded Dangote's refinery with over $2.7 billion. Imagine, with the inclusion that NNPC is going to be
Can somebody
the one.
mute the kid that's crying in the background? It's quite annoying, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, let me tell you, your child is crying.
With inclusion that NNPC, owned by the Nigerian government, not foreign bodies, Nigerian government was going to supply the crude oil to Dangote. Nigerian government, instead of using $1.5 million to rehabilitate Warri and Kaduna refinery, they instead use $2.76 billion to fund Dangote refinery. Dangote told us that in May of this year, he will begin the supply of his product. Now, have we asked Dangote, where is the supply? How many barrels, how many liters has he supplied Nigerians? He has not. Instead, he went and burnt his refinery, burnt part of it, so that it will seem as if, because the refinery was burnt, that was why he could not produce.
Any evidence of him owning his own refinery?
Does he not have security? Where is the security? What are they doing? Are there no security in that refinery? God. What are they doing? Are there no securities?
Tell me one thing he's got to gain
if
from
the security is not able to produce the perpetrators, that means Dangote is aware of what happened. And again, Dangote should have insurance.
It's an inside job.
It should have insurance. Yeah, inside job. It should have insurance. So if the fire is burnt, insurance should take care of it. Insurance should go and make investigation to know how the fire got there. If eventually the fire got there, naturally, then insurance will take care of it. If not, they will hold whomever that is responsible to fix it. Dangote should stop disturbing us. If he doesn't have innovative spirit, he should go and sit down.
Why are you always like that? You are disgracing old people here, Pansat.
You understand? If Dangote is not innovative enough to operate his business, he should go and sit down. Okay, I will borrow him some of my time. I will borrow Pastor some of my time.
If you had time.
Well, hold on, he's loaning me his time.
Yeah, I'm lending him some of my time.
With something you don't have. Paul, please go ahead.
Thank you, my brother.
Give me back my super chat. Give me back my super chat and I'll leave. If you won't let me talk.
They'll report it back. They'll return it back to you 7 business days.
Take your time, bro. You're gonna talk in a moment. Just take your time.
Okay. So I feel some type of way the way we talk about Dangote. See, there is nothing wrong the way you cut deals. Sometimes let us check our record very well. Flour Mills Nigerian PLC is an American company. That company has been there before I was born in Nigeria. Flour Mills Nigerian PLC is bigger than Dangote in terms of importation of cement. So is only at the light. Oh, there's Flour Mill. There's Standard Flour Mill, owned by Obaotu, the former chairman of First Bank. It's been there. You understand? Thank God none of us is using 3310. You guys can go online and check. And then for that thing, remember, plus Dangote, plus the Flour Mills, plus the Standard Flour Mill, plus the Eagle cement and the likes, every one of them literally imports cement into our country. Not until government felt we have this lime in Nigeria, we have these things in Nigeria, we can make use of these things, and everybody start running here and there to buy. You understand? Dangote invested heavily in Obajana cement. You understand? At the time, what is his name? BBC is going down. Benue Cement Company is going down. Dangote bought part of Benue Cement Company shares and everything. These are the things. See, when you do business and everything, I don't care. The biggest grocery stores in the world today is Walmart. You understand? Then this Walmart that I'm talking that is the biggest, and is the biggest family business, if I'm not mistaken, also in the world. Walmart can break through certain states in America because states give you land. They feel that the way Walmart is going, they don't like it. So they frustrate Walmart, like in the state of New Jersey. They frustrate them. And why they frustrate Walmart? Guess what? Other businesses also there to compete. You understand? Probably because they don't like Walmart. See, you don't blame the person who go all out to go look for deals to cut. You don't blame the person. If others want to do, let them go and do. If, for example, now it look like I'm being biased. If my Igbo brothers want to invest in this type of business and their governors own their state and governor is the one that allocate land, I strongly believe the door is open for you to go cut a deal with your governor. Federal government does not issue you land. It is state governors that issue you land. If you want to cut business, go negotiate. And I strongly believe that if we want to be being biased in terms of business, like an Igbo man can easily walk in to go get that thing. It will be hard for an Hausa man to get that same thing. Just like the same way it will be hard for an Igbo man to get that same opportunity in the north over an Hausa man. That's how it is. That's why every region you come from, you get more there because it is easy for you to cut deals. You understand? So if Dangote is cutting deals, if some other person, sometimes we accept defeat without even try, without even fight, we accept defeat. Then when we accept this defeat, we blame people for it. Look, if you tell me Dangote does not take good care of us, there you go. There is Federal Ministry of Labor, Employment and Productivity. There is
How much did
Labor
Dangote pay
Congress.
for Benue Cement, Oga Paul?
That is not the question.
No, it
That
should
is
be
not
the
the
question.
question.
How much did he pay for the Benue Cement? He was giving
I
that
don't
too much
know.
leverage
I don't
against
know.
others.
But before
Okay,
Dangote, before Dangote,
that's where the
even
game was played.
listen, before Dangote even acquired part of Benue Cement Company, Dangote already started with Obajana Cement in Kogi State. Do you get my point now? The more
Again,
you are growing, you buy
Did you
businesses.
Obajana,
know? Did
how
you know
much
that
did
he
he
already
get
benefited from
Obajana?
it? Right?
How much was used to offer? Thank you.
Don't make me lie in numbers. If you know the numbers,
Oh,
put the number. But apart from
it
that
was
one,
more or less like free.
Paul,
I just make
Kene,
mention
no, you
of
see, again, Kene, we are mixing the point. Paul, let me just enlighten Kene a little bit. The argument that
Again.
government invests in a private business, actually, the reality is that if you check half of the Nigerian banks at some point, government injected so much money into these Nigerian banks.
Yeah.
And it's not,
And I will ask you,
nobody is going to
Master,
argue that why
how
did they
much
do
has
that?
been the return?
The Dangote
How
refinery
much
is
has been the
federal
return
government
on all
only
these
invests only
investments?
6%.
Is this supposed to be a public?
Right?
Is this supposed to be made public?
Let me
Is this
interject for
supposed
a
to be
minute.
made public? How
Right?
much has been the return on those investments?
Fanta, can you let me land? Can you guys let me
Master has
land?
interjected
Can you
twice.
How
Let
much
me
has
can you
been the
let me
interject one
return?
land
time.
so that you
One
can talk?
time.
Can you
They
let me land?
invest,
Can you let me land?
and we've
Fanta,
never
you know
seen
I know how
any
to play this
return
game. If
on
you don't
any of
let me
those
land,
investments.
I will not
Who
give
is
you
deceiving
breathing
who?
I know, but
space.
you
We are
let
not
Master
kids, for God's sake.
interject
Fanta,
you.
if you
Right?
didn't let
We
me
should be
land,
asking the
I
right
will not give
questions.
you breathing space. So just let me land.
Federal government
No,
So
money
that
has
I
been
you
used
can
to
let
invest.
also allow you
How
to
much
take
Master
has
off.
been
has
gotten from those
interjected.
investments?
If you ask me
Master
what you
has
ask me, Ekene, you ask me numbers. You understand? And you that asked me numbers,
look,
I said I don't know the numbers, but you can't even produce the number. It's
forefathers.
laughable. You
Down.
understand? I want
The
to learn
reason,
from you.
the
You
reason
are
You
being
ask
that
me
pointless to
number.
the
begin
You ask
time.
me
Obajana
numbers,
and the
but you
Benue
can't give me
cement
the numbers.
was given to
Give me the
him free
number
of
because you
charge.
asked me number. So it
Okay,
look like I
one
don't know
mic
the
now.
number.
Let's allow
How about
Paul
you
to
give me the
speak.
number? How about you give me the number if you know the
Paul,
number?
Paul.
You
It's Paul's
understand?
turn now. It's Paul's turn.
So
Allow him
Ekene,
to have his say.
if you don't know the number, ask me question where you don't know the answer. You understand? If you tell me that I was not born in 1971, then you tell me when I was born. It's as simple as that. That's how I made to understand. So I just make mention. It is governors that give land. If this man keep expanding his business, you understand, everywhere and everything, I strongly believe this man is supposed to be very strong in his area of strength, in his own region. I mean to say, maybe in the north. But if this man is going leaps and bounds and is achieving all these things and everything, sometimes maybe some of us is not doing anything. Sometimes maybe some of us just accept defeat. Before Dangote invested in salt, you understand, there is still salt. There are companies who do salt. There are companies who've been doing sugar before we were born in Nigeria. Where is Coca-Cola, the 7-Up? They are buying the sugar. When the Dangote started the sugar refineries in Nigeria, Dangote started sugar refinery barely 2001. You understand? There are businesses that are there. So when people just talk all these things, it's just funny. Walmart is going round, it's breaking into Canada, everywhere. You understand? But inside America, there are places they can't break. You understand? Because the people of that place have their own ideology, and it's good for business. You understand? And
how long is he gonna talk? Forefathers.
So
Make a
No,
talk
it's
now.
true.
Just let me land with my words. So when we talk, then let me talk with this. When we talk about this refinery thing, the federal government only invests 6% on this refinery. Our government is failing us. You understand? Let's not just blame individual. I made this assertion a few hours ago. Look, my brother, our refineries is not working. We have 4 refineries in Nigeria. All I'm asking, why do we always call Minister of Petroleum? Why State for Petroleum? Because the president is always the Minister of Petroleum. Why do we always call this Group Managing Director of NNPC? Why call the Managing Director of that refinery to come and defend what he or she is doing directly? Why don't we also call these people? People has been failing us. They just hide under this umbrella and then for that thing. There are ways, if you give people assignment, you question them. Where I'm working right now, they've been talking to me to make me a lead in my place for the past 2-3 years. I reject it. Why do I reject it? Because I know that my lead work. So the money they want to give me and the job tax is more than this thing. I reject it.
Thank you. This is Paul. Thank you for your submission. Who is supposed to be next? I think it's
Father, why did you remove Passat now? Bring him back.
No, I did not remove Passat. I think he just fell off by accident. He can always return. He's always welcome on the platform.
Passat, come back. I'm waiting for you.
Passat ran away.
It's a matter with read the session.
He's afraid of my cap.
Exactly. I think he wanted to come as about Kene. I think it's Eme's, and then Eme. Yeah, the topic is about Dangote's refinery and Nigeria refinery. There are youths that have come out representing 401 ethnic groups in Nigeria. They've come out to say that the NNPC leader should be fired because they believe that he is sabotaging the Nigerian refineries so that they cannot be able to function. And then they also took into account that even Dangote is complaining that the companies that are drilling oil from Nigeria are sabotaging local refineries. This is some crazy stuff that they are frustrating Dangote from being able to supply Nigerians petrol, because they sell Dangote petrol higher than they sell to international markets. So what do you think about that?
Anyway, great to speak with you guys again, and to the panelists, to the commenters in the comment section, and the listeners. Respect to everybody. Well, on the issue of Dangote, sincerely, I was just struck. I don't even know what I wanted to say. But I even had the plan to even cede my time to Vansa so that I can have his time to really hear his opinions properly. But one thing but at least with this time, I think Dangote is a businessman. And as a businessman, if he's a private business person, he should sort his problems out in any way he can and make sure that his investment succeeds. I think that is incumbent on him to do that. Now, looking at the government aspect, of course, it is also incumbent on the government to help him. And I think it would be a thing of shame if it doesn't succeed under Tinubu, in my opinion, because it should be a thing of pride for a Tinubu administration to say yes, I made this succeed, and it should succeed even fast. So I am surprised that now he's coming out and beginning to declare, he begins to declare that there is a sabotage one way or the other. We could even hear from, the place was, part of the place was burnt down, even though some claim it was minor. But obviously there's a sabotage somewhere. And I hope the government can help him out in that regard. Because if he can't get the raw material, then what's the essence of investing such an amount in the first place? And even the government too, because the government has a stake in this. So why can't we just make it work? It is now time that we should sacrifice every form of greed for the nation to move forward. It is time for that. So in any way Tinubu can help him, he should. And I just can't see why it shouldn't work. And then with regards to the Nigerian refineries themselves, well, we all know why it won't work. He said some group of persons criticized the group GMD, the group MD rather, that he is also part of the syndicate that is sabotaging the system. Look, that is not going to be it's not even a news to me. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not even surprised to hear that. And if it doesn't, of course, there might be some level of exaggerations around such statements, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is true. Or because if something is not working, definitely you should check within the system. Why can't it work? Actually, you ask the question. Why can't it? A private man within 4 or 5 years has already done look at what Dangote is doing. At least, as I heard, he's already even supplying, I think the what do you call it now? The fuel for aircraft and things like that.
Yeah, okay, yeah. What do they call it? There's something jet engine and what is that?
I
Jet
think
fuel?
he's already doing that. Yeah, jet fuel.
Jet A1. Jet A1.
So you can see it's already something is working. So not that maybe it's just moribund like the normal Nigerian refineries have. So it is not surprising that there's those who are sabotaging the system are within the system. Apart from formalities, like we've heard rumors of how the insiders will go cut the pipes or intentionally pour the salt somewhere just to make sure that it doesn't work. Why? Because they benefit from the repairs. They benefit, and this is one of the reasons why I just showed that in fear, because I question how do we if there is no system to punish people for wrongdoing, irrespective of your tribe, gender, religion. If there's no system to punish people, then we'll continue to experience this, and this won't even be the worst. You get the point? It won't be the worst of it. We still continue to experience it. Look at the way Yaya Bello is now.
Melokon.
Yes, Pastor.
Could I ask you a question?
I'm listening.
Are you in Nigeria?
If you are going to ask a question, ask it briefly.
Yeah, please.
Pastor, you need to stop drinking alcohol on live video, okay? We can't do that.
We can't be sure it's alcohol.
Papa, you didn't see that.
The way he drank it like just normal drink.
Hold
we don't
on,
know if it's
why am I
alcohol.
asking you that question is this, right?
If you drink alcohol again, you need to remove him.
Please,
Thank you.
Every time I'm not here to play around with you.
Let Emeloko finish his stuff. Let him finish.
You
can't interject. Let him finish.
Can we let him just ask a question? Pastor AY, please let Pastor ask his brief question.
Okay,
30 seconds, Pastor. It's only fair.
Emeloko, let me ask you this. Would you yield your time to me now? I will speak, and then I'm going to pass it back to you, and you can use the rest of the time.
I think the time is almost. I'm almost done with the time as well.
Okay, well, it's up to you. If you want to yield to me now, or if you want to go ahead.
It would have been
your turn anyway.
It would have been significant if I had done that in the first place.
Okay, no problem. Let me go ahead and speak. I'm gonna pass the rest.
No, let me just finish my thought now, please.
Okay.
Just let me.
All right, go ahead. Well, there's something called sacrifice.
Pastor, let him finish.
You don't know anything about.
Don't talk too much.
You don't know anything.
Let him finish. Don't
Emmett, please carry on.
Yes, so I think I'm also done. That I'm trying on my last line. So what I'm trying to say is that until we all we try to make sure that there's a system for accountability, and for everyone that defaults in their responsibility as via corruption or greed, those people should be punished, and a serious level of punishment should be meted on any one of them, especially those at the top, so that it can serve as a lesson to people coming and say, come, if you do this, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you are Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, Ijo, you know, you just have to make sure that this Nigeria works. But I don't think we can get to that level. I submit.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Pansa, please this is speak on the refinery issue.
No, forefathers, you have to tell Pansat how many minutes he has so that he will not come here and be running all over the place.
Just okay, to be fair, Pansat, since so that nobody will be victimized or go to hell. It's going to be 4 minutes each. Thank you very much.
I borrowed him my 2 minutes, so add it, please.
What 2 minutes do you have? You keep giving people time you don't have. Why do you do this every time?
You guys were my witness, and I borrowed him my 2 minutes.
Then when it is your turn, then Pansat can talk. Not you, don't do that. Forget it. This is how the country has gone to the dogs. We want to start it here.
Forefather, let's him start. So, Forefather, it's time going to end by 5:29. 5:29.
So, Pansat, please go ahead. We can't see you, Pansat.
He's drinking. This is cheap Tennessee whiskey.
That's
cheap
whiskey.
After 30 seconds, if you don't show his face, go to righteous
How do you know
man.
that he's drinking? You guys are accusing somebody falsely.
Why is he hiding?
Late night show. We dey follow Pansat, they do late night show. He don't drink that in cheap whiskey.
Yes, no.
Oh no.
And that is getting crazy.
Let's allow righteous man to have his say then before.
When Pansat come again, look in face. You go to say
after that we need to change the topic.
The thing is that Pansat doesn't even drink alcohol. He don't even know himself.
Don't let me swear with my mother's grace.
Pansat
they drink well. We did it for late night show. Yes.
Thank you.
Paul, you talk. Paul, you talk.
So something where they happen for back show, they carry confront. Oh Lord.
Remove Pansat.
So please let me correct.
When you say Dangote monopolize in terms of cement, and flour mill is in there before Dangote, and flour mill is still there after Dangote, but you blame Dangote, you did not blame flour mill.
Paul, your turn is past now. Let's allow righteous man to say his
Go ahead.
4 minutes, please. Each.
Paul, it be like say you took Chelsea.
You know your 4 minutes is counting.
Chelsea too cheap for me. Too cheap for me. By my level, is too cheap.
Okay, good. Tone, you made a submission that I do not agree with, and I don't know why you made such submission, but I think I have lived in Nigeria here. I should say more than you, because I'm older than you. I know that.
I can't hear you.
I mean, Tone. I'm talking to Tone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Maska is
I muted him.
So Tone said if the refinery that is owned by Dangote happens to be Igbo man's own, that he knows his people, they will not criticize him. So I beg to disagree. Because when you know that when Ojus Okan floated the Sun newspaper, if you check the people who stood against him, that he used the state fund, were people from Abia State. They stood against him, were the one that fought him tooth and nail before he surrendered the Sun newspaper. And again, Ekene made a submission too, which I do not agree, because the gateman in my house is from Plateau State, and he says he's not an Hausa, he's not a Fulani, he's a different tribe. So if you have indigenous certificate there, it doesn't make you an Hausa man. So you will check who is the owner of Plateau State. Is it Hausa or Fulani or the other ethnic groups? So for you, this is a public...
You are correct. You are correct. That was a slip. So my indigenship certificate didn't even state if I was Hausa or not, but I was of a particular local government, and there's in that local government they have about I think about 6 or 7 tribes there or ethnic groups there. So I don't know which one I belong to.
Don't worry, Ekene. If that is the issue, come to Kano. We'll give you indigenship as an Igbo man. Don't worry.
Oh, but I think is it okay? Righteous man.
So righteous man, you are correct.
Yeah, you guys are sabotaging my network. Well, it is okay. So, you see, Dangote is not only the owner of Dangote refinery. Let's be clear on that there are individuals in this country who put their money, hard-earned money, in that refinery. Look, there is something in business. I'm a businessman. I'm into real estate industry. There are guys that will maybe give me a huge sum of money to buy land and build. It will be on my company's name. I sell and return profit to them. Does not mean that I'm the owner of the fund that is being used. So Dangote refinery, for him to cry out, carefully listen to me because I'm on ground here. Forget what you read on newspapers. For Dangote to cry out, the cabal that does not want Nigeria to work is responsible. Not Tinubu. The cabal, there is a set cabal that holds everyone that comes to make Nigeria work captive. And we need a stubborn leader that will not look at this to dislodge them so that Nigeria will work.
Thank you. See, your time, you spend most of your time going around with Paul and all. But it's all good. Your point is very strong, actually, that if Dangote is complaining, we have a problem on our hands.
Therefore, on a lighter note, if a righteous man is hearing,
NNPC is to supply the crude oil. So I don't know the nonsense that Dangote is talking about, and the cabal that Mr. Righteous is talking about.
Let me share something. I think one of the biggest concern people have with Dangote is that government supported Dangote, Personally, I think that if Dangote refinery starts working, that is one of the best investment a Nigerian government has ever made. Because it will mean that Nigeria will be making money from a private company.
What we're trying to say that Dangote shouldn't have problem with the supply of crude oil because NNPC is responsible for the supply. So why is he having constraint to the supply of crude oil? He shouldn't have any of this. That is the point we're trying to make.
Complaining now. He's crying. He's basically saying, "Come and support me, Nigerians."
So the federal government now, federal government through NNPC is refusing to supply Dangote crude oil. Is that what they're telling us? Have you also forgotten that the federal government is investment?
We are not meeting our OPEC production, and the multinationals always pay up front, but Dangote is not paying up front. So this is the problem that Dangote is having. Somebody have already paid. It is only logical for me to give somebody that have already paid up front, and for me to give somebody that is
we don't know that.
That is scared as not clear.
There's no evidence of it.
Dangote has been producing diesel. He just moved to Jet A1. He's even planning to move back down to DPK, which is very, very important to Nigeria. Then we can go back to kerosene.
Hold on, before we start saying that Nigerian government is giving Dangote free money and all the rest, look at this one. That one, the one Nigerian government gave to Dangote is not even free. It's investment. That Nigeria
6%. Government owns 6% of Dangote refinery.
20%, 20, not 6, 20%.
Why not invest that 20% in Kaduna and Warri refinery?
Because they've been doing that. It's not working. Private investor is the one doing it.
So now, let them shut refinery Warri and Kaduna. Let them shut it down.
We are talking about Dangote here. So I want to show you something now. Look at the American government. $6 billion as grant, just funding for TCMC. It's not even a local American company. That's a Taiwanese company, TCMC, that manufacture microchip. They are giving a $6 billion, not a loan, free. Use it. Do as you like. $19 billion chip act package for Intel.
Not do as you like. They must account for it. Not do as you like.
See,
it must
they
be
are using
accounted
it to
for.
build their companies. They're not public company. It's their own private company. They are using it to build. Because why do you think the government is supporting
the
it?
government
Because it
gives Arizona State University and Northern Arizona State University $500 million to start training people so that they won't be bringing all the experts from Taiwan. So they will invest in the universities
Paul,
to quickly train
I've said
people.
it. We are wasting time.
Paul,
It
you
is
see what you just
Nigeria.
stated
See,
now. Federal
Paul,
government
it is
is giving
Nigerian government that get people money to buy all these power holding companies, isn't it? Why are we not talking about that?
Forefathers. Paul, Nigerian government, I think they gave, was it 30 billion naira or 50 billion naira for
90
student
billion for
loan?
Hajj, for pilgrim.
No, and 90 billion for Hajj. So you see the priority now. You see? So if they fund our educational system with such amount of money, I wouldn't have anything against them. They have their priority and they are doing it, which is not even impacting on the economy.
But
How could you? See that country?
The thing is, wait. But the question
No,
is,
the point I'm trying to make is that Nigerian government consistently gives money to private businesses. When they were selling all these power holding companies, it's the same government that gave money to individuals to buy it. This is what I'm saying. So when we start picking and choosing, somebody made a point. The reality is that not only Nigerian government, the whole Nigerian system is not working. But what I can tell us for sure, knowing Dangote for who he is, all this one we are talking now, he will make that refinery work. He's the kind of people Nigerian, because he's a resilient person. I know how much constraints every step, no matter how small business you want to do in this country. That's why I will respect him. No matter how small, you want to do a small restaurant in this country, they will run you out. You will run with your trouser in your hand. For Dangote to pull up what he's doing, I know that all this one is just transient. The man will come through.
And
to add to what Master said, right? I told somebody, I said, Dangote, I know, he's going to start buying all this oil well very soon. That man don't play around. He even said it himself. He said he has been a fighter. He's going to fight. He's going to fight. He's the common man that...
Yeah, he will buy oil well. The owners of the oil well, none of them own any. The Sultana them, the Sultan them, they all own oil well.
Can I let them talk?
The others are just clapping hand for them.
Look, Dangote is a fighter. That's it. And I don't. In fact, for me, I don't see it as a big issue when it came to say that. Nigeria wasn't the audience for that statement, and I don't think he was saying it like, it was out of fear that he made that statement. Like, they are the mafias in oil sector is bigger, is also greater than. I don't think he said it out of fear. The Dangote that you know is not going to say that because he's afraid of anything. And as a businessman, he would have even done this, crossed the T's, dot the I's properly before he even launched into that business. So it's not maybe he said it out of fear, like, the mafias, they're affecting me. No, it's just part of the statement. The way he said in Africa, he had to apply for visas all around to move on. But did that stop him from going to buy the resources he wanted to buy or to build his plants in those places? No. So for me, I don't even see it as a challenge. He's a businessman. He will every business will come with his own challenge. He will sort it out. If it means to buy from America to continue, he will do that. But the only thing is that it will be a thing of pride for a Tinubu government. I'm not even talking of Nigeria this time. For a Tinubu government to make sure that thing works.
If he's to make any benefit out of it, he might even fail because the American that is buying it from any other place he goes and buys it from, they could decide to gouge him. Just like if a local one can gouge you, what makes you think the other ones cannot gouge you?
In the realm of business, it is normal. There will always be enmity one way or the other.
This kind of talk, I don't understand what world you think you live in. I'm sorry to say.
You are becoming emotional.
No. Because I don't know. Because you know why? Can you stop with your emotional blackmail?
Dangote owns.
Can you let me address the point you're making?
Have a 50% stake in that.
Hold on. Let me address the point you are making.
I'm telling you something that it is.
You're not letting me address it.
You're making it feel like we should be bothered about it, and I'm saying that no.
Yes, we should.
We shouldn't.
No, we should not see. Emiloko, the same way we all came here on this platform, the day Air Peace started flying to London. We all are Nigerians. We want to support him. It's the same way we would want to see a refinery. The same way I want to see a Nigerian airline fly to London. It's the same way I want to see a Nigerian refinery. No more, no less. I should fight for it. Even if I'm not going to come out on the street.
Master,
I cannot say that what you go and worry about your problem because I will be a beneficiary.
See, MA is willing to withdraw support for Oyema just to spite Dangote. This kind of person, they are willing to pull support from Oyema just to spite Dangote.
No. Look, I want the Nigerian business to work. So what's this? But
why is Dangote refinery different? Why are we going to argue even about it?
You just hear all these free billions that are given to companies. You are saying it's a level playing field.
It is a thing of the Tinubu administration. Who is it? Is that not Nigeria entirely? That he must work in his own time. That is a support I'm giving him.
What else do you want me to say? Hold on, you need to listen now and again. See, this is almost $20 billion, literally free for
I
business.
know of that. I know of this thing. I can speak on it. My friend just finished the course.
If they are giving them money, how is it a level playing field with other international companies? That's not a level playing field. You are giving some companies help constantly, billions upon billions for free. And they will go and compete with a Nigerian company like Dangote, and you'll be like, oh no, it's the level playing field. It's not. It's never been. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. And
I think
because
I
of that, we
agree with
don't
you.
have any companies.
All right, no problem.
I agree with you, Fofather.
We are looking. I'm also agreeing with you. But the thing is that if you are Dangote, what will you do?
Doing what he's
don't worry, forefathers is not Dangote. Just keep watching. You will see what Dangote will do. I don't think we should worry ourselves. Dangote is still alive.
Can you see that you have come back to my conclusion?
I don't care about Dangote necessarily himself.
No. I don't agree with your conclusion. Your conclusion is that we should let him worry. I'm saying no. If nothing, we should give him moral support. The same way we were very happy about Air Peace. No more, no less. These things are not two different things.
That is
exactly now. You guys, okay.
Father, you remember what we discussed about Air Peace now? We gotta protect anything.
We are the ones
protecting. We have to protect our own. Give whatever grant and follow it up with accountability. That's just it. That's just it. Follow it with accountability.
We can have other issue with these guys that whole company in Nigeria, but protecting those companies is our collective responsibility. We can have different
100%.
They pay taxes,
100%.
They pay people fair wages. We can have this discussion another day. Today, we are supporting our companies irrespective. I don't care where you come.
I said it the other time. That's why we have Federal Ministry of Labor, Employment and Productivity. We have the Nigerian Labour Congress. We have different regulators that regulate different aspects in a company. You understand? If we make all these little aspects, if we make them work, no billionaire will take advantage of people. You understand? And if they want to take advantage of people, it costs them more to take advantage of people because they know that there are sectors that is there to pursue transparency and accountability.
Exactly. So I wanted to share. This guy was sharing about the Nigerian car manufacturers.
MTN, for example. MTN will make money. They will take the money out. Adenuga will make money. He will invest more in the country.
Big difference, isn't it?
Big difference. Yes. We need to understand this difference.
And this one, the Dangote one, it concerns me because the petrol we are buying it in Nigeria. We buy petrol in Nigeria.
Outside Nigeria. I don't think
that. Do you think that it's going to make petrol cheaper?
If it doesn't make it cheaper, it's going to give the federal government money in his pocket that is going to make
the government going to make more money.
Yes.
So it's a two-way.
Because Nigerian government is going to make profit from it.
Yes, it's a two ways.
All right. So basically, but petrol won't be cheaper.
It depends on whether if the government can decide to use that money that they make to subsidize petrol, or can they use it for other things.
It's a strategy.
We have money in our pocket now.
Okay.
If you don't want
And
to pay
just
if you
to
don't
add
want
to
to pay,
all of
if you
us,
don't want
you
to pay
see,
workers well, but you want to give shareholder more profit,
sorry, Paul.
shareholders still going to pay tax. That will still end
I
up
just
going back to
want to
government.
add that if you look at Nigeria, the story is always the same. Do you know this geometric power, the one in Abia State? Do you know how long it took it to come to work?
I think almost 20 years.
Exactly. So we need to have a fair understanding of where we live or where we come from. It's not an easy place. People will frustrate you. It does not make Dangote a lesser business, but it took 20 years for geometric power to come alive. And I can tell you, it's just that maybe we don't know. As we speak today, I'm sure they are dealing with a lot of frustrations and sabotage. This is Nigeria. I say if you want to run an ordinary restaurant, people will frustrate you.
Masker, a super minister in this government, a minister of works, a super minister in this government, build an airport in his own state. No aircraft is flying there. Ebonyi State.
So,
is it not funny? A super minister, first class minister.
Let me show you what's happening in our car industries in Nigeria.
That is Nigeria for
the
you.
Nigerian government, they are not supporting locally. Look at our car companies in Nigeria. What is going on with them? It's just sad, really.
Made in Nigeria is not a term accepted by Nigerians, at least when it comes to purchasing.
All of these cars made in Nigeria, as a matter of fact, they're made right here in this factory. Like this one particularly is an entry-level luxury car. But the question is, why are cars like this not flooding the streets of Nigeria? This car has the feature that you're going to find in any entry-level luxury vehicle, brand new. An average Nigerian person will still want to buy a Mercedes or a Lexus, or better still, a Toyota. So the question is, why? Why would you go for Mercedes?
Because I rock with it. I just like Mercedes. Mercedes, of course.
Nigeria is the third highest importer of used vehicles from the US, and as of 2023, vehicles import rose by a whopping 708%.
Nigerians spend about maybe $4 billion every year for the past 10 years, every single year, on buying vehicles.
What? Which is about 6 trillion naira, 80% of which are used vehicles.
Ask yourself, how many jobs do we create in the auto industry?
The insatiable appetite for used foreign cars by Nigerians is discouraging local vehicle manufacturers and further depreciating the naira.
Assuming this car is, let's say, made in Japan or made in USA, you see people rushing to buy it.
In today's episode, watch me as I investigate if truly these vehicles are manufactured in Nigeria and why Nigerians don't buy cars made in Nigeria.
All these cars, like, they are all dusty. Are people not buying the cars? Why are there too many cars? They look abandoned. Are they good?
They're good.
These are new cars.
They are brand new cars.
I'd appreciate it if you subscribe to the channel, and please give this video a like so more people can see this awesome story.
The House of Representatives recently rejected using the indigenous innocent vehicle motors as official cars and opted for foreign Toyota cars instead.
Last year, there was an outcry from Nigerians when the Nigerian government spent over 70 billion naira on 469 Toyota Land Cruisers SUV for the members of the National Assembly.
The choice of Land Cruiser was based on one, Nigerian roads. Go to Nigerian roads today. If I go home once to my senatorial district, I come back spending a lot.
Forefathers, all these kind of things, they are just insulting somebody's sensibility. You know, you put some people say stupid things and somebody will have to sit and listen. It's not nice.
Give you more.
I agree with you, Masker.
I 100% agree. The biggest steel mill in the world today is Hyundai in South Korea. And they felt, how do we have the biggest steel mill in the world and we don't produce car? They take it upon themselves. They started producing Kia. Today, Kia
what I'm trying to highlight there is
okay.
that, what I'm trying to
You
highlight is
understand?
that, look at where innocent is. Look at the fence of innocent. Look at this gate. That the government is not necessarily concerned about whether they do well. I must say the companies themselves are not promoting themselves strongly enough. But you need funding to promote yourself. If you are spending most of your funding on marketing, how are you supposed to build your listing? This is where support comes in. Look at how American government is giving them money for free. Chip companies come and manufacture chips because they know when those companies manufacture that chip, it's going to benefit their own economy. But our own government just leaves this.
But forefathers, you see, this thing you're saying, it's a bit more complicated. We need to deal with our psychic. I think there was a show here where we spoke about how our women wear white people's wig with their own hair. Nigerians, Africans, right? We have a fundamental, and this is what I keep saying. We Black people need to think first. We need to think. Black people need to think. We need to understand that we are a people, and we have to walk and think and act like a people. We like to buy anything foreign. Toothpick, even in my house, in my office here, I have a foreign toothpick myself. Okay, I'm not excluding myself. I'm saying generally, even if government want to support, the people need to also reorient themselves. We need to realize that, okay, we want to buy our own, no matter how bad. That's where we should start, even from our cloth, from our dressing. Don't even go to cars yet, but do we wear our own clothes? Do we, at least we are starting with our own music and our own movies, which is a good start. But we need to keep pushing even on our own people, the psychology. Your own is better than the other one for other people. This is how India, I've told people on this platform, I worked in India for a while. It will take you 2 weeks to see a foreign car in 2004, 2005. 2 weeks before you see a foreign car on the street of India. Everything is Maruti.
You heard what the senator
and it's the people, saying, it's not government. Government cannot come and force. People need to have that orientation.
I think in that video, it did show that the people's orientation is part of the issue. But to start with, the government needs to actually give the companies a kind of good environment for them to prosper. Because if they don't prosper, they can't be able to win the people over. They can't carry out campaigns and stuff to win people over. I think the government needs to do a lot more.
I think it would be
like Dangote.
Forefather, if I can, it may be an idea just to search your mind and suggest what has the government done. One, in communication to the people about business and the affairs of money. Communication. And secondly, what has the government done to put anything in place in any business terms, entrepreneurial terms, that allows the people to rise a little? I don't believe there's anything that they've done. And therefore, I don't believe that there's anything they're going to do. As you rightly said, and as some people have said, it's how to stifle business. It's how to oppress. It's how to frustrate a straight way forward. I mean, when you look at the scope of Nigeria, just the common traffic jam in Lagos, a 15-minute is taking you 2 hours. A 15-minute journey is taking you 2 hours. It's pathetic. This is not a nation. This is I am only frustrated is that we do like to talk rather than understand that there are these pressures and these problems. And in order to fix them, really, you have to eradicate where it's all stemming from. The head is completely rotten, completely. And, a fish rots from the head down. I think we've already reached the tail end of the rottenness of the nation, a country, supposedly. And I don't believe we are really attacking these facts that should be bringing us together in the understanding that there's nothing working. There's nothing working and there's nothing going to work. And the way we have to look at this whole scenario, be this a talk shop or not, the way that we reasonably have to look at this whole scenario is that before 2027, if we do not collectively come together somehow and preface a way forward that says no Nigerian is going to vote for any of you scoundrels, and until these things are put in place, and we list what is to be put in place. And as these lists are, be it that we're speaking about the Constitution, be it that we're speaking about general governance, be it that we're speaking about corruption in education, and whatever the subject matters are to get Nigeria straight, we put it to them and we don't vote, because there's absolutely no point in voting 2027. What we are talking about now is what we have received for the last 40 years, or at least since 1999. And it's going to be tomorrow's question again. So, I think we've got to be a lot more fundamental about how we speak about these issues. I don't, when I'm just here listening and we're just talking around what we spoke last week, the week before, it's extremely repetitive.
In that video, they went on to show the presenter was asking Nigerians which car they would prefer. Nigerians would prefer a car that is more than 15 years old over a brand new one that might be slightly more expensive or maybe even cheaper.
You know, these things of psyche are quite easily fixed. You know, I can do it. If they put I'm serious, I can do it. If they put me in front of their marketing board at what is that company, Nord, or whichever company,
Nord and Innocent,
any one of them, you know, I will be able to promote that company in such a way that people will be buying the cars. However, Nigeria is still structured in such a way that must be somehow oppressing that glint of light. Because if people see things that is good and working and they see other people driving it, you know, just to give 15 away in Lagos for free, give them away, let people be driving it and boasting with it, you will see everybody start running after that shit, man. There's too many ways.
It's a matter. Look at this young man that is doing something different. He wants to manufacture like a bit more stylish cars. And when I saw it, I was like quite impressed by
Jerry Mello, the founder and CEO of Benny Autos, the first supercar manufacturer in Nigeria, revealed the industry is lacking government support to boost production.
When you first created the first prototype for your
So I don't want to take too long with that. I just wanted to show you the kind of cars he makes.
Father, please, can you give me 1 minute? Father, please, can you give me 1 minute? I want to leave, but I will come back later. Okay. Just 1 minute. So Jago make mention of marketing and aggressive marketing. I think truth be told, we are lacking. Sometimes we don't understand that when we give people things as gift, it comes back in so many fold in terms of the religious way. You understand? They are doing who wants to be a millionaire? They are doing things. Put up your car there and say somebody will get car for free. These are the things. Partner with some of these big organizations. By the time you partner up, people want to take soft loan. You understand? And every other thing. Okay, you can only get this car, soft loan. Some people will look. Just in my lifetime, I've never drive a brand new car. You understand? And there's a soft loan that will make me drive a brand new car. I want to do it. You understand? Some of us will feel so big. We'll say, okay, let me buy that car for my wife. Let me buy that car for my dad. You understand? Slowly, you discover that I can drive the car. As I'm talking to you, I have a Kia that I'm driving right now.
You are a bad child, Paul. Bad child. So you buy for your father bad thing. Now what for you?
No. So this is what I'm saying. You know, because of when it started newly, you feel like it's like a letdown. You understand? How many people want to drive Kia? But today, Kia is a big thing. You understand? But back in the days, you understand, you don't see it like that. But today, now, you see it like that. So these are the things. So you partner with companies, these big companies and everything. They take your money from source. You understand? People get good pension fund and everything that you can tie it to these things. And, you know, before you know, from company side...
Does anyone know what
people start seeing this car? By the time somebody will say, I've been driving this car for 3 years, no problem. The other person says, I've been driving this car for 5 years, no problem. That's how it starts. Then before you know, the sky will be the limit.
So I wanted to ask, has anyone ever heard whether Innocent has ever done some kind of promotion, like gave his car out for cheap? Because I want to show you something. Do they?
They do promotion. Yes, look at Big Brother. Innocent sponsors Big Brother too.
They give Innocent cars out. Oh, that's good.
They win the car. A lot of people had the Innocent from Big Brother.
Because there are so many cars here that is not doing anything. That's what I look at. I say maybe they can give discounts.
This is now where greed, or let me say, I can't say Innocent like business idea like that, but still, is it of a benefit to keep those cars dusty like that, rather than going to maybe private companies, for example, and they ask with their workers, their union, like, okay, can you pay this thing? You can do all this little marketing.
And churches have money.
It might not even be churches, because churches, you can't guarantee that the money will come in. But for workers, you know that they are receiving their salaries.
It's all for the glory of God.
You get the point. For workers, you know they are receiving their salaries, that these monies can be deducted. You can go to like some companies in Lagos, and ask with their staff, okay, can we say you have a 10-year plan and you continue to pay this thing? You get the point. All these things should be there. And if you look at a working system, a system that where these are what you find there. You find mortgages, you find all these little loans that you can use to buy all these things. And that is what we are talking about, this enabling environment. It is not there in Nigeria. And when you're even talking about quality, for example, if you don't have a good road infrastructure, no matter how bad, how poor the quality of a vehicle is, a vehicle will still be a vehicle if you have a good road.
Yeah.
You get the point. It will still serve you well.
I don't know whether it will kill the government if they pour a lot of capital into investment, into innocent nod, and say, you know what, build this company up, and we will be part share owners, so that when you make profit, we make profit.
That is the point we've been making. That is the point I have been making as a person, that the worst of us, they are the ones getting there, and those worst of us don't have the mind to make us better in any way. In fact, if you look at the average mindset of the elite, they own Nigeria. And that is why that they see like anything they do to the people from the people's money is a privilege to the people. You hear somebody saying, I built road. Who are you to say you built road? You understand the point? You can't say I built. But they see it as they did it, like it is them who had favored the people. And of a truth, because of the mindset that has perforated, that has permeated down the line, it was because there's always been uselessness in that level. They don't even do it. So for anybody that does it, he will begin to claim I did it.
I have to say, you see, sometimes we still have to always look back in order to remind ourselves of the calamity of governance that we have at this time. And when I say look back,
sorry, I will let you carry on. Yeah. But I just need to let Oga Ike know that we know he is there, so that when you finish, he can speak.
Okay. The thing is when we look back and we look at the governance around Africa in the 60s, we have big names to talk about, big names. And, from the likes of Nkrumah to Zeke, Awolowo, these people are still amongst Nyerere, so many serious names. And when you look at these people, they were serious in terms of what their intentions were for the people, what their intentions were. And if we are really looking at the present stock to really give us anything after the lessons of 40 years, I don't know. I'm confused with what it is that we want, because what we want, I think we're at a point of being so fed up with everything that if a criminal comes tomorrow and somehow speaks in the right terminologies and somehow is able to deliver, we'll be hailing this individual. We'll be hailing him, even though we know that he's a criminal. I think the level of followership that we have is concurrent with how we speak about things. We can hear that we're using everything as talking points and just to express our frustrations, but we're not being critically minded enough to understand that, look, this is a hardcore. Sometimes I want to swear, and I haven't sworn since I said I wouldn't swear on the thing again. So I haven't done. But I don't want to swear at anybody. I want to swear at the frustration I feel in listening sometimes and finding out that the complaints are the complaints, but the complaints are the complaints. However, all the complaints are stemming from one particular space. As much as we may want to put all these other things in it, from one particular space, the leadership is so corrupted. Polity is also corrupted. And unless the polity wakes up to say, this is effed up to the point that we're not having it no more, I'm putting down my work tools. I'm putting down the legacy of saying no more. Unless we get to that point, all that talk. You know what I mean? All this talk of Nigerians, full stop, are great people, and the greatest need to rise. However, the greatest amongst us, really, we have been trampled on daily, not just by the pressures that come from above, but by our own people, our own families, our own people don't always respect those within their family that can actually do something completely different, because all they want from their family is safety. You be a lawyer, you be a doctor, and keep my peace and let my pride stay intact, and nothing more. They don't want anybody who's thinking out of the box. So we, as people, instead of just, pontificating our frustration, we've got to.
But some people are doing stuff on the ground now. Is it not a matter of
this is it, and I think because we speak so politically, we know that the agenda for us as individuals and as collectives needs to be economic. And we know that in the country we come from, there is so much economic value in that nation that we who are outside of the country, if we were to go back, we are making it and we can turn things around. It's only numbers. You see, when you're doing certain things, you have to look at numbers, because everything is a numbers game. And when you're looking at the psyche, I'm telling you, if you are to get 20,000 of diasporans with a focus and a plan, and you put them in Nigeria, within a year, the space that these people occupy will change completely, and it will change for the better. And that is the kind of influence for the psyche that we need to apply in these aspects, because we're looking at the fact that we have no authority to change the dynamics of our nation. We're looking at ourselves as being weak. We're looking at ourselves as, I can't do anything about it. And it's true. There is not one among us that would be able to do it by themselves, apart from that they have that thought and diligence to begin to market the ideals of possibility. Because you see, when people speak positively, even on this program, when I hear people speak positively about their thoughts, I hear them being cut down quite quickly as to why you can't do what you think you can do because of this problem, that problem, and they will list all the problems and entertain the whole complaint again. And I'm thinking, you know what? Without positive thought, we ain't going nowhere. Without clarity of mind that from our history's point in our from our history point to the point today, things have been going backwards, and we still aren't ready for an about turn to get back to the place that makes sense and lead from there. We're not in that space. We're not talking about these things.
We can't even be in that space for the next 20 years. Next 50 years, we can't be in that space.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. I don't take it away from what you're saying as a reality. But no, wait, bros. I like your interjection, but your interjection is exactly what I'm speaking about. You see,
when you want to come to reality, that is quite ideological. Well, it is just an ideology. What you're presenting, it is idealistic rather. But
what is there in life if not ideas? Nothing else.
No.
Everything is an idea.
Masker, this is my point. You see, when you don't have when you don't have a whole organism within the people don't see themselves as one. That is the problem you continue to have.
But there will be a solution to every problem.
The thing is, you can't solve it in the Nigerian system we have now. If you like, put 1,000. I mean, you are talking of 20,000 people from the diaspora. That's when you know that
you're just talking about your own perception. This is your own perception. It's not a scientific fact.
You think so?
Of course
I know so. You know so. You too.
What I'm suggesting to you, my good man, what I'm suggesting to you is that we can campaign.
Amy is a scientist too.
It's okay. It's okay.
You think I'm talking this because I feel like I should? There's a reason for me to have come to that conclusion. Look, I said I want in Nigeria that works.
Are you suggesting that your reason is the only reason present in life?
I'm suggesting that we have tried every other reason that you guys are going to
You and who? You and who? When you say we, you and who?
Why you
You
say
and
we've
me?
tried everything? Not tried.
If you're a Nigerian, yes, either by
That's
action
not
or
true.
by
I can tell you 1,001 things that Nigerians have not yet tried.
Nigerians
Yeah,
have
I mean
not
it's a
tried much at
funny
all.
statement. It's a statement. It's a statement. I will tell you, sir. It's a statement of your frustration. It's a statement of your emotion. It's a statement of your fed upness to the point that you cannot reason out of that conversation. So I put it to you,
But
people
for you
like
to get to
yourself.
that,
I'm
for
putting wait.
okay,
I'm putting directly to people like yourself, who I
yes.
understand very well that Nigeria has corrupted your soul, and in your strength to not allow your soul to be corrupted, you were able to push that thing down to the point of where you can reason with it. But
Have you
I'm
lived in Nigeria, Jagun?
I have lived in Nigeria, my friend.
For how
I know.
long, sir?
Me, I'm in Nigeria,
Bros,
Emiloko.
I'm a
So
Nigerian.
if
I'm a
you
Nigerian.
excuse
I'm
Dragon
one of
out,
the
I'm still
expressive.
in.
Bros, bros, wait a minute. I'm
Hmm.
one of the more expressive Nigerians. I don't hide
Of
my
course,
name.
I know you.
I
You
don't
are very
hide
expressive. Yeah.
where I'm from. I do not hide anything. I'm from Nigeria, my friend. You don't have to question me about my Nigerianness. You understand? Don't forget my accent. You don't have to do that.
No, I
Where
have to.
I'm coming
You
from,
know why I'm
where
saying
I'm
that?
where
Why
I
I asked that question
no,
is
wait.
because
Because
most of the
I
time
hate
the
you,
foreigners are the ones
bros.
who
Am
have
I
the
not
problem.
expressing your feelings in terms of frustration? I know where you're
No, you
coming
are not.
from.
You see, you assume you know where I'm coming from. I'm not frustrated. You
He
assume
knows where
that
he's coming from. But by the time he's done, I know where he's coming from.
you assume I know you know where I'm coming from, but you know you don't. But it's an assumption. So it's
I
better
don't
you
know
say
why
you
you would
assume.
want to say that. Are
Okay,
you
no
somebody
wahala.
who
So
can't be understood?
Jagun, please.
I don't understand some of these
Jagun, just for the benefit
you see
of
why
us, Emiloko, please, can you, for the benefit of time, tell us where you're going to and where you're coming from? We are waiting and listening.
Sounds like a police stop in Nigeria.
Yes, you're
where are you
loitering
coming
at
from?
night. Let's know where you're coming from and where you're going.
Yes,
when you have a system, are you guys done?
We are listening to you.
We are enjoying you now. You said we
Yes.
don't understand. Bring us the understanding. Oh yeah,
No,
now.
don't feel like I shut you down on that. You said you know where I'm coming from. I said don't assume. It's an assumption.
Okay,
It can't be true,
expand for
fine.
us.
Okay, so now this is my point. I am not frustrated because maybe I'm feeling the whole thing is on everybody. Either you are in Nigeria or you are not. All of us we are suffering from it. If you hold the Nigerian palias at this moment, so we are all suffering from that. But that doesn't mean I'm frustrated. I am already at a place in my mind that I know that either it comes or it doesn't come. I'm only just being a realist here. And I have seen that come. If you have a system that doesn't meet punishment or justice to wrongdoers, there's no way you will say that system is whole. Because some people will feel cheated all the time. And when those people feel cheated, when those people that feel cheated all the time, they will always find a reason to want to go away. And those who have not who have benefited from that fraud, they don't even feel like they even feel like they are doing us a favor for the little they are doing. And they know how to make sure that these divisions exist amongst the people, even using the ones you respected in your own group, they use them against you, so that you don't even have anything to
Can
say.
I ask you a quick question?
Look at the NSAS, for example.
Can I ask
Look
a
at
quick
the
question?
NSAS came up. Yes, okay, I'm listening to you.
Thank you. Everything that you're saying, after you told us that you don't believe we know where you are coming from, you just posited that we are all under the pressure of being Nigerian, no matter where we are in the world, because we have family. Now, given everything you have said and more that you want to compile on top, it's not the same complaint I've been speaking about. Did I not propose? Hear me, bros.
You're asking a question. I'm
Hear
answering.
me. Hey, you have to hear me, because everything you said, I would just agree with. There's nothing that you said that I'm going to disagree with. There are these problems, but listing them every week, I don't know what it does for us. Listing them every week, I don't know what it does. I don't know what effect it has. And I'm thinking rather it has a negative effect rather than a positive one. And I say these things that make life happen come from within us. And if we do not believe in ourselves, then we may as well just die in the West. Because that's what's going to happen. Because Nigeria is never going to become.
I didn't hear your last statement. Sorry.
Wait. Nigeria is never going to become livable the way it is today. It's only going to get worse. And it will get worse purposefully by those, obviously, who are heading it in our face and those who are behind the unseen hand, as it's supposed, would be there to grab what is ours. That is where we're going with this constant listing of frustrations, as I'm going to underline it to be, that we have. We have frustrations, no matter where we are in the planet. And these frustrations, we know by our very singular prowess that the way we function as individuals is quite stern. The way I function is not a joke. When I'm out there in the road, man, I'm functioning. And I'd rather be functioning in Nigeria for Nigeria than functioning here for God knows what. So okay. I don't know what your preface is. I don't know what your tomorrow. I don't know what your tomorrow. What you want your tomorrow.
Wait, let me put it to you. Always goes in one direction. Can I ask you? If there is injustice in Nigeria, that it will lead to people wanting to secede. Basically, that's what he's saying. And maybe there is some truth to that, but there is injustice in the UK, there's injustice in America.
This is the thing.
Some of them want to secede. But
listen to let's hear what you're saying. Please, sorry.
You said injustice in the UK, there's injustice in
let him land. Let him land.
I should let him land.
The thing is, whichever direction you look at it, from the point of view that chances of it happening is very remote, which is extremely difficult to do. And secondly, if you look at it from the point of view that is not the crippling issue that is crippling the nation, because there is injustice here, there's injustice in America, injustice in so many countries in the world. Most countries, once you go inside, you start seeing the injustice going on that a lot of people in that country feel, but they accept it because that is not the paramount thing. Most of those countries.
When I say injustice, I get your point. Okay, fine, no problem. But I'm sorry to stop you at that point. Injustice is not just around. It shouldn't be around the leaders alone. It's around evildoers who are making the society not to work, even to the bank manager that is picking people's monies from their accounts. You get the point? Because
sorry, Emilokun, let me interject. Emilokun, you're always confirming what Jagun has said. If we would continue to reiterate the problems of the country, and by extension the frustrations thereof, what I hear Jagun said is that let there be, I don't think the word is positivity, because the truth is that you cannot be positive. When you look at what is on ground scientifically, the logical conclusion is going to be a negativity. Okay? But what I would rather suggest, and this is where I think you should listen carefully, okay? Now you've tried something, you have failed, and you try 1,000 things and have failed. Does not mean that there is no 1001, 1002, 1003, and 5 that are not going to be the time or the things you try that will succeed. And in fairness to this country,
I believe.
In fairness to Nigeria is trying a lot. Nigeria, forget the fact that yes, we may insult army. I believe that half of the army people that took over, they were not happy. They thought taking power by force will solve the problem. It has not. At some point, the country decided, okay, enough of this military nonsense. Let's try civilian regime. We've tried it. Clear, it's not working. I am confident that there is that crop of people. Maybe it is us, maybe the people behind us. But there is, because if you look at things like EndSARS, you will know that, bros, because you don't know or because you have failed does not mean the Messiah is not coming from behind. Even if it's not a single Messiah, they don't.
Let me just come in real quick, Maska. Let me just ask you this. If you, because you began by saying positivity is not the word you necessarily use, and I'm listening for what you would use, because I'm looking that the change that we are looking for isn't going to come from anywhere but within. And that within, if you can analyze Nigeria and say to yourself that the psyche of these people is upside down, deeply upside down. And where does this upside downness come from? Sometimes it comes from their own nature, but a lot of the times it's coming from above. And that above are the people in the elite positions and their guardians. So if you analyze the whole thing and you are wanting change, are you going to entertain the same old going to vote or military rule or whatever nonsense? Or are the people going to grab the essence of their power? That's the only way I can put it. And so what is that?
Dago, I don't know. If I know, I will go after it already, like a million years ago. I don't know. That's the other truth. But I'm not giving up. That I don't know, that I have not seen it yet. I have not seen the road now. Doesn't mean that I will stop searching till the day I die. And the point for me, when I was younger, like 30 years ago, I was fed up. I was where Emilokon is, saying that these people, forget them. The best thing for me is to carve a niche for myself and make a life for myself. I've done that, but I've seen that in itself is not Uhuru. Okay? I've even lived outside the country. I've seen that is not the solution. You finish your life, you will still come back to this Nigeria.
And funny thing is that you had a better life then. As in
yeah, obviously. So we must solve the riddle. Either we solve the riddle ourselves or we hand over the quest to our children. That's all. This is where I stand now. It's not a matter of giving up.
That's where it is. And when you say the quest, when you say the quest that we hand down to our children, you see, that is not a quest. That is a burden. We are handing down burden.
But what choice do I have, Jagun? If I can't solve the burden, the only thing best I can do is to find somebody to hand it over to.
Jagun,
I'm doing my best, but I know that my time in this world is limited. That's all I'm saying, and I will do my best. From this point onward, I'm beginning to focus more on how do I solve this problem. Before it was how do I avoid the problem. But I've seen that it's an unavoidable problem.
Jagun, please. Sorry, absolutely. I have a question. Your last statement of your submission is that the people should wake up and take power. Did I hear you right on that?
I said that the people should recognize, given the analysis of things, that the only thing that you can look into is yourself, in empowering yourself. And when you are spreading this germ out, that germ would spread and everybody will be infected, affected by this germ, where they are empowered themselves. Because you see, if you don't come to that standpoint, then I'm afraid, wait, please. If you do not come back, if you don't come to that standpoint, understand yourself as a coward, because you never know what challenges this life will present to you. But you know, most challenges that come to you, you have to go through them. And in going through them, just as an individual, there's a lot of learning. And when you get through them, you know how further empowered you feel. It's the same thing. It's only that we are either cowards or we just like to talk. Simple.
All right. Now, basically, sorry, forefathers, can I just let me throw more light here. So you agree that now it has to be from the individual first before it gets to the collective. That's what you're saying, right? And I think the answer is yes. Now, my point is this. That collective, we all don't have that collective, and that is what I'm been clamoring for. The only way we can have a collective, forefathers, is if there is a sense of justice within the system, a sense of punishment that rule of law takes.
Well, you're looking again.
But is it not that collective that imposes that system?
That's right. You're looking again for the system to give you something that they have never given you.
In Nigeria, that is my
point. Oh, you don't.
Hold on, Jago, let me get with this logic. You are saying there has to hold on now. Come on, I thought you wanted to be logical.
No, I wanted to solve.
You are saying that there has to be collective sense of justice, isn't it? Yes. In the collective. Yes. But the collective are the ones that are capable of creating that system.
Okay.
So you have to have a collective first that is willing to do the right thing to create that sense of justice. So that is what we are here talking. Now, when you hear me talking, when it appears as if I'm ignoring you, no, it's not because I want a sense of injustice. I want a sense of justice. I'm trying to create that kind of collective too, just as you wish for it, that we should get to that point. I hope you get it. You got what I'm trying to say.
I get your point. Now, would you like to get my point?
Yeah.
Okay. My point is this. The moment that the system can't adjudicate properly amongst the separated groups in this nation, the moment that the judicial system, for example, the moment that the institutions, like the police, the military institutions can't decide fairly that everybody feels like, yes, this decision is the right thing, then you can't have that collective. How? Now, if somebody embezzles money but is an Igbo man, the system can't punish the Igbo man. Why? Because he's an elite. They move around that system, and the poor feels like this money that this person has embezzled is obvious that this person embezzled the people's money. But the elite, they move around it and such that there's nothing, no punishment, nothing to point out that, okay, nobody else should do this kind of a thing again. And you have these scenarios a lot in Nigeria. Now, the moment that continues, you can't have a collective. Why? Because everybody begins to fight for themselves. Secondly, it will now be the worst of each group that will come out to go to these positions of power, and they will continue to perpetuate.
Let me stop you there, Miloko. You see, this your position is an ignorant position. There's nothing like a group.
My brother, there's a Yoruba group, there's an Igbo. Where are you from, sir?
Why is it important for you?
Because you can't deny it. This is who we are.
I can't deny it. Look, people who are born male decide to be women. Why can't I just deny ordinary tribe? Why not? People deny even their sex. Why can't I do it?
You're not being truthful to yourself. And
no, I'm being very honest to you. It doesn't matter. Somebody who can change his sex, you are telling me he cannot change his tribe. But the point I'm making, why I'm stopping you, Miloko, what I'm telling you is that your position is faulty, simply because, and for me, this is the game changer for me, because after a while, let me even tell you through the journey for me, where I am from, where I started, because you didn't, that is the journey we wanted you to take us through, but you did not. So let me take you where I came from and where I am going to now. When I was a young man, honestly, as a young man, I don't even know that there is another part of Nigeria. All I know is the life of a Hausa boy. Okay? The political life I started opening eye to is that tussle between the Talakawas and the aristocrats. The battle between people like Malam Aminu Kano, the NEPO of this world, and the NPC, Northern People's Congress. That was what I begin to see, that even in the north, within Kano itself, there is a group of people who are for the Talakawas. There are certain people who want a certain set of what do you call it now? A set of privilege. Let's put it that way. As I grow older, I begin to see that there's a grand scheme, a bigger scheme called Nigeria. But today, as I am older and wiser, I can tell you that these divisions we talk about, the Hausa, Igbo, and all these people, it's beyond that. There's a bigger geopolitical reality where people choose our leaders. We had good leaders. Most of these good leaders were killed by a certain interest. All this Kwame Nkrumah we are talking about, this man from Congo, what's his name now? What's this man that used to wear glasses from DRC? Lumumba. People like all these Murtala, almost everybody in this continent that wants to do good for our people will be killed. There's a bigger, greater interest. But what I've realized also is that we as a people, we are gradually getting wiser to all this reality. One day, I'm telling you, me and you, we will all sit down together and understand what is going on. It will not be difficult to get our people together and protect the leader we feel that will do well by us. Most of the people that are leading us today, they are people who have been influenced upon us, not even from within. The outsiders will look at it. If they are, go and look at even what has happened in Pakistan. It's not only Nigeria. It's happened in a lot of places. Why do you think that in Saudi Arabia is still a monarchy, not a democracy?
Okay.
So where I am stopping is to tell you that life is dynamic itself. The way I have moved, my journey is, I'm not the only person. There will be 1,000, millions of me, not only in Nigeria, across the continent. I rest my case.
Can I quickly say what I have to say?
Are you driving?
Okay, I gotta go.
Are you driving?
Huh?
Are you currently driving?
Not, of course not. My two hands are raised.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
let me quickly say what I want to say. I came in because you guys are having a good conversation, but I heard you forefather say something, and just to address that point, and also for me local also. Now, forefather, every time there's an argument about how bad our country is, you always push this argument, and I'm going to tell you as an educated person, it's a very negative argument. Oh, they have crimes too. You see, this is the defeatist position of it's okay because they have crimes too in America. But obviously, the comparison is apples and oranges. Listen, yes, they have crimes in America, but they have a system that addresses that crime. So, but anytime, no, it's not just for crime. Any topic you pick and you go on with that conversation and you say, Nigeria is having this bad, but they have it in other countries. I've noticed that those, not you, the real bad people, the cabal, that is also their push out point to their defendants on, oh, we're not doing that bad. Oh, this also happens in America. Oh, this also happens in London. First of all, we don't care about London or America. We're concerned about our country. It shouldn't be happening, number one. Number two, when you push out that argument, it minimizes the problem. Because mentally, for those absorbing that information, they just conclude, well, after all, they have crimes too in America. You understand what I'm saying? But that comparison is apples and oranges because it's not fair. Because in our own situation, we don't even have a system to address the crime, while they do in America. So you've just used a double-edged sword to knock out a valid argument, which also sedates people mentally. Now, that being said, you respond when I'll get up here, you respond. Let me address the Milo
Ferreira, can I ask you a favor, please?
Yes.
Okay, I call from Nigeria. I know how the network works. Ngozika, I see her come in, go out. I know what's going on with her network. Maybe if I can plead, maybe you allow her quickly speak. If her network allows her.
I only have one more minute, and I'm out.
She's allowed to speak anytime.
One more minute, I will. Please, one more minute. Let me finish, and I'm getting out. The last thing for Emilio Con, you have to understand that we have been traumatized, and that traumatized state has allowed us to believe that there is no solution to our problem because of the repeated repetitions of our problem. So you have to get your mind out of that. Like Master said, there are 1,000 suggestions that we have not tried. So we don't know if we can solve this. We know we can solve this problem, but we have not tried. And for John Abba, I want to congratulate you for coming into this panel. You are the only panelist who is on the 3 level I presented. You are on level 1, you're on level 2, and you're on level 3. I will be giving my awards out tomorrow when I host this show. Meanwhile, I got to go to this finish. Ngosika, I love you. It's your turn to talk. If anybody wants to respond to me, I'll be listening in the background while I continue my drive.
If you want to say something, Ngosika, you can go ahead. Okay.
Good evening, gentlemen. Masker, thank you for pointing that out. It takes somebody
just being selfish. I know how it is.
The program.
I don't know why Masca is pointing that out. He just wants to get noticed. It's all right.
No. That was all.
But he
It was
knows
all
now
there.
when I'm hosting
No,
that
no.
this thing,
No, it's just because
anyone
she
that
was going
joins
in
is
and
I
free
have
out.
to
joined
speak.
more than 5 times, and each time I
Yeah, she was going in and out across
thank
the
you.
time.
So, good evening, gentlemen. I don't know at what point the conversation in. I came in when some people were were ready to give up on Nigeria, have given up on Nigeria, and my brother Masca was saying, "Don't throw away the baby and the bathwater. We can still do something." Anyway, please, am I allowed to comment on any of the topics, or do you have any particular one you're discussing right now?
You can comment on any of the topics. We were originally talking about how Dangote and some youths in Nigeria that represent 401 ethnic groups in Nigeria came out and said that the government should fire the head of NNPC because they have found that he is sabotaging, at least by their analysis, that is sabotaging the Nigeria's ability to start producing its own refined products through the refineries by preventing the refineries from coming online. And at the same time, they also tied it into the complaints that Dangote is making that the oil companies that are drilling oil in Nigeria are not supplying him oil timely, and at the same time, sometimes they even charge him more than they charge in the international market. So, in other words, it's like they are trying to sabotage Nigeria's ability to get off the ground in terms of local petroleum refining, just like Oyema was complaining about how they are trying to sabotage air peace too. So that is the point we're trying to discuss. How
Okay.
how brave these people were to come out to say these things.
Oh, I don't know about bravery. I don't know if that's bravery, or they are just crying that their toy has been taken away from them. When it comes to the elite, the business elite, the political elite, the ruling elite in Nigeria, I'm suspicious of everything they do, no matter how genuine it seems. I am very, very suspicious about it because it always seems as if always an end game to it. That does not take away the fact that his claims might be valid. I'm not taking that away. I'm just stating for the before I go into my distinct that I take whatever they say with a pinch of salt. The two main topics I actually wanted to comment on, but I'm going to find a way to rope it into the so-called bravery of these people that speak out. Uh, the Kenyan issue, and I know most of you are not going to like this. The high society wedding we had last week in Nigeria. Good evening, Mr. Abba. Sorry, I was going to say hi when I came in. I Most of you, I don't know where you stand on the incident that happened on the 20th of October 2020. I know some people are still in La La Land, that everything was exaggerated. They've gone from saying it did not happen to it happened, but it's
When you say
exaggerated.
20, you mean answers.
Yes, not just the
Okay.
answers, the massacre that happened at Lekki toll gate. So I am going to go to Kenya, and I I want to say that I was having a conversation with a friend of mine a couple of days ago. We were talking about the Kenya protest, and I said, "Oh my God, this could have been Nigeria. This could have been Nigeria. Like this could have been Nigeria." And the person said something to me, and I said, "What is it with African leaders? What is it with them and this high-handedness when they're dealing with their citizens? What exactly have Has anybody found out what exactly the problem is? What is it with them? And Tibozomo crush them, deal with them, massacre them. What is it with them? Because
It's not
and
their
I
agenda. It's not their agenda. It's the agenda of the IMF and the World Bank and all these other
Yes,
operators
the
that give them this
unseen
position.
ping pong master, right? But I was going to say that That is one point I want to raise. What is wrong with African leaders and not always following due diligence or doing the right thing? Why do they have such a problem doing the right thing or listening to complaints from their own citizens, the people they're supposed to be leading? I mean, if you're a leader and somebody says, sir, this thing you said we should do, we can't do it. You should be able to hear the person out. You should be able, even if you're not going to act on it, you should be able to listen. But no, they don't do that. And it brings me back to Lekki Toll Gate massacre again. You see what happened that day? Some people think it was just Buhari being his old general self, go there, butcher them, destroy everything, scatter everything, and make sure they don't have the guts to come back there. What he did was set a precedence. He set a very terrible precedent. It's happening in Kenya now. I told somebody that Lekki Toll massacre template, the aftermath and everything was too juicy to resist, especially for all these leaders that are authoritarian. It is too juicy. You go on and harm and shoot and kill unarmed citizens that are protesting, and nothing happens. It is too juicy. I am not surprised. I am not shocked at what is happening in Kenya. And I dare say that we might just be seeing the beginning of the end, if I can put it like that. If what happened on that night in Nigeria went unpunished, nobody answered questions, everything was just almost swept under the carpet. Best believe that after everything that is happening in Kenya right now, the same thing will happen. Ruto will finish his term and go peacefully to his home and retire and become a political godfather. Nobody will answer for all those killings we are seeing. And I I find it weird and really troublesome that when these things happen, there's always this demographic, there's always people that will rationalize it. There's always an excuse, there's always an explanation. And I want to say this: don't do it, don't do it, don't stop it. It's like pouring salt inside injury on top of injury. Stop it. You don't have to rationalize everything to show that you're intellectually sound. You don't have to. Some of the things, when I hear some of this rationalization, I just want to close my ear and do because it's irritating inside the ear. You don't have to. You don't have to do that every time something a Nigerian leader does something, or an African leader does something. You see somebody coming up with excuses on why they need to do that and why we should be grateful they are not doing worse. We should be grateful that they are not doing worse than they are currently doing. And let me bring it to my third. I'm going to find a way to rope this into the bravery thing forefathers talked about. Let me talk about the high society weight. I'm touching on these topics briefly because I want to. There's an underlying factor I want to bring out. Um, Davido. I don't know how many of you are trendy enough to follow entertainment news in Nigeria or follow happenings in the Nigerian musical scene. So this young man that has a string of children everywhere finally decides to do right by the mother of his kids, some of his kids actually, and Nigerians are going gaga. And some of us that are like, oh wait, are seen at the enemy of progress. And that is where I'm going to. This Nigerian factor of raising monsters, encouraging
Is that me? Or is it me?
It's general.
It's general, okay. All right. She'll be
Connection.
back. She'll be back. Regarding the point Ferraro raised about my comparison with other nations, if I'm not mistaken, whenever they talk about issues within Nigeria, especially in the case of injustice and stuff like that. But you have to, there is no other way to make an argument to say, okay, that is not at the core of your problem. because you have to use comparisons. That is why you do comparative. You compare things. Like you say, okay, if somebody says I have black, how do you know that that color is black? Because it compares with anything. If there's no other color, you can't argue against that black color because there's no other color that exists. But if there are other colors, you can say, okay, yeah, this one is different. This one is blue. Yours is black. You can be able to see clearly. So, sorry, go ahead, Ngozi.
So I said I was going to tie the three topics I talked on, and oh my god, this network again. Can you
We
hear
can hear
me?
you. Absolutely.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Oh. So I thought it was going off again. I was saying that Nigerians have this thing of raising monsters, and when the monsters become like Frankenstein, they start screaming, "Oh my god, what nonsense! Who is that monster?" Forgetting that they were the ones that raised it. It starts from the local government chairman who carts away money in Ghana must go, and his constituents are like, it's no big deal. He's taking his own share of the national cake, and then the local government chairman moves on to become the governor of his state. He goes to collect federal allocations, and nobody knows what he does with it. Everybody's like, now, what do you want? Do you want him come and start giving you a line by line explanation of what he used the money to do? Can't you see he's building 1 kilometer road here? Can't you see he's patching 2 kilometers road there? What do you want him to do? He's paying arrears. He's doing this. And then the same governor now tomorrow, because he's a career politician, forget it is the same people that are still cheering him on. He now becomes a senator. He goes there, rubber stamp, every nonsense, they stamp it, push, it goes into, it becomes a bill. And at that point, some of the supporters that have been encouraging the nonsense from the beginning, it's as if their senses start kicking in. And they're like, why is this guy behaving like this? Why is he stealing? Why is he doing this? Well, you raised the monster. Dangote and Co that we have, that you say are complaining. He's complaining about the NNPC trying to, excuse my French, screw him over. Check back to 3-4 years ago. If you can.
Yeah, the audio issue again. So we are supposed to be allowed to compare things to be able to tell what is missing. Because if you don't know what is missing, you can't be able to deduce your problem. So if, say, Nigeria has a crime issue and the UK has a crime issue, but in the case of Nigeria, the people are able to come together, and in the case of the UK, people are able to come together to fix it. You cannot now say, in the case of Nigeria, people cannot come together to fix it because Nigeria's problem is unique. Because a lot of people have had similar problems, but they fixed it. So when you say the everybody has to feel a sense of justice, it's people that create that sense of justice. It's people. Those people have to. You have to have enough people to come together to create that sense of justice.
But when the people are not the people, when you have peoples, but they are not singular. You have different people.
Okay. Now let's take that your argument. Now let's take that your argument. Peoples. Let's take that your argument. Peoples. We also have nations where there are peoples. This is why it's good to have comparison. You have nations where there are peoples and they still do the same thing.
Now,
so
the question
what is the other excuse?
Now, this is it. In those nations that you're talking about, those peoples have come to accept themselves to be one people because they've
have not. They've not. They still think that they are different. Like UK, UK, they are not one people, but they still accept that the Scottish don't believe they are the English. They are not the English. The Irish don't believe they are the English. Nor are the Welsh.
Okay, but if you look at it, the English respects the Scottish. The Welsh respects the English.
No, they don't actually. They don't respect each other.
No. What do you mean they don't?
Have you ever seen the Scottish and the English?
Wait, listen to me. On that level, yeah, maybe one-on-one you might say that, but on the level of group, there's unity in one group, in each of those groups, and they respect. Each group respects themselves.
They don't.
forefathers they do. That is why the Scottish are on their own. That's why the English are on their own.
Let him continue. Let him
There's an
continue.
equilibrium.
I'm just
That's
answering
why they
this
can
question.
still
I'm
live.
just answering this question. So
There's
it's
an,
one on one.
there's an equilibrium in that system. That's why they are all together. That is what I'm saying.
Forefathers, can we have a conversation of the
Yeah,
next?
we have
Because the Ferrari is not here, and this guy cannot answer for him.
Yeah,
Which guy is that?
no, Ferrari has already asked his question. It's not the
Ferrari asked
issue.
me to a question, Mr. Jonaba.
Yeah. So, but
What
I
I'm
just
trying
wanted
to
to
say
drill
is
this
you are
point down.
continuing with where Ferrari stopped, and that is not the issue right now. Ferrari is on the background. If you want to talk, he can defend himself. So can we go to the next thing, please? I'm begging.
Okay. The issue is
Well,
about.
I must say, Ferrari did say he's listening. So
Yes.
we don't have to dismiss.
If you want to interject, he can always interject.
Okay, let Ngozika carry on, please.
Yeah, let people say what they want to say, man.
Ngozika, please go ahead.
So, please, I'm sorry about the network. It's terrible this evening.
So
I was saying that
sorry. Let's self-regulate
Mr.
for a
Dangote
bit. I'm
that
going
is
to
now
be up for a
complaining
bit.
have been silent in the worst case scenarios of Nigerians doing the most, stealing, embezzling, and doing whatnot. They
This is what we're saying. Being in Nigeria is a tough thing. You
Can I
can't
go
even
on?
talk. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, you were breaking.
Oh.
Can hear you. Ngozika, we can hear you.
Hello.
We can
Go
hear
ahead.
you. You can't hear us. She can't hear us.
Okay, so I was saying that when people like this come out to complain, they forget that at one point.
Dangote has taken.
You see, this is why Masca was pleading for her that she's going to be having these issues. Fair point, Masca. I think, Jonaba, you wanted to talk about the issue of our youths coming out. Let me show them, because these one, they are not exactly the richest people. They don't look like the richest Nigerians around, because that sign that they have there, they probably donated probably a lot of money to put that thing together. So they are the ones that came together. They said they are representing 400 and something ethnic groups in Nigeria, and they are accusing NNPC head of not wanting Nigerian refineries to start functioning. And they all even specify that he went to the Senate and said he was going to start working in 2 weeks' time, and that was in March. And now 3 months later, nothing has started this operating. And Dangote is complaining, and all of them have come together. Maybe they are afraid that this opportunity Nigeria has is about to escape again. That some people are sabotaging.
These people are trying to get their own pay, forefathers.
No, okay.
Long,
can you
no
give me
short.
the scenario? Hold on. Can you give me the scenario that they are using to try to get their own pay, please? I want to understand it. If you say they are trying to get their own pay, give me paint the scenario for me, please, so I can understand.
All right. How many minutes are you going to give me for the scenario?
Until Nkosika comes back. but just
okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So, look, I will start from the fact that some group of people would come on TV and say, sack the... Okay, go ahead, Ngozika. I will hold my peace.
Masca, I want to stay on a bit to see if it will stabilize, because I don't want to start
speaking. Don't worry, it's from the heart. Just tell yourself that you will not give up. Today we will hear you. Continue. The network will behave itself.
Let me wait it out. Just go ahead. Let me wait it out.
Spoken like somebody with experience.
No, speak now. We can hear you speak.
Well, it's because you're tying white a tie. That's why.
Adio. I let me just round up. So this thing we do where It doesn't concern me. It doesn't concern me. As long as it's not raining in my house, I don't care if everybody else gets wet. That is what is happening to Dangote and Co. The thing they are doing today, they should have done yesterday. But because it was not affecting them yesterday, they did not say anything. And it cuts across the whole Nigerian demographic. Like the average, I hate to use the word average, but the average Nigerian mentality is, so long as it know they affect me, no concern me. As long as it's not biting me, it no concern me. Then when it starts biting them, they cry the loudest. And when you try to remind them, oh, but you remember when he was biting Tolu and I told you, you said no, it doesn't concern you. They become aggressive. You are belittling my pain. You're not listening to me, and then they push it on you. So I am sorry. I do not feel anything for him. I do not feel sorry for him. And please, this whole thing about it's Nigeria that's going to suffer for it. That's balderdash. The only person that is going to suffer for it are he and his board of directors or shareholders. They are the ones that are going to survive. Waiting, Nigerians don't see 99. Waiting be 100. Is it the same Nigerians that are battling? Look at the one battling with my network just to be able to say what I'm saying. We have seen 99. What is 100? And you think Dangote not being able to gain, Dangote being screwed over by, sorry, forgive my French, being messed up by whoever is messing him up is the average Nigerian. Whenever I say average Nigerian, I want you people to realize something. A good percentage of Nigerians will not see this show. They will not hear us talk. And that is why sometimes I get concerned when people go on and on and on and on. It's like you like listening to the sounds of your own voice. The market woman, she doesn't care. She doesn't even know we are here. She doesn't know this kind of conversations are had. And when she does know, it doesn't bother her because it doesn't contribute anything to her life. It has no meaning, no impact. No impact whatsoever. So they go to the market today and ask the women about this whole Dangote news. They'll tell you about Davido and whoever got married. Nothing concern them. And it's not that they don't care. It's not affecting them. Everything that would have affected them, everything that this whole thing would have affected them now has affected them yesterday. So they've get up for it. They're ready for it. And the earlier we realize this, I said this the last time on the show, and I'm going to repeat it again before I round up. You people in the diaspora, you hold the yam and the knife. Now, who na court give, na him go chop, especially in these hard times. You have the power to influence conversations. You even have the power to influence decisions. And it's so sad that you're not making use of those powers. You have people that are reliant on you financially, economically. You belong to associations. You belong to alumni groups. What do you do about the conversations we have on here? The solutions you come on here to prefer. Have you preferred it there? When you see somebody come here and prefer a solution or say something that you know might be beneficial or that will stir up conversation or stir up anger or stir up an action, how do you push it? We are talking always about solution, but the ones that the lowest hanging fruit, we don't do them. We don't do them. You can start with your alumni groups, your family groups, start the conversation from there. And I said this the last time that anybody that is reliant on you has the responsibility to listen to you to a very large extent. So imagine that your father in the village, you're having a conversation with him about this whole Dangote thing. He probably hasn't heard of it and doesn't care. So you bring it up, you're having the conversation. Your cousin or somebody that has a Gen Z child, because those ones they are going to be the ones to spoil this world and mend it at the same time. That is probably listening to the conversation or that has heard the conversation from their parents and grandpa. We'll not use it and create content. And once it goes viral, that's the thing with Nigeria. Once it goes viral, it has gone viral. That is how Adeola Fayoun show became a topic on the floor of the National Assembly. Did you think it was just by people commenting and not do it? Went viral, and those people were forced to see it. So if he can go as far as the hollow chambers. Imagine this kind of conversations, and we have very impactful conversations here every weekend. Imagine how far it will go if we all did our bit instead of all the time saying solution, prefer solution, do the solution. The lowest hanging fruit, let's get them first. And Masquerade, since I've come for though, my network did not interrupt again. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll just be listening for now.
Yeah, there are some points you raised that seems a little bit inconsistent. Like if we've had 99, what is 100? So if something is bad before now, so we allow things to get worse. It kind of, so if Dangote fails, it's not the worst
Is
thing
that
under
what
the sun.
you inferred from what I said?
No, because you said something about, well, what I inferred was that he didn't care whether Dangote failed, that it's only him that will suffer. That's what you said.
I said Nigerians have been suffering. So what is this
Well,
suffer going to
I'm
add to
aware
their
of that.
suffering?
Yeah, but that's my point. You can't, for me, I don't think that just because people have been suffering, then a little bit extra should just be
Oh, but it's not extra. It's not even 1%.
Yeah, I know.
It's not extra.
Even 0.01% extra is something, because
It is
we're
not.
talking about trying to get ourselves out of the situation that we are in. We are trying to say,
you know how
let's
much
start our own oil
let
production
me just
and
say this.
export.
You know how much a liter of yours sold for today?
I think it's around 700 from the last time I heard.
Do you know how much a kilo of gas, cooking gas, sold for today?
You know, I do buy it, you know. The last time I bought, I think it's around 27 to 30,000 or so.
Let me use these two examples to explain.
They don't know that I am in Nigeria. They think I'm just here.
Wait, let me use these two examples I mentioned. Let me just
Papa that knows. He usually buy for his wife in Nigeria.
You know, he started now.
Let me just use these two examples to drive home that point I made. So, I bought gas 1,100 naira per kg. My cylinder is a 12.5 kg. This time around, for the second time in a year, I've not been able to fill it. Previously, I filled that cylinder with 3,005. I remember when I filled it with 3,005. From 3,005, it went to 5,000 something, went to 7,000 something, went to 9,000 something. And now, even with 11,000 naira, I can't feel that.
Because these people will not understand. In their brain now, they are trying even to do the conversion into dollar. If they convert it back to dollar, it's still nothing.
Okay, gas cylinder is even expensive. They will say Ngozi is cooking with gas, Abi. Let's come down to egg.
Send your account details after this.
Wait, though. Egg is the cheapest protein, the cheapest, most staple protein.
No. Angie, you are making mistake. Hold on. Tone has said send your account top. Send it to him quickly backstage before they forget you. Why are you not getting the point?
Okay.
Angie, don't waste time. Don't waste time.
I've heard you. So egg is the most cheap, should be the most staple protein. Even the poorest of the poor should afford. Now let me shock you. As at early this year, a crate of egg was 3,006. And all of us were like, because it went from 1,008, 1,009, 2,000. I'm talking last year. As at last year, we were still buying egg 2,000, 2,002. As I speak to you now, a crate of egg is 4,007. 4,000.
Okay, let me also shock you. I hate to break the bad news, okay? But I know of 3 big poultry farms that have closed down last week. You know why? Because the cost of feeding the birds is not, they are losing money now. So very soon now, you will see that the price of egg will skyrocket.
That is what I'm trying to explain to forefathers, that I'm coming there, because you are telling me somebody that was buying a piece of egg 30 naira and went from buying it 30 naira to buying it 250 naira, and went from buying it 250 naira to buying it 150 just a few weeks ago, to now buying it almost 250
and it will be 300 naira. Ngozi, go and write
me that tomorrow
down.
When
I said it.
300 naira, I will fall down and die.
We have to be positive. Let us just find a way to solve our problem.
I agree. We have to find
That's
a way.
more like it.
Well,
You think I'm going
that's
to agree
why
with
me
you?
I said the world is
There is
not
no
was
way.
being
positive.
cynical.
When you are not in
No,
Nigeria,
you
you
think
can't
I'm
tell
going to
somebody
agree
to be
with you that there is
positive.
no way?
The positive
Where is
thing is
that
to
true?
come to Nigeria, then you tell us how you be positive about when egg is 300 naira.
So,
we have to
father,
be
to make
positive.
it clear to you
We just have
again,
to.
I am saying in essence that these people are already at their lowest. When somebody is down, you can't kick them down again. Nigerians are already down. What can you do to somebody that is already down? You can't kick them down again. That is what I was trying to say. So I hope that explains it to you.
Okay, thank you. You know, but I'm just watching everybody now on the panel, and I look at the people in Nigeria. They look fresh. Are they fresher than the ones
Really?
overseas? No. You guys look fresh.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh
Look
Lord.
at KG now. Look at
Forefathers,
KG. Look
it's
at
only me and Ngosika that are in Nigeria, and since you're calling us out,
yeah,
okay,
you guys look
what I
fresh
can
now.
tell
Look
you,
at yes. Go ahead. I'm just
yes,
saying.
what I can tell you is that we are
Okay,
good
let me even
people,
shock you again.
we are
Master,
resilient people.
sometimes these conversations are a bit here. I feel it's a bit above the heads of most average Nigerians. So let me even bring it back home. You guys remember when I used to be on this program for hours? I'll come around five,
Yes.
6, 7 and stay. When was the last time you saw me spend 3 hours here?
Oh no, long time ago.
I can't. I can't afford to. Am I crazy? And I'd love to.
Ngosika,
But
I
as
can tell you your life is still good. What are you on band A now on electricity or band B or band C?
don't go there. Don't go there because
So
at this point, let me even give you. So 2 nights ago, let me even give you people a gist to understand how bad things are. Is it 2 nights ago? Yeah, 3 nights ago or 2 nights ago. Around 12 a.m., I was still up trying to finish a course I was doing. I heard shouts, fire, fire, fire. Now, because of how bad things are, the building I'm living in, we still use postpaid. That means they still give us estimated bills. So on the days that NEPA people are feeling very happy, they might give us reasonable bill. On the days they've seen a face they don't like, they'll give us anyhow bill, and we'll still have to pay. If not, they'll come and disconnect our lights. The conversation about prepaid meters have been had over and over and over again, and I don't even know where it is at this time. So imagine me by 12 a.m. hearing that sound and knowing that because of how hard things are, most people cannot afford to fill their gases anymore. Almost everybody don't buy hot plate, electric cooker. So once they see lights, most people will postpone what they have to cook till when they see lights. So once lights enter like this, piam, everybody don't own hot plates. And it causes a power surge. It causes a, and the control switch in my building, it's if you look at I'm going to take a picture and send to Dr. David, and maybe one of these days he will upload it here. I wish I can do that right now, but you will see parts. It's the painting around there is white. You will see parts that have been blackened by smoke. That is the number of times it has caught fire. But what can you do? You can't stop people. You can't tell people not to use an alternative, because if imagine paying something as high as 6,000 naira, 7,000 naira, 8,000 naira for electricity that you're not even seeing every time, and you still have to go and fill gas. You tell yourself it's better since I'm paying for electricity, let me quickly use the electricity to do everything. And that is the problem. So when I heard that fire, I had to stop everything I'm doing and look out of the window. I was still hearing us, but I couldn't see anything. I went downstairs. It was late, so I left my phone in the room, rushed out of my apartment, and went downstairs with just torchlights. The next building behind mine was on fire. The first floor, an apartment on the first floor, was on fire. Now, for you to know how bad Nigeria is, instantly I shut down. I know that it will only take a small spark to hit our building and which will be in trouble. So what did I do? I sent SOS on Twitter. I sent an SOS on Twitter, please help. Fire, so, please help, 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 help. Nothing was forthcoming from that side. I went on a group on a group I had with my friends on WhatsApp. I started calling them. I was calling the group by 12 a.m. I didn't have the fire service number everybody was calling was not going through. I was calling them so that if they knew somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody, so that they could call the person. Because if that fire spreads, it is going to be catastrophic. That is how somebody, one of the guys in the group picked the call. Fortunately, Angie, what is it? I said fire or fire. Or anybody that has a fire service number, please help us with fire. I ended the call. Next thing, he sent me a long list of all the fire stations in Enugu and their numbers. Brethren, I kid you not. I personally called 4 out of those 10 numbers. They were all switched off. Every single, I still have the call log on my Truecaller. Every single one I called was switched off. The fire kept spreading. The next thing, there was an explosion. I think their gas cylinder or something, the cooking gas cylinder exploded, and everybody ran. After running, we had to come back because people were fighting the fire with water. People were fetching water and pouring into it, and the fire was just going on and on and on and on. So whenever there was an explosion, there were like 3 explosions, everybody would run away and then come back again. And the people that the apartments were burning were just sitting down there wailing. Wailing while we were waiting. Eventually, a fire truck came. No water. I don't know who managed to get the number of whoever they got their number, and he couldn't speak to the man because the man was the guy was very agitated. So he down said, "Neighbor, it's my neighbor, my co-tenant." I said, "Neighbor, I better follow this guy talk." I collected his phone. I had managed to calm myself down. I said, "Good morning, sir." He said, "Tell him we are coming now. Shebu, we told him 5 minutes. Why is he behaving like this?" I said, "Sir, if you were the one here, you'll be calling every 30 seconds. The last time he called you was less than 1 minute ago. Since that time, we've had 2 explosions. So since the last time he called you, the roof to the next apartment has caught fire. Please don't blame this guy. Where are the fire trucks?" He said, "And they said they are there already. They are there." I said, "There's no fire truck here. The one that came, they said there's no water in it." He said, "They are there already. They are there already." They are not knowing that the fire truck people that he sent had not even gotten to the place, but they told him they were already there because calls were coming in and coming in. It was in the process of the call that I heard a noise. Hey, people were jeering at them. Woo! And I looked up, see them in a convoy, like 3 or 4 of them. And that was when they began to fight the fire around 1 a.m. So when I tell you that the average Nigerian is already down, like, what can you tell these people? Somebody that their house is burning and they can't even get fire service to come and put it out. These are people you want to talk to about more hardship. What is more hardship? What hardship is when they die now, or when Boko Haram or bandits
We
or
don't
whatever
want
kidnap
we
one
want
of
to
their
keep
relatives
hardship
and
away.
demand a ridiculous sum.
The idea
You
is to
want to
keep
keep
hardship
hardship away. You know
away.
what to
Yeah,
do, but you won't do it.
we want to push hardship
You
away.
won't do
That's what
it.
we are saying
The
now. We
people
are
that
saying Dangote refinery should not
the people
close.
that you are calling, the people you are calling brave for speaking now, they have a hand in this hardship. If you cannot admit that, then you are not being truthful.
Oh no, I can
They
admit that
have a
Dangote
hand in this
may have
hardship.
played a role in it. May have played a role in it,
May
but
have or did play a
we
role.
don't know.
Please, let's be
Okay, let's say
specific here. May have or
he
did
has
play a
played a
role.
role. Let's say he has played a role, but we have to have
So
his.
what's so brave about what he's
So
saying?
what
What
role
is
has he
brave in
played?
him
No,
crying
tell
that
me.
his toy
No,
has been
let's say
collected
I
from
just
him?
said let's say he has played a role. What role has he played that you know of? Because we have to speak
Forefathers,
objectively.
can I help you in responding to Ngozika? The
Yeah,
good
please
news
do
is that
that.
we're all here in Nigeria, we're suffering the same.
Okay.
And even unfortunately, me, I stand at a point where I can even see that the hardship is not yet here. It's coming. The real hardship is coming, unfortunately. But having said that, I think what I would tell Ngozika is that we need to begin to. The issue is not being positive, but we need to begin to. It's like, how do I explain this thing now? It's like, okay, thank God KJ is here. I'm sure KJ, you've been in Plateau State, right? You know how when a potato is spoiling, one bad potato would spoil the whole basket. Not so. There is always a constant process of selecting the bad ones that have started spoiling. and taking them out. So this is the process I would ask us Nigerians to begin to do. The whole potato is your own potato, is your own problem. But you need to begin to decide which problem now that will further complicate my basket of tomato or potato. You need to begin to do that conscious removal. It's your own, but you take it and throw it away. So that at least somehow the magnitude of your problem is not going to expand exponentially overnight. What I'm saying, Ngozika, to break it down in simple English, we need to begin to isolate issues from people. Okay? I hear when, okay, let's say, let me give you a good example. When a good candidate stands, I may not like him, but I need to begin to think through as a Nigerian and say, okay, look, this may not be my tribesman, this may not be my religious person, but the issues he is saying he's going to deal with, these are the issues I should follow. Forget about his trajectory, forget about his history. If we are talking about refineries, forget about who is behind the refinery, forget about who is crying about the refinery. You need to look at the issues. I'm a Hausaman, but if, for instance, they say Allen Oyema is going to be flying from Lagos to London, I may not like the man, okay? But I should look at the issue itself. What does that imply for me as a person? I can tell you that Alex Onyema bought all his airlines from Nigeria's money. It was Yaradua that gave him. One can argue that it's out of a good cause, but it was government money. Can I say now that, okay, because the airline was built with money from government, I would not like it? No. It's one step at a time. This is what we need to do. We need to be a bit more strategic. We need to understand that we can't solve all the problems at the same time. And being angry at the quantum of our problems also, it's not going to solve any one of them. You need to take that basket of potato and begin to remove the ones you can remove. Even if you go and sleep knowing that the basket is full of bad potatoes, but at least you've removed the ones you can remove today, even if it's only one. And this is going to be my response to you, Ngozika. Forget about Dangote. Who are these people? We need to look at the issues. Where is my interest? Where does it lie? I will tell you that my interest lies in a working. You have to. This is sometimes, unfortunately, the reality. I've sat down with an axe trying to cut my hand at some point in my life. Yes, because the problems I foresee with the hand, I believe it will finish the whole body. But luckily enough for me, I found a good doctor that sorted it out. It would have been a wise decision for me to remove my hand and forget it. This is the reality of life. And this is the kind of thinking I'm calling us all Black people to begin to do. Sometimes you have to sit with your enemies for 10 days, 30 days, or 10 years, knowing fully that they are enemies. But without them, the bigger war you want to kill, you want to fight, it will all consume you, both you and the enemy. I would rather stay 10 years with my enemy, fight the bigger enemy. When we kill him, then we can decide each other. We have to be strategic in our thinking. We are too muddled up now in Nigeria. The problems are big. You don't even know who is causing what. We need to be strategic. All I know is that a good refinery is a starting point. A working airline, Nigeria, that flies internationally is a starting point. A Nigeria's car manufacturer is a starting point. Even if it was a criminal, I'm willing to go with that.
Master, let me ask you a simple question. When did Dangote's refinery commence operations?
See, the truth also, I don't follow all these things. I'm not, like I keep saying, I don't know. All I know is that they have started producing things.
January this year.
When they started producing diesel. Yeah, they started with diesel. And from what I gather, they are supplying a few other. They are trying to start doing petrol now. They are already doing aviation fuel. I think they are already doing aviation fuel now. So petrol is the last one that comes through.
Okay. To buttress what I was saying and to point something out to Masker. When I say that to the average Nigerian on the street, this is just like a drop. I know you will say little drops will make a full cup, it will make a mighty ocean, but this, before it even get to half of the cup, our life expectancy is what again? Since he started a production in his refinery, it has not affected an inch the price of the product he's refining currently. So pray tell, why
Granted,
should I be?
Ngozika, this is what I'm saying. No, this is what I'm saying. So if you have a basket full of rotten potatoes that you remove two, doesn't change anything. It's still a basket of rotten potato. But you should be
And we
smart
don't
about
have
it. Let me tell you, sometimes
what
to
I'm
even solve
saying
a
is
problem, you have to.
Ngosika,
what I'm saying
Nigeria is going to get tax from Nigeria invested in that company too, isn't it?
what I'm trying to say is we don't even have to get to the point of rotten potatoes. We don't. We do not have to get to that point where
Okay, but so let me do you an economic analysis, Ngozika.
Hold on. I
Listen
have
to
a
me.
question for all
The
of you.
refinery, no, sorry, AY, 1 minute, I will short quickly. Ngozika, I'm not going to sit here. Dangote doesn't pay me. I'm not going to sit here and be his advocate. But it's you I'm trying to be an advocate for so that you can see what I'm seeing. For starters, the exchange rate problem in Nigeria, there are basically 3 key products that have messed up our exchange rate. The biggest of them all is the importation of petroleum items. So if for any reason, I don't want to know Dangote, if for any reason we are no longer going to be spending foreign exchange on that, it's a massive benefit. So that's one. You need to begin to it doesn't matter what he sells. I'm saying that you have a fundamental problem where you use all your foreign exchange to go and buy petroleum product. And now we are saying that problem will be solved. Whether I like demand or I don't like demand, that problem will be solved. Whether the price of petroleum product in Nigeria will change or not. Because we have to understand that life is a process. It's not picture. Life is a movie. You can't take one picture and say, okay, this thing doesn't affect me. Everything will add up. I rest my case. Thank you.
Even if it takes 1,000 years, it's still a process.
I think it adds up because the foreign exchange that we spend is going to reduce in terms of importing petrol. And Dangote, you said whether the price has come down. In terms of diesel, the price did come down in Nigeria for diesel when he started producing it. So it makes sense that it will come down because there's no transportation cost. All those things goes away, which is it's not inconsiderate. Transportation cost of crude oil is not cheap.
Even petroleum will drop if you start producing. Yeah. At least there will be the reduction in price.
Yeah, so that is what's happening.
Okay,
and every little helps. That's how you start fixing your country.
I understand the feeling. I understand the feeling of everybody.
No, you don't.
Don't worry, Ngozika. Life would be good, but not in our lifetime. Unfortunately.
No, God forbid, though. It's in our lifetime. God, if it passes our lifetime, if I'm on the man, you'll never recover.
Why are you interjecting?
No, please.
I'm not interjecting.
He must.
So I
I
want us to know this, right? I understand the feeling of everybody. To be honest, we need to. There is nothing like indigenous company. Anyhow you want to look at it, it's still way better. It's still way better. The benefit is still going to be better. Anyhow, I let it be a starting point. Let's start from there. Let's get better. Let's put more pressure on the company themselves. Do stuff for Nigeria. Help the country. Let it be a starting point. You can't even have a debate about having Nigeria's companies in Nigeria and foreign companies in Nigeria. I gave an example earlier. Check MTN and Globalcom. You're not still going to compare. A Globalcom, they do a lot. The money stays in Nigeria. MTN, they do their business. They take the money out. So we need to realize all this stuff. We got to protect our own. To be honest, I understand the feeling of everybody, the frustration. I understand. But we got to protect our own. That is a starting point. Thank you.
Yeah, let John Abba and this. We've just, these gentlemen in the panel. John Abba can decide not to be gentleman, but he just decided to be one today. John Abba, thank you for joining us. And KJ is always a gentleman. He never complains. Is as patient as anything. I don't know, man.
I agree with you on the gentlemanliness of KJ.
Yeah, Kenya has
No,
got
if you
patience
give
like
him
crazy.
moderator, he take people off. Oh.
He's got patience. Thank you,
But sometimes he cuts network.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Jonaba, what do you think about what you've heard so far?
It's Nigerian Times Square. Which one you want me to talk about?
Is the I guess anyone really, but we're talking about the petroleum industry in Nigeria that doesn't seem to want to take off, and there are people now complaining that it looks like there are
Sorry, I have to leave
actors.
now. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night. Thank you for joining us.
Why are you leaving when I'm just
Because we have not seen your posting behind the private chat. Don't go on that posting.
Yeah, don't let Toad get away with that one.
Tone has promised. Let us follow it to
No,
the end.
I'm not leaving. I see the reason I am leaving. The reason I am leaving is I budget a certain amount of data to come online these days to join the show because this app sucks a lot of data. So once I've expanded it, I have to leave.
Yes,
but,
we're not
told
asking
you.
We're asking to fulfill what you have been asked to do. Simple.
Apart from that, Tone told you to drop your this thing.
Yes.
That's Tone there.
And Tone, please drop your number. Anything you do, I will do 40% of it so that we can support Ngozika. I can send you 40% also. Whatever you do.
Mask, I'll drop my number. I'll drop my number in the private chat for you.
That is, I don't know whether to be embarrassed by this. So Nigeria wants to support in this thing, while all the people overseas are just watching.
Listen, let us start with our own. Let us start with our own here.
We are not looking up to the diaspora. Just know that we are only going to work with diaspora.
Oh my God.
We don't look up to diaspora, but we can work with diaspora.
You know, I respect that. This is the mask. I really appreciate it.
Please, Ngorika, without hesitating, please do just that. I trust my boy Tone, and I trust Maska, and I just obedience is better than sacrifice, so that you don't just run before I talk. All right.
Thank you.
Dangote issue. I don't want to talk about it.
Sorry, Maska, check the private chat.
You have to send it again, Tony. Just disappeared, please. Sorry. I was about typing it. I've done before for it disappeared.
You want to talk about Trump instead? About Biden? Biden's great performance in the Democratic debate.
It doesn't affect me.
Okay, so which one you want to talk about then?
Just wait. I'm just talking.
Okay.
In the issue of Dangote, okay, I want to show you something. Let me show you one by one. Do you see this? Do you see the first place? Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see this? This is 3. These people's lifestyle does not affect me in any way or shape they decided to do. When we come to this space, we talk to issues that affect ordinary Nigerians. As far as I'm concerned, my children will not experience any garbage from any leader, whether in America or in Nigeria. I believe in self-empowerment of individualism. That's my own belief. So I believe if I have enough and I'm well connected, those, whether in political or the elite, if I have what it takes to be relevant, I will have a talk with them and I can sway them in one way or the other. One thing that my boy said today, even though me and him fight sometimes, obey. After I wake up from his weed coma, he talks and sometimes is that life is about interest. We worry so much about what I had today. I was in the field following my children, playing game, and many African people were joining with me when I was cheering them up. But in the midst of all of that, I was watching this channel, and I was hearing people say, "Oh, what American will do for us, what these people will do for us." Who does that for who? Who does it for you or for who? Who does that? This platform will become childish. Life is about interest. It's about good negotiation. What America is doing is affecting our place. They say Jonathan, they are the one that... Jonathan is a weak man. If I'm a president of Nigeria until the time comes when I will leave, nobody will take me out. Period. Whether you like it or not, go vote in next tomorrow. I cannot be listening to some voice of deplorable Nigerians that don't know they are left to their right. Then because you vote, then you take me out. When I have the interest of the nation for unity and progress, that I know for sure, then I say, oh, Barack Obama is the president of America. He's a black man, and he killed the giant of Africa, Gaddafi. Then because of that, he's my man. Then I say, oh, he's a Democrat. All white people are the same. It's all about interest. Empower yourself. If you live in America here, you live in a neighborhood. The next neighborhood to my neighborhood, everybody have a private jet. Everybody have a private jet. So what would they send you? Barack Obama will come and make a decision for them. Empower yourself. Make yourself relevant. Stop crying now, oh, your decision in America is affecting us. Be man enough. Have a mind of sovereignty. Don't be talking like a baby. Let them people looking like us, like we're a baby in 21st century on platform like this. Oh, their decision. They say gay should be gay. Gay should not be gay. This person is going with animal. What is all those rubbish for?
See, Jalamba, I hear what you are saying, but maybe you caught the wrong end of the stick here. Nobody ever said here that we are not ultimately responsible for our nations. But if someone, let's say America that you are in, is causing problems in our country, should somebody not call it out?
It's a best interest.
No, let's even wait. Alaji Jonapa, hold on. Jonapa, do you know how long America spent on the issue that Russia affected their election? What are we talking about?
It's all about interest.
We're not crying. We're not crying that Russia affected their election.
We are saying that we have to be
I'm
aware.
not saying that you know, but you don't say, oh, they are doing it. Man and or put a security in place. If I think they're going to come to my house and attack me, and then I'll stand and be waiting and be complaining.
John Abba, before that time, you have to hold an inquiry and understand that it was Russia that was influencing your election. Full stop. What you want to do thereafter is another thing, but you must hold that inquiry.
Exactly. You have to see. I think you are conflating.
You can talk about that, but you cannot just say. You should take responsibility. I live in Texas. Let me tell you one thing. In Texas is a law. I stand my ground. Everybody carry gun, open gun. Think so? I will allow you to walk into my place here and leave my children. When I think I have a right to protect my own house and everybody, then I say, oh, it's my neighbor because he buy gun and he have a training dog, and that is why my children are not safe. When I already know that the law give me the right that anybody that comes within my perimeter, I have the right to shoot the person down.
You are not, Donaba, unfortunately, you are not reading the scenario well. What we are saying is that your neighbor gave your son bomb. He took inside your house.
I will hear it to you. They were saying that Americans affect our elections, and Jonathan even was saying that the election in Nigeria. I heard you guys. Don't go there with me.
Yeah, but
you can say it is because I'm trying to say what I'm trying to say. When you empower yourself and make yourself relevant and make your nation secure, right? They come and negotiate with you. You cannot be selling yourself cheap and be crying for somebody that is after their own interest.
Yeah, but what we are saying, the reason why we are saying it is so that we can fix it.
You can call them out tomorrow. Listen to me carefully. You can call them out tomorrow. They don't give a F about what
I know. No, I'm not saying they should care. The reason why we are saying it is that to highlight the problem so that we can deal with it.
what I'm trying to say that let's put ourselves together and make ourselves as a black people relevant so they can have a good negotiation with us. If you think
we are in agreement on that.
Okay, on issue of monopolizing, monopoly is everywhere, even in United States of America. Monopoly is here. So when what you do,
but they fight against it,
listen to me. Listen to me. In monopoly, I'm into automobile.
He always remains.
Okay, I'm into automobile business, right?
Oh, really? Now you never give me car. Now what?
Yeah, the big company like where we stay. When you talk about Toyota dealership in the brand name, Toyota dealership of Dallas, Toyota dealership of Houston, right? What they want to do to the little dealership is to regulate. They have a lobbyist in Austin, and what they want to do is, everybody that if they see that everybody can have access to a license, what they will do is, okay, if you have access to license and you have a place in the address, somebody must be answering the phone for 12 hours or 8 hours that you claim in case they reach it. What they're trying to do is that they want to crush you down because they think that some people operate from their home. So monopoly is in different sections, and nobody apologizes for power or for monopoly. So the issue of Dangote
Jonaba, what you describe is competition, not monopoly also.
Okay, you even talk about monopoly. Yes. All of that, so monopoly or whatever. What we are trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that, and then when it comes to the issue of our election or Biden or Trump, I live in the United States. I don't give F whether Trump is becoming president of the United States or Joe Biden. They're all of.
Hold on, Janaba, can we add some sort of things you're talking about? You see, we are not only here to discuss what you give a concern about. There are other people who have concerns also.
I don't care. You just came to America yesterday, so you want to compare your life.
Hold on.
No, do you want me to leave? That is the problem with it. You have to keep quiet when I'm talking. Let me tell you, I respect everybody on this platform. When you come to my tongue, please maintain your lane. KJ, you have my mind. But don't cross it.
No,
everybody was talking, I was not saying anything.
Go off now. What have I said?
Don't wait. Just wait. You've been talking for hours. I do not interrupt.
KJ has not spoken.
Yeah, no, he's been here since morning. I've been watching this show, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, we are right. Just stay in your fly in Abuja and maintain your lane.
Okay.
All right. So the issue is that what bugged me is that I on the other platform, I don't appear so much on platform. Let's work on ourselves and empower ourselves. All those complaints here and there, let's secure our sovereignty. As an Africa, not even as Nigeria, every of our resources will be going from left to our right, whether it's gold, whether it's brass, whether it's anything we have in Africa. And we cannot be expecting the foreign people to say, oh, if these people are fair to us, if Donald Trump or Republican will be fair to us, if Democrat will be fair to us. If find a good people who have understanding, a global understanding of how things work and negotiate for the better things of their own sovereignty and the interest of their own people. As far as those people who go and negotiate put themselves first, then we will be backward. And that's what when we talk about leadership, we are talking about leaders who have understanding and self-esteem. Because most of our people that are going and negotiate, once they see white people, they drop their own flag. They drop their hat. Even whatever they call the Western education they have, they can come and speak English here. They drop their hat because some of them don't even know they are left to their right. What did I negotiate in the interest of my people? Rather, first of all, their interest, or they don't even know what they're saying. Or they don't even know how to sell their product. Even I was talking I don't want to detail so much. I want to summarize it because I don't want to occupy this thing too much. Because we, the black people, we are our own problem. There's a problem that somebody can help you solve if it's created by another human being. But if you created your own problem, you have to calm down and listen to people and you solve it. by you learning. But we are not learning. We are throwing the blame on this person. Oh, because Obama regime want Jonathan to become to solve a
Are you a
case.
Democratic Party supporter or something?
What is all that? What is all that? That is power. Power don't apologize for anybody. If that is the interest of Obama, for whatever reason you want to push, Jonathan should find a way of leverage power and know that this power passed me for now. My father told me one thing. Say if somebody pass you for 1 cent, respect that person. If it's not easy, you make that 1 cent over that person. Then the person will listen to you. So why are we talking
on a lighter note, Jonaba, what did your father tell you to do to people who you don't pass? You shouldn't respect them.
Power owes nobody any explanation.
KJ, my brother, the other day, he's a gentleman. He's a gentleman. He said if he AY say anything more, he will take him off the platform.
Honestly, and I never said anything.
Power, that is power. I'm not blaming KJ. That is power. A gentleman like KJ, a homemade man, he said that.
KJ does a bad quickly.
Power don't apologize for anybody.
That's so though. That's so.
That's so. KJ, and I don't like it because the AY is my guy, but I don't blame you for exercising the power. It's in your hand. By the way, by tomorrow, one of my biggest friend and fan, which is here now, I don't know why he's still here. After some minutes, they're supposed to take Ferrari off. He'll be hosting tomorrow. This guy is a bully. Of course, he can't bully me, but he's hosting. His power. If he comes tomorrow, he decide who come and go. So that is life. Nobody apologize for that. Thank you.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Yes, please.
Maybe KJ was just carrying it. He was transferring it.
All right. I will start from the last thing that Jonaba, my very good brother, said. Just that right now we don't know whether you are Igbo or you are Idoma, because somebody said you also have a lineage in Igbo land. So we don't know which part.
Nobody said. I say that I'm from my grandmother is from Enugu.
Okay, great.
And no, not Enugu, please. It's from Anambra and from Oka, to be precise.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Because you know that some part of Benue, the Ogbadibo people are all Igbo speakers. So
you are trying to know where I come from that I didn't.
No. I'm not.
And you're trying to use another man to ask me to know where I come from.
I will go straight to the last thing you said.
Go ahead.
When I was asked to moderate in the panel, I said my purpose of trying to regulate is that so that this platform can be a place where people can come and get a news item for their own news. So when someone is making a point, and it should be taken seriously and allowed to land his point, so that just in case the skip makers, the news channels, and other platforms that probably go around scouting for news can pick what you say and be able to use it without having people interrupting. That is what I said. So let us now act maturely so that people can be heard. I said it all, and if you have a question, I'll give you a time to answer. But please let the other person finish speaking. I think that was clear enough. And I'm not trying to, maybe what you said, trying to bamboozle me to begin to seek hack and defend myself. No, you're not going to gaslight me. So I wouldn't even go there. Both you and AY, my good friend. I won't accept that. So if I was anybody that was being hard on, was forefather more. I didn't say anything. So I don't know why you both of you are trying to conspire against me. But I don't understand. I don't mind, because I'm Igbo. You are trying to marginalize me now on this platform, and so it's okay. So
Igbo forefather is Igbo. It's okay. You are also marginalizing it.
The nation. Forefather is nation.
Forefather is Igbo. It's Igbo.
No. Forefather doesn't have a nation. It's a nationless individual.
How do you know? I'm from Anambra.
Forefather is Anambra.
What I want to tackle was what John Abba said. John Abba, we're all biased in one way or the other in our life. Nobody can say he or she is not biased. Even the best of the media people who moderate, things are biased one way or the other. And so sometimes they are able to hide their biases. I'll give you a clear example. The last presidential debate that happened, you could see that these two individuals are the most biased against Trump in CNN. But somehow they were able to curtail themselves, even though as a journalist, I could see when it almost slipped out. But they were able to curtail themselves to a very large degree to give a platform that seemed to be unbiased. So sometimes these things happen. But don't say what I'm against is when you come out and say, no one of us here have been saying this is, we are not saying that Africa cannot stand up. What we are saying, just like we have been saying about certain, policies in Nigeria, sometimes the people that are in power help to influence who comes to power, and consequently their programs continues to run. Because we have realized a long time ago that our leaders are not lovers of our country. That's the truth. Because if you have a leader that is of his people, no matter what anybody offers you, you will not take it. But now, I'll give you another example. Somebody came to Washington and they gave him red carpet. He comes back and declares a tax war against his people. And then people are saying the people shouldn't go to the street. These are the kind of leaders we have always had in Africa. Mind you, before Ruto became a leader, the people stood out. They fought for him. They stood with him. Now he comes back, and what is he paying the people for? High taxes, including tax for pampers for children, including tax on those things. And one begins to wonder, do you want them to start using napkins on their children because you are president? Is the presidency not supposed to be for the good of the land? Is it because you just read some economic theory somewhere, you want to make sure that your people be the ones to suffer it? So we are saying in Africa that we have not been able to successfully remove bad leaders from places of authority so that the good ones can come on. And I spoke in the morning. I said, for me, okay, if Dr. Adesina, okay, had taken part in the campaign or ran for presidency, I would have gone with my own money and campaigned for him. Even though
sorry, just to support you, KJ, so that we can all be clear that this thing is not history, is not theory. Go back and check on ABBA. How hard America fought to refuse the same additional. This is Africa Development Bank. It's not even America Development Bank. It's our own bank, continent, Africa. They fought so hard to make sure demand does not come back. And it's America, not any other thing. It was blunt. What are we saying?
Thank you. That's what I was going, but your master has ended it. Those guys opposed him. They opposed him to the teeth. Okay, but because, and now let me take a one notch further. The only reason why he succeeded was Adesina is very fluent in speaking French. So when he was doing his presentation, he did everything in French. So the French-speaking African countries could not believe it. The West African countries could not believe it. He spoke, flawless French in his presentation. So whatever they came with was totally blown off the table. So what am I saying? I'm saying that we must, as a people, as the Nigerians who want to see Nigeria move forward, find a way to do our best foot forward. Those people who we know can deliver, can be able to take soft stand against whoever. It doesn't have to be the West. It can even be within our own communities. Because some people just want to see people poor. Because it helps them to feel they have arrived, they are making progress. All right? That is what we are talking about. We're not so concerned that how does anybody who becomes American president help Nigeria? It doesn't help us in any way. They're not going to change their policy because I'm that one man who's going to
But Tony, you know that we are Nigerians now. Nobody would look for your hand that you raise. Just speak.
No, but I've not even spoken mask. I've been here.
Okay, KJ, 1 minute. KJ, I beg. Just 2 minutes. I'll yield for you, guys. Let's do the needful. We'll be saying solution. This concerns one of our very own, our own sister Ngozika, and I'm speaking specifically to people in diaspora. If you're in Nigeria, you feel that you can, even if it is her number. It's in the comment section. It's in the private chat. I can't put it on the comment section because any Tom, Dick, and Harry can just pick up and start harassing her. So please, let's do something for our own sister. She's our very own. Let's just do something, no matter how small. It will go a long way. Thank you.
Guys, the number that you posted, that is her own or your number?
That's her number. The +234. The other
Okay.
one is my number. You can take my number as well, Mr.
Okay.
Abba.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just want to know.
The
It's my
+44 is my number. The +234 is Ngozika's number.
okay. Thank you so very much. Let's keep her relevant and come here and give us the raw message. And to my sorry forefathers, no, I'm not trying to come in on an odd time. Now the issue is that we the black people have to take our destiny in our hands. And they say you be wicked, whatever. Okay, are you? Let's take our destiny in our hands. Nobody will help us but us. But we cannot remain divisive. There is a say that a kingdom divided among themselves will not stand. So let us try as much as we can. Like I always say that I'm a different person in my own household, and it's okay for everybody to be different. But in the midst of all of that, we all can compromise for the peace and the progress of the family. And so also I believe in Nigerian space. But to think in one way or the other that the West will help you to become a better country or better people, I think
John
that
Abba,
is
we are not saying that. We are not. Nobody is saying that, John
listen
Abba.
to me.
No, we've listened to you. Now, how many times are we going to listen to you in one night?
Yeah.
We've listened to you, John Abba.
Because no, listen, I'm summarizing myself because you are counting it and it's not true. I heard people, I don't want to mention.
I'm not attacking anything. All I'm saying is that you are the one attacking. You are saying we said. I'm saying no. That's not what people said.
Yeah, you said
Nobody said we are looking. Nobody is looking for help from anywhere outside.
I don't want to mention their name, and there is this money here.
Okay, all right.
Okay, if I want to mention name, I will mention name if you want to. But you listen to me. You go and go through your this thing. Go through your roll it back. You will see it. That people were saying that their problem is the West. This party is good for this, and this party is not good for that. They say
You're
that.
not addressing the issue then. Address it. Be bold. Let us. This is very
brother. If you have a cockroach in your cupboard that you think you are affected, just stay it. But
you are even scared to address the person. You say you don't want to mention it.
I don't have to, and I know the people that are not even here. I don't want to mention people that are not here because you see, when they cannot defend themselves, I always said it in this platform. Don't mention people's names.
John Abba, I see that. Look, I can see what's happening. They are not liking your political party in the US. You want to drag the matter here again. We are not going to agree.
I don't even belong to any particular party. And no party make a choice how I live my life in America, and even in Nigeria as well. So that is your country you live with your big flag.
So you've spoken. Now let the matter rest, John Abba. Let this matter rest.
I don't want you to rest because you are not rested for the past 1 year. Let us take it to the next level.
S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît,
isn't it? S'il vous plaît.
Laissez chose là.
Okay, forefather.
Parlez avec autre chose.
Forefather, these are talk this evening here. The Fulani man is another talk here. I eat to my brother Jagun. Jagun, I eat to my brother Jagun.
Even Jagun has been claimed for tonight.
More Anton and AY than this Fulani man now.
You guys are not allowing Jagun to speak.
Was if they listen to the Wike's broadcast in Abuja 2 days ago, wherein he said that yes, Nigerians are suffering. So yes, we know that Nigerians are suffering. Everybody knows that Nigerians are suffering. So, and I was thinking that was something we'll probably discuss today, especially the fact that he said the good professor who's Ozekome was also among those taking briefs from politicians who rig election. I thought it was a very great contrast because
I'm not so surprised though. I did have an encounter with them.
If you know Wike, Well, I wanted us to discuss that because it shows the plight, and that is, in fact, doctors what we were discussing some minutes ago.
So Wike saying that Nigerians are suffering is a bad thing. It's a big revelation.
So
How about the one that said Nigerians should die? Yeah, I have a video here.
That one, the one who said Nigeria should die is not a political office holder. The one who said Nigerians are suffering, so what, is a minister of the FCT. And why I'm concerned with that statement is the fact that when you have an official position in Nigeria, you don't care how you speak. They just speak as much as any way they want. People are suffering, it doesn't bother you. And they're saying that people are suffering. He says, yes, who doesn't know people are suffering? What do you mean by that? Even, okay, see, in any which way you look at it, I've tried to rationalize why somebody can speak that way. I didn't find any reason whatsoever why he would come up and blow such statement. So I felt maybe it's part of what we should discuss today also.
I think, to be fair, I wish I knew about that earlier on. I think, to be fair, we all know why they are the way they are to an extent. Something happens to these people when they get to that Abuja. They become so detached from the people. Didn't you see the one that was saying that the reason why they don't want to buy Nigerian-made cars because the roads are bad? He doesn't even know how bad it sounds. And they even ask them, they come
I
to
knew
channels.
we were playing that to just insult our sensibility, forefathers. I'm sure I'm going to dream about that speech. It's very annoying.
You see Nigerians that will never be pleased. They bring issue out. He said I'm insulting him. I'm trying to highlight how silly some of our Nigerian leaders are. Like one of them now, they were asking him on this thing on the channel. I think they said something about the money that they were using for private jets. You need to see the way he was trying to talk to the reporter. He knew what he was saying doesn't make sense, but he was just somehow.
Sorry, forefathers. Let me just forefathers, and this is where we Nigerians we miss it. We think that is when they get there that something happens to them. The truth is that you forefathers, as long as you have sanity, you find it difficult to be there because the process as it is today is not a sane process.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what we need to understand, that we are allowing already deranged people to have a field day, and then we are expecting sanity from an asylum, sincerely speaking. This is what, for you to expect anything out of the system, I keep saying the system, not just the government, because government has been changing, parties have been changing, but if you look at the system, it has remained the same. It's a rentier system to start with.
Masca, did you see that official that was, I think it was a NAS official, he was saying that they too should take a pay cut. I don't think whether you saw him. I think he said that. I think it looks like he was from the north, but he was saying that there's no reason why they too cannot take pay cut as just as the people are suffering and stuff like that. So there are some people
These are not the issue, forefather. The issue, that's not the issue. You can't see, look, what is happening is that these people, go and check it now. Look at all the people. They were governors before. They have read their states. They are now in the Senate. And you are telling me that they take pay cut. So that solves the problem. How?
No. It's just
if they don't collect
to the people that they understand.
The problem with Nigeria is not a signaling problem. It's a fundamental problem. It's the question of you are in the wrong vehicle.
No, I agree with
you. It's not to signal.
Try to understand where I'm coming from.
The whole of these people are not going to take us anywhere.
Let me say what I need to. The reason why these things matter. If you said that you are in the wrong vehicle, if you want to get on the right vehicle, you need to signal to the people to join the right vehicle. To do that, you need to start showing to them that you are in the same predicament as they are. If you don't do that, they will not trust you.
No. See, okay, so my advice to Nigerians is that the beauty about the system we practice, that this motor will stop at a bus stop at some point. Okay, what you need to do, you inside the bus, whisper to each other that once that bus stop, we reach that bus stop, because the motor must come to a standstill. we have to all agree when the motor reach bus stop, what are we going to do? Anything that you're talking, motor is running at 100 and 200 kilometer per hour. What are you going to do? You want to jump outside the window? No. Even if you jump and enter US or UK that you are, you will still come back inside that motor. That's how problematic the motor is. When the motor reach that bus stop, we should focus on it. What is going to happen when the motor reach bus stop and they remove it out of gear and they switch off the engine? This is it.
So
signaling what Wike said doesn't matter to me.
Hold on. What would this bus stop mean that you're referring to?
2027.
I see.
That is when the motor will reach the bus stop. Okay.
And then you have a chance.
Unless if you are saying that people are advocating that let's all agree, let's hold the driver, let's struggle with the steering with him. Meaning that if accident happen, it's possible. Anything can happen. Some people are advocating that.
I don't disagree with you on that. I don't necessarily disagree
Some of
with
us
you
are saying that let's whisper to each other. When this motor will reach bus stop, this is me and you. We know that bus stop, motor must stop. What we do on that day.
Masker, you can tell the driver to take the sunshade off and stop driving in the opposite lane.
Yeah, I know this driver. Look, these are people who are planning. This is a one chance motor. What are you saying? They plan this thing. They plan how to rob everybody inside the motor. They are robbing everybody one by one.
You have not considered the fact that the driver thinks that he's the owner of the motor, and carrying you is simply a privilege that you can't even ask him how to drive.
No. See, these are the things we tell ourselves to do. This driver knows who has allowed him to drive. They are driving turn by turn. You know, it's not his motor. He's not the only. That's why he's settling everybody. Why is Wike in FCT to start with? If he owns the motor, why is he putting Wike in the FCT? He knows that it's a collective decision. They sat somewhere and agreed.
Okay. So wait. I want to ask you a question, Masker. This last election, do you think the winner is the president?
It's irrelevant.
No, you can't say it is irrelevant because that is the only way the people can take the steering and decide who drives the
If they carry this, listen, what I'm saying, if they take the regime today and give you, the system is still the same.
You have to ask the question. Answer the one I asked you. Except if you want to be political about it.
What did you ask me? You said, well, I think whether the winner won.
Yes.
Okay. You're asking me whether I think Tinubu won the election fair and square.
Yes.
I don't think the election was fair and square, but I think as it is, no matter how unfair and unsquare it is, I am of the opinion that Tinubu is ahead of the other people, whatever the process they wanted to do. This is what I will answer you.
Not ahead of the people that voted. That's because the question is, you said that when we get to 2027.
Look, okay, so what I'm telling you, people voted for Tinubu. A lot of people voted for Tinubu. Whether they are in the majority or they are not in the majority, I cannot ascertain because this is a number issue, and I'm not into the game of conjecture. Okay, I cannot sit here and do the conjunction, and this is one of the things I'm saying. If the only thing, sorry for fathers, if the only thing diaspora people can do is let us reach a point where tomorrow this argument we are having, this discussion me and you were having, we should put it aside. Let us know that okay, look, we have evidence that this is the person that won, but this is the person that they swore in.
Can I also ask this question? How do you think the people can influence the electoral body such that they are accountable for every process that they claim to hold? Because these are the things that can make the change. There's a reason why I'm asking you. You are saying that the people have the power, and I believe so.
Hold on, before you start conducting. Hold on. Let me answer the question that you answered earlier on, because I think I've done a little bit of kind of analysis on my own side. And maybe I can be able to share that, because I believe that we don't know who won the election in terms of if it was fair as well or whatever. But analytically, if you look at it, one can reasonably, in terms of even by probability, guess that Tinubu.
No, forefathers, please. You are just going to go into a conjecture. And once you start that, those who are saying that Peter Obi won.
No, you're not letting me.
I know your analysis. In fact, I'm sure Tone knows your analysis. John Abba knows the analysis you are going to give. John knows the analysis. AY knows. I don't know about Emiloko.
You have to let me talk, because you can't necessarily know. Other people that are watching today that have never seen me
okay, I agree with you, forefathers.
Don't worry, I'm not going to give you.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to give you full analysis. My point is that if you analyze it, you can argue within reason that, by normal standard, if you're in any country, that Tinubu probably won the election. Because if somebody gets 30% of the vote and they are the highest person that has got the highest vote, chances are that somewhere along the line, the other side has screwed up. How can somebody get 30% of the vote and win? And you think the other side didn't screw up? The other side screwed up big time. The other side they won 60% of the vote. 60% of the vote. So how is that rigged?
Fathers, wait, I'm not saying it is rigged or not. My question is a simple question. I only ask, do you think the person who won is the president? The answer should have been yes, he won, or no. It's a simple answer.
By analysis, you say yes.
No. Now, this is the point.
Are you asking only Masca, or you are asking everybody here?
Do you want to answer, Mr. Jonathan?
Of course, you know my answer before you even answer.
I don't know your answer, sincerely.
Oh, I've answered it several times. There is no way. But if you follow Nigerian politics and you follow the people who register, and not only that, during the rally, if you even look at what Rudolph has played, as I mentioned it here, he's not going to win, but the people are still going to make a case that Tinubu will win the election. When we have two major parties, APC and PDP, and the third one become popular, which is the LP through Peter Obi, there's tendency that the original organic APC, we still voted APC, and the PDP that are break up, we voted LP, and the organic PDP, they voted PDP. So in that case, the only person that will lose is the two parties, the one party that break into two, and the one that always been there, we win. It's not because we come here and we talk like we don't know our.
Now, Mr. Jonaba, thank you. I get it. But what I'm trying to say, the reason why I asked that question is this. For us to answer who wins the election, look at South Africa, they just had the elections. Everybody can confidently say ACN won the majority of the votes without any if or but or maybe. Because
because we have never been in this situation before.
Listen to me, Mr. Jonathan. Because the system is open and clear, everybody could see it. That is my point.
Our bullshit. You see, let me tell you one thing. That we are causing a problem for ourselves.
Let me land.
I will let you land. I'm just interjecting. I will let you land. We are just causing problem because we have already decided. Me, I don't belong to APC. I don't belong to PDP. I don't belong to LP. What I want is a system in Nigeria that declare fair and free election to any citizen, whether you are from Benue or you are from Igala, which are the more minority in Nigeria. But for me, as a dumber guy, that you guys already hijacked my own destiny, even if I have
now you're already going into something else. Please.
No. Listen, like I land now. It's something else because it doesn't.
I have the right.
Yeah, it's something else because you think you are majority and you can't. So just wait.
Jonava is really trolling you guys today. He's really trolling you guys.
You want the system that works for only. You only want the system that works for only Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. We are not only Hausa and Yoruba in Nigeria. We are all.
That's not true, Jonaba. See, you guys should stop all these things, Jonaba.
Can you keep quiet?
No, I'm not going to keep quiet. I refuse to keep quiet when falsehood is spreading. The truth is that minorities in Nigeria has had the longest tenure of ruling Nigeria. Minorities should also keep quiet. They should not come and spread falsehood. Babangida is a minority. Gowon is a minority. What are we talking about? Don't come and give me something that I know is not true.
Okay, I'm putting it in the
Minorities have been
category.
ruling this country.
You see, when you fit anybody Nigerian, they talk. When I talk minority now, he fit him because he want to discard that. And by the way, Fulani is not majority in Nigeria either. So
Kanuri is also minority.
Exactly.
Abacha was Kanuri.
So, exactly. And I say
What are we
Nigeria
talking
belongs to
about?
all of us. And I say Nigeria
So
belongs
let's
to
not
all
be
of us.
complaining.
Okay, I'm not complaining. I will never, even if I will complain,
Can I
it's
round
not
up
solve
my
my
statement?
problem. I can't complain
Can I
to
round
you.
up my statement now?
So no,
My
now
point
I'm
is
coming now. You see, so the issue that
you
Nigerian
didn't let me round my point. You see, you didn't let me finish,
I'm
but not
going
not
there.
the
You will
right.
never. You see, that is one of the problem in Nigeria here. When you think it's not the way you want, you don't want to hear it. Listen to me. When you ask about election, and I'm trying to tell you that election.
No. You should have waited for me to land. I said I have the right.
I interject on the plane because you land, you confuse me. I don't want for you to confuse me.
So you that means you look anyway.
When you said it, I get the point I'm answering. If I have more to see, well, after you finish, I will add to it and interject, please. And interjection is allowed, right? So the notion that that you guys have mapped out how Nigerian will be and Nigeria must go one or direction or the other, I am saying that let us fix a system that works for all Nigerians, regardless, in a summary, regardless of your tribe. We cannot hang it on anybody because anybody you think is going to come into this system is going to fail.
Okay. Now, forefathers, this is what I'm trying to say that made me ask that question. I said, once you have a system that makes it clear who wins, nobody will fight that maybe.
So how do you have the system? We go into a lot of cyclical argument here. How do you have that system? We know it's not there.
That is the point. How?
When
people fail in those positions, make sure that they are punished. That is my point.
How do you make that happen?
How do you make that happen?
Yes. Maybe you are good at asking questions. Now I'm asking you, you are quiet.
No. I'm trying to listen to you.
If they asking question, now question they ask you. Now question is not, and it's not a rhetorical question. I'm asking you now. How do we do it?
Okay, let me help you. Let me help you.
Why are you helping him now? Let me answer because he's very good at asking.
You said
are you helping me or Emiloko?
No,
Okay, help me.
I'm helping.
I'm not saying it helping anybody now.
Okay, I'm just making my comment. Let me make my comment. This is how we can actually get a more equitable society by making sure that our institutions work. And the way to make the institutions work is starting from one. You see, most Nigerians, I didn't say all Nigerians, most Nigerians are honest to a point. The point where there's a diversion in the Nigerian people's honesty is because of hunger. I repeat, most Nigerians can stand their ground and say, we will not do this. Most Nigerians. But because the system has been skewed towards against them, most times we wake up, we are looking for what to eat till we go to bed. So let us build a system where the salary that is being paid to the ordinary person is able to feed him and help him to take care of his rent and pay school fees for his children. If we do this, that will be a starting point for the rebuilding the society in such a way that we can now begin to talk about strengthening institutions so that if people come to place of authority, they can be able to withstand the pressure of not doing the things that are wrong. After all, Humphrey Nwosu, who I see as the real man who stood for June 12th, did that as an ordinary Nigerian. He put his life, he said, I will not declare a wrong result. And this is the result I will declare. And he did declare the result and face the consequence of that action. He is an ordinary Nigerian. Mrs. Late Professor Dora Akunyele is an ordinary Nigerian. Many years ago when I was in primary school, there was a man called Paul Nongu. He's late now. He was the Minister of Power. And they wanted him to do something that was wrong, and he refused. In fact, he resigned his appointment. He was the first minister in Nigeria that I know that resigned his appointment, saying, you want me to do something that's wrong against the people, I will not do it. And he left the government. So what am I trying to say? So we can actually be able to build an institution. Then, finally, let us go to electoral body, let us now remove that appointment and that authority from the presidency and put it in the hand of the ordinary Nigerian. Let those positions be by election. Let it not be by appointment. And once elected, the person cannot be removed.
The same election we're saying Nigeria cannot hold KG.
Look, hold on now. Hold on. You see, we cannot jump from.
No, see, look, honestly, these are the kind of discussions I like. And I'm not finding fault in your argument. I'm just raising what I call junction points so that we can eyeball the problem and then understand each other very well. I like your train of thought.
Yes, see, what I was going with, where I was going with the INEC man, is that sometimes when these people appoint, let's use the example of certain countries where their IG or police is an elective positions. Their chief of police are elective position. The people elect you. So you are not under anybody's control. Nobody can come and tell you, okay, this is time to go and arrest KJ, and then you jump because you know that by tomorrow, if you don't do that, you'll be removed. Those positions that we know carry so much authority and they are prone to be manipulated. Let us make it an elective positions where the people can really bring people who they believe have lived in they have exercised their authority in the right way. When we do that, we will cut in half of the problems in Nigeria. Then let us slash down remove that thing from the constitution. Why before you run for an elected position, you must have office in 774 local governments. If we make the process less money, we will have more credible people come forward, and we will not have only those who are millionaires who can finance the system, but those who can, anybody who is a young man. For instance, there's a man we all used to love. He's still there, Fela Doruto, even though he's now working for APC. I don't know.
KJ, let me just add to, I think I like your suggestion. What I would recommend is not a proper election. But I think since the country had decided that it is lecturers, university people that will be there, let it be that some sort of civil society are the ones to nominate these people. And the process should remain within the civil society until we get an INEC chairman. So that it should be a little bit independent.
You know why I will not agree with civil society? I used to be a member of civil society. Some of them are just briefcase civil society without any office. They're just maybe 1 man, 2 man, at most 5 men, civil society. And these are the people that government use to try to, write.
Okay, so you're suggesting a full-fledged election. How would this election, because I like it, these are the kind of discussions I truly believe, because this is a bus-stop discussion. We are saying that it's like a train that will come to a train station. We are looking for an independent person who would make sure that the train stops properly, it stops for enough period, and it should take off with the correct kind of passengers. So I like it, but I'm saying that expatiate more on the kind of election for the INEC chairman.
Here, you see, we make election in Nigeria look so difficult. Okay, but almost every Nigeria has a form of a phone number that has a chip. So we can actually invariably use a more easier system other than printing ballot papers or even making it such a way. And I give an example. We already have that option A4 that works for everybody. At a certain day, we all come out, queue up, and the numbers are counted. Nobody can say there's nothing to write. Okay, how many candidates? We are 4 people contesting for local government chairman. This is party A, this is Mr. A, this is Mr. B, this is Mr. C. If you believe in Mr. A, behind Mr. A. If you believe in Mr. B. That way, that was what brought that free and fair election of June 12th. The people stood behind their preferred candidate, and the counts were done, and elections were called. So if we can still do that, because people who did that are still in the system. Some of the people who work with Humphrey Nwosu are still in the system. Look, let me say this. There was a time that before you get appointed to the Code of Conduct Bureau, you must be somebody of exemplary character. I don't know about now. But when Babangida established that, the reason why he did that was he said there are certain Nigerians. He used a teacher that taught him in Barewa College, okay, that the guy was, these are honest Nigerians. Say, go around, pick people of your kind, and we will make you people commissioners of, what do you call it? Bureau the Code of Conduct Bureau chairman in the states. We still have those Nigerians who are straight and they don't give a damn about, sorry my language, about who you think you are. They will tell you, I'm doing this for my God and myself, so I don't want your money. If we get those people, and those people are brought into INEC, and then we can do the option A4 style of election, we will be home free. We'll be halfway through, to where we're
I
going.
agree with you, but good point, KJ. But unfortunately, the argument you put forward, there's a big hole in it.
Okay.
Because all these things you've said, you need the president of this country and the National Assembly to make this thing happen. They are not fools. They will not make this thing happen.
All right. So
which is why I go back to my argument that all we need to do now, we need to focus on first, let's shield our differences. Let's talk collectively together as a country, as a people. Once we agree that, look, we all have almost a similar problem and our route to solution is one route, one door, all of us should pass through that door. Once we agree that, then we can begin to discuss how on that election day we can make, because there are credible people who contest every now and then. It's just that we don't have the organizational acumen, the intellectual foresight to zero down on these people and to do what needs to be done to make sure they are the ones that win. Even if another person would be announced, we have not reached a point where we have clear evidence that, no, this is our collective choice. You people are bringing somebody else. I still think that is our best route. Once we manage to do that, then we can begin to fine-tune the system like you're saying, because I also believe that getting the right person once does not change anything, even if the person will stay there for 8 years. Nigeria's problem cannot be sorted out in 8 years. We will need a proper process that will run 3 or 4 times.
Also, this bus stop, this in a kind of suggestion. See, let me just finish, please. Let me finish. This bus stop suggestion that you are talking about seems to, that implies every 4 or 5 years intervention. But while that 4 or 5 years is going on, you need to also be able to be active to shift what the government is doing, because we all know, we just saw with Kenya what happened. We just saw how the government reacted when people didn't like the cybersecurity tax. So the government is not like they are entirely there. Your analogy is that they are driving a bus, but they do listen when the passengers are complaining about certain things. So you could have them do the right thing by the people, just by exerting your own pressure on them. So it's not only based on that bus stop analogy, which I agree with, but you have
I totally agree with you also, forefathers. So look, and don't mistake my position. I don't know whether I've said it on this platform. What I do personally most of the time, when I see critical issues, things like security, I take my time, have my own ideas, I put together documents, and I also go do the politicking so that my document can get to the right person, so that if the people don't implement it, I know that it's not because they don't know. And I'm aware that, okay, it's just because you don't want to do it. At least it doesn't solve any problem, but it gives you a little bit of peace. So I totally agree with you. At many levels, we should continue to fight, because even if you have a good governor or a good government, a good system, what really will make it work is the consciousness and the vigilance of the people day in, day out. There's no saint in the world. All the angels are in heaven. They are not here with us. So to expect that you put in an angel in leadership and then you go to sleep is an aberration. So I totally agree with you also. Even if we have good system, in America, it's the vigilance that is making the system work.
Yeah, you got that right. Black Beauty or a Black Beauty, thank you for joining us. I don't know whether you are still in Nigeria or you're back in the US. So, what do you think about what you've heard so far? You know, we talked about Dangote and all kinds of stuff.
God is wonderful, Sha. Did you look at everybody's face? Once she smiles, everybody is smiling back.
Aww.
Including you, Jago, now that you are pretending to be frowning. I saw your smile.
Yes,
Jago extra smiles.
I'm still here. Yes, I was supposed to leave last week, but I think you know what it is. If I'm gonna, how I feel is once you spend a certain amount of money getting here and setting up and doing everything, you might as well just stay around for a while.
Yes.
So I don't know how long I'll be here, but it's indefinite. You know, I brought my job with me. And so I will say thank you, MTN. I'll give a shout out to MTN for having better service than Fiber One this time around. The only thing I will say is that I did buy, what do they call that? I bought Starlink, but the Starlink that I wanted was the high performance device, the one that you could take and travel with. And they didn't have that one available in Nigeria, so I had to give it back. I didn't use it. But a lot of people do have it here, though. A lot of people have the one that you can mount on your house. It's about $600. So, but MTN has been competing, I guess. So they've been giving better service, and everything has worked out. My meetings have gone seamlessly. Everything's been pretty good, as you see. So I don't want to say about Nigeria.
Beauty, so
I'm supposed to be
your
right?
company allow you work remotely?
I work for a digital bank.
Do they allow you work outside the country?
I don't. So I work for a digital bank, and my director is an Indian man. So he works mostly from India, which is cool. But it's a U.S. bank, but it is a digital bank that's based mostly online. And for that reason, I just said, let me just come. You know, it's been a while since I've had a 100% remote role, and I do pay my rent. So it's like, let me just come and enjoy my apartment. You know, let me come hang out with my friends. I've been having a ball. I hate to say it.
AY is asking because they told him that he better not step out of that country if he wants to work.
No, I was actually.
Is that what you're asking?
No, I was actually calling 2 months ago. I worked remotely.
Well, you know what? I think AY. See, here's the thing, AY. You have to learn a little bit of the art of deception a little bit. Like you really should not disclose everything that you intend on doing and what you're doing. I mean, I've never told anyone that I'm remote. Some people kind of figured it out. You know, they might hear KK in the back or something when I'm on the phone, or you know, they kind of figured it out. A few of the Nigerians in the team, there's a couple of them.
I think Black Beauty, I think you should join a political party. I will vote for you. We need a Machiavellian leader. I can see you're a good candidate.
I don't know that I can. You know what I'm starting to realize? Like,
father is the leader of Machiavellian party.
That's coming. I know that.
You will be the campaign manager.
I don't know that I care. You know what? I just realized that I don't know, and I think I've always been this way because I do think about politics and I consider it, but I don't know that I care about it that much, which is probably the reason why I didn't go into law or any kind of advocacy or anything like that. Like, I'm a money girl. Like, I'm going to get money. I don't care where I'm at, what country, what language.
All I'm telling you, girl, the money is in the politics.
Yeah. So for me, that's it. The money's in the politics here in Nigeria. I do know that.
Yes.
But then I would feel so guilty, you know, like I would feel so guilty about.
Don't worry. You don't need. I will be the Minister of Finance. I will do all the stealing and pretend there's nothing happening.
Oh my goodness! But in all seriousness, could the face of anything revolutionary here in Nigeria survive? Like, this is my place where I come when I want to relax. I mean, I know it's hard for some people to believe because people are going through their own circumstances, but I come here when I want to chill, you know, when I want to come and relax.
In dollars, of course. Nigeria is a place to relax. What do you
Exactly. But I don't rub it into people's faces. I'm very generous. I tip. I have a lot of like people that I tip. I try to contribute. I go into people's business. I try to uplift people's spirits. There are a couple young people, they did my hair. I sent them an email on how to invest in Bitcoin from Nigeria. I'm probably not supposed to say that online, but you know, I'm a financial warrior. So if there's a way that I can teach a young person how to make money on this system, why shouldn't they have the opportunity like anybody else to invest in Bitcoin? And I mean, you have to jump through hoops, but if you're going to be sitting around waiting for this Naira to increase, why waste your time? Like here's the keys to financial freedom in your email box. There's a tip for you. So
thank you. I wanted to share this reasonable suggestion from this candidate. I think they were asking, you know, Tinubu's achievements.
I have 10 seconds to quickly ask and get your answer. Name one thing Mr. President has done to show that he's also making sacrifices.
It unified the exchange rates and lost a lot of value to it. Took a dagger to his own pocket.
Is that a personal sacrifice for him? All right. You know what? We'll continue this conversation another day. Okay. Dr. Ryan Doty, thank you so much for your time with us. We'll love to have you again.
Yep. That's his achievement. That's his suffering with us by killing the currency. Yep. That's the solution. That's the solution.
This is a government of area boys.
They don't know what to do anymore. They just do whatever they like now. I must say though, I do understand when some people say Nigerians are a little bit very tolerant, because there are so many places where the dial-up of difficulty is so high now, like compared to where they were before. Like from the cost of things have tripled, or more than tripled in some cases. Yeah. And people are just absorbing it, you know, continuously. It's remarkable how Nigerians can really take these things. I have to give it to them on that one anyway. So yeah, let's see what other issues there is to talk about. I don't want to go into military today. I think next week I will do a bit of military stuff. Not military, security, because I think somebody reported that there was a bit of a loss of life.
Forefathers, can I suggest something?
Yes.
Jagun has been quiet for all this evening, and my suspicion is that he is not happy with the topics and the tone of the discussion. So why don't you suggest the thing to talk about next?
No, not at all. You see, for me, I'm wondering if people. I've been listening. We were talking about a subject, and I kind of brought it to the point of let's get to the bottom line kind of thing. So you know, people spoke about what their position was on many issues. So I've just really been listening to see where the conversation will take us. People made a lot of good points over this time. I don't, you know, in terms of what I wanted to add, I feel that it would have been difficult. I would have been repeating myself, and I don't like doing that very much. I can quiet and just listen. Where the conversation goes to next, I don't necessarily have a choice in that, you know, I don't want to be repetitive myself, in actual fact.
Fair enough, Jagun.
So if I wanted to, let me see what else is going on in Nigeria. We talked about Trump. We talked about Kenya. Somebody was saying that I didn't talk about Kenya. Is there much to talk about Kenya? Does anyone want to talk about Kenya? I have to ask.
I think we've spoken about it. Whether or not we get to
Jonaba wants to say something about Kenya.
I was talking about Kenya enough. Yes, we have devoted enough time for Kenya, man.
Should we go something more relaxing, you know, esoterical, you know, philosophical, or we go into something more cultural?
What's
What
the
do you think?
cultural angle? What's the cultural angle?
I could, you know, I think someone once said something about, okay, in terms of how other cultures behave versus our culture. One of them is like how, let's say, white women or Indian women behave towards attracting a spouse versus how our own people behave. Some people say our women are aggressive, while others use, while other groups tend to use what they call feminine guiles and stuff like that. So that's cultural stuff. But I'm not so sure I'm very, we are even educated to discuss that here.
Well, from what I observe here, people don't have a hard time getting a spouse. There's plenty of spouses to go around. There's plenty of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 spouse. So that's, I don't know.
Yeah, in Africa, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Speaking from a female
They're
point
not
of view.
having that problem. You know what I mean? So I guess that's more of like a Western thing, right? There's a lot of.
But would you say that Nigerian women are like more, how do I put it? I think to say that they are more aggressive is not fair. I think it's just that they are more in your face compared to Western.
I don't think so. I think that that's just, if I can speak, I don't think it's even a Nigerian thing, because then they will say the same thing about Jamaican women, and they will say the same thing about Black American women. And I think that the minute you just put this skin on, this dark skin, this amazing skin, you're aggressive. So that's just what it is. If you understand the mindset of people in the world and how Blackness impacts them, then you know immediately that when someone sees you, the first thing they're going to say, at least for me, I know this. I've known this since I was 5, 6 years old. You are aggressive because you're Black.
Okay, but okay, so there's something there though. Is there some truth to maybe because our culture always had feminine heroes, or
let me put this in before we go too deep and exalt a certain race against another, if I to call it race. You see, the European woman for over 1,000 years has been protected in a way that no other woman has been. And now I don't say that Black women or other women around the world have not been protected. But what has gone on with Western women is a certain level of fashioning, a certain level of trophyism, whereas we in the rest of the world, whilst we were dear to our women, our daughters, our mothers, there was a different practicality to our existence as a peoples against Europe. Now, you can say that this is positive or negative. You could take your choices. Largely in the West, people have become women have become more Eurocentric than they may care to believe. You know, women in the West are very Eurocentric. The difficulty is you are always going to be seen as the other because you are the other and you have different problems and issues. So I just wanted to put that in just to make sure that we are aware of what we're speaking about.
Yes,
that's very good.
I
didn't follow. I lost track. What did he say?
I think you caught exactly what I was saying, and you caught. See, I like Dragoon because I'm on his wavelength. You caught exactly what I was saying.
Smiles whenever he shows up. But
yeah, there goes the smile. That the one is even blushing. Oh my God.
So can somebody help me, please? Because I didn't catch fully what he was saying. But I know you said that the Europeans were sheltered for 1,000 years or so. So are you saying that may have affected whether they are aggressive or
no? They have been bred. They've been bred. You know, the European woman has been bred in a completely different way than any other woman in the world. They've been bred in a way of high level of protectionism, high level of oppression in many ways, a high level of trophyism. So, you know, I'm marrying this woman, lady, this gun, and the other one. There will be so much preference and reference given to them. the whole idea of chauvinism.
But
that means, all these.
But the Indian women don't come across that different to me, though. Indian women too are also laid back to compare to.
No. You see,
no. Forefathers, no. I think I agree with Jagun. Because if you look at the Western culture about woman, everything you kneel down, you do, you open door,
That's right.
Exactly.
Okay, I see. Okay,
in India, the woman has to listen. Forefathers, you want to do a sweet comparison to a society where the woman will have to pay dowry.
That would be
I think you are mistaken. Oh, I think I didn't convey it. What I'm talking about is the way they approach relationships between opposite sex, that genders.
But can I ask you a question? Here's the thing, right? Because I have a lot of different friends of many backgrounds, women, and I know this because I was engaged to an Italian for a while, and I will say that, you see, there's something about trophyism, right? And there's something about like caring for a woman that is a lost art amongst the Black community across every Black community. It's kind of where we're like two warriors in the jungle together, fighting together. There's no like adoration, there's no like edification, there's no sense of I guess, I know this is going to sound crazy, but like pomp and circumstance. There's no revelry. There's no, I know I'm using the right words, right? Because that's really what's missing, right? Like we know that Black men appreciate us. Okay, we understand that. We also know what's on our body. We know that too. So we're not worried about that. What we're worried about is having that ability to push everything out and exist in the world when you are fully engaged in the world and doing what you're supposed to do, so I don't have to come in and help you. Like that's the luxury that white women have had, that ability to just live comfortably and eat croissant and just sit and get their nails done and get their hair brushed and get their outfits made and get themselves taken care of and put into a nice home without having to go out there and hit the pavement.
Hey, Black Beauty, let me ask you a question.
I think that's
don't you think that's part of the
question, Black Beauty. Why are you generalizing that though for a Black woman? I think some Black women
I think, and I was gonna say this, AY. No, I'm gonna say this. I was actually gonna get to that point first, but I went to the other point because of what Jagun said. But I was gonna say to you today, as it stands today, you will be surprised at how many, especially Black American women, who are, and even Nigerian women, a lot of Nigerian women who are well taken care of, who don't have those sort of like circumstances. And I don't want to say like, okay, I work hard for what I have, but at the same time, I enjoy what is given to me. And I think that is a good position to be in as a woman. And there are a lot of Black women today that are in that position. You know, you see women like Chioma, you see women like Portia, you see a lot of different women, even in your own community, who are thriving.
So, like the elite in the north is very common. Their wife, most time they don't do anything, they don't work. The other thing is, who do you think is at fault with that? Do you think, are you blaming it on the men, or you think? Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Do you think it's the feminist movement of the women want to be like men? They want no work. They want to occupy positions. Who do you think is at fault? And what is your ideal? What should be the ideal situation? Do you expect women to stay at home, not work? What will you prefer? I know you might change now. Maybe when you were much younger, you think you want to be MD of some company. What's the ideal situation for a woman, you think?
I can't speak for all women.
Honestly, I want you to answer it honestly.
I am gonna answer. I always answer honestly. I can't speak for all women, but I think that what women really want is autonomy, whatever that looks like. It's not to say that what I consider good is what she considers good, because for me, I'm a critical thinker and I'm a person who I love making money, so I'm going to work. My job is not particularly hard on the body, so I'm going to always do my job. So I'm not like, let me not work because I enjoy it. And not every woman feels that way either. Some women like to be challenged intellectually. They like to work. So if they like to work, let them work. If they don't want to work, let them not work. You know,
Thank
so I
you.
think that's what it's about.
Let me
Autonomy.
welcome.
So another question.
Let me welcome somebody first. Hold on. Let me welcome somebody that has been away for a long time. He's been to the wilderness. Yeah, he's been to the wilderness and he's back. Loco, you are welcome. Let the plane start for him. Man.
Who cares about Loco, please?
Thank you
Loco,
for
you are
joining us.
welcome.
All right.
Father, don't remove Loco.
I have to admire him for showing up today. I didn't know this topic was going to catch on like this, but the point I was originally making, so we follow, is that it doesn't matter which culture they are in. It's like why is it that they accuse every black woman of somewhat being a little bit aggressive when it comes to like dating, or when you're dating them, they check up on you compared to like any other culture. Like if you are dating a black woman, and the way the black man will check up on you on what you are doing is more in detail compared to other groups. Other groups, they are paranoid too.
No,
give me an example. Give me an example.
She seems to understand what I'm talking about. At least have an idea.
I was.
Hold on. I think in the north, like in Nigeria, it may be different because the culture is slightly different in that area because of the Islamic.
It's not only in the north. Everywhere in Africa, forefathers, the woman knows that the man will hardly be faithful. It would not be an issue that your woman is aggressive.
I don't know.
It's
maybe
not.
You're right.
I think you are getting your facts wrong. In Africa, the men are the people that I will tell you that if it's easier to date an African woman, and let's use the word in quote, shit. She may understand more than a normal European woman. Like they are the most aggressive. It's not that they will be aggressive like that, but that will be the end of it.
I agree with that.
So I'm talking. Okay, I think we are talking about the more modern black women.
Let me ask Black Beauty last question. Black Beauty, there is something I want you to comment on, right?
Sure.
So the independence of women, the financial independence, do you think it changed their behavior? And why is that? Why can't they contain, able to manage that situation to still respect their men? Even like, why would they act differently in terms of obedience to their men, submissiveness, when they have that economic power? Can you comment on that?
Whose baby is that? First of all,
his baby, of course, is father of all nations. Now, I didn't know.
You're back.
So, I hate these conversations because they are so disingenuous and they are made to put people into a box that I don't live in, and a lot of people don't live in that box. It's one of the, we had a lot of that on the infamous Fight Club. We had a lot of that on Dynas's panel. We had a lot of that, and let me tell you, I've survived both. And what I'm trying to help you understand is like, I think most women are just trying to do the best that they can, whether that means taking care of themselves or allowing someone to take care of them. So I don't think it's just so absolute where it's like, we've got money, now let us shit on everybody. I don't think so. But anyone who went from having nothing to something is going to have a change in behavior. That's to be expected. So when anyone's money increases, that's the white man too, he behaves differently as well. So I'm not sure why there is an expectation for me as a black woman to stay in a lowly position when I'm not in a lowly position. So I don't understand the question. Anyway.
I think the reason why he's probably asking that, which is not my original point,
it's propaganda. is what I'm saying. It's another form of propaganda that I'm just not willing to partake in.
No,
It's just
actually, Black Beauty, I think AY's question is not supposed to be directed at a woman. The reality is that I feel that the root cause of that problem is the man himself. Because when your woman is earning more than you or she has enough money, the starting point of the problem is that the men begin to feel insecure and begin to act up. I don't think that a woman naturally, my understanding of the women I've dealt with in my life, a woman will not love you because she doesn't have money. When a woman loves you, she loves you for just the heck of it. And whether she has money or she doesn't have, actually, when she has money, if you're really a good person, a responsible, secure person, you will be the first to benefit. But if you begin to feel insecure, it becomes a big problem because you want to start putting her in her own position. That, okay, is it because you have money and all that? I think that's where the root cause of all the problems start from. But ordinarily, if you're okay.
I think there is something else to read though. Like generally, when a woman starts earning more, let's say, than her partner, it tends to involve, career or professional development to a higher level where she's higher developed than the partner. And it's often what you tend to find is that because women generally prefer to an extent, they tend to naturally prefer men that know more than them in terms of professional stuff, or tend to have more wealth than they do. No, actually they do. This is a proven fact in history that women, they even have a term for it, hypergamous. They tend to prefer partners that have more than they do financially, and they tend to prefer people that men that show them things, new things, not somebody that they have to be teaching. They don't want
that
to
is true. I think you're right about that. But what I do want to say is, like, there are thresholds on this money thing, and so that's why this conversation is so funny to me, because when I look around at Black people worldwide, we just all started getting money. So even though I'm a little ahead of you, I'm not light years ahead of you. It's not like I have $100 million of what do they call that, multi-generational wealth sitting in my bank account and you don't. I just have a job that happens to pay some money, which you can also go and get. So I just think that rise to the occasion for all Black people. That's my message. And it's not about women making more or men making more. We're all not making enough because we all don't have any money in our bank. We have some, but we don't have enough as a Black people. So it's really not about who's making more. It's about we should all be making, and we should all be striving to make the most we can make. And that's it. So.
That's true. I think both sides are being starved of resources. That's for sure. And the original question was about, until AY decided to ask that question, was about how the different cultures and why some people feel like our women tend to be more aggressive. And I think where it probably is coming from are the educated ones.
Let me come in. Let me come in real quick again.
No, I don't think the village or the rural ones or.
Well, this is it. This is where I'm coming to. This is where I'm coming to. You see, I look back at my aunties and my mother and the kind of women they were. On my mother's side of the family, the women were less educated, but very strong in how they carry themselves as women, the duties they have, the respect that they instilled for themselves, that they had, and people gave them a lot of respect. And whilst I can, people may say that this is a housewife. There is no such thing as a housewife when I was growing up, anyway, in terms of my family and how my aunties were carrying themselves. My aunties who were educated, there were many, and they were strong as well, and very smart and loving. They had all of the attributes of what it takes to be a woman, and they were gentle. My aunties were extremely gentle with me, to the point that I knew the difference between man and woman. Not to say that my uncles weren't gentle with me, but my aunties, it was a different level. I mean, when they used to come into the room, it used to spark. It was sparkling. These are my aunties, my loved ones, the people that love me for free. Wow. Growing up, my generation now of women, especially the black women, they also carried and had a lot of respect about themselves as I was growing up. And a lot of that uh, made us respect our women. But I suppose for the fact that we were men and we were looking for certain things, we'll go across the tracks to whoever was offering at a much better rate, or much cheaper rate, as far as we were concerned. So I want on you, boy, we took care of them extremely well, whilst fishing around and seeing which of our sisters was ready to relinquish herself. The thing is now, things moved on. And as things moved on to the generation beneath me, my daughters and nieces and generation, man, whilst they are trying to maintain a degree of respect about themselves, the culture, and I'm not saying for every young person, but the culture down there has changed again where women are concerned, and where a lot more is accepting or acceptable to them. And they don't seem to always understand how they may be damaging themselves. And I'm not just talking sexually. I'm talking in terms of what they're allowing to pass through their minds and what they're championing mentally, and what this means within relationships between black men and black women. I think these are the considered points. One is class and education. Two is generational, in terms of what we are looking at and the changes that we see, and whether or not these changes are beneficial at all. And three, where it is that we're actually headed, where again the European hegemony is actually the thing painting the picture that our community are foisting themselves towards. And I don't know if we can pick those things apart.
Let me ask a black beauty, because you probably know more about this. So the stereotype that is they look to try to paint of our women, aggressive, kind of always in the face of people. How do you explain that? What do you think about it? How do you compare it with the way other women behave? Do other women behave like that and we don't just see it? Or is there something we are missing?
Absolutely. They do behave like that and you just don't see it.
Just okay, can you give us an idea so that we can be able to start seeing it?
You have because in order for you to see,
no, this is serious. I need to see it.
That, you know what? It's not that you don't see it. I think that if there were some Nigerian men on this panel that really have dated out, they could tell you, like for real. They could tell you that women are women are women are women.
Yeah, definitely. Well, but I will tell you this. I'll tell you this. In the UK, all the women are different from women in Europe. Women in Europe, for me, are far more family orientated, far more individuals that can just cook. It's just about you don't ask a European woman, can she cook? She can cook. Here in the UK, you ask any woman of the my generation and the generation beneath, you ask them if they can cook. A good number of them will tell you no, and what of it? You understand?
But maybe that's not the right question, right? Maybe
it's not about the right question. It's about what the perception of a woman is about herself. In Europe, a woman, any woman, I'm telling you as a fact, you understand? All of them are family orientated. All of them want to get married.
Sometimes I think that men, especially in our culture, like I sometimes think that they have like kind of lost the art of communicating, because I feel that it's not really about can she cook, right? women most women can cook a little something. It's about, will you cook for me? So I feel the questions are off, and people are not.
No. You see, my sister. When we're discussing this, we must open our mind and not be overly pedantic about, incy things. Can you cook is how the UK people ask these questions. Believe me.
No, but I think you're missing what I'm saying, right?
Wait. All I'm saying is that's how we ask it, and that's how we get the answer. There are obviously so many ways of communicating, especially where women are concerned, because
I think it's going over your head what I'm saying, and that's
no,
another
it's not.
problem.
It's not going over my head. All I'm saying, no, it's not. I know how to communicate with a woman. Believe me. And
no, I know. But
when I say woman, I mean any woman, because women are cultured differently between a rich woman and a not so wealthy woman, different class of women, different nationalities of women. There are always all these special differences that one will pay attention to in terms of communicating. But plainly speaking, all I'm trying to identify is the difference just in this Europe of ours, which England is included. But because we've had such a wave of different
but that's a lot, Jaglin. That's a lot.
Listen, so you get me. So you get me. In the UK, we had such many waves of cultures and influences in this country differently from Europe. So by the time you get to Europe and you start looking at these women over here in Europe, you start thinking, right, this is a proper woman. This is an actual proper woman. I don't even have to ask questions. I don't even have to ask questions. They've already wait. Understand me.
I think she's gotten you that. Let her just respond. I hear what you are saying, that there are differences between the UK women and those of the continent. The ones on the continent seem to be more family and cookie oriented.
I hate this conversation because people will ask me what I think, and then when I say what I think, they don't hear it.
Sorry, a Black Beauty, I hear what you're saying. I heard what you're saying. It's very interesting what Jago said just now. Because even in the UK, they don't see themselves as feminine as the French women.
They're not.
They tend to see themselves as the French are more feminine than the UK distinct women. But please go ahead. I think you were saying something about some women can cook. Well, the question is whether they want to cook for you or something like that.
Which is interesting. But what I'm
trying to say here is specifically, right? Because I've been to a few of these places too, right? And I've noticed what you've noticed. I've worked with a couple of French girls, etc. I worked at a place called Pernod Ricard for a while. What I will say is that there is a art of being persuasive that a lot of men are missing these days. And I think sometimes it has a lot to do with maybe the way the culture is moving. So it's not just about women being aggressive, but it's about when a woman is aggressive, does a man know how to bring a woman from a place where she's aggressive to being cooperative? Can you master the art of persuasion? She may not cook, but if she liked you enough and you were persuasive enough, she would do it for you. And so I'm trying to explain to people.
Black Beauty, if I may, that was what I wanted to say.
Hold on. We need to get back to the art of being women and men also have a responsibility in that as well. Women also need to be a little bit more feminine. If you want to say Black women, fine. I hate pinning everything on Black women because it's not just a Black woman problem. I see it with Chinese women. I see it with Latina women as well. It's about where you're from culturally. But if you ask me, it has a lot to do with the man's ability or lack thereof to be persuasive. So if he doesn't know how to, we call it finesse. But if you don't know how to finesse, then you're not going to get what you want out of a woman, and she's not doing anything.
Exactly.
That's still even though. Wait, if I can just say this, please. Even though
it's that simple.
Wait, please. Allow me to say what I'm going to say. Whilst you might say what you said, and I do understand it, especially in the trope of harmony and the kind of harmony that men and women need between themselves. Exactly. But we're speaking about today's day and how it really is. And the fact of the matter is, the way I see men and the change in men is that more and more men give less of a damn. how they communicate. It's not that they're not enough. It's that they don't give a damn. They don't give a damn for serious reasons.
But who does that impact? That
Wait.
impacts them
Let
because they don't get the
me be
support from the women.
wait. Let's not be emotional alone. Let's open this discussion up. No, allow me to speak because
You see, Jago, there I would say you actually, for my experience with women, the idea that you want to have a logical discussion with a woman, I think you're already missing it.
Maybe
I can understand that black
correct.
beauty.
Maybe you're right.
Just one 30
know,
seconds I will land. This is my most favorite topic anyway. So, but I'm saying that black beauty also, don't be carried away with black beauty. I think she's just an exceptional person, and I think we are pushing her to the limit because she's trying to be logical with us. A natural woman that I know would simply just, without that finesse, it's up to you to think and understand, how do I get this message across? It's not the logic, it's not the argument,
my brother,
it's not the reasoning.
My brother, please. I may be coming across in a way that seems pedantic. I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm trying to be clear. I'm trying to speak to the position I see the planet at the moment, where men and women are concerned. You may or may not see it, but the diminishing of the harmony between men and women is an ongoing thing, and it's getting wickeder and wickeder on a daily basis. And all I'm saying is that, yes, there is need for repair, but we have to look at it as it is, and what men are getting out of relationships at this day and what women are getting out of relationships, and how this is balanced or imbalanced. This is the query I'm putting forward. It's not about emotion, it's about dealing with the subject at hand. I'll be a moment.
Can I say something before I exit?
I think let Tone say something, then you go ahead, John Abba.
Go ahead.
Then we'll welcome Loco to it. Thank you for listening to our this type of topic is not easy for only her to be defending all the womanhood. It's not. I don't know whether she's defending or trying to explain all womanhood.
What happened to Ngozika? She should be back up there.
Yeah, she stepped out. And yeah. Okay.
I need support.
I think that was Stone first. Stone, please go ahead.
What I was gonna say, sort of aligns to a bit part to what Jagun was saying and Black Beauty. For me, when I meet a lady, because my food is very important to me. I love good food, not just food. I love good food. I like to dine out, but I love cooking as a man. When I'm in the mood, even if she wants to cook, I mean, because I've dated. I mean, I'm not just going. I'm not boasting. I've dated very gorgeous girl. I've dated a girl. She didn't know how to cook, but the attitude, the way I came across, I know that I saw she was willing to learn. And till today, we're still friends. We don't date anymore. But she always said that this was a guy that taught me how to cook a lot of things, especially Nigerian food and all that. And I'm so specific when I'm cooking and all that. The way I organize my thing and all that, it's just me. And during the times I'm not doing anything, I'm not looking at business and all that. I like watching YouTube, learning new things, and that's just me. So when I meet a woman that can cook, because some men, I know some African men will say, the way it comes across as if, you got to cook for me, you got to argue. It's just like meeting a girl and say, how good are you in bed? Now, obviously, you don't ask a woman how good she is in bed. It's you need that romantic part of you, the way you come across to a woman and all that. She will be so willing to cook for you. She will be willing to do anything for you, to learn new things. And I find that most of our brothers, unfortunately, not all our brothers, most of our brothers, unfortunately, do not know how to approach this. And in saying what Jago is saying, I agree with him totally. Here in the UK, man, the average Black woman, I'm talking about Black women. I wouldn't say I I'm not really given to a white lady, a white girl, because I know nothing good will come out of it and all that. So the average black lady is very, very opinionated. The opinion is so strong, you can't just have your opinion and all that. And again, it all is all down to their background, their orientation. How has she been brought up? What environment has she been brought? So these factors play a very major role in the way they come across. But us as men, we need to learn more how to um how to serenade that lady.
I want to say something about what you just said, because I think that's really interesting. Because there's like this movement. I saw this a couple months ago. It was going around like black women are not allowed to just relax and sit down and be chill and not have an opinion. And I noticed that too. It's like if I don't want to give an opinion and I want to sit in my femininity and just relax, then it's like a poking and a prodding until I have one. And that in and of itself is frustrating. So then you get aggression. It's like, leave me the fuck alone. I'm chilling. I'm not, I don't care. Because a lot of women do feel that way. But as black women, we always get challenged because they assume we're going to have an opinion. Maybe I don't have an opinion and I don't care about it, but now you're forcing me to have one. And just by you forcing me to have one it's making my blood boil. Like, leave me alone. So maybe if people knew how to like just communicate better to black women and stop expecting so much of us, we could just sit and chill and relax, and we could just.
I must add this in. Lastly, communication is not all in words. I know there are many ways you can communicate to that lady. I mean, she comes back from work, she's tired. Just making her her meal, or even warming up and all that. It
Why are
goes
you
a long way.
smiling like that?
I don't know.
It's like you're not going
what
for it,
about
but
those
it
of us that
works.
cannot cook?
No, I'm just
It
looking
works.
That cannot cook.
You know one thing, can I tell you one thing that my husband does that I love sometimes? That if I'm tired, right, he puts me on his back and then he walks me upstairs. I think it is so sweet and nice. And like things like that, things like that just make me so happy. So, maybe if men did more of that kind of thing,
I think most men do these things, though. I must say that most men are playful. Generally, if I'm not too generalizing too much, this topic is a bit weird because there's this massive stereotype out there, and there are black men doing it too. It's not only other people saying it. Black men come online and say that women are aggressive and all the rest.
Forefathers, during my from my childhood to my adult year, my dad could not even make a bath because he was surrounded by girls, and he comes from a traditional background that says that a man should go to the kitchen. So I won't blame him. I've never seen him serenade my mom at all, but rather he will take everybody out to go to the hotel. It's a surprise. Most weekends we eat out, buffet and all that. That's the kind of. But to cook actually, and they just see. I'm not an out
Your dad
person.
sounds like he's quite accomplished. When people become highly successful, especially men, they generally don't care about cooking.
That's not true. That is just that some of us don't know how to cook from Adam, and there is something you don't learn in the middle of the day.
No, Masca, I started cooking from when I had to go to the military school. I had to learn because I had some Fulani girlfriend then that taught me some stuff and all that. I had to start learning. I had to learn.
Well, it's too late for some of us now. I cannot cook.
But forefathers, what is your opinion? Like, you're posing the question, but what's your opinion?
I did say that I'm not even sure I'm qualified to talk about this because all I know is that I've seen men come out and say women are aggressive. And sometimes I do often buy into that when you hear the way some of them talk. But I worry that I'm not getting the whole picture. It's not like I know all the communities around the world. But generally, the way most women portray themselves in the media, for sure, They tend to portray other people as more feminine, while black women are just strong and powerful black women. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So there is that impression that has been a kind of ingrained in people now.
Absolutely.
And how real it is another thing altogether.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So it will help me.
Or maybe it's unfortunate that it's real, right? Maybe it's unfortunate that that's a real perception, that black women don't get the opportunity to sit, because that's what I'm looking for, right? I'm going to sit down,
Sorry, Black Beauty. My understanding also that there are 3 types of black women. And I don't think it's okay to do the simple brush. There is the black woman in Africa, the one, she's black, she's African, she's still in Africa. My understanding also is that, like, a black American like you is completely a different
type of woman.
It's a different topic. Okay. I believe also the other class is the women that have been taken from Africa and they have rediscovered themselves in the white man's land. They are also now completely a different ballgame altogether. So which one are you talking about, forefathers?
Which one?
I think I'm probably talking about the latter
Black
two.
Beauty.
That's, the African American, the diaspora
okay,
ones.
the people from Africa, no.
Because those are the ones they paint as being
the diaspora black women. I believe that.
I want to say something specifically about the Nigerian women that I observe here, what I've noticed, and because it's interesting that people will say.
Sorry, Janaba wanted to say something, so after he speaks, he says.
Go ahead, let Janaba go. I'll save it for after.
Yeah. No. Finish, since you are there. Just finish your thought.
Because Janaba is looking at me like, "Hey, I'm going to come for you soon."
There's a perception of a lot of. At least I watch some shows on YouTube, and there are some perceptions of a lot of women that live here as being aggressive also.
That's all.
That they ask demanding questions that I would never ask on a first date. Like, I'm with someone, but even when I dated, I never asked those questions. And those are the perceptions that are out there about.
Like what question, Black Beauty? What question? We are curious.
Like, where do you live? How much is your house worth? Where do you stay?
That's
that
really
is a common
aggressive.
thing that happens on this island. Maybe I can't speak for everywhere, right? But right here, that is happening right here. A lot of questions about what is being made, about what kind of job a man has.
Yep.
Where does he work?
Is that a black person or foreign woman?
No, I'm talking about Nigerians.
No, it's black women. Black Beauty, let me help you on that. I can help you with that. I know what is happening. You see, what is happening here in Africa now, especially in Nigeria, people, especially women, they are now very clear, given our reality, that love is not enough.
And I don't even
love
think
is not enough. I can't go.
I don't think it's nice the way they do it, even because there's a way to do it, right? To ask those questions, but
no, it's fine. I think it's being honest. I think it's just being honest, because sincerely speaking,
that's the thing, Masca, that comes to the question. This is why I'm talking about feminine girls. Like she was saying just now, there are ways to find this information out. Not just come out boom, 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 boom. And this is the thing that creates that stereotype. People start thinking that our women are aggressive. They're in your face, matter of fact kind of people, and most groups of women around the world use a different tactics.
And I think I think it's because they don't know how to do it. And a lot of us Black women who do know how to do it, we've observed it from Becky. Yeah. So that's the truth. That's the honest truth. The truth is we've seen a strategy by way you can get what you want without having to put yourself in a destitute position, or without have to coming off as extra aggressive. And a lot of maybe they just weren't in those positions to learn that, or in those places to learn that, or they just weren't taught certain behaviors or how to question things a certain way. So they come off aggressive because they're asking questions like, how much do you make? But I would say the same thing's happening here.
The Nigerian climate.
Sorry, Jago. Let's
No,
allow
Ejo,
Jonaba
let me
go.
just put this down, please.
1 minute so Jonaba can speak because he hasn't said
Okay.
anything for a long time.
Okay. The Nigerian climate, economic climate, has unfortunately made women in Nigeria extremely transactional.
Yes.
The way we speak about relationships and how to get on, it's a transaction. It's a thing about money, bottom line. You can put, I just need 50,000 naira to do X, Y, and Z. And that's how you're engaging with them.
Right.
And for a man like me, that's not how to engage. That's not how to engage with me. You can F off me. And that's what I'm saying. And I'm not just saying this about Nigerian women, all women. Women coming across, when I can see them coming around the corner with their bullshit, I just tell them to go far away as possible. And I don't say in any certain terms, I'm too big a man. And
unless you like them.
No, even if I like them, you see, a woman who is beautiful to my eye, she can turn extremely ugly as soon as she starts.
I'm not saying beautiful. I'm not
No,
saying. I
no.
didn't
As
say
soon as she
beautiful.
starts
I
uttering
said unless
nonsense,
you like
listen,
them.
hear me out. As soon as she begins to utter nonsense, as far as I'm concerned, she can go far away. I don't care about nothing.
But there must be one woman. It doesn't matter how she looks. It's about how she makes you feel. There must be one woman who makes you feel like you will tolerate
Bro,
all the wahala.
I
And
understand when I'm speaking right now. Sorry, Janaba. As I'm speaking right now, I'm speaking negatively. I can speak awfully positively. Me as an individual, there's been one relationship in my life of pure beauty where women are concerned. You understand? Where I've not liked what she did. Everyone else who I've been with, it's been my fault that the relationship broke down. And I prefer it that way. I don't want to be blaming you for anything. I don't want to be blaming you. If I'm blaming you, you're in trouble. Believe me.
hardcore. You're hardcore, Dragon.
Thank you, John Abba.
Thank you. Go ahead, John Abba.
Black Beauty, first of all, I think you're in the motherland, enjoying yourself, and
thank you.
Take advantage of everything. It's a beautiful place. We have other issues, but that is a home for all Black. Thank you for representing us and enjoying your stay.
Thank you. Wow.
One of the questions that forefathers asked about being aggressive, it can be put in so many contexts and category. I have young men in America here that once they are dating, they think they are losing their freedom. When the lady is in New York and you're in California and simply ask you, where are you at? What have you eaten? All of those questions. What are you doing? It scares man because man is literally losing their freedom in a second by saying hi to a woman they think is a prospective candidate. And that worries them that their freedom is gone just like that. And some of them are mama's boy that they have hung around with their mom for a while. And they ask their mom, met this lady, but she's asking me so many questions. Some of those questions they don't mean that they care, and some of them they mean that they are insecure or what kind of relationship. But my in this general platform, my advice to the young ones is to make sure that every relationship, nobody want to suffer in relationship, suffer finances, suffer emotional, suffer abuse of any kind in any relationship. There are challenges that come with life in general, but it's not intentional that somebody want to see what is wrong and say, oh, it's love. Love is not when you end up get beaten up or when you get divorced or you get into issues. Love means that you are careful enough to value yourself, and the same value that you place on yourself, you extend it to the next person. That will make a relationship work. And then both men and women should be secured enough that to make sure that finances is not a big deal in issue, not meaning whosoever make less or do not. There are other things that you compensate for. let's say that you have two jobs or you have one job that well paid, it takes so much of your time, and the other person can spend more time with the children and take them to other activities more than the others, or stay with them more. So these are many layers of issues that make family work and also make it not to work when everything is not put into consideration. In Nigeria atmosphere right now, compared to what we are getting at here, I also have young men that come to me here that I encourage them that to get married if they choose to marry. I don't have a problem with people being in a relationship without getting married, and I don't have a problem if people think they are compatible to get married and build a family. But all I tell them, challenges come whether you marry or you don't marry. But the issue with Nigerian space right now is that they tell me that this person, I say hi to them, and they put all their generation problem on me. And it scares me. They told me their mother is in the hospital, their father is in the hospital, rent have expired. All of those things is too much. I'm not going for it. And I tell them, you should not go for it. If a woman is not reasonable to see that you have been living with your parent all your life, and somebody say, hey, how are you? Trying to build a relationship, and you dump all that on them one time, they are not built to marry. They are gold diggers or they are senseless women. Because all of us, we have issues, but there are times for everything in this life. When sometimes you do not say anything. And I'll give you one example as I wrap up on this line. This one went to Nigeria and he met a lady. Is from one part of the east. That we met this lady, the other one is from Asaba, and he met three of them that are prospective candidates. So which would mean that he never make a commitment to any one of them. And he said, this one, I gave her a little money and he never asks for more. Rather, he tells me that what you did is enough. Don't spend money on me. Why the other one pestered me so much, bring their problem. So it's in a common sense, and as I say, she gave me so much peace that I fit to do everything for her, even though she didn't ask me. So I think my advice to Nigerian women, or even if any other African woman behave like that, there's no man, not even big kid. If you take all your problem to them too much, they will back out. Especially finances, even every other thing. So I think women should hold back and behave, and men or women.
Have you heard of Konga in Nigeria?
Maybe put it in another word for me.
No, Konga is it's like
Konga,
Amazon.
like Amazon.
Amazon.
Okay.
The guy is worth million. Apparently, he took his life some few days ago because of love.
Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, he took
The
his life.
Konga
Yeah,
guy?
he's young. Yeah, he committed suicide.
Oh my.
Oh, okay. They like a courier service guy.
Yeah, no, it's just like what we have as Amazon. They sell everything. Yeah, just like Amazon. Yeah, that's how they operate. Because of e-commerce, exactly. Yeah, he was heartbroken.
Yes.
Went to depression and then took his own life.
So I believe that Nigerian women, and some of them genuinely care. Like I say, they genuinely care. They want to know about you. They want to know. That can be, I think, reasonable men and women that want to be in that relationship and build lifetime relationship. They should know a sign that this person will give you peace, and that is what they settle for. And I believe everybody will have what to offer. It's not all about money. And sometimes man don't even have to work if he doesn't have to. But it's in our culture as an African to be what is called breadwinner. But if you think that your wife works, we give her more work, more, and you can have more time to spend with the children and be there for them. There's nothing wrong. But we also understand that finances change issues. In my family, when we got married, I lived in New York for years, and I moved to Texas when I got married.
And when I got to this place, my wife, she was going to school. She was doing her master's, and I tell her not to focus. So I was working, I was doing my business, and I was taking care of the children. And then the moment she got a job, she organized a surprise visit, a surprise party for me, and she thanked me for everything to keep her focus on her school until she finishes her school. And everybody have work for them, and I think we should not be threatened by your woman making. This is one thing as I round up, please. My uncle told me that was even in Nigeria. She's a big custom officer, and she was training her wife in school. And people told her that, oh, you are training this woman in somebody else's child. And she said, that's my wife. Even if I die today, who will take care of my own children? Is it not her? Can he come to your house? So, but this mentality, I think, is a good one. And it resonated with me today that empower your wife, your spouse. If you are not there, you take your legacy. And I also have seen a friend in Nigeria who, fortunately, she has the position. The wife told me, tell my husband to put me into this job, so that if anything happened, you know what the guy told him? He even visited me in the house here. We sat down in this place, and they say, oh, you want me to die? And they will say, no, I don't want you to die. I'm trying to tell you that if anything happened to you, God forbid, I want your children to still live to that expectation, finish their school without struggle. That even if you put 1 billion in our or trillion, if anything happened to you, it's still going to finish in a little bit. But the man see it from another perspective that I have to convince him. And I think that is common in African, it's back home maybe, that is not, I do not welcome that. I think you should empower your wife if you have opportunity to do so, and anything happen to you, you can take that legacy to make sure your children live to their own potential, finish their school, and leave your legacy. Thank you.
Who's next?
I think it's Local P.
Is Local P even here?
Yeah, I think it's Local P.
Local P is not there then, but
Can't do Yoshi now.
you are welcome. You are the only man that wears short shade.
I think Local P is there. Local P is there.
Local P is next. Local P is next. Welcome, Local
P.
P. Yeah, let's welcome Local P.
You don't wake up.
No, yeah, I'm awake. I always intended to call you, Local P. It was
just now. Like, okay.
Yeah. So you've been listening to the topic now. So what do you think?
Which of the topic first?
Regarding the, you can talk about anyone since you.
No, because this one you guys are talking about, like, I won't say I'm pissed anyway, because I think it's the list of my problem or Nigeria's problems as it is, because for the first time in my life, I would say, first time in my life, I would say yes. I was proud not to be a Nigerian. Maybe this time proud to be a Kenyan. I joined the life immediately. You, father, said, okay, we've talked enough about Kenyan issue. Let's move on to that topic. I was like, are you serious? How should Kenyan issue be enough when it's supposed to be an awakening call for all Africans, especially Nigerians? You know, given the situation we find ourselves, worst situation that we've ever experienced in the country, how can Kenyan issue be enough? I think we should add our voice to them, so that at least if the courage they have over there, if that courage can be transferred to our own youth in Nigeria, instead of this putting more strength in being docile, not knowing what to do, just be there living. They're just living for every morning to dawn, and wait for every dogs to break and other stuff, or every dawn to break and every dogs to whatever. You understand? So like, we should still be talking about all this. Like, I mean, Nigeria is dying by the day, by the second.
And I was just, for the first time, I was happy. Like if I was a Kenyan, I was seeing the way everybody came out. Not even because the one we did the ESAS is like a portion of what they did in Kenya. It's like it's like less than 50% of what's happening in Kenya. But still, look at the massive people that came out from all corners and like for the government. And I was so even happy the way the forcemen are even treated them. I mean, the army came out, arrested some, and voluntarily willingly allowed them to go. Like there was no point arresting these people because these people are fighting for the nation, even including us, for the betterment of their own life. Most army took them, and I saw the videos, like allowed them to go still. It was only the police, as usual, that normally that they has even less paid, that normally do their ammunition, whatever. Although at least they still tried to maybe kill few persons, but they were using blank bullets and water guns and all that stuff. Because some of our serious ones use live ammunition compared to our own, where we don't even have resources to even afford blank bullets. We don't even have water cannons. The only thing we have is live ammunition. And because of that, now they are trigger happy, nonsense military or uniform men to shoot their own. I don't know why Africans, why do we have this joy killing our own? Just like somebody who is not life threatening, you just pull a trigger and just end their life for a soul that you cannot even bring back for any circumstance. We Africans, I don't know why we always do this. So when you guys say like talking about like I don't know, I can't have enough of that video when I see them coming out, protesting this and that. Just for what? Just because of tax increase. Just because of tax increase, and also because of the what's it called? Mainly because of that tax increase. But what do we have in our country? They tax you twice in the financial year. They tax you 2 times. They increase commodities, and Nigerians are just struggling. People are thinking of how to do hashtag Davido 2024. They are even putting more effort to watch the videos of Davido and his marriage ceremony. Nobody's even thinking like, look, this energy, why should we put the same energy in tackling what is happening in this country? It's like Nigerians are not even bothered about what's happening. Even diasporans are not even bothered. I don't just know why. Is it that how we created just to suffer, and okay, we are born to suffer, and let's just take it like that and move on, discuss other topic? Because my brother, trust me, I get paid when I see sometimes we just talk. Every election year come and go, we are still nose diving. So if we talk and there's no difference, what's the point talking? What's the point talking? Talk, and there's nothing's happening. We wake up every day, the same thing on the news, day in, day out. What is the point talking? When is this okay? Enough is enough. When? I mean, look at what Kenya did. At least they didn't have to like debate anything. They just came out for what? Why? You want to raise money to pay China back their loan? Did you consult us when you were borrowing the money? If the money that you borrowed, where is it? Where is the work to show for it? Nothing. Yet you just want to pay the debt, and you're asking me to come and increase this to. Oh, man, come on, man. So that is just why I've joined the life anyway. But for the women thing or whatever, look, women are just another kind of species that if you start talking about their issue, they're like Nigerian problem. It's never ending. Never ending. Nigerian women are copycats. Though we have, don't get me wrong, we have some fantastic women, but they are very few. And because of this social media stuff, they don't come out to let people know that they are there. It's only the naughty head Olodo that think with their bomb that you have on social media. And the bad thing is they are making money now off social media. So because they are making money, you not think they're women of substance. Because they have money, whatever they say, you think is the right thing. Because many of them, non-entity, remove social media. Let Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram stop paying them. If we will not see many of them talk to something else. Because they have money right now, they do small wish. They can maybe buy 1 or 2 tickets and travel abroad and come back. Maybe they can be able to afford house, some coming from money from politicians and other stuff. You not think, because they are saying this, and you have many of them out there, they almost say the same thing. You not think is the right thing. Take women back 20, 40 years ago. Will we say that this kind of women, do we have them at that time? No. If I thought they were, You can count them with your fingers. And they were fantastic women with brains, women they've climbed higher. But check the generation. How many have you seen that have gotten to where those older women are? How many? None. None of them. How many of this new generation, these women right now, from their 40s downward, how many of you seen that are the remarkable women who can be compared to the likes of the Dora Akunyili or the Okonjo-Iweala or the Obieze Kulisi? How many of them right now? But these women I'm talking about, right from their young age, they were remarkably exceptional. They were doing it. They were like role models. At their young age, they were role models. At their old age, they were still role models. But this one we have right now, coming on social media day in, day out. The only thing they are good in talking is they can know how to advise you in when it comes to boyfriend and girlfriend matter. That's where they have A1. When it comes to relationship, they have A1. They can advise, yes. They can speak English. They tell you, no, the man is supposed to be like, woman is supposed to be like this. Apart from that, what else do they have upstairs? Nothing. Is this science, medical breakthrough, or engineering or accounting? Nothing. Lawyer, nothing. All of them come out is always on everything on social media. Nothing to teach the young ones about, like, in life, this is what you can work with or live with. Nothing. All about entertainment, music, movie, marriage, relationship issue, worst case scenario, jackpot issue. That's it, what they have to say. No, what else? Nothing. Then I think somebody was saying when women have money more than men, the men are mostly the issue. That is totally ridiculous. That's not true. That is pure fallacy. We've seen people telling you, saying that they prefer to work with men as their boss than working under women as their boss. That's to tell you that when women have money over men, they tend to misbehave a lot. Don't get me wrong, we still have few good ones, but there are very few, and they're not celebrated. Their stories are not told. That's why we think that.
Sorry, who says that they like to work with men as their boss than women as their boss?
Women say that. Women actually say that.
Okay. Women say that to each other. Okay.
Women even like to be friends with men than to be friends with their own female. Because they tell you when women are, there must be trouble, there must be quarrel. But you see, men, they can quarrel today, tomorrow, they can sit over a couple of years and move along the next day. Men, unlike women, no. Is war. When they quarrel is war. Till forever, till God knows when. So men, when women have money over men, look, it's always a problem. You understand? And men will not say because I think what Masaka was saying that when men don't have money, they look inferior and they start talking to the women. I mean, that's bullshit, man. We're talking out of, well, let me not say negative word anyway. So my brother, that's just what I want to say.
Let me ask a black beauty, because I think this is an interesting point. I was just trying to find a way to think of the opposite in terms of the women, because like most men, if women earn more than them, it's like women have taken their position or their primary role as a provider. So would women be a little bit feel bad about men like doing their own tasks better, like taking care of the home, taking care of the children, and cleaning the kitchen and all that stuff? Would women be crossed about that if men were able to do it better?
I think it's what John Abba was saying, which is everyone has to play their part, you know. If you're not busy,
but the question was,
women
don't have any issue with that. So why do men have issues with women doing some roles that are generally associated with men?
Let me paint one narrative, and you tell me. Let me paint the narrative. I'm sorry, I'm black beauty. Look, in Nigeria, there's some things that women does, right? And it seems to be normal. But when they do the same thing abroad, it seems to be a problem and they don't want to do it abroad. This scenario is this. Now, a woman and a husband, they're both working in Nigeria, right? They work. And the wife comes from work, tired or not tired, she still goes to the kitchen and cook for her husband. No matter what, right? The husband is the one paying the bills, even if the woman is still assisting or whatever. She doesn't complain. She sees that normal. But once it cross the shores, comes to oversee, it sees that a problem. That because she's also contributing, supporting the family, she's like, no, I'm tired now. I'm tired now. So what not change? Where is that strength? That you used to sit in the house in Nigeria, coming from work, and you still cook, and you see it as normal. You're even happy doing it. You tell your friend, may let me rush to go and cook for my husband. I don't want him to start looking for food when he gets home. You leave your work, you leave your friend, you rush to go and cook. And you see it as normal. It's part of you. You understand? There's no problem. But when you come over this side, mainly most of them, they will like, no, because I'm still paying. My husband's supposed to assist me now and be doing some this and this and that, this and that. They are now asked a question, okay, if you were in this abroad, you say because you come from work, your excuse is because you come from work, you are tired. So you can't still have the strength to still go and go to the kitchen and be cooking. It's someone now, you're overstressed, whatever. Okay, no problem. If, for instance, your husband is the one paying 100% of the bill overseas here, you are working and you are keeping the whole money in your pockets, you're not contributing anything. If you come from work, how will you contribute to the family? Will anybody tell you to go to the kitchen and cook? Voluntarily, you will go there and cook yourself because you know your husband is the one paying all the bills abroad. You're not paying anything. For you to be contributing to the family, since you cannot contribute financially because your husband is taking care of everything, you voluntarily want to go to the kitchen and cook and do the domestic chores as part of your contribution. Then you will not complain that you are tired anymore because you willingly want to do it because you know that will be your contribution. But the moment you start paying this token, this money, you will feel entitled like, no, you're not supposed to do it. The strength is in them to do it. They can do it with flair, but because they are not in a situation whereby this environment will support that kind of stuff, they hide under that excuse and say, okay, no, now I'm working now, so I can't be working at the same time, be taking care of children, be cooking, be doing dishes, this and that. Meanwhile, you were doing it willingly if you would do it willingly if you were not contributing a dime to raise up the family.
I think what is going on there is that in the context of the continent is supported. Who is that? Oh, Eme, yeah, Eme, go ahead. You haven't said anything for ages.
Okay. Well, on this issues of the issue of African women or black women being more aggressive, if I understand. Well, I think aggression is part of relax, and I think in our own space we don't see that as aggression. And I believe that the more educated the woman is, the more she expresses herself. And I think for a man, if you are married to an educated woman, then you would also have to understand that this is not, there's levels to her education. Definitely, there's a reason why she's educated. There's a reason why she's making her own money as well. So you have to understand, and also you two should come to an equilibrium with that person, so that you're going to marry her or if you're married. And for me, I don't think it is unmanly or it is feminine to want to cook for your wife or to want to cook for the family or to want to take some domestic chores and do. I think it is just being responsible. So for some persons, I know maybe they've not been trained to do that, but that doesn't mean that it is a rule everywhere. So for me as a person, I'm not afraid of a strong woman. I like a strong woman as well. I like somebody who's educated because I don't feel intimidated by that. In fact, I love it. As a matter of fact, my wife is on this. She's trying to get her second PhD even now. So I love that, and it is not. It doesn't make any. If it means for me to take care of my baby, there was the time I had to go get my baby's passport. My wife was doing some invigilation somewhere, and I picked up my baby, went there, put my baby on my chest, moved around, and did everything I wanted to do. Of course,
second PhD, is your wife Nigerian?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just checking. Second PhD is like
I'm
one is not enough.
Why shock you? No matter. It doesn't matter. They can do that.
No. My point is that we have quite highly educated people. We do have them. I'm just taking samples.
So they are, like I said, because many of them are not educated. It's only the bad ones that you see on social media.
Never in one way disrespected me. Of course, not that she doesn't have her opinion, or maybe if I love her, that she should have her own strong opinion. because I love such a debate. I want us to dialogue. So that, yes, tell me what you don't feel is right, so that we can correct and move this family forward. And I think that's where leadership comes in. You know what you want for the family, you lead it as well, and you also know when to even, relax and do and step the gas down, and also be easy. It is in your house. The way they say it in the Yoruba land, they say that it is in your house you eat whatever you want to eat, but you make sure that you say it differently outside. Because if you say that you eat something different outside, they will take it for that. I don't know if I say that well, but
That makes
basically
sense.
speaking is that, pardon?
That makes a lot of sense, because there's a perception that a man has in his marriage at home inside, and that's not necessarily for everyone to know
Exactly
how your marriage is set up.
So in the issue of marriage, I don't think for me as a person, the only way I can have a problem with a lady is if I see that you are truly disrespectful. That is just it. And being disrespectful, I would have respected myself for you. So the way I would have approached you and the conversation would make you, even if you are disrespectful, naturally you wouldn't want to disrespect me, because there will be need for that. Right? There won't be need for that. And if there's a reason that is done, I will simply address it. Not even you, I will address the issue that this is being disrespectful. But that doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect you. But what you've just done, the act itself is wrong. And when we debate, when we talk about that, I think we'll be fine. So for me as a person, I don't have issues with African women or black women being aggressive. I think it's not even a general thing actually. I have seen a lot of black
So,
women.
but could it be that because your partner is Nigerian, compared to, and let me ask, because I want to ask Black Beauty, would you have, is such, because maybe that's why she is more like, traditional, and she still maintains the structure.
Yeah,
but do you think, that's what I wanted to find out from Black Beauty. Like, do you think if this same arrangement was within, let's say, an African American family, I don't know how it's going to be with British ones, Black British, or Caribbean ones. Will it be
I think every
balanced?
woman wants. I think I get your question, and I want to say this. To my own experience, in a way, I think every woman wants to be shown love and respect as well. And it doesn't have to be a big thing, even in the minutest of things. And most of the time, those are even what score the points more. It's like how much minor points you can score, more than even the major points. And
I think that one is now everybody knows that one. If you cannot even be do the basics, then forget it.
You see, so in my own opinion, that's it. And that basically is not necessarily that maybe you have to buy a gift, if you get the point. But just
I get what you mean.
She will know that truly, this guy is.
So the arises though. The question still arises because I want to, because I'm beginning to, my views are beginning to shift a bit actually from what I'm hearing. A Black Beauty, like if this same scenario that he painted now was between an African American man and an African American woman, she's going for a second PhD, he's a first degree holder. Do you think the dynamics will be as he describes, or she'll be thinking of kicking him to the curb and getting on with something more sophisticated?
I think people are making arrangements that work for them nowadays. I think now that honestly, Black women and men, 40 and below, most of them are making some kind of decent money, and so it's a team effort now. It's not really, and I think they have more of what they consider like an egalitarian relationship, where there's a lot of offsetting of things. So I might cook and he might clean. That's something I always say, like, hey, listen, it would be great if you could wash the dishes instead of me having to do that. Like, why should I have to do all the cooking and wash the dishes?
So, but you're talking about cooking and washing dishes. I'm talking about if the gap is, if one is highly educated and the other is not, and probably income the females
I think
need
that's
more
okay.
money
It's
and the
about
other
how
is
a
not.
person. I think that happens a lot in the Black American community because people just want to be with who makes them feel good. So they're not really worried about marrying for educational reasons. That's more of an African thing where like both y'all gotta have your masters and things. We don't business like that. We pretty much just look at each other, and if we like each other, then we're having a baby. That's pretty much Black American culture, to be honest.
Okay, so I want to get it clear.
If I'm
So
honest.
because I know Black American women are highly educated, probably the most highly educated group in America, if I'm not mistaken. So those highly educated ones.
One of.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
not correct.
No,
I think I heard that they wear.
African American women are the highest educated in America.
Well,
I think so. I thought I saw that statistic somewhere. I thought I saw a statistic.
I didn't know.
What a club to be a part of, yeah.
So, if I ask you a question now, have you seen a situation whereby, or why is it that it's only rich men, well-educated men, or whatsoever, you understand, can only pick up a poor, wretched girl from the streets and brush her up and train her to whatever and save for
Because it's man that's supposed to care for women.
Hold on first now, that's a simple question.
That one is easy.
Unlike the rivers, all right? When you see a woman is rich, educated, and we just go to the street and like, oh, this poor guy, wretched guy, let me take him, let me like him, love him, and care for him. It's always like that, right?
But
Why?
you should be asking that question towards the men, because I think what really happens is that the man is unwilling to play the position that is required in that circumstance.
I agree
We as women are already.
There are not that many women doing that.
We as women are. Let me finish.
All men is not supposed to be rich and educated.
I'm not saying that. You gotta keep up, because I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we as women are preconditioned to be in a way where we're serving, and even if we don't like it per se, it's in our DNA. Whereas men, it's very difficult to take a man who has great potential and maybe you're doing better than him. I've been in a position like that, and really what happens is he starts to have doubt within himself. There's nothing I can do about that.
So
there's nothing I can do about how you feel about your position. All I can do is continue to be a good woman, and if it's not suffice for you, then you have to do what you can do.
That's not what I'm saying. I said, right, what I simply say is this: situations where you have poor women and you have poor men.
I know
you have wretched women and you have wretched men. So, like, you can get a black, wealthy, up to well-to-do guy, educated and rich, right, and go for the opposite sex and lower state of class, and they will still be compatible and okay.
That's the answer.
Then hold on first now. Then the reverse is what I'm talking about. Like, it's not that the woman is supposed blaming the man. Why is the man not educated or whatever? No, I'm saying
because
the
women are receivers.
Just keep quiet. Let me finish, please. Just keep quiet for once, please.
We've answered that question. You are just
shut up, please.
Yeah, one thing, Local P, that you do a lot is like you think that we don't understand your question, but we've heard
just
your
let me
question
finish. Hold on.
3 different ways.
You allow somebody to finish first, whether you understand or not.
That question is answered.
It's bound to for you to be like, let me finish.
Okay, so how about this? You get one more time to ask this question, and if we don't understand it, you just got to let it go, because we can't keep hearing your question 10 times.
Yeah,
we understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
we understand what you're saying.
If you understand that you don't give an appropriate answer, what will I do? Keep quiet.
What do you mean accurate answer?
But appropriate is subjective. Appropriate is subjective, hon.
I'm asking a simple question, right? My question is
I gave you a simple answer. I gave a simple answer.
Okay, let's hear him. Let's all hear him ask again. Then
here's the simple answer. Here's the simple answer. If no one heard it,
let me finish the question first. These people.
Here's the simple answer. The simple answer is most men are not willing to be in that position. They're not comfortable. It's just that simple.
Women are supposed to be receivers. They are not givers.
Whether they are willing or not, even
men
women
are not built to receive on that level.
Women are not even willing to be.
Why? Just leave it. Let me hear him clearly.
Women are not even willingly or not even allowed to be in that condition. The circumstance, situation happens, and they're like that. Women who are poor, wretched, or illiterate, they don't want to be in that situation. They're not there to say, okay, no, let me be this. There'll definitely be a man that will come and pick me from the street.
Actually,
No.
I think history would say something different. If I speak as a Black American woman and I know my girlfriends and what they've gone through and a lot of other Black American women, aunties and all that, what really happens is women make money. They want to uplift their man. They continue to try to uplift their man. They uplift him and he ends up going with someone else.
See,
and that's
okay.
usually
no,
what does happen.
it's a
Because
different
he
case.
doesn't feel comfortable in that position.
It happens to men
He
to
doesn't
women
feel
too. It's the same
comfortable
thing.
receiving at that level.
What I'm asking is simple. Look, a man
Every time he looks at you as a woman, he looks at you and
who's
thinks,
already
you
made.
built me, and I don't want to be with the woman who built me. That's really what it is.
I'm asking a woman
just
who's
that simple.
already made. A woman is already
Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
and he just go to the streets.
I just wanted to hear. I just wanted to hear Lokopi, because Lokopi seems to feel strongly about this, and it's like there's something there that he's trying to highlight.
I mean, they are basically answered giving the answer. Women are generally.
Maybe he's asking something else. Maybe he's asking something else. I'm trying to find out what he's trying to ask.
I'm not saying when they are together already, right? No. Look, I can be a rich guy, educated. I'm driving on the streets. I don't know this man from madam. I just say, oh man, fine, cute girl. Yeah. Oh, I think I like this girl, this and that, and we start from there. We don't need to from Adam. And that's the reverse I'm asking for. The woman who's rich, educated, driving on the streets, and just see one poor Richard guy that he doesn't even know before, and just
that is the answer we gave to you. That's the answer everybody gave.
They're not built like that.
Exactly. So that's the question I'm asking. Why?
Is the answer? You got the answer already. You don't want to accept it.
Even nature didn't build them like that. Anyway,
so that goes to where I'm saying
everyone.
It is ridiculous when they say when women are rich. When I say women are
trying to reach another
good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Let's hear him out.
Good evening, everyone.
When women are rich,
let's hear him
people
out.
don't tend to function well with them when they are rich. Mostly, like you said, they are not built like that. So because I said they are built, when they are richer than men, they are not built to function well.
No, women know. That's
no.
You weren't accepting what I was saying. Hold on, let me answer this.
I'm not telling you 100%. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying 100%. Most of them.
No. You're not accepting what I'm saying as a woman. What I'm saying is that women have tried it. A lot of Black American women have tried it with other Black men. And what happens is he might be comfortable in the beginning. He might be comfortable in the beginning. Hold on. I don't know if I can speak for Nigerians, but what I'm going to say is that a lot of Black American women have tried to,
that's a fallacy.
Hold on.
Not a lot.
Hold on.
Stop using the word a lot.
I don't know. I'm going to use the words I want to use, and you're not going to police what I use, right?
No, take it easy. It's not
fight. Are you done?
Let's have a discussion.
Are you done?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Good evening. Good
Let me
evening.
what I was saying.
Thanks for.
What I was saying is that a lot of excuse me. What I was saying was that a lot of women have tried that, and what happens is a man does not feel comfortable in that position, and ultimately he ends up leaving the relationship. That's what I've observed across a lot of relationships that I have seen in my life. If that doesn't work for you all, it doesn't work for you all. But then stop asking me what my opinion is. That's my opinion.
Okay, good evening, forefathers. Thank you for signing up for 10 solid hours of doing this.
Thank you.
I think Local P said a lot about the Kenya situation and how it relates to Nigeria and the Nigerian protesters. So there's really not much for me to say about that. I'm going to preference this by saying that I am a person that respects women. I am a person that believes that my daughter should not be paid any less than my son if they're doing the same job and putting in the same number of hours. I am a person that have 4 sisters, the least of which has been married for 17 years. The one that's been married for the most number of, I think, is 28. Then there's a 27. There's a 22, I hope 23. And all of my sisters are well-accomplished women, make great money, but they will never in their life disrespect their husband under any circumstance. And the reverse of that is that their husbands too will not disrespect themselves. Okay? But you see, there's a lot of what I see out here in these spaces, and even in person or even in Nigeria, is a lot of people that are deluded by their own illusion. They're deluded. And I say that to say this. You hear all these people talk about they make their own money. Even in this America, the percentage of women, black, white, Puerto Rican, German, of women that make over $100,000, at least as of last count. Maybe when they do the next count, it will have will actually expect to have gone up quite drastically. But the percentage of women in this America that makes $100,000 is between 6 and 8%. So if you extrapolate that around the world, Africa, Asia, to the majority of the world, most people in the world are not making those type of money. It's all this new age foolery. People that think that because you see, when people have never had money, when they come into money, I think they just go crazy. And I think that's what's happening with a lot of these women. And a lot of them, all they will end up being is a girl toy to be passed around from one guy to another guy. That's why you see so many of them in their late 30s and their 40s, and they don't have a man. They can keep one. They can't even buy one because their attitude stinks. My mother was married until she passed away for many years. Well-respected woman, worked in the Ministry of External Affairs for many years, was even sent to America from Nigeria to come and represent Nigeria. Well-respected woman by everyone, man, woman, cat, dog. But she didn't say because she was making some money disrespect my father. Who born you? Who are you talking to? I don't care how much money you make. I don't care if you have 32 PhDs. You don't have to deal with me, but I'm not going to deal with you. So all this, even this talk about Nigerian women, I was in Nigeria recently. I just avoid them like a plague. Where is the character? What are you about? What is the essence of you? Who in the world are you to ask me how much money I make? Who in the world are you? You see, the reality is, I don't know if a lot of people got it earlier on today. Ngozika said when she woke up, she heard some noises outside. And she had to go out there. I'm not, really concentrating this part of the statement on Ngozika herself. But in a situation like that, a woman with a husband, it is the husband that will go out there, not the woman going out there. And that's part of what a lot of these people have forgotten. A man is not just about the resources that he brings. There are so many essence of what makes a man to a woman. And a lot of these foolish hyenas, which is what they are, will never be able to get one. Wait until they turn 50 and 55 and start looking as ugly as they really are. You think because you're 20-something years old or you're 30, that all a man needs is somebody to bring some money and you can't cook? What the heck are you? Who raised you? Why can't you cook?
Can't clean.
Why can't don't you clean the place that you're residing, you dirty self? You don't clean up after your own self. If you live in a house with your boyfriend or husband, you can't clean up where you live. I mean, you need to stand back to whoever raised you. I mean, why do we accept this foolery? Just because you make money and you have a good job, so what? Who cares? And the foolishness of this whole thing is the vast majority of these hyenas running around will tell you that even if they're making $500,000 and the guy is making $1 million, they don't even want to put down 1 penny of their own money. You still want the guy to do everything. Because of what? Your stuff is made out of platinum or what? If you were selling, if you were selling tomato at Jankara, will you be determined? Will you
Why are you
be
so
demanding the same
strongly
thing?
about this?
If you are selling tomato at Jankara, will you be demanding the same thing? Because you went to some school, so the whole world cannot hear word.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. See, let me show this. I think Black Beauty made a point earlier on that some women have been doing some of that in terms of, getting on with men that are not necessarily providing as much, because this is a chart of marriages where the men are sole providers amongst Black families. As you can see, by and large, the men are generally the higher providers. But if you look at our Black men, 40% versus 26%. That is the highest rate of any race in the world. Black women, this is in the US.
Forefathers. You see, this is the thing. I agree with that. But this is the problem when I go to these spaces and hear this foolery, that a lot of Black women have done that. They've tried to help their man. You pick the man that you're with. So don't come and visit that on other men. You pick that loser. Whether you knew he was a loser or not from the beginning. That is why you have to when you're going out with someone or trying to make someone your boyfriend or husband, you need to pay attention. Get the men around you, your brothers, your uncles, to vet that guy, not just what he looks like, not just how big his dingling is. There's a whole lot more to this problem than that.
That is not what they are doing, though. This chart doesn't indicate that the women are being completely irresponsible.
The question would have been, what kind of women are they first?
Yeah, are these women or are these girls? Are we talking about women or are we talking about girls?
They talk about Black wives, college graduates, more likely than others. So they are educated people, more like 26%. They are breadwinners in the home. So that means
in the case of
they
America,
are the ones earning more than their men.
In case like America, I think this chart is only about America, nowhere else.
Yeah, this is America, and that's what she was speaking to. That's what Black Beauty was speaking to.
The truth is first, right? Because most Americans, most of them come from jail. Most of them are jail ex-convicts, so they are mainly not doing good jobs, on the street, whatever. And the women who are so like maybe providing or supporting, or maybe any higher, most of them are horrible. Maybe they're not fine, they don't get hope to meet better man. So the one with the available now they go fine. So they get to do it and to have because on a very good day, if clean girl, they find chick, they make money. She not go for that kind of person. She go for higher men who get class now.
Yes, now because those men will be chasing her too.
No, hold on now. Yeah, good. So the ones that are doing more of, right, are most men in America who be ex-convict where they do nonsense work when they make family. And the women, and their wives now horrible. We just the junkie.
Yeah, you are saying horrible, but let me ask you now. But if it was the men too that were the horrible marrying a pretty woman, would you have issues with that? Would you not just regard it as a man providing for his woman?
If the man are horrible.
Yeah, if the man is horrible, would you?
If the man are horrible, no, if the man are horrible, there must be something we do must say, yes, I like this horrible guy, the way they carry me, the way they have beds. If not horrible woman, how do you want to carry a woman?
And forefathers, let me add this too. You see, this is part of the problem here. You see, this is a problem that doesn't have a solution. And what I mean by that is this, especially nowadays, the vast majority of young women out here, they want the 20% of the men that make good money, looks good, can take them on 52 vacations in 1 year, and pay for everything. You see, the problem is called mathematics. You don't have enough men all over the world that can do that. So what ends up happening is the 70 or whatever percentage of these women that want those men, whether they like it or not, they're sharing those 20% of the men. Absolutely. And that equation will never equate.
Yeah, but that
because
is not the discussion
you want what is a limited supply.
Yeah, but that's not the discussion we are having, though. It's not
What's
fair.
the discussion there?
I was just explaining
the discussion
what
we are talking about, because this is going
women.
back, going out. We are now shifting the goal to say women are.
No. What is the discussion? Tell me where you say the
discussion was about. Generally, was about whether our women are perceived, whether the perception that our women are more aggressive is necessarily true compared to other groups of women around the world.
Remove the link.
Can you take the graph off so I can speak to this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Remove the link.
Let me speak to this. Wait, please. Look.
Okay, go ahead. But you are not on camera now, eh?
My friend, keep quiet. Let me put it talk.
What?
That's the rule. That's the rule. Local P. Stop being nasty.
Chris, what are you talking
Come on, guys.
Let's leave it now. Let's leave it.
What's been spoken about since this discussion? I think it's a good discussion, to be frank. I think a lot more women should join the table to discuss these things.
I agree.
I don't really like the fact that women don't represent themselves, but they it puts every discussion into a tough position. Especially discussions like this.
A black beauty, they are calling for your presence here.
No, not just her. She makes no wait. She makes an attempt. Oh dear. What's wrong with everybody?
Doesn't want to talk about this. She doesn't like to come on camera when it's live. Let's see who else. Whoever.
Did you hear anything about what I said about let's see who else? I haven't finished what I'm saying.
I know. We're gonna let you say it now. We're gonna let you finish. We're not running anywhere. Please go ahead.
That's Jesus Christ.
All I'm trying to put forward is for this kind of discussion for women who are presently in the chat. I would think that this would be of interest to you to put yourself forward where this is concerned. And Black Beauty, she does her very best, I think, to represent herself and where she's coming from. And I think we need to give some time and consciousness to that. If you're speaking about America, you're speaking about a whole different entity that needs a lot of understanding, where both how Black women have been raised in the Americas and how Black men have been raised and looked upon, and how corrupted that whole thing is, to the point that you can't compare a lot of what goes on in America, especially at a certain class demographic of Black people and the rest of the world. They're coming from a completely different aspect, I tell you. They've been broken, they've been tortured, they've been maligned, they've been farmed, they've been bred. They've gone through a lot where this whole sex matter is concerned. And where you try to perform sex into a relationship, it becomes difficult, to be frank. I think those of us who are men and have certain level of experience, we would know that the difference between sex and relationship is quite vast. And where it's so quick in the West, you know, I won't even want to tell you about my past in this way, because it could be looked at in all sorts of ways. But in the learning about women and what women are and what they need, what they deserve, and what they mean to a man in his life is the aspect that men, I think, would want to take these things from, which is the person I'm calling my wife. Is she needs instant respect. Doesn't matter what you even think about me. My wife needs instant respect. This is to say women are special. But the thing is that all women understand, and I'm not even sure how many men truly understand this, is how special a man is. No matter how a woman is special, a man is more special. And I say this out of strict observation, and I didn't read it in no idiotic book that or magazine that people are paying attention to speak about themselves. This is pure observation. I lost my father about nearly 15 years ago now. And it was only in losing him that I really understood how important he was in our family. I remember words he has said throughout the years. His words follow me wherever I go, whatever I'm doing. And when this giant of a man has now left the stage, and it is now in your hands, the legacy of the family name is now in your hands to create, to develop, to leave a legacy yourself. We have to appreciate what it is to be a man. You know, the responsibility of life is squarely in the hands of men, squarely. To go out there, be educated, learn as much as possible in terms of decorum and who it is to be yourself. Enter into the fray and tackle the demons of life as you see them on a daily basis. Don't complain about what's going on. Just somehow focus within all of the madness that's going on out there and still be able to forge ahead. Now, I don't know about you. Women have told me, there was one girl that I used to know, she told me, and it was a shock to me, that I would never like to be a man. I'm thinking, what are you talking about? Everyone wants to be a man. To be a man is the thing. She goes, no, man. She said, too much is expected of men. And I had to think about this statement. And it was damn correct. There is a lot of expectations where men are concerned. What we expect from ourselves, what our family expect from us, what our daughter, son, wife, we are expected to do everything. That's why there's a lot of disrespect that comes men's way. Some of it is fair, some of it is very unfair. But I'm saying all this to put us all into a understanding of how relationships have been broken, how relationships over the years have changed, and what these aspects of change, where are these changes coming from? So if as men, we don't somehow harmonize our communication with our women, and our women don't respect enough to harmonize their communication with us, we are in trouble. We are in, especially in the West, as Black people in the West, especially. And if you're not married already, and if you are married, I salute you. And I'll be that person and you can keep your relationship.
There's only one statement you made that sounds a little bit controversial. Sorry to hear about your dad passing.
No, that's
but
like
you said something about men are special, the kind of special, more special.
Yes.
In what way?
In the way I've just pronounced, in terms of what
a lot is expected of us.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's a fair point. You can say there is a lot. Of course, that's what we did earlier. Now I know the rest.
Let me quickly say something. I'm not going to spare 1 minute. The point I was interested in, right? Black Beauty, she's no longer here. She said something. I was surprised none of you was able to ask more questions. So, where Father asked, is it true that Black women are more aggressive? So, while you guys were discussing that topic, she said something. She said, and you guys were talking about cookie tune. So she said, is the responsibility of the man to make sure to probably like I don't know the exact word, like calm the woman down, make sure she's you know how to like kind of like calm her down where she's aggressive, stuff like that. The second thing she said was, oh, if they like you, they will cook for you. So I wanted to bring those two points. I don't want them to slide. First of all, it's not the responsibility of the husband to cook when a woman is misbehaving at that level. Charity begins at home. These are stuff an adult supposed to learn how to behave. It's just like what we discussed here sometimes. The second thing is, I know she's African American. Women, if you know you want to get married, I don't think it has to be a thing of when you like the man, why did you marry him? You have to cook for him. If the man decides to say he's participating in the cookie, that's fine. But we Africa, we need to know, our women need to know. Technically, it's the responsibility of the woman to cook most of the time. The kitchen belongs to the woman. The man can cook, especially we in the West, we don't have option because everybody is busy. But if you put a condition there, it becomes problematic. Those are the issues that can cause a lot of trouble. I just wanted to I wish she was still here. I wanted to ask her a question as regard to that, if she really mean what she said.
I think I picked up on that too. Actually, I did pick up on that, but because I think when Jago said something about UK women are not very good cooks and continentals, and I also thought about that from the point of view of being like a proper woman generally. Anyway, historically, is that one of the fundamentals you have to learn is to cook. As a woman, it's like part of womanhood to an extent. Just like a man has to learn how to do a job to provide for his home. Those are some of the fundamentals. So
I say the beauty of a woman is the feminine energy. Like, except it's a man, I don't think most majority of the men really want their wife go and be looking for money, go and work money till night every day. I don't think it's a lifestyle. I actually expect more from the men as well. I believe the men should work more and try to provide for the family. I don't really think it's the responsibility of the woman. If the woman is working, good, but I really, really don't think so. I think the woman focus should be more of the family. What I mean by even if a man and woman are working, it get to that point that they need one person to take care of the family. It's still gonna be the woman. So women, I know sometimes it's hard. We have to do more to make sure we are able to provide for our family.
So from the data I'm looking at here, the African American woman generally, in terms of chipping in to support the marriage, they occur the highest among all groups to support the marriage economically. And in terms of being sole, this is the breadwinners or the sole primary provider, they tend to also occur the highest. And it seems to also correlate with this thing, divorce rates to an extent. Because if they are the sole providers, generally they tend to lead to more divorces.
That is what we were telling local P now. Women are not designed that way to provide for the family. The moment a woman is doing that, there is a price to pay. That man is gonna pay a price. If you are not willing to pay that price, then you're gonna end the marriage. You're gonna exit.
And society too doesn't support it too generally.
Yeah, society doesn't support it. Women are not designed. Even if a woman is a billionaire, trust me, they are not designed. They can't do it. Is 0.1% of women that will provide for a family. You will get all you want.
I'm looking. Sorry, AY. I'm just looking at topic. Are you trying to do Kulata today or something?
Exactly. I came for you, forefathers and
what have I done?
AY. Yes. In which you hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I need to do with uncles here. Uncles here just upset me. I need to deal with them.
What did you do now?
In which encyclopedia did you see it, or did they tell you that it's the expectation of a woman to cook? Please,
In Africa,
Did I say that?
hey, hold on.
Talk about the
Easy,
African man or the Nigerian man.
African encyclopedia is
But women are supposed to learn to cook now.
That is not the expectation.
I'm here to ask questions.
You don't expect me here living in America, waking up at 5 in the morning every day.
Oh no,
getting my child ready for school, go to do my own 8 to 5 job, and come back home and say I'm making amala or opalediam for you because it's my responsibility.
Hold on. No.
Yes, that's how I'm taking what you are saying.
Father, I have two questions. I'm here to ask questions and I'll leave.
Okay,
I'll ask
all
questions
our
and I'll
politics
leave.
has been quiet. Yeah, let him
Allow
ask his
on
question.
politics. He has been here.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Welcome.
I don't know about John Abba's DJ. Shout out to John Abba. I was listening to his master class on this.
Yeah, he wasn't having it. Yeah.
My questions, the first one goes to men, and the other one is pretty much like general, or it's more or less an observation. Now, the question for the men is expectation, right? We all know that the same expectation that our parents and the society put for the women, the same exactly is expected of the men. What do I mean? Go to school, stay in school, be the best in school, get out, get a good job, be the best at the job so that you can provide. The same thing, the same thing they will tell the man, the same thing they will tell the woman. So my fellow men, at one point, do you not expect the woman to lower all these expectations that society and her parents had for both men and both on her, and do that you expect her to do? That's the question.
I disagree.
Then my
It's not the
second
same
observation is the question, and a question I asked. My other one is worldview. This goes to our sister in the house. How important, or do you think it's important, knowing that we, especially the black race, are conquered race, and one of the disadvantage, one of the effect of us being conquered is that you are given a worldview, pretty much. It's a worldview that's already designed for you that you are born into. It takes privilege, opportunities, money, and all that for you to actually now snap out of that or begin to develop your own worldview. So, how important is it for the partners to know each other worldview before they even start? Now, what do I mean by that? It's pretty much, what do you understand by life? What does this life mean to you? What is your worldview? How do you see the world? Because to me, your decision in life is pretty much shaped by that worldview. Now, I don't expect my partner to live my own worldview because I expect her to have her own worldview. I don't want to live in our own worldview. If we have the same worldview, glory be to God. If along the line one wants to join our sweet, but I want my partner to understand my worldview, and me understand our worldview, so we all can grow to achieve whatever destiny has there for us. I don't know if what I'm
I
saying
think
makes
you
sense.
are saying
Right or
it
not.
quite well.
How important is that?
Yeah, you're making
So
sense.
those are my two cents.
So the question is about worldview. I don't understand the
One
worldview.
expectation where the men and women as a child growing up, there's the same expectation for men and women.
Quickly answer.
So at what point now you as a man now expect the woman to lower expectation just to serve as a wife?
Let me quickly answer.
All our politics.
Thank you.
Let me come in here.
Politics.
You actually raised a very good observation and question, right? But this is how I want to come in.
Okay.
Just as all my politics said it, men were expected to go to school, do better in school, provide for their family. women also are also expected to go to school, do better in school, and be useful in the society, right? In the modern days,
yes,
those expectations that we have in these modern days is entirely different from what our ancestors, I'm not even talking about our father, our great-great-father, what they
yes,
did, right?
that's why I tailored the
Like,
question to us.
in today's society, as a man, be rest assured that whatever you are expecting from your woman is the exact same thing she's expecting from you. Now, somebody was talking about balancing.
God bless you, Ekene.
Learning how to balance. If you go to work, for example, as a man, and probably your wife also has her own job, maybe both of you won't be going to work at the same time. Maybe you shared, one goes night shift, the other one goes day shift, right? If you, as a man, is in the house, if it is your turn to take care of the home, that is, if you don't have extended families that to come and help, like your mother or her mother, it's just between you and your wife. Whatever responsibilities she shoulders while you are at work, that same responsibility you will shoulder while she's at work. For example, learn how to take care of your babies if you have one. Learn how to cook for her. The same way she cook and serve you is the same way you will cook and serve your woman. That is, if you want peace in your life, because you don't expect her to go through 12 hours shift, still come back to cook for you. Who are you? You want her dead or alive?
Thank you, Ekene. Thank
You want her? Is she your mate?
Don't forget this point too.
No, it's not controversial. To be fair, what he's saying is not controversial.
How heartless are you to watch her coming back with that 12 hours shift, stand in the kitchen to cook for you? How demonic do you think you are? So now, this is it. If you are raising your child, if you are raising your boy child today, try as much as possible to teach him how to cook. As much as you teach your daughter how to cook, both of them, boy and girl, should learn how to cook so that whenever they get into family line, they should know how to take care of their spouses. Men take care of your woman, woman take care of your man.
Let me say
Simple.
this.
Learn how to balance it. We are not in the dark ages where women are expected to go to farm, come back, cook, and do this like as if they are donkey.
From the context you've spoken, it makes sense.
It's like if nobody wants to even hear from me again.
Nobody, you see, we all are masters of women's lives now. Sorry. Let Tope go because the women always have.
I want to say two things to Ekene and ask the question.
Sorry, Loco. The women always go first.
Go ahead.
I agree with Ekene 100% of every single thing is said. Thank you for your service, Ekene. God bless you. Exactly what you were thinking was exactly what was on my mind. That it was because of two Niger that doesn't like wigs, that doesn't like buying women wigs, and because of AY that I came in for them.
Oh my God.
But you are very lucky, Ekene just said all I wanted to say.
Let's have a discussion.
All the point he made is not controversial.
How do you exactly what Ekene said? How do you expect?
Agree with that point.
Wait, how do you exactly what Ekene said? How do you expect a woman, a working day woman in this day and age?
Let me say, hold on. This thing is
abroad.
Hold on. Let me say, I need to come in. Let me come in. I don't Tope, hold on, calm down. You see, what Ekene said is true, but it depends on the context. First of all, I want to hold on. The expectation of men and women are actually different. That statement, that question all Napolitis asked, it's not actually true that the expectation is the same. I will explain. A woman that is a graduate today, she can easily get a man that is established, that is working get married even without a job. The man will marry
No,
you.
see where AY.
We're not even talking about marriage. We're courting. Girlfriend. Can you
You and your sister now. Hold on. AY.
Can you
Let
cook
me,
for your
no,
girlfriend?
wait,
You're talking
understand my
about your
question.
wife.
Understand my question. Hold on, AY, understand my
That's why
question.
you chase.
Understand my
That is why
question.
you chase women.
Hold on
That's why
now.
you
Hold
chase
on. I
women
want
away
you to
from the
understand my
platform.
question.
You wouldn't even let him make a sentence.
Hold on, let me finish.
AY, understand my question. My question is, okay, just like now you have a sister, right? Growing up together, maybe not 2 years, they different, one be senior, one be junior, and they go to the same school. So your parents they tell you, say, oh, go and be focused and be serious. And they tell your sister, say, no, go fail, no pass. Is that what they are telling you people? Your parents? Is that
Yeah.
so they tell you now?
Let me finish it. So there is difference between educating a woman and expecting a woman.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not. I say expectation. Expectation. That's what I say. What was the expectation for your sister and from you? That's what I was saying for.
Just let me speak on this. When I finish, you will understand.
It's funny how
when I
two of
finish,
you
you
didn't include
understand
that aspect of a woman.
Myself and my sister, when we graduated from university, nobody is expecting to my sister go and work and come and take care of the family. No, nobody is expecting that from her. The biggest expectation, oh, are you ready? Get married. Nobody will disturb me until I have a job, I'm settled. That's the difference. So the expectation is different. Why I said what I can say, it depends on the situation. Now, you see men that are asking for 50. You see men that are asking 50-50 from women or from women. I never support that. But the thing from a Kenyan perspective, if you want a woman to bring 50-50 to your home, I will fully support the woman. The man provide 50-50 in terms of house chores, everything that is going on. So it's really different. It's also different across tribe too. If you want a woman that you want her focus, even if she's doing part-time job, you don't want the family to suffer, the children to suffer, the house to suffer. You have the resources. You tell the woman, don't worry, your focus is going to be house. If she agrees to that, let her do part-time job and take care of the house. There is nothing wrong with that. But it all depends on the what works for you guys, what the man wants, what the woman wants. But on that one, you say, if a woman is bringing 100% of her money to the house, you are bringing 100%. I see no reason why the woman should be doing extra work. You guys have to share all the duty. That if some men agree to that, if you agree to that,
most men don't agree to that.
Fundamental thing is understanding what marriage is in the first place.
They don't
When you understand the fundamental thing is understanding what marriage is in the first place, right? When you understand that, when you are married as a man, you have a wife. That wife is you, and you are your wife. Two has become one. That is my understanding of marriage in the first place, right? When the two has become one, you don't expect your wife to even provide for you. You will be the sole provider in the first place. You are taking care of her. Now, if she's making money, just as you are making money, whatever you have is hers, and whatever she has is yours. Two are working together.
You go ahead, your money is our money, my money is my money.
Two are working together to achieve a common goal, unless if you have a different agenda, which is maybe tomorrow it might not work out, everybody go his separate ways.
Correct.
I want of the belief that when you are married is a final bus stop. You are not going nowhere. If you are having a difficult time in your marriage, you must fix it, because it's something that you've already signed up. Now, where you now sit down to divide who provide this and who provide that, I don't think it makes sense in a marriage, unless if you are still cutting.
But we need, hold on,
no.
we need to speak in practical terms.
I'm just telling you, it depends on what you want. Practical story now is no, hold on now. It depends on how you want to lay. I mean, our people said, however you lay you put your mat, you lay, right? So however you want to, sleep, that's how you put your mat. It is your own headache, right? I can't remember how they say it. when the difficult time comes, you will know who truly is your wife or who truly is your helper, right? But what I'm saying in essence, just as the John Abbas stated it, that he shared a testimony here when his wife was in school, right? John Abba was practically 100% provider in the house. Yet he was taking care of the children, taking care of everything, just encouraging his wife to focus on school to make sure she graduate and did well in school. So John Abba was providing 100%, probably was cooking, taking care of the kids. And look at him now. Is he not a man? Does he remove anything from his
Let
life?
other people speak.
Right?
Let other people speak.
Yeah, hold on now. You are not speaking for them. Does he make him less of a man? Does he make him less of a man? No. He's a happy man today by God's grace. So learn to fit to balance it.
No. He's a metrosexual man. He's trying to be all good, all positive. You're not going to the shady areas.
Thank God she's hearing my voice.
He's speaking about the non-controversial areas. Nobody is disagreeing with you on all the things you are saying. He doesn't want to go to the controversial areas.
No, the truth is we learn to adjust. We are not in 100 years back. This is modern age. You want your wife to be as young as you are, growing up old together. You don't want that to just all of a sudden a wife of yesterday will turn to an old woman. Stress kills. Like stress is something that deteriorates a woman's life like hell. After carrying babies for months, and then she's not. Can you give her a break?
Okay.
Sometimes go to the kitchen, my friend. Go to the kitchen and cook and serve her.
You know there are no awards being given. Nobody's giving any award here.
Men are here.
Nobody's giving any award here.
Can you hold on? See, listen.
Let's look finish and
all these are contests. All these are different contests. First thing first.
Yeah.
The world we live in, as your skin color, the world you are living is different from where you are right now. You might be. There's a place you come from. The nature is in you. You can't change it. You understand? And you can travel elsewhere and be speaking about where you are living right now. Doesn't mean it will change where you come from. You understand? That is one. So sometimes the problem is we may see ourselves as Africans. There's our culture that we are used to. Now we've traveled elsewhere because we've lived there for some good odd number of years. We started like adapting the way we see things. They're like, oh yeah, I think this is better, this is better, this is better than our own, right? That happens too. Hold on, Ikene. Secondly, right, before we go to this stage that we are right now, when you say in the olden days, how did nature structure this in the first place? First, how was the family structured in the first place? Is it the way it was structured, the way Africa was practicing it, or the way it was structured, the way a white man is practicing it? Because most of us, or the way you are speaking right now, is because of where you are right now at the moment. I believe 20 years ago.
It has nothing to do with where I am right now.
You may not know. Hold on.
No. Hold on.
Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead.
You may not know. You may not see it. It may just be subconsciously speaking like this without you even realizing it. You understand? And I can tell you, 20 years ago in your life, you never thought of you thinking like this one day, but it's like, oh no, is he your slave or not?
That's why I said let me come in.
It's a mass word, you never. But I wanted to ask you a question. You said your wife working for 12 years to 12 hours. For goodness sake, why would you think about 12 hours? Why not 5 hours? Can't your wife working 5 hours? Why are you putting 12 hours? And say she worked 12 hours and she wants
because he wants to come across as a metrosexual man.
Do you understand? Why
there's a woman to go to the controversial areas.
They still work 6 hours too.
Exactly.
Why will your wife? No, we're making inferences, right?
No, you make balanced reference, not
okay.
To the extreme.
Okay. Now this is it.
For you now, and I'm cold. I'll not finish. Now, put it this way: assuming you are working, you are a multi-millionaire. You are working, your money is enough to take care of everything in the house. And your wife is still working, maybe just because she wants to work, just to learn trade, just to be busy and whatever. You understand? Because you're a millionaire, she doesn't have to contribute anything in the house, but she still works just to like keep her mind so busy, refresh her brain, not to get old while staying at home, not to be bored or whatever. You understand? When you're the one taking care of all the bills, she doesn't pay a dime, but she works. Will you still expect her to come to the house and cook for you after work? When you are the one paying all the bills in the house, everything financial, you're not taking care of it. And she's working, she's keeping her money for herself, maybe to buy a weave on or do her nails, go to salon. If she comes from work,
you must let other
it depends on.
in the house.
I want to hear other
He
people.
asked me a question now. He asked me a question. Let me. Yeah, AY, you are not the moderator. Please keep quiet. Loco, you asked me a question, right? I think it all depends on how one was raised, right? I grew up seeing my dad doing all his hustling and all that. Still come back. Sometimes he would devote like to cook for the entire family. He would cook,
Absolutely.
Right? And then as kids, we were taught how to wash clothes, cook, wash dishes, right? Even till I come to this country, I will pack my dad's clothes, my mom's clothes, and wash for them with hand. No washing machine.
Exactly.
Right. As an adult, I was doing that. Right. So, and it has never departed from me. It's still there, and I still try to instill it on my children. Right.
Okay.
So now you ask the question: if I was the sole provider, billionaire, and all that, and my wife is, it's something is in you. Let me share something with you here.
I'm asking.
Hold on.
Would you still be mad if she doesn't cook at all?
My daughter must marry your son.
Let's allow KJ to speak. Let's allow KJ to speak, please.
My daughter must marry your son. No.
Please let other people speak.
You see how Tope is just trying to speak, bring the discussion away. You see all these people.
No, but
because others will not speak today. We keep going back and forth.
Forefathers.
KJ has been married for 40 years. Let him speak.
To speak. And I want to thank Tope O. It's good to put a face to the name. Thank you for being on the platform this evening.
So you are the Tope O that is bullying people on the comment section. I see.
Your contribution. Well done.
I see.
Well done. I appreciate it.
Is she the first time? Is she the first time she's showing up?
Yes, I appreciate it. Well done.
It's not the first time. She's been here many times.
Exactly.
It's my first time of seeing her, and so I'm appreciating her. Did I commit crime? Now, I'm going to speak from maybe like 4 different angles, and I totally agree with Kenneth. When we are growing up, we are taught to cook, to wash, to clean. So we still do that even as adult men now. And then we must understand the different times we are living in. And I used to say to people, if Hollywood was one of the best places where you learn, if America is one place where you learn how to love, then there shouldn't be divorce in Hollywood. But we know that Hollywood have the highest level of divorce. So there's something they are doing that is not actually working. We just like Loco was saying, we're from a different society and we have a different way of life. But we are quickly learning to adjust ourselves into the society we find ourselves. Not necessarily because it's the right thing, but because that is what is practicable in their country. Let's not forget, the nation of America is built for women and children. Unlike our own society that is masculine. Here, the favor is for to the women and to the children. When I wanted to come here, one of my friends who is an American, Black American, she called me and said, look, your country, I've come to visit many times, and I noticed that there's some major difference. I want to call your attention to it so that you need to adjust your mind quickly. In your country, men have the upper hand. When you come here, you need to look at it from the other way. If you have a problem with your wife, if the police come, they're going to throw you out of the house. You have nothing, there's nothing you can say about that. Once she says she doesn't want you in the house, you are gone, out, at least for that night. So what am I trying to say here? Is that necessarily how you're supposed to go? No, it's not. It's more of a misnomer, but that is how the society has been set. And so we cannot change it. So what my advice to our brothers is, when we come here, okay, you behave the way that you have found them to behave so that you can have a peace of mind. Now, most of the time, you find out that some of our people, earlier discussion where people started, they were saying that some of our people, when they cross to this side, they take all kinds of, new way of behavior, which eventually does not help that family to be sustained. So one of the things I used to tell people when I have an opportunity to advise is to say, look, you have to learn a new culture. The Igbo people have a proverb that Ojemba, the person who travels more, has more understanding. So you take that which is good from where you have gone and apply so that your own life and your family can be better. If we go to argue, see, the truth of the matter is that if you are working as a man, if you come to America and you say you're going to work and take care of the bills and your wife not do anything, you will die. And that's the other thing I want to say. The life expectancy of a man and that of a woman, the woman's one is much higher than the man. Most men after 45, in fact, if you live to be 45, 50, you have even tried in Nigeria. Because what do you think the problem is? It's because of the stress that the society puts on the burden of a man. Okay, in America, you pay for your rent every month. In Nigeria, you pay for once. So if you struggle to pay for once, you have a breather for the next 11 months. But here, the bills come every month. And sometimes, if you are like Paul, who lives in a very big house, the rent also is much. The bills for the water, electricity are much. So
who say you may live for big ass? Who say you may live for big ass?
You know, Paul live for big house and not in house. So you cannot handle it all. So you need an assistant from your wife. And if you say you will do big man, because I see some of my Nigerian friends, they also are handling everything. They want their wife to take care of the kids and they're handling everything. Some of them have good, successful business. Some of them have been in America for 20, 30, 40 years and they've established. It's understandable. But for those who have not established like Paul, please find a way to work together with your wife. The Igbos also have another proverb that what makes the puppy, the play of the puppy, the small puppy dog, to be happy and good is that once the other one fall, the other one go fall for him. If you fall for me, I fall for you. But if you come and say that you will not do that way, you find out that you are going to face a very stiff opposition. And the law of the nation supports the women and the children. There's nothing you can do about it. There are so many people who they're just working and doing child support only. That's all they can do. Every month they're just working for child support. They don't have a house. Some of them sleep in their cars. So what I'm saying, simply saying that we are living in a total different society. Okay? And so if you have made up your mind to be here, go with the flow. Don't try to change the law. It's not going to work for you. It won't favor you. Thank you. That's my just small contribution.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the input. Paul, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Today is just a very good day. I'm just enjoying the conversations this morning. I really support what Ekene said, 100%. First of all, our cultures and tradition. We were meant to understand that these cultures and traditions were made by men. Why do we want to give all the glory to our forefather? So if today I'm a man and I choose to tweak it a little bit like constitutions, what is wrong with that? Even though as a Christian, some of us flow with the Old Testament, today we flow with the New Testament. And the good Lord Christ said he didn't come to condemn, he didn't come to add, nor take away the one that he met and everything. So if I choose to flow with that, what is wrong? Even in the Bible, when the Bible even tell us, say Christ feed 5,000 men and children, it didn't even make mention of women. Remember all these decisions, even from Bible, to some extent, it's like patriarchy. You understand? It's about men. Take all these decisions and everything. If today we try to redefine it and make it much, much better, I don't see anything wrong with it. Even in our cultures, again, in our culture, even men get to understand that women can't even do everything. To some extent, that's why you even see most men even marry multiple wives. Because you don't expect the woman to go to farm, to go to fishing, to take care of the kids, to cook for you and everything. So they marry multiple wives so that one wife will still even be at home preparing food, do certain things, while one is in the farm with you, also help you. Just like they say, helpmate and everything. Then the natural instinct that is causing this, naturally, woman make the home. You understand? Woman make the home. So these things come organically. In my place of work, I live in the US, many of us know. In my place of work, If a woman is pregnant, she has six months maternity leave, 100% paid. But guess what? To the paternity, you only have 3 months because naturally the mother spend quality time with the kids and everything. So we know that women make the home. But at the same time,
the paternity it's a new thing. It's even a new thing.
It's a new thing. It's men. So that's exactly what I say. Culture, tradition. Men make this tradition. Men is bringing another innovation into it again. Today, as we're talking, remember when we quick to talk about these cultures and tradition. Back then, when our culture stands so tall, women don't used to do this conventional 8 to 5 work that we are talking about. The women make the home. The man is a very strong provider. I will use my Igbo brothers. I give it to them. You understand? Where a man will marry a young woman, bring the woman to the house. The woman started making babies. They started making babies. While the man is taking care of that wife and the children, the man is still taking care of his in-law, probably training the wife younger brother, maybe training the wife younger sister. He's still training, he still do all these things. You understand? And as at that time, back in the days, this woman is still not working. You understand? The finance is coming from only the man, and the man takes so much responsibility. Then now you want to say today, I, with my own wisdom, went to marry an educated woman. You understand? And I quick to tell everybody, oh, she's educated and she's working. She's helping me pay my bill. The part that I'm known for, the woman is cutting that slack. But I want to come back from work, stay with forefather for 12 hours, argue for all I care, want my wife to do the laundry, want my wife to bring my food for me, want my wife to do everything, and I'm not ready to play any of those parts, then I will say it's culture. If I want to enjoy that culture, why did I let my wife sit down at home and enjoy this YouTube, watch Housewife of Atlanta from morning till night, provided she make my laundry, she cook my food, and not work? Why did I do that part? But I need her to help me in my own part, but I don't need to assist her in her own part. Things are changing. Let us flow with it. You understand? It's not about, say, Western culture, no West. The West also have their own culture in their different ways. Let's tell ourselves the truth. You understand? So we can pick the finest part of theirs and add it to us. And it's these things that we're talking to 5. It's not about the Western culture. It's about the new world order. You understand? It's about the new world order. You know, if you want woman that will do all those things for you, please go to my village, go marry that lady that is not so educated, that probably can only read and write and everything. This woman will adore you. This woman will worship you. Then you pay all the bills and see if it's going to be easy for you.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work, Paul. Even if you bring that village woman here,
you don't need TV Joshua to prophesy that part. I know it's going to work. Let's say the truth. Only the shame of you saying you marry an illiterate alone. You understand? You are so ashamed of even telling people that my wife is not even educated at all.
Okay, I think there's a little bit of a navel gazing that is going on here. Hold on. Can I just add to this, please? Because these people are just saying the same thing over and over again.
Paul, now you they see I'm as illiterate too. So men live by the side. One collector from you.
Let's just even put it like that. You understand?
Hold on. Let's say a different point of view. Let me puncture this narrative. You see, there is a contradiction in what everybody seems to be saying. 1 minute you said, okay, if it's 50-50, the woman is going out and everything, the man needs to also do their bit, which everybody agrees. The world has always been transactional. Let's face it, when you talk of marriage, it's always been transactional. There has to be a balance somewhere. So if the woman is going out 50% or the man is going out 50%, then they have to share family duties 50%. If the woman is in the family way, taking care of children and all the rest, then they have to do that. However, if the man goes out 100% of the time and says, okay, the woman can stay at home and do the job, the work at home. Even in the West here, the woman will be fine with it. Let's make no mistake. If you go in Africa, in the West, they'll be fine with it. You see the one that is blowing trumpet, whose head. They don't want to hear that.
Listen. The problem we have is that what is obtainable in the West is that the women are working 50-50 with the men, doing 9 to 5 jobs. Women are coming back home at the same time with the husbands, and the women are expected to still do the chores, the cooking, the laundry, the cleaning, on taking care of the
Answer this
children
question.
on daily basis, because the so-called partners have a African mentality that the woman is expected to do
That is wrong.
all those things.
Hold on.
That's
If
any man that thinks that way, they've gotten the equation wrong.
If the situation, the man is paying 100% of the bills.
We're not talking of even bills now. We're even saying they're both working.
No, I know, and the woman is not contributing financially.
There is.
And the
Loco, I want to ask you a question. Loco, I want to ask you a question. If you were living alone, if you're not married, aren't you supposed to pay 100% of your bills? Aren't you supposed to cook and eat?
Yes.
Aren't you supposed to clean after your bathroom and toilet?
Yeah.
So what's
stopping you from doing that?
No, my question to you now:
what is the point?
You have a partner.
No, the point is, what is stopping you from doing that when you are married? She has other things that she's doing.
Because now you are also catering for two people.
Okay.
Why
No,
don't you stay at home? It's only yourself. Don't you? Is that not obvious?
Now that you now have a woman, the expectation is for the woman to be the one to do it. That's what they are thinking.
No, nobody's thinking that way. I never support woman going out the same way as man and then come back home and do all the work. Nobody supports that.
If Loco is living in a room, Loco will have no reason to be living in a 5-bedroom with duplex and everything.
Exactly.
You will live in a place that he can do that without necessarily.
You can be able to afford everything yourself, so that you will not have
to
say, woman.
The more you have to get
now.
Most women actually prepare to stay at home. Let's
make a list of some basic things. Some basic things a man is supposed to do in the house. Very basic, right? You are married. You are paying 100% of the bills. Doing everything. Maybe you still have your kids very little. They could do some of these jobs.
Okay.
Do you expect your wife to take out the trash outside, to roll that big stuff outside?
No.
Do you expect her?
You go talk and tire.
No,
you go remind them tire.
What kind of man is gonna?
Okay, so some men do that. I have neighbors here. Oh no, you never see.
They allow their wives to.
Have you seen your neighbor's wife carrying the mow and be mowing the grass?
So exactly. So do you expect her to mow? Maybe you hire people to do that for you. It's understandable, right?
I hire people.
Yeah, maybe you hire people. But for example,
if you are bringing strength into it, don't bring strength into it, because when it comes to strength, you are just expect the woman to do anything that is strength wise. No, if it's strength, either you pay.
I'm coming on. Ogaloko. Do you expect your wife to iron the clothes for you?Maybe your own clothes, especially. Do you expect her to iron it for you?
What
do you expect her?
No.
Put on now. Do you expect her?
I don't expect them to iron.
Do you expect her to clean your bathroom for you? Use those.
Yes, I don't mind it, but we can take it in turns based on our schedules.
Those cleaning, smelling stuff, she'll be yelling it.
You know, stay
based
local,
on the
stay
schedule.
for London. Everything is small for London, so they don't get so much responsibility. You know, everything is small.
I don't know what the Kene is trying to play at. He's trying to
everything is small for London.
The African men are getting it all wrong. No, they are not actually.
It's not practical.
You run a risk. Okay, let me
AY, we're being real here.
He wants people to give him
Kando, Jagu,
and AY, listen. AY, not a joke here.
It really depends.
Eme, if you want to say something, Jago and Kando. Kando hasn't said anything for AY. Kando, please go ahead if you want to say anything.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of good things that are said here. I think all of this starts from the beginning of a relationship. It depends on the type of relationship that you start with. If you can't afford steak 48. You know, don't start if all you can afford is McDonald's. Don't start taking her to steak 48 because you lose her.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, it depends on the relationship, and unfortunately, you see so many males that are no longer men. I think there's a distinction between the two. You know, I totally believe that men should respect their woman, and I respect all women. I mean, I have sisters. I have sisters, you know, and wherever I go, whether I go and visit their house or anybody else's house, I'm cleaning, I'm washing dishes, I'm taking out the trash. Nobody has to tell me. It's automatic. It's just because that's how I was taught growing up. You know, I know how to cook, but I will never be with a woman that doesn't cook. I just wouldn't do it personally. I mean, it doesn't mean that I don't like her, or I don't love her. You know, I wouldn't sit there be watching football and she's in the kitchen for 6 hours cooking. By nature, I'll be like, hey, is there anything I can do? Hey, you want me to do this? So displaying that supportive role. But I, you know, I don't, you know, again, it's about knowing what you want, knowing the type of family that you want, knowing the woman that you're getting married to, you know, and what is the dynamic of this family? I think Kenneth said it correctly earlier on. What is the family to you? What are you guys building from the very outset? Are you going to have 2 kids? Are you going to have 4 kids? How are we going to manage them? How are they going to go to school? And everyone understand their primary role. There are primary roles in my own belief system. You know, I'm not going to marry a woman and I'm the one cooking for her. That's not going to happen. You know, call me whatever you want to call me. That's not going to happen. I will expect her if she doesn't know how to cook, no matter how beautiful she is, no matter how intelligent, if she has 33 PhDs, if she can't cook, she's not for me.
Like
you know, it's just not for me. I mean, I'm not saying it. I wish
old school. Can do his old school.
No, he's not. You know, Madam Toko, he's not old school. You see, number
maybe you
two.
are too. Maybe you are too modern.
That's why we
You are
said
looking
it
at
depends.
things like men are bad.
That's why we said it depends.
Ekene and I on the same wavelength.
No, but you see, this is why we said it depends on what you start out with. To me, like some of the people have said, I will, you know, if my woman makes 20 billion a year, it don't concern me. That's just money that you make. If you're the CEO of a company, congratulations, that's wonderful. But when you come into this house, I'm your husband in this house.
Yeah, you're the boss.
I'm not the boss in terms of, oh, I'm the boss, but I'm the husband.
You are the leader.
Look,
well, you can get, we can get cooks for you to take care of the cooking.
No, hold on. How many people in America have cooks? How many people? Even those who are considered to be rich.
Only black
how many
people that
can afford to have a cook?
Only Nigeria.
You see, we play this foolishness. Like in Nigeria, my parents have cook. Yeah. I can't afford a cook and a driver. What are we talking about here? But at the same time, I don't expect my woman to go out and work for 12 hours a day. That is insanity.
No way.
What are you doing?
Especially if you've got your young children. There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm out working 10, 12 hours and you're out working 10, 12 hours, who is raising the household? So people have to, people have to hold on, KJ. People have to make a determination of what it is that they want. And what I see as the major problem of this day and age is not that the men cannot provide. It is all those extras. I want to take 32 vacations a year. I mean, and I want my man to even go with me. I mean, what is your man doing that he can afford to be going on vacations all over the place? It is just those extras that people want. And I've come to in my mother's side family, there are hundreds of strong women, educated women that make good money, but they will never, they not bond them well, make them disrespect the husband we then get. So it depends on the dynamics of the family. That's what I see.
Okay, you
I
see, Saudi
don't think we're talking about
Arabia,
disrespect.
hold on now. I was
We're
checking the
talking about
Saudi
shared
Arabia picture.
responsibility,
Hold on, I was
right?
checking the Saudi Arabia data.
Yeah, I said that. I said that. Me. Nobody has ever asked me, can you take the trash out? Nobody. Even when I come to your house. Because I see everything going on. I manage situation. I manage things. You know why will anybody have to come and tell me to go and take the trash out?
Thank you. You know what I checked? I went and checked whether the same pattern repeats itself, like in Saudi Arabia or other nations. Because I'm beginning to think, because I've had a lot of our men talk about how they can cook and hold on, how they can cook. I don't see white men bragging about how well they can cook, and Indian men bragging about how well they can cook, or Chinese men bragging about it. The idea behind that, and I worry that maybe our men are prioritizing the wrong things. While they are busy trying to be metrosexual men, they've left their flanks undefended and unprotected at all. They are not doing the true job of a man. Hold on, let me finish the point. They are not doing the true job of a protector. They are busy doing the job of being metrosexual men, and maybe that's something we have to be careful about. Because all the other groups,
I hear you. Let me come in, please. Let me come in, please. No, please, let me come in. Wait, bros. When man they talk first, man, make it they talk now. Listen, I've been all speaking all these things. You see, I keep saying to us here, it's dangerous for us to be using some of these terminologies like metrosexual and thinking that we don't have a perception. As a Yoruba man, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I've heard it. I've heard it from Kene, who has spoken precisely about how we are brought up. As a Yoruba man, there's no Yoruba man that I don't know who can't cook. Not one. Because we learn how to cook from child. We learn with the girl. We don't do any other thing. You understand? My father was probably a better cook.
Has it been like that in the remote past?
Let me say, my old man and my grandfather, they can cook. And their cooking, I would say, is even better than the women's. Because they'll put such a slant on the way they cook, I can taste the difference. However, my mother's cooking was so regular that it's in my blood. I remember it. It's loving. It's kosher, correct. We have all this in us. You see, when we come to, when Oyimbos first came to our lands, the fact that women were active in the forestry, in the markets, and all these places, the Oyinbo man did not like it because that's not what he was dealing with at that time. At that time, the Oyinbo world was strictly women are at home being housewives and men are working. The thing is, women in the West have been tricked. People don't know this. People don't know what's gone on. They're just talking. Women have been tricked through the suffrage and through the vote and through all these kinds of positions of politics, have been tricked into going to work. And in that trick, the structure, the country is now taxing both men and women when they were only taxing men before. This is a double wage that they're receiving. This is where we are going. So before we came to metrosexual that you're just waking up to today, they're stupid terminologies. These are just terminologies to confuse you. They don't tell you what's happening.
I don't know what you are trying to say.
Wait, please.
So what do you understand by the term before you start calling it all kinds of names?
No, it is all kinds of names because you don't know that these things aren't they're structures. They're not real. They're nothing real. I'm a man.
But that is what people are defining themselves as.
Yes, but I'm saying to you, it's a trick. It's a trick to have you discussing nonsense as opposed to the real thing before these new appendages came. Before they came, they were taxing one man per household. Now they're taxing 2 people per household.
When I say metrosexual, I'm basically talking about the type of men that believe that, the kind of stuff Kene tried to spell out without spelling out the edges.
But what I'm saying to you is what I'm saying to you is what Kenneth spelled out is part of our heritage. It's been with us from.
If that is part of your heritage,
why are you not understanding? Because I understand what metrosexual
you're saying.
I understand what metrosexual means, but it doesn't mean what Ekene said. It actually doesn't. What Ekene said is deeper than the metrosexual word that you're bringing to the table.
No, tell me how it is deeper.
It's deeper because the term metrosexual means much more than a man supporting his wife and a wife supporting a husband. Metrosexual means a person who is rather candid in his lifestyle. He can dress the way he wishes. He can be quite camp in the way he dresses. He can be rather effeminate. This has got fuck all to do with us. It's got fuck all to do with us.
And the metrosexual that he's talking about, you found it more among the Gen Z.
They're rubbish. It's rubbish. It's just rubbish that we're called. All I'm saying, no, wait. Forefather, I haven't spoken a lot. Just wait a minute.
Yeah, you see, if you want to do to and fro, you have your say. I have my say. You have your say. I have my say. That's how
this is a term that was really made popular in 2003.
If you understand like that, if you understand it, that when you finish speaking is when I began to speak. But you interrupted.
You're talking again.
I don't mind the to and froing. All I'm saying is that my mind tells me something different than your mind tells you. That's all.
No, it's just words. You use a word that I believe is inaccurate.
Forefather,
what I'm describing, hold on. What I'm describing is that I worry because I've seen it in the African American communities and in many of our communities, just like they convince us to believe that religion is our own and if different type of religion we practice, we speak their language, we do everything. There are maybe cultures that they have inculcated within our groups that makes us quite docile as a people. That we don't necessarily understand.
You see, it's not everything that
let me finish my point. You just finished your point.
I didn't finish my point. You have interrupted me since I began.
Okay,
because
fine.
I was saying,
Let me finish my point.
No, that's unfair, bro.
And the point I'm making is that those people, within our culture, we are inculcating stuff. Then when I check other groups of men around the world, the stuff that most of us are here crowing about, we are not crowing about how we are not protecting our women and children. We are not crowing about how we are crowing about how we can cook.
No. You see, you're not understanding. Okay, you said yours, and I don't agree with it at all. You understand? I believe it comes from it doesn't come from if I may, please, guys, it doesn't come from an expanse of understanding in terms of the years and the dynamics as what has taken place over the years in terms of the dynamic between men and women and the politics of these days. The politics of these days has suggested a lot of different things in my lifetime. In my lifetime, I've seen so many different things being positive. And all these different things, they have a narrative. And this narrative, people jump on it without really understand where it comes from, is what I'm trying to put to you. I'm saying to you that when the Europeans first came into Africa, especially, I will speak about Yoruba land, I'll speak about the whole Nigeria particularly. Basically, the women were in the way of the white man. Why were they even around? Was what the man Oyinbo was saying. How comes the women can be so socially uplifted? Don't you know that they're supposed to be in the home? This was indoctrinated into us because that was not us. If you see and you understand what they call Nigerian art, you would always see a man with a woman. You don't see them alone. You don't see them alone. You see them together because that's what the whole thing is about. But we were given this narrative about the importance of a man, and it came from a Christian or a religious aspect for them to do what they did in Africa. You notice that a lot of the fight that was against the Europeans there were so many women that were ahead of these wars against the Yoruba man. Women. But you see, we carry the narrative of the West and we hail it up to the sky as though it's the most important thing, but it doesn't speak about the diligences. My parents were here. I saw my dad wash plates. I saw my dad cook. I saw my dad took care of us. My mother was away in Nigeria. Wait. Let me explain. Please, I haven't spoken a lot.
When you are saying it sounds like it's in Nigeria, but I just wanted to confirm whether it was in London. That's all.
Mine happened in Nigeria.
Our family home in terms of our what do they call it when you have mother, father, and siblings? Our something family, our unique family. I forgot the term. We lived here in the UK. My mother was a businesswoman. My father, he was a professional. You understand? In terms of he was a biochemist. That was his trade. That was his reading. Yes. So he was always working. Whereas my mother, she would work as well as do business. And so she'll be back and forth from Nigeria. There was a time she was there for 2 years. My dad did absolutely everything. The way the family house ran under my dad was quite different than the complications with my mum involved. But what it is that my dad had that thing under him. He could do it easily. It wasn't an issue. He could do it. It wasn't a problem. We didn't have to say, where's mommy? We weren't doing that. We were functioning as a family, even though mommy was 5,000 miles away. So all I'm saying is that we have to really think deeply about what's happening around us, especially when we're using these terms that really don't marry to us, if we understand who it is that we are. We're talking about relationship, and we're talking about the difficulties that men and women, especially black men and women, are having in terms of harmony.
I would like to argue something that maybe what you are describing is a more modern thing, because if we all come from a culture of polygamy, chances of that the man being the cook is very, very slim. And
again, all it is that that's an argument, but it's not. I'm talking about my. I'm talking about my life. Look. On this panel, Ekene has spoken this thing the same way I'm speaking about it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's modern to you, but I'm saying that.
No, it's not modern. It's not. You may even call it modern, but what it is the practicality of living in the modern world. There's a way how we have to live in the modern world.
We've already accepted that. That's a different.
Well, then we don't necessarily have to complicate it, especially when we have given.
You went after was because I was calling that this thing metrosexual, while in reality you know full well that we come from a polygamous lineage, and generally
it's not strictly polygamous. It's not strictly polygamous.
My point. Now, you're not going to see the men crowing on top of the roof that you know what I can cook. No, what they will be proud of is something else, and I worry that maybe
I don't think that's what we're saying.
Brainwashing, we have been brainwashed.
I don't think that's what we're saying. Maybe that's what you're reading, but I don't believe that. I don't think that's what Ekene is saying or anybody. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, me. Okay, me. Wait, please, guys, please, let me finish, please. I'm an individual that can cook, and my cooking is fantastic. If you're around when I'm having dinner and you're saying so that lamb shank was fantastic, I enjoyed it fully. It's not necessarily a boast. It's just a part of thing that carries on. It's not a boast. What you see, but anybody's life has more to it than just the minutiae of cooking, washing, and XYZ. All we are saying is that this is how me as an individual of 58 years old, that's how I've functioned since I was born. I functioned to know how to cook, to know how to clean, to know how to keep myself tidy. I functioned in these diligent spaces. They're nothing new. Because now Oyinbo can't put name for it. And now
it's relatively new. That's what I'm trying to convey to you. But if you understand it's relatively new. You think you are the traditional African man, but you are not.
No, you see, it's not that I'm a man of today, bro. I'm a man of today. No, let me and forefather just go at this a minute. I don't want to drag this out too much. I just want to.
You are a metrosexual man without even knowing it.
forefathers.
No,
When
no, I don't believe you.
when I
See,
grew up
the
in
word
Nigeria, I
metrosexual, the
know a
word
lot of
metrosexual
men.
Do you really know the definition of
in
metrosexual?
the late
Growing up in
90s.
Nigeria,
Do you know
I
the
know
definition of
forefathers.
metrosexual,
I
the
know
forefathers?
It's just a
forefathers.
word of
I know a
abuse.
lot
Just
of
a
men
word.
growing up in Nigeria. I know a lot
Just
of
leave
my
it at
dad's
that.
friends. I know a lot of uncles. I have never seen one of them in a kitchen. Never growing up. Never. I know how to cook because
That's a
Well, it's
Yoruba
not to
thing.
say they can't.
I know
That's
how to
a
cook because
Yoruba
I'm
thing
around.
your generation can do.
I know. It's no. I don't know any Yoruba man. I come from. Go and check it. I come from the Alamutu family. There are thousands of men. Thousands. I don't know
where?
one of them that cooks. I don't know one that cooks. Not
Did
one.
you say Alamutu family?
Yes.
They are not hungry yet.
No, because there are women that will cook. No, because they have women around them that will do the cooking. So there's no. It's not me. I can cook.
Wait, Ekene, why are you trying to live a jungle life like US Oma for yourself?
No, local. Maybe
Why
I
you-
will come. Yeah, local. Let me put it straight, right? I'm one that local. Hold on. I'm one that if I go to a restaurant,
Let me say
Hey, where
something.
is Candy? Where is Candy? Let me mute him.
I want to
AY,
say this.
please.
I want to say this, right? I'm a bit disappointed the discussion we have here because some people hold on. Some people just think this is a one-way street. It's not one way. There is no such thing. Don't come and dictate for people here. Oh, this is. It's just like Kandu just said. Men in their family, he has never seen his uncle cook in the kitchen. His father was married for 50 years. Some men will also tell you, "Oh, my father used to cook." You see some family that this thing, even the issue of sharing the house chores with your wife at home, even in America. I know of somebody in Texas. He even give the wife stipend. The wife does not work. Take care of the house. He take care of everything. So this thing is actually different. That's the discussion I was having with Fumi on the comment section. There is no one way. If you're looking for a housewife that you don't want her to work, let her know, have that agreement. Let her stay at home. You take care of the bill. If you want a woman, most men,
Go ahead.
If you want a woman that you want to share 50-50, bring all your money, I bring all my money, so be it. If you work for you guys, there is no two ways. Sometimes I think we are even confused because you see situations.
What happened to your audio?
Now, gods of the women shut him down. See,
Hold on. Let me respond to this comment. Can I just respond to this comment? You see, this thing that some people are doing, we have to be careful. This might be another layer of brainwashing because I say this because I check other groups. I don't see other men out there being the proudest that, oh, I can cook. No, they are not. They don't care about that. That's not their priority. But their priority is kicking our backsides. So if you are saying that I'm saying that our men are getting feminized, I don't care about that. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that maybe our men are focusing on the wrong things. Maybe because I said this to an African American man the other day. He was talking about how he changed his napkin. And then I said, well, maybe that is what is wrong. You are busy changing napkin when you should be defending your community. Other men are doing that. They're not busy changing napkins and being proud about doing all this sort of stuff. Maybe that's what we are getting wrong because we have big problems here to deal with.
So are you saying that you marry a wife and she becomes a housewife perpetually? All she does is just give birth, raise children, clean, and that is for the rest of her life? Is that what you're saying? That all you, the man, would do is to just go out, become your metrosexual man that you say you want to be, and just dress fine and make yourself happy? Is that?
You know how it works. I can be a housewife.
Like I said,
I don't care.
However you want your home to be, make it for you, for yourself.
I go with your formula. Whoever provides this thing, the breadwinner, this thing, she will go out. The other person take care of the home. That's how it works in a modern society. But I think the men have to remember their primary duty. I feel that they are forgetting their primary duties. Oh,
How
sorry.
would
Go
that
ahead.
stop you? How would that stop you? How is cleaning, taking care of your home stop you from protecting your home?
You know why? You know, no, okay.
Because you're dirty bungle.
Let me let Loco go because I'm over talking.
See the design, eh? See the design. Man,
You guys should let.
Amy wants to say something. He's next.
I'm back.
After
I'm
a
next, right?
We have people before us, right? We have people before us in this world. We have like the Abraham, we have Noah, we have ancient people to look at like that.
I know them. I don't know these people you're talking about. I know my ancestors.
Hold first now. I call Abraham, I call Noah, I call that. Like those are the people you believe that God like one-on-one.
No, I don't believe.
If you like, you're not good, that okay, no problem. But the design is this, right? Before this advent of I want to go and work and pay my bills, right? I want to go and work and pay tax and pay all these things. Before all these useless governments, this world leader called the change of this nonsense, put all the men for BP, they give us high blood pressure. Before all these things, before Caesar started to introduce tax, how was it done before? Where everybody was having sane mind, everybody the men were living long. Hold on now, let me finish. Where they were having long life, good health, and all that stuff. No challenge, no envy, no I better pass my neighbor, no na me get money pass this and that, no femininity, no women's rights, no masculinity, no male violence. It was like this, right? There's a home, man and woman, and they have children, meaning they have a family. The man is like the militant, the soldier, the leader, the defender, the commander. You understand? The warlord, right? He does anything strong, strength, anything powerful, anything provide. He goes to war, he go and suffers himself, stress himself, overcome every obstacle, danger, or wherever, right? The woman is the soft side species, so that because of her softness, she has the calmness to take care of that stressful man that came from war, or to a bit of risking his life, a bit of providing for the wife to keep them alive, right? So his own is to go there, go to the forest, escape lion, escape snake, escape everything, kill all the animal he wants to kill, and
We don't have those things now. We're in a modern world.
Oh, see, hold on. Your papa give birth to you. Your great grandfather give you. Your ancestor, so it came from back to front. So because you are there now, doesn't mean your ancestor does not exist. You understand? Something gave birth to what you are thinking of today. And the birth that he gave you today, now, is it the right birth that he gave or the wrong birth? You understand? So because one is giving birth to the other, at some point it got tweaked because of the government's world we are living right now. And because we are living in this life, we have to adjust to it. But because you have to adjust to it doesn't mean, how was this thing designed ordinarily? Why is it that we are cajoled, we are forced, we are compelled to live the life we are living right now? Because it's the way we live. Why can't we just...
Who designed it then?
Sorry?
Who designed it then?
Greedy bastards. That time? Or now?
That then?
Nature.
No, then.
It was God's design. Nature was God's design.
Men like you and I.
Hold on. See, yes, which is nature, men now, right? Hold on now, which is men. Men that had reason to think properly without stress. Men that do not envy.
So,
men that have peace
so
of
can
mind.
we adjust it now? Does it mean that we don't think properly when we make some adjustment to fit the modern days?
We make decisions based on societal pressure right now.
Loco, I disagree with you. Times
No,
have
hold on.
changed.
We make decisions based on pressure.
Hold on. Okay, I'm forced to give my own. I'm now forced to give my own story.
It's actually rude. Let's allow other people to speak. Is it Amy or
Papa, that you don't agree with me doesn't mean that I will not talk.
But you can't just over talk and say people don't agree with you. That's not how it works.
People have been talking here.
You talk more than the moderator.
It's only fair because other people Amy hasn't said anything for ages.
I've not talked since I took my turn.
Sometimes somebody says,
I just want to show everybody this is palm wine.
I wanted to share my own story.
I recommend everybody take
and I think it will help us here.
We are going to go backstage soon.
Can we go around?
Let Amy
just give me a
Amy
minute.
hasn't said anything for ages. Leave it. Eme, please.
Let me speak. Yeah, don't worry.
Apostle
Me, I will
Thomas,
give
please
up.
let it go
let
it go round circles so that we can.
So as
so when we go backstage anyway, everybody will have a chance to have their say.
As Loco P tried to say that there was a time it was nature that dictated to us, and of course, as at that time, you can imagine the population of the world. So it was essential that men go out, the women stay indoors, and they take care of the family. Naturally, that is how it should be. But now the situation has changed, except if you still want to live in that kind of a life. And it's going to even cost you to live that kind of a life right now. Except maybe you go to the villages. But if you want to, with the level of
Or you end up being single. He will divorce you and find another man.
Even in the village, you still send your children to school. In the village today, you still send your children to school.
With the level of
people are making
education,
good money. People are making money now. Good money.
If you are making Loco P, if you are making money, even your wife will go to kitchen normally, naturally. You won't even. Most ladies say they just want to bath, wake up, paint their nails, feed their family. They are even happy to feed the family. It is a normal thing. It is inherent in every woman. Forget what beauty.
No,
the
not
beauty,
in every woman.
Wait,
No.
wait, AY.
Now which women? Now which women? Correct.
Which coming in again? Just a tiny percentage. Don't
exactly.
necessarily
Continue.
It is inherent in every woman to want to take care of that family and feed them and cook for them. Even the woman that says, "Oh, my husband should do," why that she's expecting, maybe she's also working and doing this, and is look, if the husband does it well, do the needfuls all around, the woman naturally we jump to the kitchen all the time.
God will bless you, brother. Let me tell me about say money, this and that. If the man do everything, the man go volunteer, go cook by herself. She not complain.
That's why I said it is naturally woman make the home. That does not mean that if the woman has. Look, let me tell you, Fofara, please give me 1 minute. I'm about to leave
No,
this
it's
show.
that should give you 1 minute. I'm still talking now.
Okay, you go ahead.
No, continue, Mr. Paul. I will just say that you should get that from me.
I will tell you something.
Try
My
to keep
elder
it brief.
sister,
Try to keep it brief. You saw how I kept
my elder sister, she's leaving the US tomorrow from Nigeria. My sister traveled between China, Dubai, she's well educated. Somewhere along the line, she stopped working, she started doing business and everything. Parsley and everything. When she started having grandkids and first daughter, she's school in the US. She have her first degree in the US. She have a master's degree in the US. She went back to Nigeria, gained a job in Chevron, got married to a young man who also went to the University of London. You understand, graduate. The mother worked for almost 30 years in Chevron. And funny enough, things change. This guy is working for Chevron for almost 10 years as a contract staff. And this girl is working as a full-time staff in Chevron. So the girl is bringing audio money with audio allowance. This is a young man who's schooling University of London with first class. But the Nigeria thing, the guy couldn't get in, working in Chevron, couldn't get in as a full-time staff. You know that human and got married to a young girl there who is working and everything. You know, everything sometimes people use other stigma and everything. This girl sacrificed a whole lot and left Nigeria for Canada because of the guy, because it's just affecting the guy's psyche. Left for Canada. They are doing very, very fine in Canada. The both of them, they are working in the refinery in Canada. They are making money. But at the same time, even getting to Canada, the girl is still doing way better than the guy. When they started having this issue here and there, my sister called me and talked to me about it. And when she called me and talked to me, when I listened everything, I called the girl, I talked to the girl, I said, you marry a young man who is very well. What you don't understand, boys will be boys. This boy know how to play game very well. But he still know how to give this kid shower. He still know how to make food for the kid. But she don't understand why the guy play game. I said, boys will be boys. You understand? If you see your own younger brother, you have only one brother, play game up to date, that have gone to university and is back, you don't find it to be anything. You don't see your brother to be a bad brother, but now you don't see your husband to be a bad husband because he play game and everything. You have to understand that they come from two different backgrounds and everything. I just talked to her. I said, go enjoy your relationship. If your husband is bringing something to the table and you are bringing something to the table, manage it. Slowly, somewhere along the line, things started working for them. My elder sister, they pushed my though she stopped working. What my sister is doing, she'll stay in Canada for 2-3 months, move to US to stay with her last daughter, who is in Texas. Come to Lagos, stay in Lagos maybe 1 week, run to Abuja, cook for the husband, stay with the husband more, and leave. But at the time, many years ago, I see them with this perfect Indian love where the husband don't even want her to work. You understand? Somewhere along the line, she started doing business. Slowly, when the kids started going to schools, you understand, in the US and in the UK, it was tough on the man. This is where my sister started bringing her money and everything. And the man appreciated and even regret for the many years that he was so jealous, he was so scared for my sister not to work. But he favored my sister when she started doing business and everything. But today, my sister is not even bringing 1 cent. You understand? But what she does, she just travel around the world. What I mean by travel around the world, from Canada to the US, to Lagos, and to Abuja. She just do. Sometimes we can learn to micromanage ourselves. I am telling you today, if husbands still bring that ideology, probably they must have divorced. You understand? Probably the home would have been something else. So we should learn to understand that time change everything. We should understand it. Every one of us here as a man today want to train our girl child. Why do we want to put our girl child to get all this degree? All just to go cook for a man, clean for a man,
this is an
and make the home. It
interjection,
just
Paul.
don't make any sense.
Paul, this is an interjection. You read a sermon for us now. We are now converts. We have now converted us, Paul.
My brother, no, we have to change. Please.
Father, where are you?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be back again. Father, just go.
The thing is, the truth is that some of us only eat homemade food. Somebody like me, I find it difficult to eat in a restaurant. If I come to a restaurant and eat, I must find fault there. And sometimes I go home with stomach ache. Because of that, I develop on time to cook for myself. So I don't wait for nobody to cook for me. Even when I was cutting, you come to my house, food is ready. I just have to serve you. If I want to take you out, I just want to take you out. Ordinarily, sometimes I will eat at home before I even go that out and serve, because I know at the end of the day I will end up eating rubbish there, right? And my boss buy food, other food, I'll end up not eating.
Know how to cook water.
Now,
water. They say there
was a time my kind of job, I travel far, like I go out of state. I'll go to this job, come back. Yeah, maybe something like that. So I will come back. I come back, I'll still have my energy, take shower, enter the kitchen and cook and fill everywhere with food. And that is, I don't see, because when I left, my wife was busy with the kids, taking care of them and all that. So I come back, I found like a food stuff in the fridge and all that. I'll pick this. And before you know it, I'm done cooking. It does not remove anything from me.
Yes.
Does not remove any energy from me. I still have my energy to perform my duty on the other side. So I don't know why a man should not be cooking.
On what side?
Do me a favor.
On what side?
Train your son like that. Because I was not raised like that as an Urobo man.
Wait, Paul, I need to ask. He said his duties on the other side.
Can we let him speak?
No worries.
You said, Tokwe, you said what?
I wanted to ask Ekene. Ekene said he has duties on the other side to
He
fulfill.
was saying text message. No worry. He was saying text message.
No, she asked a question. Every field, securing the house as the chief security officer of the house.
Send a text message.
Okay.
I'm maintaining the other side. So you have to balance it. You are the man.
Okay, AY, please go ahead and so that we close out. We need to go backstage.
You see, what I was talking about, right? We need to be honest, it's not a one-way thing. Every marriage, I personally believe, is unique. What works for people, let it work. Even if you go study our parents, Some of them will tell you they never cook. Some said, oh, I don't have problem with cooking. It all really depends. So what we are trying to postulate here that, oh, it has to be this way. I don't really believe that. Sometimes I even feel this generation is kind of confused because you see some, for example, black women that want to live like white women, black men that want to live like white men. They tell you, okay, when it comes to house chores, you got to do everything. When it comes to money, you are the man. Then you see some men, the women will break 50-50. They don't want to help the women to do all the work at home. They tell you, oh, cookies for you, this one is for you. Sometimes I feel we are confused, but the bottom line, I have seen different marriages. What works for family, works for people, good. Let them enjoy it. I don't think you should, there is no manual where you tell a man that you have to do, the woman must do the, I don't believe in that. Thank you.
Very true. Thank you. Let me. I please give your submission on this before we.
No, that's cool. I'm listening to everybody, man. It's just I heard everything.
Thank you.
Nah, everybody, like you just listen. Like AY rightly said, there's no manual and there's nothing. I think it's just a lot of people trying to be westernized by force. Is a lot of what I'm seeing. You know, so whatever works for you to do it. You want to kiss her ass off to your relationship, that's cool. You want to act back.
Or them making Western people.
Oh my God!
Why for father laughing?
I want to ask a question. Is it possible?
Don't turn the person to slave. Get money where you do, where you go make. You don't go worry your wife they work now.
Is it possible for the white men to sit like this now and be saying, no, discussing about how to become African, to do what African men are doing? Is it possible for white men to think that way?
No way.
Then why this now?
They're doing it. It's possible.
It's possible. They are trying to do.
Whether you like it or not.
What are they trying to copy in the African men? Tell us.
How to take care of their women. How to love their women.
So, in other words, not
but not like how forefathers and AY love their women. We're talking about how you love your woman properly.
So
you know Ekene is a deceiver. You go call Ekene wife now, you go shop when Ekene wife go talk.
She did background, she did listen.
You go shop. And you go stop. You go shop with Ekene wife go talk. Go say this guy. Are you the deceive people for here?
Gentlemen, Amy Locon, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your submissions. You are quite technical sometimes, and other times it's all right. We're all humans. I do enjoy your submission, and you have been here long. I think this is one of your longest sessions, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for explaining all. It's been here quite long, and Loco P returning back from the wilderness. Loco P went to the wilderness and discovered.
I
know. I'm just saying you went to the wilderness.
Tougher than a free man now.
Yeah, you're always welcome here now.
Yes, Tope they happy today. I never see Tope happy like this because Kene they speak. Oh, Kene, you speaking the man.
Yes. Kene is saying the truth.
It's like everything I've been saying about these other topics have been annoying.
No, let's not start. I'm trying to close down. This life is a teacher.
Don't do this.
You better not find yourself.
See, Jago, let me thank Jago for coming, please. Jago, thank you for coming in. We need to go backstage. Jago, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate your submissions. And as always, incisive, and sometimes you get heated and all the rest, but it's all good. Thank you. I appreciate the time you spent here with us. Kando, he's the one that started the fire in this thing. The first time he started talking about this stuff, it got very, very hot, very, very quickly. We were just talking gently and calmly. He got very, very hot. Thank you for joining us, Kando. I don't know where that heat came from, but it's all good. Thank you. And Kede just come to pour fire on top of it. To make all the shame on the men. That's what he came here to do. And you've succeeded. You've got a new fire here, Tope.
I come to help us so that we'll do better.
Thank you, Kede. I appreciate that. To be fair, most of your points are not controversial. That's the truth. It's not controversial. I agree with them. AY, thank you for joining us as always. And AY is a leveler. He tries to keep this on the level. Thank you for joining us, AY. And I speak the truth. Always not eager to speak. He doesn't want to hear his own voice. He just likes to, have conversations and all the rest. Thank you for joining us. I speak the truth. And the special guest of honor for Kede. I appreciate you for spending. Tope doesn't come on live often, so I really appreciate you for coming in today. And I'm sure the topic was interesting for you. I hope you had views that are not too offensive, including mine. Thank you for joining us, Tope. And let me say some greetings to the ones on the chat. Guy Owalale, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Fumio, I see you there. Always being a hater. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Re-hater.
No mind that. Hybrited, I see you there. Hybrited. Thank you for joining us. Adesina John, I see you there. Tracy Jacobin, I see you there. A for real. That's also on the chat. I salute you there. Tracy Jacobin, Manuel. Pardon? Who is that?
Somebody is pleading that we should help you find a village girl.
Manuel Ferreira. You are looking for my trouble today, Manuel Ferreira. Thank you for joining us, Manuel Ferreira. Machuku.
No, Papa is a nice guy.
What do you think? Come on. What do you think before? What do you think before?
I wonder how many times you would offer Mac and send her to backstage. I wonder how many.
Oh God, take it easy. Nwachuku, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Nwachuku. That was an easy name to say. Who else is there? Let me see. Oh my God, my this thing has gone again. Oh goodness, I don't know where my browser is now. Oh, am I being? Sorry, my browser just disappeared on me. It's all right. It's all good. It's all right. So let's see. Equity, fairness, and justice. I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Eddie A is there as always. Thank you for joining us, Eddie A. Let me see Fumio. I'm sure that I will be skipping Fumio now one of these days. Sometimes it can be quite nice, but these days not today. Henry Johnson, I see you there. Henry Johnson. Vital Info 20. Young One, I see you there, Young One. I like that name actually. Young One, I see you there. And let me go to the people that donated and thank them. As always, Alexander Gomez is always the first. We appreciate you, Alexander Gomez, always supporting the channel and always supporting the debate and conversations that our people are having. You have to admire people that support the channel. One man went to Mo, and we appreciate him. It's funny enough, one man went to Mo comes to this channel now, people appreciate him a bit more because the election period is over. Let's hope that in the next 2 to 3 years that we maintain that spirit of openness. Something tells me I shouldn't hold my breath. Tensions will rise again. And Kulata, again, thank you for the donation, Kulata. We appreciate it. And Oscar Blackbone, I see you there. Thank you for the donation again. Oscar Blackbone, thank you for the donation again. Superman, with the picture of Abamieda in that place. Thank you for the donation. $5. Kulata again with his $2. Thank you for the donation, Kulata, who is a maker for life. Thank you for your $5 super sticker donation, a maker for life. I think is that the maker that comes on the panel sometimes. Kulata, thank you for the £2 and a Black Beauty. Thank you for the donation, $5. Thank you for the donation and Kulata again and Pansat. Pansat is not very happy, but he still managed to donate. Thank you for the donation, Pansat. That's greatly appreciated.
That was the Toby Pansat today.
Yeah. Pansat it's a shame though. Pansat didn't get a chance to say
he drove. He stopped and drove him away. All the comments said they were bullying him.
Yeah, thank